There isn't a main reason. I think that you can probably whittle it down to about 12 factors.
Oh, it's called NATO.
That is
Right?
I would not say so.
No.
Well, what's the biggest factor?
Identity.
Oh, you think Russia's having an identity crisis, so they invaded another country?
No, obviously.
Dude, you are hilarious, bro.
It's crazy, bro.
Did you listen to Vladimir Putin's speech right before he invaded?
It is? Yeah.
No.
You
didn't, Platypus?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I'd encourage you to do that.
You speak Russian?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Do you really speak Russian?
I'm all right.
I'll say something in Russian.
Why?
Spasibo.
Spasiba.
All right, tell me what I'm about to say. Я учу русский.
Ты русский?
You guys just speak Russian.
Что ты делаешь?
What's just this?
No, I don't want to start speaking Russian. I was just curious if you knew how to speak it.
Okay.
Spasibo.
Spasiba. At the end.
Ba. Okay. Boom. No, it's NATO, bro.
Are you a communist?
No, absolutely not.
Do you think communism works?
No.
Oh.
Or do you idolize Stalin or Mao or any of those people?
Do you think socialism works?
By the way, Russia is a fucking socialist country. Just Jesus Lord.
Who do you think is like? I don't know.
Who do I think?
How many RC Meister? How many genders are there?
264.
How many genders are there?
Yeah.
645.
Are there more genders than man and woman?
I mean, on a sex level, there's intersex also, but that's about it.
Yeah.
So you don't think there's like 72 genders or anything like that?
I don't think that is a useful framework for society.
Okay. So you're not completely like libtarded. That's good.
Well, your purity tests have very little to do. Have a lot more to do with Donald Trump and Putin's identity politics.
Did two airplanes slam into the World Trade Centers and cause them to collapse into their own footprint, yet not destroy the passports of one of the terrorists, which was recovered from the wreckage? Is that what happened?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
All right, say your question again.
Do you believe in the official narrative of 9/11?
Which official narrative?
That two planes were hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center towers, and that they identified one of the hijackers.
Let's ask good questions. Let's ask good questions.
Let me finish.
Let's ask good questions.
I'm going to finish what I'm going to say.
Did two planes hit the World Trade Centers? Yes.
Do you want me to finish my sentence or no?
You asking 85 questions in one is not a useful framework for.
Well, there's the 9/11 Commission report. So, do you believe that's all true? Because that is the official.
I haven't read the entire 9/11 Commission report.
There are supposedly 4 planes, not 2, 4 that went missing.
He asked.
I was getting to that.
World Trade Center. So there were two planes who crashed into the World Trade Center. Yes.
Never in the history of mankind has a skyscraper falling into its own footprint.
What's your sample size on that?
Ever.
Do you believe that the passports of one of the hijackers made it?
I don't know anything about the passport.
No, you
never
don't.
heard about the passport?
No, it's cool.
Yeah, they found the passport there, lying there right there in the street. It's fucking name on it.
You can do your own experiment and get a fire going with some jet fuel in it, which is what was there. Get it going all nice and hot, and lightly flutter
Jazza.
a passport through it, and it'll get through to the other side.
Do you
RC and Jazza are passport skeptics, it sounds like.
Jazza, do you believe in the official? Do you believe in the official story?
Yes, I watched the thing on the day. I've got I'm not paranoid enough to believe that of fucking what's his name the day before saying trillions of dollars.
Do you know that the
Wait, you don't believe that Donald Rumsfeld admitted that trillions of dollars were missing?
And he shrugged his shoulders and went, huh.
That's not a belief, that's a fact. What happened?
What happened to the $3 trillion? And he went, I don't know.
Dude, the fucking branch of the Pentagon that was overseeing that money was the very same branch that got hit.
I guess I'm just not paranoid enough to believe
No,
that
you don't have to inject paranoia into it. It's got fuck all to do with paranoia, bro.
Oh,
It's
like,
no.
It's okay. Paranoia is it can be very healthy, you know. People just like to use it as a derogatory term. Well, you look both ways before you cross the street, right?
Yeah.
Why? Are you paranoid you're going to get hit by a car?
No, because it's common sense.
Yeah, dude. It's really funny when people are. This is the Agent Smith effect. When you say something that goes against the narrative, the fucking Agent Smith takes over, and they just start trying to like attack. And fucking, they were like, "No, that's not true. The passport was found, so I don't know about the passport." You know, it's just.
What do you mean?
It's all good, dude.
If Platypus, why would I try to make a claim about something that I've not looked into? Isn't that just basic honesty?
Everything erupted.
Dude, you don't know anything about honesty because you believe the government lies to us about fucking one thing and tells the truth about something else for just some arbitrary bullshit reason. So I don't think you even know. You wouldn't know honesty if it bit you in the pecker.
Do you know what dismissal is, Platypus?
It's what I'm doing to you now because arguing with you over the last hour has been like pulling fucking teeth or hurting cats or honestly. Like a one-legged cat trying to bury a turd on a frozen tundra. It's just not going to happen.
You would think people with stronger evidence than you have, or strong evidence that you think that you have about things, would not get so frustrated about basic claims that you make. But then
my evidence was presented to me 100% by you. You presented all of the evidence that I presented.
Judged it based
I represented. You told me that the government lied to us about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and I was like, yeah, okay. And then I was like, okay, so would they lie to us about elections? You know, about electing the most powerful man in the world?
I didn't say would they. I said did they? And I said is there evidence that they did?
I asked could they?
Because you don't want to make any claims, right?
No, I love making claims. I just wasn't making any at the time.
What's your claim?
About what?
About the election.
I already made that claim. I said the elections they're C-elections. They're not elections, dude.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? That's my it's my own speculative claim.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that all that power would not be left up to a bunch of Netflix consuming, hedonistic, lost, traumatized people. You know, they're not just going to be like, oh yeah, let's let all these people that are eating SSRIs like Skittles on the daily just fucking vote. Let's let them vote. Yeah, that, and then we'll tell them that the vote's fucking.
A bit strange.
You know what I mean?
Like you gotta
you gotta think about this from the point of a fucking killer, because that's what these people are. They orchestrate the deaths of thousands of people all the fucking time. Hundreds of thousands of people. They decide who's going to fucking live, who's going to die, who's going to eat, and who's going to fucking starve.
Do you think
I know that.
I know that.
That's true.
How do you know that?
Because there are people at the tops of every chain, of every hierarchy. It's the very nature of a hierarchy. And they're what are the gangsters, what they call them the shot callers. So we can just call them the shot callers.
How do you know that?
Dude. Because I know how a hierarchy works. Are you denying the way a hierarchy works?
I'm asking, do you know how the U.S. government hierarchy works?
Do you?
I have some good evidence of how it works.
We saw he died. That was the worst thing she ever said because the fucking murder list just got longer.
Yeah, that did, didn't it? She was a dum-dum.
The big dum-dum. We saw, he died.
Dude, it's like I'm very fucking comfortable with the fact that I'm being lied to and that I can't trust what these people with insane amounts of power have. Like, if you want to trust them, fine. Go for it, dude.
Who said that I have to trust them?
Cast your
When
fucking
did you
vote.
hear me say I trust them?
Cast your fucking vote, dude. Go vote.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
If anything is 100% legit in this world, you guys, it's fucking voting. It's so legit.
It's bullshit. John fucking Fetterman.
Dude, that's a fucking comedy bit right there. Just fucking go up in front.
Bullshit. This is like I said to myself, right? Okay, I remember the night that happened. I thought to myself, right? You know what? I'm going to go to sleep. If that man is elected, America is fucked. It's fucked.
Also, that we prefer Dominion voting machines. They're the best.
Yep, voting machines. Yep. Who controls the voting machines? That's the most ridiculous.
Here's the thing. Here's the worst part, Steve, is that you and I, we're on the same level, dude. We're never gonna fucking be shot callers. We will forever. I can say with 99.999% sureness, guarantee that you and I will never be shot callers.
Why is that?
It just wasn't in the cards. It's not in the stars, dude. It's not gonna happen.
Oh, okay.
You're talking to me on Discord, and I'm talking to you on Discord. That's.
You have to be born to a certain family, right?
I'm
not gonna make any claims about who you have to be in order to become a shot caller. I would say that you're born into it, so I would kind of lean towards what Garber just said.
How do you know that?
Well, I like to look at history. I think history, it doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but it definitely rhymes. So just as in the old days and in times of days past, you would see royal families and royal bloodlines, right? Now we have kind of a similar thing, but it's probably more on the lines of like corporations rather than nation states, or like, there's a bloodline of people that have been running the UN, or some shit like that. I mean, that you can trace every single American president except for one to that one king of England.
Charlemagne.
To that one king of England. Which
one
would that be?
You didn't hear about that?
Charlemagne the Great.
Well, I know. I ask, which one would that be?
You want me to look it up, or do you want to look it up?
Sure, go ahead. I'm doing some work right now.
Henry the First. They're all connected, bro. Shot callers.
Here you go. One sec.
I'm guessing Charlemagne the Great. That's just my guess.
Nah, they're all related to. I think his name is. I think it was a Richard. I don't know. These little fucking charts are hard to read.
Richard the First.
Yeah, all U.S. presidents, bar one, are directly descended from a medieval English king. It was King John of England who signed the Magna Carta in 1215. They're all U.S. presidents except for one.
Which one?
Which one?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Eisenhower.
Oh, fucking connected, bro.
Including Obama and Trump.
Including Obama and Trump.
Cool.
Yeah, Obama was a 13th cousin of fucking Richard the First, apparently.
I mean, Obama's not even really Obama. He's probably somebody else, but that's a whole nother bag of chips.
And have you verified this yourself?
Verified? No.
My state. And have you verified the Earth is not a globe or our globe?
Yeah, I've got evidence that the Earth is on a globe.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Or is a globe.
Damn. So what are we all doing here then?
I'm just listening to you while I'm getting this work done.
No, but I mean, like, if you could prove that the globe is a ball,
yeah,
is a globe, You know, what are all these flat earthers doing?
Well, it's 14 years now.
It's been a while, and it's only getting more popular, dude. It's crazy.
That's what I was saying earlier. I think.
Can you verify that?
I think
Yes,
the world
I can.
Crazy in order to fucking hide the fact that it's not the world you think it is.
Have you seen a photo of the summit of Mount Everest?
No.
There's plenty of them. Does that mean the summit of Mount Everest doesn't exist?
No.
Because I haven't seen a picture of it?
Well, this is what you guys.
You're a little quiet.
Jezza, we're talking about a big, massive fucking bowl with big fucking lots of bending water on the outside of it, adhering to the exterior of a shape purely because somebody says vacuums and barriers.
And Platypus just mentioned the globe, and I'm saying a point on the globe, the summit of Mount Everest. Have you never seen a photo of a mountain climber on the summit of Mount Everest?
Right, we're not talking about.
I thought you were talking about like a specific photo, but yeah, I'm sure I've seen a photo of a mountain climber on Everest. I don't know if it was the tippity top.
Just picture in your mind.
Okay, hang on, PMAC.
All right.
So you've seen a photo on the highest point of the Earth, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so because I'm not paranoid, I believe that the astronauts that have gone to space, which was 526 or something, and it's getting more and more every day, I have no reason to disbelieve what they are doing in the photos they've taken, just like the guy that took the photo on the summit of Mount Everest.
Well, I can tell you the first reason I would disagree with you is that there is not Mountain Climbing Association of America, which takes our tax dollars and gives it billions of dollars a year so people can climb mountains.
That's people, governments give money for exploration for all sorts of projects.
Right, but not to the tune of billions of dollars a year like they do with NASA.
Yeah, to get to space, they need more money, obviously. To get from here to South Africa or Antarctica doesn't take as much money as it does to get to space. You get that, right?
Oh, yeah, I do.
So the funding would have to be more, right?
Well, yeah, it has to be. They're going to the moon and stuff, right?
$16 million a day. So that's a lot of money, bro.
It is a lot of money.
Need some pretty thick socks on the moon.
Yeah, it's cold up there, dude.
Change the
what's funny is these French documentary guys, they went to the Amazon rainforest and they showed this native tribe that had very little contact with the outside world. They showed them a bunch of images and videos from the outside world, and one of the things they showed them was the moon landing, and they told them that the white man had gone and walked on the moon, and they were just like, why would they do that? Like, the moon was created to be a light in the sky at night. It was created far away so that we wouldn't go there. And then they said that they've been having like really hot summers, and that like their trees are dying, and they're saying that it's because white man walked on the moon. It's just kind of funny.
That's a good point, but why would you take into consideration that some backward fucking tribe says something about a light in the sky? I mean,
yeah, but if you're talking about a tribe in the Amazon, what's one thing that they've never had?
A toothbrush? I don't know.
Internet?
Technology, maybe? I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's true. Technology.
Yeah, internet.
Just like how the ancient people 2,000 years ago thought the earth was flat, but then after that they were like, oh no, hang on a minute, the sun goes down, ships go over the horizon, even though
no,
51,000 you can zoom
no,
to.
Whoa. That's the most.
They haven't gone
That's
over
the narrative
horizon.
that we were told in school. And I believed it until I checked it.
Back, Godric, because they haven't gone over the horizon yet.
No, dude, you see, Godric, you could just zoom in over the horizon and see a ship because of refraction. And grab.
2 sticks. 2 fucking sticks.
It's all good.
I do
Hopefully,
just truly find it comedic that in today's day and age, you think the Earth's flat. It's just fucking hilarious. But I love it at the same time.
What if someone thought it was comedic that you thought it was comedic?
Yeah, that's like the definition of irony right there.
That's ironic.
I'll give you guys 1 billion people, 7 billion people believe me.
That's an appeal to majority. That's a logical fallacy. And it's funny that you think that they tell us the truth about how many people are.
Well, no, it's actually an appeal.
You believe that you believe the number.
Dumb fuckery.
Okay, dude. I do a little bit of dumb fuckery. I'll admit it. I get into shit sometimes, but this is one of those things where it's like, nah. I'm not gonna believe the fairy tale. It's just the adult Santa Claus.
You actually think we're living on a spinning fucking water ball?
Whoa, we're spinning.
It makes more sense. Okay, well, just
sorry, it makes more sense. What?
Tell me, because the old creator thing.
You know what makes more sense? You know what makes more sense to me is that we're not spinning, and there is no curvature because I don't see any curvature, and I don't feel myself spinning. And as to exactly where and what we are, I don't know what it is, but I'm not just gonna fucking grab the most popular explanation just because everybody else fucking believes it for no reason. That's just not about that.
Jazza.
Isn't that crazy? Hang on, platypus. Hang on, PMAC. Platypus.
All right.
Most people don't just believe it; they understood it.
No, they actually believe it.
Give me an example.
If you understood how it works,
give us an example.
You will say you believed the globe Earth. No, you didn't. You say you believed the globe Earth. You did. You never understood it. That's why.
How do you know? How do you know something?
What do you think I didn't understand? Give me an example.
Everything. The atmosphere, for a start, that it can't exist next to a vacuum.
Can it exist next to a vacuum?
Perfect one.
A perfect vacuum.
What? An atmosphere can exist next to a vacuum without a barrier.
A perfect example is how you didn't understand it.
No. I'm asking you just to clarify. Are you saying because you said the first thing that I don't understand is how a vacuum exists next to an atmosphere, right? That's what you said.
I think
I really don't want to explain it to you because you should have learned that at school and paid attention.
Okay, well, if you don't want to explain it to me, then we should probably just change the subject because I'm going to ask you to explain yourself, and I'm going to.
We should probably go back to school and try and understand it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go enroll back at the community college.
I'm going to back here and then go through the whole school system again.
I'm actually going to go hit the books, right?
You know what I don't understand is how the oldest globe they could find was made in 1592, and not before. Seeing that, according to you, they knew the Earth was a globe centuries and millennia before that, but that no globe was made until 1592. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah,
at least not one that was recovered.
It only took.
It's because the population was getting bigger. And there was more people to go, hang on a minute. The sun doesn't get smaller at sunset. It goes behind and below the horizon.
What just happened right there?
Sorry, what?
People were going, oh, hang on a minute.
What's happening?
We got an Agent Smith here.
If Pythagoras and those Greeks knew that the Earth was a sphere, Eratosthenes, in BC, why was the first globe recovered not until 1592. Did it take 1500 years to make what we lived on?
I've got no idea. I didn't talk to them. Did you when they made that?
It just common sense to me. They were taught. They had hundreds of globes.
Common sense. Jesus.
There was about 1,400 scientists that went, nah, no. These people are trying to feed us bullshit. About 14. There was a lot of them.
No, PMAC, your own people are feeding you bullshit, and you're taking it hook, line, and sinker.
Well, here, real quick, I just want to say one thing, and then I'm gonna go. It's been a good conversation, and I've enjoyed it. To all those of you who have resisted the bullshit and have not bought into the lie or done any crazy shit because the government told you to, I want you to pat yourselves on the back right now. You have my permission, and you deserve it.
Thank you. Yes, I am. Yes.
Yep. Give yourself a nice long pat.
I'm a good fella.
Just say it for those of you that are still paranoid as fuck. Pat yourselves on the back.
Why do you keep bringing up the word paranoid?
Because you guys are quiet.
Mention it 3 times in every fucking.
It's ad hom. When globers forget, globers don't have anything good to say. They go to ad hom. We're paranoid.
Yeah, shadow paranoid. Yeah. So because I don't believe what you believe in, I'm paranoid.
No, I never said that.
No, you're implying it, bro.
No, what I said was, in just about every sentence you guys say, is they're lying to us. That implies paranoia to a T. You can't give evidence that they're lying. Evidence would be 1 or 2.
That's called an ad hom.
Not 50 different answers.
No, it's not paranoia. It's definitely not paranoia.
No. It's paranoia to a T. It's the definition of it.
Well,
you're attacking the person, not the argument. You're calling us paranoid.
Exactly.
Why don't you attack the argument?
Okay, just a quick example.
Right.
If you watched a video on YouTube about the signs that your girlfriend's cheating on you, and you had no evidence, but
we're talking about the shape of the Earth now, not your fucking.
Yeah, I know. I'm just giving an example of what I'm saying.
Are you paranoid about your girlfriend cheating?
Oh my god! I watched that video on YouTube. She's totally cheating on me, and then you're prepared through paranoia because you watched that video to destroy a perfectly good relationship when she's not doing it.
Shape of the Earth. Show me curvature. I don't care about your girlfriend, man, or your paranoia. Show me curvature and measure it.
Well, you're not going to see paranoia if you keep getting paranoid and getting rid of your girlfriend.
I'm paranoid. Show me one measure of curvature, please.
Measure the distance between 1,000 miles.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
And can you see that on a perfectly calm day?
No, you cannot see 1,000 miles. That's
and let the stories roll. Your personal atmospheric dome. I've never heard any of you guys get a optometrist on here to prove
you actually think that a massive fucking ball is spinning around with all the water held to its shape purely by a
liquid magnet ball.
That's what you actually believe, and you think I'm paranoid?
No, because
you're delusional, bro.
You can do that yourself.
No,
you can test that.
What?
Get a wee fish tank, make it into a vacuum chamber.
A fish tank.
Wow.
Yep, just a wee one.
All right.
Your brain's in a vacuum chamber.
Go up at a wee 172. Actually,
you actually think we're living on a big fucking massive spinning ball with water getting to the other side of its shape, purely because of weak force or gravity that no one can prove. That's what you believe.
The wonder ball.
Because somebody told you that.
PMAC.
Well, you can't prove it. Right?
Magical.
PMAC.
Go ahead.
Put some water, just a teeny tiny bit of water in a snaplock bag, put some air in it, seal it so it's blown up. Go out to your local airport.
Okay. This is
hang on. Get into Cessna 172. Ask your pilot to fly a parabola,
What
hold
do
the
you
bag
about?
up in front of you. When you go 0G, that ball of water will form a sphere.
You do this every day, and everyone can do this.
I
So
shit you not. You can do it
So
yourself.
the world is somebody's flying a plane, and taking it up and and doing the same thing. Is that what you're saying?
How do you form a sphere with a Ziploc bag in water? How does that work?
Yeah. Sorry, is that happening every day? Yeah?
Godric. Jesus fuck.
Calm down, man.
You get a Ziploc bag, put 50 mils of water in it, even add some food colouring so you can see it properly.
Right.
Then half seal it up, blow a wee bit of air into it, and then seal
We're
it
making
up.
Easter eggs here.
Hey, wait, you guys, Greg. He's right. I've heard of this before. If you bring a box cutter too, you can make buildings free fall. Oh, I know exactly what he's talking about. I've heard this
Hang on.
before.
Did he say? Wait. Hang on. Did he say put beer in the water? Is that what he said?
Dude,
Christ, there's no helping you.
Do you hear yourself? 50 milligrams of water to prove the Earth is a ball.
No, because you guys are saying that water remains flat. I'm saying an experiment that you can do to cancel out gravity, which is what the Earth is going around the sun. You can do it here and prove that water does not remain flat. It will form a sphere.
Hang on. You made a claim. How do you? One thing at a time. How do you cancel out gravity? Please.
You fly a parabola, which you go 0G. You go weightless, so you cancel out gravity.
So the
You're
Earth
falling as fast as gravity's pulling you down.
So the Earth is in a constant parabola. Is that what you're saying?
Holy fucking Jesus Christ. Go back to school, you cunts. Love yous.
Hey, Jazza, you're talking shit. Absolutely.
You know what I saw when they did the parabola, the free fall? The guy lit a match and the flame went up. So that proves right now that gravity is not I guess deleted, or it's not undetectable still.
Yeah,
Godric, send me that, please.
I don't have it handy, but you can go to the flights where they do the free fall moves, and the guy lights a match and the flame goes up. You didn't see that? Did you miss that one?
I don't know how to see that. I don't really give a fuck at this stage. You guys are fucking amazing, I tell you.
Well, we're just trying to figure out that you actually don't give a fuck about what you're talking about, but we do. There's no possible way that anything exists the way that they explain to us. In the fucking
Why? Because you're paranoid.
Oh, here we go again. That's the fourth time.
But you just said there is no way anything can exist the way they say it does. That would imply that you're paranoid.
No, that would imply that
I think you need to redefine paranoid.
Does.
I think
that's textbook paranoia.
You believe everything they tell you, even though you admit that the government lies to you. That they're talking shit.
Just very quickly, I don't know who it was, or it wasn't this channel.
Some paranoid motherfucker.
It was a Flat Earth channel today I was listening to, and someone was trying to convert someone that was on the fence. And the very damaging they said, and it was a young kid, and they
so you're paranoid that the Earth's flat.
They said, don't trust
I'm
anyone.
fucking paranoid, bro.
Do your own research, but especially don't trust anyone you'd love. Is that a constructive thing to say, or is that a mentally?
No, they're paranoid.
You guys are paranoid as fuck.
Jazza, I would put it to you that you are a wee bit paranoid. We're not paranoid, bro. We kind of figured it out. We see sight. We understand how well it works, motion, and all kinds of things. I put it to you that you were the one that is paranoid.
Now, see, the trouble is, and this is the more paranoid thing that you're saying, PMAC, is because
paranoid one more time. I dare you.
Is the population of the world 8 billion times less than what it is supposedly is, in your words?
Sorry.
What about
what has the population of the world got to do with the fucking shape of the earth, bro?
We just jumped the population.
Yeah, and you're telling me I'm paranoid. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've heard paranoid.
No, you don't. That's because you're paranoid.
Yeah. You're fucking paranoid, bro.
As soon as you think that
Yes,
everyone's
why are you so paranoid?
You're paranoid.
No, it's not paranoia. It's science.
No. It's paranoia. As soon as you can't believe, as soon as you can't believe people that have gone out there,
I'm on a paranoid trip.
Can get to. Okay, not everyone can get to space. I don't have $80 million to go to the space station.
Why would you need $80 million to go to space?
Have gone.
Couldn't you just shoot a rocket up?
You don't. You guys don't. That is the definition of paranoia.
You can go and make $80 million.
Jazzy, usually paranoia has to do with like an irrationality. Like there's a certain irrationality to the fear, and it's usually based around fear. But being aware of either a deception or being skeptical or questioning, that's not necessarily paranoia. For example, if somebody if you know these like tech support scammers, there's like these tech support scams. If somebody called, your mother or grandmother, someone like that, and was trying to scam them, and you said, "Oh, that might be a tech support scammer," like one of the, in India where they're trying to these Indian tech support scammers where they're trying to scam you, and if the woman said, "Oh no, that's paranoid. You're being paranoid." So you're not really being paranoid. You're actually just being aware of something going on.
Yeah, but Geo, thinking planes are shooting chemtrails and all pilots
Let's forget about chemtrails for a second.
You
thinking all the geodetic surveyors are in on evidence. That's paranoia.
I don't know. Your connection dropped. I think the chemtrails got in the way of your cell connection because it dropped out.
Okay, claiming all are in on it, and that planes put chemicals into the atmosphere is paranoia because there's no evidence.
Jezza, it's paranoia.
Thinking all geodetic surveyors are lying without evidence is paranoia.
All right, we'll talk about geodetic surveying now, but I just want to understand. Jezza, do you think that paranoia might be a trigger word, but like you use gravity? You think paranoia and gravity is the same thing?
No, you're paranoid that the Earth's a globe and that the bias is down, and that you guys are that paranoid that you have to come up with other bullshit.
Why do you think we're so paranoid, bro?
Which has gravity in it. It's hilarious.
Jazza, they don't come up with any bullshit. They just say they don't know, and that's good enough for them.
And then they come up with the story that gravity's density and buoyancy, which ironically has gravity in both of those equations.
Chucky, you've provided two generalized straw men so far. Nothing that anyone in here, no one in here even said those things you're saying.
Okay, well, PMAC asked for measurements, and I've given these measurements dozens, if not hundreds of times. Why haven't you looked at them?
Why is he so paranoid?
Have you looked at them?
He starts to be panicky.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Chucky's pointed out.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
And now you guys are even getting more paranoid that me and Chucky are pointing out good points that go against what you're saying because you're paranoid.
Jezza, paranoia is not the word I would use to explain what I'm trying to explain to you. It's
PMAC.
What?
Do you think that every government in the world has lied to you?
About the shape of the earth.
But I'm definitely
about the shape of the earth.
About the shape of the earth and every other thing, 9/11, everything. Sandy Hook, everything.
No, I don't want to say Sandy Hook because I might get fucking fined $35 million, but
Okay, so you're only heavily, mildly, severely paranoid.
I know they've lied about everything. I have no doubt in my mind. I'd risk my life on it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
That's the wrong
They
thing
lie
to
about
do.
everything. Do you want?
The
do
only thing, the
you
only
want to
thing,
correct yourself there?
yeah, the only thing you can go to is if we don't believe what the mainstream media is telling us, therefore we must be paranoid.
Yes, with a capital P.
Right.
Guys, it's still an ad
ARE.
hom. You're attacking the person and not the argument. That is not an argument.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's get off this topic.
No.
Let's just live with it.
Jazza.
When I say PMAC, mate, I'm not meaning you. I'm meaning
It's
all
an
of
ad
you.
hom, but he really believes it because he's been saying it for 6 years going on.
It's not an ad hom. It's an explanation, but still, let's get off of it because it's not productive.
Well, you could say that certain conspiracy theories are about like fears, and that those fears are then like put into some kind of other explanation, and that might be a way to deal with paranoia if it's something that makes you paranoid. But that doesn't necessarily mean that questioning.
But you see what they're doing. They're underlyingly shadow telling us that because we believe in something they don't believe in, we are paranoid. We're fucking.
But what's that got to do with the shape of the Earth? Show us some measurement. Paranoia or not, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, bro.
No,
absolutely nothing.
He's just been saying this for so many years. I just thought I'd address it.
That's true.
Show us the curvature. Where are the measurements?
Well, I would go back to Star Trek in a heartbeat if you could show me a curvature.
We were just talking about that I'm not paranoid. I've seen the evidence of people that have gone to space. I'm not paranoid enough to go, they are fucking deceiving me.
Okay, but what does space and being paranoid have to do with the shape of the Earth? And still, you haven't brought that to point. You're just talking about space, paranoia, what we believe in, what we don't believe in. If what we say isn't true, then why would you even waste your time talking to us?
Let's drop the paranoia. Hey, Jazza, please, let's drop the paranoia angle here, please. Let's destroy them with the obvious evidence.
Right.
So you guys have looked at the LIGO drawings then?
Oh, they won't understand that.
Lego drawings?
Yes, the as-built drawings.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You got some Lego pieces?
I said LIGO. And you know I said that, Gio, so why are you being a jackass?
Hang on. Tell me about the LIGO drawings. How does that work?
The LIGO movie.
The LIGO as-built drawings.
Everything is awesome.
Good one.
And those... No,
Can you post them, and what do they show? Gravity?
No. They show that the Earth is curved at the rate equivalent to what they say the radius is. Because the LIGO arms are straight. They're as-built drawings. Do you know what as-built drawings are?
Oh my god!
How did they draw those?
They show the measurements that the surveyors took.
So can you show us gravity?
Wait, hang on.
When the fuck did I mention gravity?
Is this the 4
Can
mile?
you open your ears or shut your mouth, one or the other?
Hang on. Is this a 4 mile structure that's supposed to be curving around the globe? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's the opposite of that. It's not curving with the globe. It's staying level. Or sorry, it's not level. It's straight. The arms are straight. Yes, because they
hang on.
So because
the arms, the floor of the arms are all straight, and because it's on a flat because it's on a spherical Earth, what happens?
It appears to increase in elevation.
Like at the edges, right?
Well, it does. It does increase in elevation.
Like at the edges, though, right?
The entire way, but yes.
So there's one thing I think you missed. Even if it was straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't rectify that. It seems to be upturned at the edges, because we don't know that the Earth itself is completely straight or sphere, do we? In that area, in that particular area.
Oh, yes, you're right. In those two areas, it shows curvature. So if you think only those two areas are curved, then that's fine. Is that what you believe?
I'm just saying, the structure is supposedly straight. I'll give you that. Okay, And does it lift up the ground 4 feet on one side? Is that what happens? How do we know that it's not conforming to the sphere?
Because of the as-built drawings.
But does the ground lift up 4 feet at the edge, at the end of it? How do we know this?
No, the ground goes down 4 feet.
Right. So the structure lifts up off the ground by 4 feet.
Sure, if you want to say it that way, yes.
Right. So once again, we don't know that the Earth in that area is correct to the globe, for example, which is what you're indicating, that it's correct to the globe. We don't know that.
It's measured to sea level, mean sea level.
Right. So you measure the Earth to sea level, and it's a perfect sphere in that area.
No.
What you're saying?
No.
It's perfectly spherish in that area, which should report to the globe, and therefore the edges of the building will rise up.
It's roughly spherical, yes, in those two areas, measured to mean sea level. And when you extrapolate mean sea level around the Earth, it's a geoid. So
Isn't sea level a flat measurement?
No, it's a geoid.
Tell me how sea level gives you a spherical measurement.
It's a geoid, not a spherical measurement. It's a geoid.
You mean like the Earth? Like the Earth sphere?
It's just Earth.
Pardon?
You mean like the Earth sphere? A geoid like the Earth sphere? Like that?
It's roughly spherical.
Roughly.
Yes.
You mean like the perfect spheres that NASA sends us since the 70s, which are perfectly spherical to the pixel? Like that?
No. Those are roughly spherical too. Did you measure all of those?
So, see, this is why I bring it up, because you're indicating that the difference between a geoid and a perfect sphere is noticeable. In a 4 mile structure. That's what you just said.
I did not say it's noticeable.
Okay, so we can just say it's a sphere.
It's roughly spherical, yes.
It's a sphere. It's more a sphere than a square or a triangle.
Yes, but don't say perfectly spherical. That's what I have a problem with.
It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be a sphere. And this is why I brought that up, because if you're educated, you have to believe that the Earth we live on is a sphere, is also oblate geoid, and also pear-shaped all together at once. And this is causing confusion. And then you guys bring it up in debates, and you think you have a point.
Who brought up the word pear-shaped?
I did.
Before you. It wasn't Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was a person interviewing Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he agreed and laughed.
It's a sphere. That's my point.
Yeah, it's
the difference between a sphere and a geoid. You can't tell that in 4 miles in our observation.
All the pictures.
You can't tell the difference between flat and a spheroid
and a paroid
in 4 miles.
So we can say
what is a paroid? What is a paroid?
Paroid is hilarious. That term. Who came up with
paranoid? I don't know. That some idiot on this.
You live on a paroid.
A paranoid android paroid.
You're annoyed by our pair.
Let's get back to my point, and we can wrap up. Can you show us how? I think you claimed or explained that sea level dictates a sphere or a geoid. How does that work?
It's measured, and when it's
okay, we're you're robotic, but maybe you can fix that. But we're intelligent, so just show us maybe by a drawing or in the text chat how sea level indicates or comports to a geoid. Can you show us that?
Do you know? Can you Google? I'm driving, so I can't.
Oh, damn it!
But I can tell you to Google WGS. So that's what? Whiskey Golf Sierra 84. And look into that, and you'll see that it's a geoid.
I was just hoping you can explain to us like layman's terms.
Yes. What layman term? What word don't you understand? And then I'll explain it.
Like a couple of words and a couple of letters. Proves globe. Is that what you're saying?
Well, tell us what the WGS is.
You said LIGO drawings proved it too.
Yeah.
Well, then he doing sea level, and I try to connect sea level to sphere, and that's where we got the WGS. Tell me about the WGS.
What's lost?
You're real, buddy. Yeah. Of all this talk we've had over the years, am I coming through?
Yeah.
Okay, want to know about?
I would think that we can. I think that we can do we should be able to do sea level without having to be a specialized surveyor. I think. And I don't think
A biased surveyor.
Specialized. Without being
surveyors are not biased.
Specialized.
No.
It didn't say biased. It says specialized.
You have to learn how to survey before you know how to survey.
I don't think any surveyor anywhere measures curve. They measure flat planes, and that's their job.
Except for the surveyors who measured LIGO. Why did they measure curve? Why did the surveyors who measured mean sea level?
I'm making a point. I'm making a point. Surveyor's job is not to measure the curvature of the Earth. This is the point. That's not their job. Their job is measure flat planes and then make sure they're flat and make measurements from flat.
No, that is not their job.
Their job is not to measure the curvature of the Earth, of a sphere, over distance. That's not their job. That's surveyor's job.
Goddard. It's Goddard, right?
Yes.
A surveyor's job is to do whatever they're paid for.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Okay, so
that makes more sense.
To determine.
The payer determines what the result's going to be. And that's a problem with science. That's a big problem with science. When money gets into when they're funded, they get the results that the people that give them money want. You made another point I was going to probably make later, but okay, go ahead.
Godric,
That's what I did.
Sorry, Chuck.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to sound a little paranoid, maybe, given the context of the previous conversation. But like, it's possible that Chuck is timing his morning rides conversation to all the dead spots so that he doesn't have to answer anything particularly. That might sound paranoid. Maybe I am.
That was me paranoid.
I need a mulligan on that one.
Or is there a way to fake robot it, like in the movies when the woman calls her husband and then the woman's like, "Hey, get this and get that," and the husband's like, "I can hear you, I can hear you," like that.
Hey, you're cutting out. You're cutting out.
Godric and PMAC, just very quickly before I go.
Hello.
Am I back?
Are you paranoid?
Yeah, you're back, Chucky. I was just going to say, because you guys have your Flat Earth conferences and that, I would donate many thousands of dollars for you guys to have your next Flat Earth conference right outside JPL.
Fucking thank you very much, bro. Thank you. The board. Yeah. And
because we'll get some pushback there. Is that why?
I know. I think it'd be great. Set up some marquees. I'm going to get into the straitjacket business just before you do that. So let me know if you are going
to
invest in straitjackets. That's good. More ad-homs, but it's funny. It's all let that one go.
I think they just use tasers now.
Thousands,
dude. Dude, are you serious?
I'm completely serious.
I'm going to hold you.
I'll fly you over to JPL to go to that protest.
I'll give you my fucking bank account number.
So, back in the 80s and 90s, when you guys passed by a guy talking about the end of the Earth on a street corner, did you think that guy's got some pretty good points? Or that guy's off his rocker?
Yeah,
what did you guys think?
I thought it was close to But when I see
wonder
the
if those guys are paid shields.
I'm pretty sure it's fucking in the end. Like, have you seen?
I can't understand your English.
Have you seen? I may speak a wee bit Irish. Have you seen the world today?
Have I seen what today?
The world.
The world?
Okay.
Is that
Jazza? I have a question for Jazza. Okay, look. When I was in second grade, my teacher told me, "Hey kids, thank God for gravity, because without gravity, we'd go floating off into space." Now, I believed her, but she said that with no proof. So my question is, where do things go floating off into space? How did she know that would happen?
Well, it's wrong because we wouldn't exist.
Well,
No, this is Jazza.
Things
see if we
go
can try to
floating
answer
off
that.
into space when you get high enough and fast enough to fall around it to miss. You're always falling towards the Earth. That's what's
No. No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hang on. Was she wrong, Jazza?
No,
Floating off into space does not mean falling, right? It means floating up into space. Is that a wrong statement?
No. In reality, if the Earth stopped spinning just right now, we'd all be dead before we could float off.
Yeah, the spinning has nothing to do with gravity, though.
That was incorrect. What you taught us in second grade.
Completely incorrect.
No.
Jazza. Wrong.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Explain how it's correct. That way we go floating up. When does that ever happen?
We wouldn't fly. Well, no, I guess he's right. The centrifugal motion of the Earth would throw us off into space. That's correct.
Yeah.
But we'd suffocate before we went into space.
Yeah, that's what I said. Would be dead before we floated off.
Does that happen anywhere? How do we know that?
Well, we find it in nature all the time. You know, atmospheric balls spin against a fucking a vacuum, and if it stops spinning, we'd all be dead.
That was the Jazza. I want Jazza to think.
I'm sorry. It's bullshit.
I've had a few drinks, honestly, and really I don't know how do we find that in nature.
Well, astronomers have found it.
Yeah, and that's how they determined that that's what would happen if that occurred.
He's had a few drinks. He made a concession. I accept that. I don't know where that would happen now. Who's the other guy? I'm not looking at the names. Who's the other guy?
Brad.
Right, I'm going to pass it to you, Brad. Okay, now tell me about astronomers, how they know that stuff will go float up into space.
Well, that would be because of the centrifugal force.
Right, Brad.
Right. So we know that the spin of the Earth provides a centrifugal force that lowers our perceived weight at the equator. Well, as you get closer to the equator, I should say. Right. So that if the Earth were still spinning and gravity turned off right now, that would fling us off into space unless you're at the poles. But the atmosphere would be diffuse a lot quicker than that.
It's like listening to somebody who believes the wish of the water break. I mean, you're talking absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
But because of the angular...
You cannot have a fucking... Listen. You cannot have a fucking vacuum next to an atmosphere without a solar
Which we don't. So that's fine.
No, we do. Can I explain it to you, PMAC, real quick?
Right, okay, go ahead.
Because I've got to go because you guys are making me want to fucking hang myself.
No, sorry, I already hang myself.
Does 6 go next to 7?
Hey, Jazza, listen, Jazza, don't hang yourself.
I'm not going to do that. It's just
it's not funny, bro.
So
that's kind of
And speaking of hanging yourself, let me ask you this: What if?
Let me ask you another question before you answer my first one.
What if Epstein's Island is beyond the southern ring? Is that a possibility?
Holy fuck!
That's why nobody was persecuted. Was prosecuted.
Oh my god!
Say that again.
Just bring up some bullshit. He's bringing up some irrelevant bullshit.
Well, yeah. You see, you and Jazz, all you've done for the last half hour is
Okay.
absolute bullshit.
No. Okay. So I'll answer your question, PMAC, because Jazz is enjoying his whiskey.
All right.
It does six goes next to 7. So our atmosphere is not next to the vacuum. Right?
Wow.
A very light atmosphere is next to a lighter atmosphere is next to an even lighter atmosphere.
Brad, can you and make a model of this thing you're talking about that happens in real life?
Yeah, what kind of model would you like? A number line?
Anyone?
Yes.
Has anybody ever made one of those models you're talking about in real life?
Made one. With
anyone?
Sure.
No,
yes.
no, the one.
Yes, when they modeled the atmospheric pressure.
What?
When they modeled the different layers of the atmosphere, that's a model of what I'm talking about.
You're saying that different layers of atmospheric pressure
Yes.
Negates a vacuum.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, what?
The atmosphere gets less and less dense the farther away from the center of Earth you go.
It no longer becomes so you in the vacuum of space. So what are you talking about?
The space is not a perfect vacuum. It's a very, very
not just like
diffuse
or right?
Yeah, which is not 0.
No, it's definitely not 0. So you're telling me that I can.
Sorry, what did you say? What did you say it was again?
Minus 14.
What? Minus 14 what?
Toria bar start.
What? How many Tor is it?
9.
9 Tor. Does somebody want to help him out?
No.
What is this? What is the scientific notation for the amount of Tor that space is?
They say 10 to the negative 17.
No, they don't say 10 to the negative 17.
Yes, they do.
No, they say 1 times 10 to the negative 17. Flat earthers say 10 to the negative 17 because they don't know what scientific notation is.
Yeah.
You learn that in high school.
Right. So you're telling me that
I'm telling you that you don't know what scientific notation is. Why not?
Well, I guess as much.
Well,
you
I don't
guess
know.
that you don't know scientific notation.
I mean, for one person to intellectually browbeat another person, I mean, you were saying centrifugal, which isn't a word. So go ahead.
I said centripetal, didn't I?
You said centrifugal.
Yeah, that's a word.
That's not it.
CENTIRFUGAL.
With a G, it is. Yeah, you said with C.
Sorry.
Really? We're not fucking English teachers here at the moment, big fella.
Can you?
How do you pronounce centrifugal?
Centrifugal is what you just said.
How do you say the word? Centrifugal? Do you call it centrifugal?
Centripetal or centrifugal?
Okay, I say centrifugal.
Same thing.
Okay, I thought you said it with a cal at the end. Some people say that. Xanax says it sometimes too. It's just I don't think it's accurate. Or give me a ruling on it because like I'm looking it up and it's not coming up. And actually, there's a whole article that it does not actually a word.
Maybe
I call it centrifugal force and centripetal acceleration. So
centrifugal is not a thing.
Centrifugal.
Centrifugal is what you should.
Have the King's English.
Regardless, there is a force that would throw us off at a tangent. No? Are you disagreeing that it would throw us off at a tangent?
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly why I said, Brad, if the angular momentum of the Earth just stopped spinning, the angular momentum would get slammed against buildings before we got
right. So what set the world in motion?
The motion of the atoms when they coalesce.
And what energy has not ceased and is still fucking doing the same thing?
What energy?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you. What
energy Did what?
Set the world in motion.
Whatever energy was at the Big Bang. What was that?
The Big
Because
Bang.
it'd be kinetic energy.
Don't you think it was slowed down?
Why would it
I
slow
would
down?
sort of speed up,
Oh,
if anything.
What's stopping it? What force is causing it to slow down? Sorry, did I cut out?
Because every object during the Big Bang had a different velocity and different vector, which would initiate a rotation. And then mass would attract to mass, coalesce. So they wouldn't just all be like a fucking magnet going to it.
Yeah, so PMAC is going to tell us what force is going to slow it down.
Oh yeah, this is going to be good.
Are you there, PMAC? Earth to PMAC?
Yeah,
There you go.
of course it wouldn't be like a magnet, Jazza. Why would you say it'd be like a magnet?
Well, that's
No,
just
we're
what
waiting for
PMAC
PMAC's answer.
kind of implying. So we're just
Oh, you don't want to defend your boys, Ronnie's.
No, we're waiting for PMAC's answer.
I got you. Okay.
go ahead, PMAC.
Are you back, PMAC?
Hey, hello, how you doing?
Yeah, what's the answer?
Sorry, what was the question?
What force would be causing it to slow down?
Well, what force put it in motion in the first place?
Kinetic.
Right.
Okay.
Hang on. Kinetic what?
Well, the expansion from the Big Bang. So now we're at that that stage where everything is accelerating outwards. Now, what's going to slow it down?
Right. So let's go back to the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Can we? Do you mind?
Sure. I don't know about what started the Big Bang, so we can't go back that far.
Nobody knows, right? Sure.
It has to hurry up because I'm my girlfriend a Big Bang.
Right, we
so
don't know.
Fuck up.
Okay, Jazz. Do me a favor. Fuck off. So you're telling me you hang on a minute. You're telling me that the entire universe that we can't even fucking measure by light or all kinds of distances and things started with something smaller than your fucking penis.
It's not just me telling you that.
No.
It's people who've studied it for decades.
Sorry. If two people tell me that, I'm going to believe it. If two people tell me that, I'm definitely going to believe it. Eh?
Okay, well, there you go. There's two people.
Jazz, do me a favor. Fuck off.
Am I the first person who's told you that?
Well, I would be lying if I said that. But no, I'd be lying, Brad, if I said that I never heard this before. So
sorry, I can't make out I thought you were Scottish, but Irish. You would be lying if you said you weren't told that before. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So
okay. So I'm not the first person to tell you, and you said you would believe it if two people told it to you. So were you lying?
When I said that, I had my tongue in my mouth. I said, being a wee bit sarcastic.
Okay, got it. Okay. So why did you ask a question that you don't care about the answer?
Yeah, that. Well, I suppose the reason why I'm asking it is because I don't understand how you fellas, you Brad, Jazz, right, believe the shit.
Because I need people to believe me in what I'm an expert in. I will also give others the benefit of the doubt that what they talk about in their field of expertise is correct. So I don't question what the engineers do.
Can I just say, just to start off with, I have no field of expertise in anything, but the Big Bang Theory is the
I doubt that.
Stupidest, dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
Okay, do the scientists, the physicists that study this, do they have expertise in physics?
Well, yeah, you know the one thing I'm going to believe in is a scientist telling me how everything. Oh, definitely, yeah.
But they don't say definitely.
I figured out all by myself that the world is not a globe.
But you're not an expert.
No, but I'm not an expert, right? All by myself, right? Now you give me one, or two, or three explanations why the Earth's not a globe.
Again, the geodetic surveyors all agree. The pilots all confirm it.
Yes.
And as does, let's say, international shipping.
No, I'm listening. So water,
millions of
so international shipping.
Yes.
Okay.
See, the funny thing
We can say cartographers.
No, hang on.
Too.
Water, the biggest, bigger. Well, motion. Yes. So the Suez Canal, the Panama Canal.
No. Just very quickly, PMAC, forget the canals. The Indian Ocean is the biggest ocean, and ships going from Australia to Africa follow
are
a
doing
upside
down.
just the same as airplanes.
Upside down.
Upside down. Right circle.
So at what point, you know when they go Indian Ocean? Let me finish. So a ship going from the Indian Ocean into the Atlantic, at what point do they turn the right way up or the opposite? Which point?
They're always the same way.
They're never not right up, I hope. Yeah.
What?
Mr. Speak and Spell over here.
Hello?
And then it's
Brad, you're rude a little bit.
They never right up unless you're watching the Poseidon Adventure, and then it's not right side up at New Year's Eve.
I love that film. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was.
Did you watch the Poseidon?
Yeah. Bro, I was
captivated. That's
oh, sorry. So right. So it's like the Poseidon Adventure, is what you tell me.
See, PMAC, your
no, guys. The ships go from the upside down to the inside out to the other way around.
Same way up.
Are you listening to me? At what point does a ship go from the right way up to the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, but it's still saying the same way up?
It's the same way up. If you
they're right side up the entire time,
dumbass. I like that.
Yes.
If you put
it is a dumbass question because you've been told it thousands of times.
Well, you have to picture it in the globe.
And you learned it at
Yeah,
school.
you do. And you have to understand what up and down means.
You'd be subordinate to Chucky. That's the idea.
They got the globe Earth.
You can ask a 2-year-old what up is, and they know what it is.
I'm sorry. At what point does a ship go from upside down to right side up?
It never is upside down unless they built it that way.
Forever.
Okay,
unless it capsizes. But that could be
could
be in outside off the coast of California. It could be off the coast of Perth, Australia.
Let's be clear. If you have a beach ball, that's the model of the Earth. On top of the North Pole, you have a little Lego, which signifies a boat. At the bottom of the South Pole, you have a Lego, which signifies a boat. Those are upside down from each other, right?
No.
Antipolar.
No. Up and down are not relative to opposite sides of the Earth. They're relative to the person making a piece of Lego.
Imagination, bro.
No, in reality.
They're upside down.
Do I tell you what down is, or do you tell you what down is?
The North Pole, the boat on the North Pole is opposite the boat on the South Pole. That's all he's saying. So they're upside down.
Well, that's different than saying upside down too. Yes, they're opposite sides of the Earth.
At what point do they switch?
Never.
Okay, so PMAC and Godric, if you were in the southern hemisphere around the ring of the flat Earth, but you were assuming it was a globe, would you be upside down, or would your fellow comrades in the northern
You'd be
hemisphere.
right side up, flat, but even on a globe, you'd be right side up relative to your area.
Holy fuck knuckles!
He's right.
Yeah, no, I was just that fucking bewildered that I didn't even listen to what was said because it's so fucked up.
No, yeah, she said to you, you're always right side up, which is correct, unless you're upside down. But yes, you're always right side up. Goddard, you got it. Congratulations. Mark it on the calendar as the day before you forgot it.
Yeah.
I get a star.
And put the time down too. So in a minute.
Back in the first grade, the teacher would give us stars if we got it right. He wouldn't give us a star if we got it wrong.
Oh no, I give you a star for getting it right today. You'll get it wrong again tomorrow. And maybe you'll get it right again tomorrow.
I'll give you a gold star too if you remember it in 2 days.
I'll take a gold star. Thank you.
Let's see.
Send us your address. Got some at work.
I'm going to remember that. Marked it on my whiteboard.
So here's a further question: if they are opposite, the north and south, as far as the boats, how about planes? Planes fly, let's say, from the North Pole toward the South Pole around the globe, supposed globe. Do they have to? Do they have to bend around the curve?
See, Godric.
Do they just fly straight?
They do because of gravity.
Godric,
right.
Just very.
So gravity gets them around the sphere.
Yes.
Gravity gets them right around the sphere.
Yes, gravity is like the string when a hammer thrower swings a hammer around. The string is what keeps the hammer in circular motion, right?
Yep.
So that tension keeps it accelerating towards the center. Gravity is what keeps the plane accelerating towards the center, which makes it naturally follow the curvature of Earth.
I think gravity would pull the plane down equally. Correct.
That is correct. Yes.
So that by itself won't get around the sphere. You have to reorientate your plane to bend that plane around the sphere.
Again, spinning the hammer, the string keeps it in circular motion. You need an acceleration towards the center, right? You learned this in physics in high school, right, Godra?
So Godric, the very easy way to think about it, Godric, is that the vector of weight on the airplane, which is always opposite its lift, if it's got lift generated, it's always going to be towards the center of the Earth. Weight is always pointed towards the center of the Earth.
Yeah, that's one of the 4 fundamental forces acting upon that plane in the free body diagram. Weight versus lift, as he said, and thrust versus drag.
Right, so going from north towards south, does that plane reorient?
And you're not flying...
turning around here.
Yes, because the vector of gravity is reorienting.
And you're not flying at a...
Or wait,
I'm sorry. Can you prove gravity?
You're not...
No, we can demonstrate it.
Above the ground, you're flying in the pressure gradient. Any day, you could be 200-300 feet higher or lower. You're flying within the pressure gradient that gives you your altitude. That's why every couple hundred miles that you're at different airports, you change.
Do you know that I can make another force? It's called a downward vector. D equals minus V plus 2, and that would mean the same thing.
Force vector.
Yeah, D equals negative V what?
Negative V minus 2 plus 3 equals same thing.
And what is that vector? What is that V? What is V? V is velocity or volume?
I don't think that he's being serious, and God help him if V means vector, or sorry, velocity.
No, he's not being serious, but he's ignorant.
Ignorant of what?
All of this. You admitted so.
I'm ignorant of a force you can't prove.
No, nobody said we can prove gravity. We can provide evidence for it. Strong evidence.
No, but you still can't prove gravity.
Can't prove anything in science. You can prove the shape of the Earth using mathematics.
PMAC. Just
Oh my God! Here we go. Shape of the Earth. Go ahead. Yes.
No. PMAC. Just real quick. Are you anywhere near Biggin Hill in the UK?
About 256 miles. Yeah. Close.
Okay. Well, there's a massive basin off the coast of Biggin Hill Airport during World War II. If they got low fog, they used to descend into this basin that was big enough for them to circle around in, because cloud can't form below sea level. The bottom of that basin is 200 or 300 feet below sea level, so you could go there.
Biggin Hill, yeah.
With a barometer into this basin and see if the atmospheric pressure is heavier than it is at sea level.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Sorry, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Basins and Biggin Hill was where the hurricanes left off from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your point?
Weren't you just saying? Oh no, fuck it.
I didn't say anything. You asked me.
No, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Or you could have the next International Flat Earth meetup there.
Or you could globe Earth, and then you like pretend that there is a globe. You could do the same thing, but
You don't have to pretend, big dog. There's plenty of photos and shit.
Oh, sorry. What? What'd you say? You've got a what? As proof? What'd you say?
I'll just say it again. Don't have to pretend, big dog.
Photos. You've got a photo?
Shit tons.
My God. Anyway, V stands for fuck you. No, sorry, I'm just kidding. Victor. It's absolutely ridiculous what you people believe in. Absolutely ridiculous. And you will live to your dying day defending it. And use mass and grab and all kinds of nonsense that doesn't make sense.
PMAC, have you been drinking?
Oh, PMAX performing the cognac experiment.
If you're wasted, bro, we can just move on to the next point.
Let's go. Let's get in the box.
You got like no points for cognac experiment.
I was just trying to figure out what he was talking about.
Anybody else? So listen, was Epstein Island a real thing, or was that just fakery news? And did he really kill himself?
You went there. You seriously went there.
Is that not allowed in?
I like the server. Everything's allowed.
The story I heard is that there were I don't know, services delivered to Epstein's Island by two elite individuals that were, as far as I know, never prosecuted.
Yeah, makes sense.
And that because of that, he hung himself. Who you got? Did you guys hear the guy that came on and talked about missing people? Like 1,500 people went missing by very mysterious circumstances. Did you hear about that? The guy did a little presentation on it. I forget the guy that wrote the book. His name. People missing from national parks, random places. Yeah, catch that. It was like, I don't know, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago.
Yeah, I heard somebody talk about it earlier. Yeah, it's a possibility. Disappeared without trace. National parks. Apparently, some guy said that there was 15 people, and there was 14 just disappear. I tell you what, anything in this life is possible, huh?
Yo, who out there? Are you all sitting in here muted? Fucking weird. Yo, JJ, unmute yourself.
What up?
What's up, guys?
Guy. No, I'm just joking. How are you doing, man?
Good, chilling.
Nice.
What's up? Says Jeremy. Well, the border will tell you there's nothing up. There's nothing down. There's nothing as you would have thought it would be on a ball, isn't it? Everything that you experience in reality is not equatable to all of the different component aspects of spinning ball Earth theory. So what's up? Fuck knows. Fuck knows. Something is up anyway.
Yeah. What's up, Pete?
Hello, bud. You'd wonder what I was listening to R.C. Meister there just earlier on. You wonder what motivates the same people to come in and give the same sort of canned responses and objections. Yeah, have we go.
Can't.
Hang on, that might be me feeding back. Sorry about that.
You okay?
I was interrupting myself, thinking it was someone else. So that's how polite I am. I held back from myself talking.
Did you know
sorry, I just said.
It's over city Irishman.
Did you know that? Did you know that human beings equalize gas pressure every day?
Okay. I didn't hear what it said there.
That's clear Odysee. He sounds like
Yeah.
Oh, what do you call him? No, sorry, just ignore me. Play on the seal sounds like Danish, Denmarkish.
Like German.
Yeah. No, actually, no. You sound like a Northern European. You're definitely from you, Clay.
Mm.
Yeah, you're from Denmark or Sweden, or Norway. One of the three.
From Germany, close to the border.
No way.
Yes.
Northern Germany.
Southern Germany.
German.
Couldn't have been more wrong, Paul. Unlucky.
Damn. No, I enjoy listening to people's accents and try to figure out where they're from. Right? It's a hobby of mine.
Well, oh yeah, okay.
You are from Ireland, right?
How did you guess that? You fucking! I told you that earlier, right?
No, I can hear that.
Hey Clay, say hello to Liam Neeson, Clay. Clay Underseal, Liam Neeson.
I will find you.
P-Mac and Pete, you guys have different accents because you're from different areas.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like the yeah. Yeah.
What's your regional area?
I'm north. Pete is. Let me think. Pete is more. We're close.
We're all era. We're all era together.
We're close, Pete. You're more middle Ireland.
But you're not using the R like some Irish people do. You're not using that rolling R so much.
Hey Clay, that's very interesting, and your volume's a bit low, Clay. So if you just wouldn't mind fixing that, but that's very interesting. That's why I'm very reluctant to call it Ireland. Second, Paul.
There you
I'm
go.
reluctant to call it Ireland.
Can we stop fighting? Can we start a debate, please?
So I was talking here, and about 3 people interrupted me. So Clay, it's interesting.
Yeah, Pete, can you
I'm
start an
reluctant to
argument,
talk it. I'm talking, man.
Hey, shut up, fucking Pete Starter, bro.
So I was just going to say briefly, that's why I'm reluctant to call it Ireland, Clay, because of course we have the north-south divide, and ire is sort of a pent-up anger or aggression or something like that, so I don't like that. So
Like
actually, the King of Era,
argument.
the King of Era, EIRE, E father IRE, Era is the whole land. It's the whole island. That's what I'd like to say.
Caledonia.
Yeah. Let's start an argument, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but listen to the baller coming in. Listen to the provoker coming in, over talking and looking to get back to.
Oi, bruv, let's have an argument, eh?
One chance about Ireland.
What are we here for? If we can't start an argument.
He wants to have war. Sorry, mate.
Better crack.
I will not fight with other flat earthers.
Oh yeah.
What?
I'll fight with you. I'll fight you. I'll fight you.
Come over, bro. Swim over. Must be a long way.
Isn't it funny how humans, right? No matter what their colloquialism, they always fight with each other.
I mean, sometimes you can have a friendly fight just as fun, for fun.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I mean, serious fights are kind of unnecessary, especially when you hurt each other.
Men are built to fight. If you don't fight, you can't call yourself a man. So what are we arguing about today?
Well,
I heard they did a survey and actually did a pretty extensive study and found out that globe earthers have smaller penises than flat earthers.
That's crazy. I did the same survey, and it turns out all male flat earthers pee sitting down. Crazy, isn't it?
All globers pee sitting down? That makes sense.
No, all male flat earthers pee sitting down.
Purpose, because I think doing that while standing at home is very disgusting.
That's absolutely.
That makes sense. When you realize the truth, you kind of sit down sometimes,
Except that the Australians pee in a handstand.
Yeah.
How can you say something like that?
They just use their pants.
Yeah, but Dave, there's no way flat earthers have bigger penises than some. No way.
You're just one big penis, man.
It's possible, bro.
The dick earthers have the biggest.
Hey. Does anybody want to say something against my friend called the biggest dickus?
Yo, Dave, start an argument, man. Come on.
Do you find it
just
funny?
talking about Dick Earth? I posted the trajectory. I posted the trajectory of the Apollo missions in the chat there, just reorientated slightly. But obviously, it looks like something very particular. And right at the very center of the top there, the head, you might almost call it, it's a white spot over. It's over the north center. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? For a little clue for us.
Sorry, what's the 2 balls at the bottom?
That's the trajectory of the. That's the moon. So it takes slingshots around the moon. Around.
Man, that's just a coincidence. You must be a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, sure. Yes, it is, isn't it? That's what chirality will say here. But interesting that if we equate it to the penis,
What do
if we
you
equate
mean?
it,
I'm a bigger conspiracy theorist than you are, Pete. It's just I'm
you're not.
rational
You're
about
not
it.
saying
Fuck up here.
Yes, I am. Yes, I
Yeah,
am. It's just I don't go down every single stupid rabbit hole. You know, I follow legitimate conspiracies, not the silly ones you guys follow.
No one's
What is a
interested, man.
legitimate conspiracy? Come
No
on.
one's interested in liars.
Conspiracy with substance.
9/11. What do you think of 9/11?
Is still alive and he's someone else is not a
Yeah,
So
what do
you're a
you
New
think about
Yorker.
9/11?
You're a New Yorker. What do you think of 9/11 conspiracy? What is legitimate 9/11
What
conspiracy?
do I think of 9/11? I think we weren't told the true story of 9/11, but I'm not going to sit here and say people didn't die and it never happened. Like that's just silly. But
No
I
one
definitely
says
believe
that.
we weren't told.
If someone says that, he's pretty stupid because no one says that.
Yeah, no, nobody says that, bro.
I say that.
That actually
I say
says
that.
he says it.
I say that, bro.
He's right there. Yeah.
I say that. I say 9/11 was a symbolic.
Nobody would
media
say it. That's what you're saying.
Okay, but Hoi Polloi also says that it's Truth Forum, Let's Roll forums, Fakeologist, IPS, lots of other people, Brian Staveley, lots of other people have come to these realizations, but yet there is still this great resistance, especially amongst flat earthers, to come to the greater depths of 9/11, which is the symbolic tale that's told.
I know
Not
it's
the literal
symbology,
tale.
but I also think that people died.
It's fair enough, but you.
Yeah. I believe people died as well, but Pete
People
believes
must
not
be
a
dying,
single
otherwise
person.
it wouldn't be that
So-
tragic, you know.
There were no buildings.
So 1 second, please. So, Chirality, you put effort into genuine conspiracies which are worth following up. When I ask you about 9/11, you give a vague. I believe we're not telling the whole truth, but that's it. Then that's it. So, how far have you come? Who have you investigated the most? What's the end of the rabbit way? Considering you're in New York and you're a
And the
patriotic
buildings-
American, can I finish my statement before you token? So, where did your research take you then? To what extent? What?
I'm still looking into it, Pete. I
One more
haven't
thing.
received.
There
I
you
haven't.
go. There you go.
The
I haven't reached
buildings
the
are
conclusion.
real. The buildings
go.
were real, by the way. My father, back in the days, he was on. They had a meeting with the company he worked for, in the meeting rooms, very high on top of one of the twin towers. So they are definitely real. I can.
No, okay, Clay, stop that
100%
talk
say
now. I'm
that.
not talking about that. I'm asking Chirality, what depth of research has he put into 9/11 conspiracy, the parts that he deemed reasonable to follow, to pursue? And that's what I'm asking. Simple question. 21 years later, from a New Yorker, an American man, patriot, I just want to know the depths of your research to laugh and scoff at my thoughts. I'm done now. I'm done.
Pete, I don't think he's checked out Clues Forum.
I've gone pretty far with my research, Pete. I just haven't reached a conclusion. I don't know who done it and why they did it. I just know that clearly what we were told on the news isn't true, and I've done enough research to satisfy myself with that.
And where does that leave you? Where does that leave you then? Where does that leave you?
It leaves me still trying to figure out who did it and why they did it.
20 years. Are you going to try to get it figured out before you're 60 or something like that?
I don't know. I might not, Pete. I might never figure out who did it and why they did it.
Okay.
But I will never reach the conclusion that it never happened and nobody died.
See, once again, this is mockery, and people like you shouldn't be allowed here, man.
No.
Once again, I never said that it never
genuine.
happened. There was 88 drills and exercises going on the same day of 9/11, which Paul, do you mind shutting up, please? Yeah, there was 88 drills and Paul. Yeah, let me. Okay. 88 drills and exercises going on the same day as 9/11, incorporating the same events for the most part that later transpired to happen. It was a planned affair. It's not that the buildings never came down. It's not that the story was never delivered. But yes, that it happened in a different manner than what was presented is absolutely certain. Now, is it all fake? Of course buildings came down. Of course there was demolitions. Buildings were there one day and they weren't there the next. But exactly how they came down, how many people were involved, how many people were killed, this has all been well researched. And the most likely conclusion is that we're dealing with the media and a victim symbolic hoax affair with no deaths and everything going off according to plan.
That's right. No. 3,000 people died that day. I mean, if
Are you from Britain?
There you go. That's why flat earthers are more dangerous than ball earthers.
Jesus Dodo, are you from Britain?
Britain. No, he's from Ireland.
Britain.
Ireland.
Oh, he's also from Ireland.
Yeah, he's my fellow compatriot.
I'm of Ireland. Come dance with me in Ireland.
Do you think Ireland is cursed? Or let's say both of the islands. Like I've heard there's a lot of witchcraft in Ireland.
Do I think Ireland is cursed? I think possibly, but also at the same time, I think maybe the Irish people are blessed.
To be so cursed,
double-edged sword.
Like from what I've heard, there is a lot of witchcraft going on these both islands. It's the very reason why the Rothschilds have their dominion, their resting place there.
Yeah. Ireland's the Emerald Isle. Emerald Isle. There's something special about Ireland, but I don't know. I didn't know that the Rothschild had a resting place in Ireland.
I mean, you also have the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, right?
Oh, yeah, I live I live down the road from the biggest Freemason lodge in Munster, here in Limerick.
Man, that ground must be cursed.
Well, do you believe in God? I don't. Why God hasn't cursed me? Maybe man has cursed me, but God hasn't. I don't feel anyway.
Oh, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that, that I think there's a lot of bad people in your country trying not to make the country better.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. They're part of the greater Europe, the greater EU, the greater NWO in a sense. Yeah. Now we have two husbands up. We have two gay fellas up in the leadership arena. So that's Ireland are sort of guinea pigs in a sense. Walkovers. To try out all these things. We were the first in Europe to have lots of things, but one of them was the cigarettes, no smoking in public, in closed areas, public enclosed areas. Yeah, we're sort of the test center because we're either too drained, just historically, or we're just too lackadaisical. We're too lackadaisical. Everything goes.
I'm actually ashamed to be Irish. The most rebellious people on the planet, apart from the French, and they just accept all these EU rules and euros and what?
It's just like anywhere else. It's the vast majority accept all these rules. There are voices which are fighting and talking out against it. My own voice as well. But what are you going to do, Paul? You're up against the sway here. What can an individual do? You know what I mean? There's a flood in play, and make your choice, I guess. To go with it or to go against it. Go against it, though. It might cost you everything.
I can't believe it, man. I mean, the Irish now turn into the most passive people in fucking Europe. They just accept everything. Like, they just accept everything now.
I should be sure, Paul, to be sure that spirit is still inside in all of us, waiting to come into awakening.
Yeah. A Turkish. We had a president, or I don't really care about politics, but a half Turkish gay boy. No, not to say that being gay is derogatory, because my daughter is gay, so you could be gay to like. But the leader of the Irish Parliament was a half Turkish gay fella. Fuck.
You got something against like gay people or trannies or something?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, like, it is wrong.
I don't know. Everyone was all up in arms. Patricia Steer was a man before or something. So a lot of people in this community do have shit against like transgender people. I was just wondering.
Well, my daughter's gay, so she was really worried about what I was going to think about it. And I didn't give a shit. I don't give a shit. But a half Turkish person in Charles Ireland, that I give a shit about. He's not even Irish, man.
A lot of haters of the LGBT community up in here.
I suppose.
I mean, remember that Patricia Steer thing, right? Their heads were all fired up about that. If she was a man or not, or whatever. Like, I don't know why that matters.
Well, that's good. Yeah, it was what do you call him? Antonio Superat. Do you remember Antonio Superat?
Yeah.
He's dead.
I know. I heard.
I know it was cancer of the throat. Kind of had a wee bit of modern day trying to get away, and he rejected that and said, "You know what? I'm going to go the fucking the natural route," and it didn't work. Antonio Super.
Kannst du bitte mal helfen, die Katze einzufangen? Boah, nee, habe ich keinen Bock drauf. Die ist eben abgehauen, weil ich mir was holen war. Ja, schön, habe ich keinen Bock drauf. Warum soll ich das jetzt schon wieder machen? Ich muss es jedes Mal machen. Weil du es besser kannst als die Mutter selber. Ich kann die
Hold on, man. Yo, you're wild.
Ja, wo ist die Katze?
Clay.
Clay.
Wie auf dem Dach von der Garage. Wie soll ich auf die Dach von der Garage kommen?
Ja, Clay.
Hold on, I got it.
Ja, genau. Kann ich gerade machen, genau. Das
It's hot schnitzeling. Talk about schnitzels.
All right.
I heard. Obviously, I was talking briefly to Babs yesterday, but I was wondering what the heck motivates people to do these sort of things. He's been in the arena for years, and okay, we're all capable of being mistook or getting things wrong. But the minute if I went back to Ball Earth, on flat Earth, I'd leave the arena because I made such a fucking idiot of myself that I believed something and then I came away from it. That I wouldn't want to go back in and debate to people who are in my one situation just to try to convert them and maybe get one or two convertees, even though the chances are so slim. I wouldn't be motivated to do that. You know what I mean? I'd probably just end up leaving the internet behind because it took up so much of my time and I was taken away from a core truth. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense unless we view it in a different way.
I hear you, Pete.
Make any sense at all. I think it's. Is anyone else feeling this all has been futile in a sense, and it continues to be futile then?
Oh yeah. I mean, what is the point, like?
Yeah, the only point I can see is making personal progress. Not about debating issues anymore. Making personal progress, working on the questions that you choose to ask oneself, or ask God, even, I guess, if you want to put it like that.
Oh, you just moved from the subjective to the objective. The whole point of it is being
that is just the idea that there's a higher power, Paul. It's not. Don't be getting knickers and twists. It's the idea that it's a higher power, and I know the word, but you know what I mean. That the higher spirit, if you want them.
Pete, I wasn't being derogatory or anything. I was just saying that I understand what you're saying.
Oh, sorry, Paul. I thought you were sort of saying that. Oh, here we go with the religious guys are going to come in next, and
No. I didn't say that, Pete. I wouldn't say that about you, man.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But you know what I mean. I think that's maybe the point here.
I forgive you.
I think that's maybe the point here, that it's not about a debate anymore. having the same arguments again. Gem Pandas, it's like just reset. It's a reset on a continuous basis, and the same questions are just rehashed again and again. I guess the benefit is for new people coming in, for the person who's trying to hone their mind and hone their sort of reasons behind the position that they take. But then beyond that, there has to be more to it. You know what I mean? And I think that's where the personal sort of picture development.
Yeah, I would definitely say if you're coming to Flat Earth, don't listen to me or Pete, because we haven't got a clue what we're talking about. You know, figure it out for yourself. Yeah, figure it out for yourself. Man.
It's just some other people talking, and that's the end. That's what it is. The end of the day.
Yeah, that's about
There's new perspective here.
We're always up for a new perspective.
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, what's up? Yesterday you sent me these 2 images. I downloaded them and I zoomed in on them, but these are low resolution images. Do you have a better quality version of these files?
You should be able to zoom in on them. They're huge.
I zoomed in on them, but I can't see anything. It's all pixelated because they're low resolution images.
He said they look better than NASA images, though.
Are you sure you downloaded them and did it right?
Yeah, I did.
That makes sense. I'm
gonna repost them in the text chat just in case anybody else might have these images in higher resolution.
No, you're okay. I got them.
There's that one. Then there's this one. These 2.
So a wall of text.
Yeah, there's a lot of text in that, and I couldn't read it because it was all pixelated.
I'm gonna download the one you just posted. That it's zoomed in so that I can zoom in on it. Okay. All right, let me repost them. They're right. That one sucks. At least the one you have there.
Both of them suck.
Weird. Let me repost them.
I can't even fucking read them. Not because I'm wrong, it's because they're fucking really the brightness is really small.
I mean, I wasn't even following your argument yesterday, and
Did Jeremy just robot to anybody else but myself?
I said I wasn't even following New Perspectives argument yesterday.
I'll walk.
Don't say it again, because I heard about you say it 10 times over and over, and that ain't even the first time I've heard it.
Yeah, don't say it again.
Why can't
don't
you
say what?
Mod fight. I love mod fights. Anyway.
Babs, if you ever make any sense of that, let me know.
Yo, how do?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna come back with an answer.
Yo, Babs.
What's
Have you
up?
ever had a flat earther tell you how volcanoes work on a flat Earth?
How what works on flat Earth?
Volcanoes and magma. Like where?
Yeah, Mark Sargent talked about that.
come from?
It's like underground machinery.
Underground machines?
Yeah. There's like underground machines that controls everything that goes on up here.
He has lava pumps of some sort.
What the fuck? That's an actual flat Earth idea?
No.
Oh yeah, I'm not kidding. It's one of his flat Earth proofs.
No, it's not. It's not. Shut up. Stop lying.
That's fucking embarrassing.
I'm not making this up.
Oh, yeah, it is embarrassing.
Yeah, let the ballers come in and make a big fucking joke about all the flat Earth.
This is the stuff flat Earthers believe? That's crazy.
Do that in the new year. Let's do that in the new year and engage dishonest fucks. Let's do that.
But I mean, Pete, why would you, as a flat earther, believe that there's underground machines that make volcanoes?
I don't believe that. Mark Sargent is an actor put in place. I don't believe that. But whatever is happening, I like the idea of a big slag pile. So the destroyed Earth. This is no first, and Flatter talked about this. So big slag piles. They knew, that when you're at sea on a ship and steam-powered sailors ships, that big piles of coal, you have to constantly water them because the pressure becomes so much at the bottom that you're always prone to big fires and massive sort of smoldering heat developing. So something along those lines, I'm happy enough to think in terms of. But what the actual explanation is. Well, anything will be better than the official explanation attaches to the fantasy ball Earth, because that can't be true. That can't be true. That has to be other things.
Somehow they've equated volcanoes and underground molten lava that spews out of the Earth to the Earth rotating in a vacuum. Somehow they've equated that. I don't know how they got there, but they enjoy it and they think that's true.
Yeah, that's much better new perspective. So I'm going to take a look at this right now, and I'm going to have an answer for you in a little bit, if you're still here.
Can't wait, guys.
I mean, it's pretty dumb.
Don't waste your time, bro. He's not going to engage with you.
Can you defend that
in good faith when it comes to those things he keeps posting?
Yeah, I know. I'm just doing this as a exercise in debating skills. I need to practice because I've been MIA for a while now, so I got to get my practice in.
I'm not the sharpest in the box, but I know that's fucking bullshit.
This is all an exercise in debating for these people. I'm sure of that. That's all it is. It's rhetorical.
What is it for you, Pete?
Yeah. It's something different.
What is it for you, Pete?
Something different. I wouldn't have you here because you've already exposed yourselves in a million ways. Any question you ask straight up, you won't answer honestly. None. And I won't
So
expect
if this was your server, you wouldn't allow me here?
No, I wouldn't.
What the fuck, man?
You just come back in. Let me answer why. You just come back in. You'll come back in next year. You'll come back in like has been done before, and you'll give the same arguments, the same objections. If there's a little club going, if you let people in like you'll destroy the club. You'll bring everything back to
what? Yeah. Hold on a second, Nate. Pete, why do you say this and then go hang out at Gems all day? That shit don't even make sense, dude.
Yeah, but I let them.
Yeah, why would we let Nate in here? Why would we let Nate the Glober in here and then you go hang out at Gems where everyone's just like him?
Ask him, Jared. Ask him.
Yeah, you're asking me a question. So I'm answering you. I don't pretend that I'm friends to any of those people. I let them all know exactly the situation.
Never said anything about friends.
What I do this for is a different matter. I always say that you never know where you're going to get your next clue by the interactions you have. You can't predict it. It's emergent. So that's my motivation here. Also, when there's a clear role being played by somebody, what are you going to do? Not point it out? Just let it continue on and repeat on a daily basis without pointing it out and acting surprised if the suggestion is brought up? Come on, man. Let's get it.
No, but I mean, Jeremy's asking.
The question is, why would you say you wouldn't let Nate here, but then you go hang out at Gems all day? That doesn't make sense.
I didn't say this is not my server. I wouldn't let people.
Yeah, you said if it was, you wouldn't let Nate.
I wouldn't let all the people in Gem Pandas hang out in Gem Panda's server.
Yeah, no, but Pete, you gotta address the question from Jeremy. You made the claim this was your server, you wouldn't let me in here. Now Jeremy's asking why make that claim or comment if you go and spend all your time in Gem Panda server.
I don't spend all my time in Gem Panda server.
Yes, you do. You always there. I see you there all the time, bro. Come on.
Excuse me, please. I don't spend all my time there, first of all, and I am there for different reasons. I'm not playing the role that you are playing here. You have a scripted response that you will deliver upon every question. I don't. At least in Gem Panda.
So do you. You give the same answers to everything.
So 1 second, please.
You always give the same answers when someone asks you, "How does this work?" Aristarchus and the dodo. And then you start your whole rhyme dissecting words. You say the same things all the time.
Listen to the scoffing and the passing of the honest baller now who's talking over somebody. I don't say the same thing all of the time. I could write 5 books and all of this sort of stuff, but if I'm asked something, I will deliver it, right? I will. And one thing is, I was banned here for about 4 days. You wouldn't unmute me for what? Because I was talking to SE Montreal. That waste of time that fella is. Anyway, I got muted. I don't get muted over in Gem Pandas. I can also talk
Yes,
about
you do. You got muted and
me.
banned in Gem Pandas for being racist towards Sean G. Like, stop lying, bro. You were just lying, Pete. You on Gem Pandas all the time. They banned you, they unbanned you, and you went right back to it. The only reason you came to this server is because you got banned from Gem Pandas.
So
you got
listen to the
banned, and then I came and I found you here.
Listen to the
Like,
passion
just
of
stop
this
lying,
honest,
man.
listen to the passion of this honest guy who hasn't the time to look into 9/11 conspiracy, what happened on his own doorstep, but he's here in Discord.
Bro, stop diverting. Stop diverting. The 9/11 conversation was 30
So 1
minutes ago.
second. So
Can
can you
we
tell me
please
what
stay
I
on
did
topic?
can you tell me what I did to be banned from Gem
Get
Pandas?
back to the
You were racist. You made a
Seem to be
racist
squeezing
comment
skills.
towards
No, wait
Sean
till I'm
G.
finished.
Everyone knows what you did.
Listen,
I'm telling
American.
you. Whoa, Pete, you asked me a question and I'm answering it. Please, let me answer the question.
Wait until I'm finished. Wait until I'm finished.
Oh, okay.
Right? Now, seem to be squashing a whole lot of things in together. Please tell the room here what was the racist comment I made towards Sean G.
I don't remember exactly what.
Shit.
I don't remember exactly what the comment was, but there was a word you used. Yeah, I'm not gonna say the word because I'll get in trouble saying it. But he said a racist word towards Sean G and Gem Pandas and got banned. And you know what he did the moment he got banned? He came straight to this server. The moment they unbanned him, he went straight back to Gems. You spend all your time.
I was a member of this server already, and Geo actually invited me back. And I don't think that was before the banning. I was unfairly banned. I was making a comment about something else in just about how to use treat
And why
the Irish.
say I'm lying about it if you're admitting now? Why say I'm lying about it?
Who is this guy? Who is this fucking guy? Oh, you can't even remember the comment. And
I know what the comment is. I just can't say it because it's not allowed.
Say the comment.
It's not allowed. I can't say it. It's not allowed.
Say it. Just say it.
Don't say it.
Don't say
it was
racist.
Say
the words you can't say, just use a blank. The words you can't say, just use a blank. Please do it.
I know I should.
I'm not going to stoop to your level, Pete. I'm not
once
racist.
again now, so let me just see what happened here. So my character was diminished by this guy, and then when he's asked for details, he can't deliver. Who is this guy? First of all,
if anyone wants details, I'll DM it to you. But I'm not going to say racist comments on the YouTube live stream.
Getting kind of boring. I just got in here, so can we move on from this conversation to an actual conversation?
Hey, Elbow.
What's up?
Elbow. You're fucking right, bro.
Jeremy, my stance is the same, Jeremy. 1 second, please. My stance is the same, Jeremy. I would not leave people like him in here because there's no productivity to be had from the conversation at hand.
I'm just saying,
it's back. That's all.
I'm just saying, P. It's not only you, other people too. They'll complain about the Glovers, and then go hang out at places where the Glovers are all day. Like I don't know why.
So once again, I can talk about Corona over there. I can talk about Arist. I can talk about anything I want over there. Now I already let them know. I know every one of them are acting their part. So why would I do that? I already tried to justify it or explain it to you that it was few places you can talk openly, first of all, but then again, you never know where you're going to get your next clue. But when you're talking to someone or what thought will strike you, that's the point.
Then how do you know you ain't going to get your next clue from Nate?
There's too little freedom of talk here. You can't talk openly about lots of different things. So you're just being restricted so much, and it's playing up to these people's right up their street. Shirality, Zanuck.
Yeah, but that's another lie because in Gem Pandas but that's another lie, Pete. Because in Gem Pandas there are topics which are off limits, such as the C word topic. So I mean, you just keep lying.
What C word? What C word topic?
You know exactly what C word.
Hey, let's move on. Elbow, what's up?
Oh no! We won't move on, Jeremy. He's after accusing me of lying. You can talk about the C word over in Gem Pandas openly.
No, you can't. That's a lie. Blatant lie.
Elbow.
So once again now, I'm being accused now. I'm a flat earther on a debate platform.
Come on, I just find it. Let's move on. I just find it weird that people complain about the Globers and shit, and they go hang out with them all day. It's weird. I don't know why they do it, but let's
I don't
move on,
hang out
please.
with anyone, Jeremy. I find it weird what you're doing, man. I find it weird what you're doing.
Dude, you hang out with
Let's
eight
move on.
and what's going on?
Don't hang out with anyone. And I am.
Let's move on, man. Let's talk
I
about
am on my
something
own
else.
when I go over to
Yeah,
those
let's change
forums.
the
And as I
topic
said,
entirely.
Jeremy, I wouldn't have got muted for 4 days for nothing over there like you
We're not,
muted
we're
me.
not
Jeremy.
concentrating on other
You're over
people.
there with
What do you mean
Jeff
muted
Andy.
for nothing? You were being racist, Pete. Oh my god.
Right, shut up. Please, God, stop.
This is all a joke, isn't it? It's not a joke.
Pete, shut up. We'll just talk about other things. Ship
Yeah,
there.
someone start a topic, man.
Yeah, so have y'all heard of that the guy that died, that one that supposedly killed a giant or something on a mountain?
The guy that was like, take your fucking. No, I don't even know if I can say it here, but yeah, he was fucking take if you Moderna and he died. He's only 27. That guy. I'm not sure.
You said something about Moderna. I don't even know what you're talking about. Well, supposedly there's a video going on
Yeah,
that
it's on Twitter. Yeah.
something tall on top of a mountain, yada yada yada, next to a radio tower. And I think in July or something, he all of a sudden died or some shit like that. Everybody's like tripping out or some bullshit. I don't know, some new conspiracy bullshit.
Yeah, he said in 2021, take the fucking Moderna. If you haven't taken the fucking the jabba do yet,
What the hell are you talking about, Moderna, man? Ain't nobody talking about no freaking.
Oh, sorry, I got the wrong end of the stick there.
I thought this is the
Yeah,
stuff
why are
that
you
you
even
don't want to
talking
be
about
talking about
that
here.
topic in this server? It's
I
not
don't,
even.
you don't want to be talking about this stuff here. Isn't that the danger topic? So I don't know why you brought that
Yeah,
up.
I don't know why you bringing it up.
Well, I heard you talking about a guy that died already.
Many guys died. I said a giant, man. I did a giant. He feels supposedly a giant. That all of a sudden he died, saying CIA killed him.
Seth, what the fuck? Seth Rich?
Go to sleep, Big Mac.
I don't know. I'm sorry, bro. Well, at least we could have a topic of
Yeah, I'm trying to change the topic. I just wanted to see if anybody heard of that bullshit.
Nice work, Elbow. Nice work.
pretty slick. Elbow.
And just before you continue, can I clear? Just before you continue, can I clear up when someone accuses someone of being a liar, they're entitled to clarify. You are able to talk about this over in Gem Pandas, and I've mentioned it many times. And let's move on from there then.
You best, but stop before I actually time you out.
Elbow, are you a ball earther with moderator powers?
I'm telling you that we're moving from that topic.
Listen to the talk.
Look, this is a freaking topic, bro. Come on,
I didn't say anything. That's all. I didn't say anything. You're a ball earther, Elbow. I don't know you too well. I thought you were a flat earther, but you're a ball earther. What the heck are you doing with moderator powers?
Oh my gosh.
That is mad now, if that is true.
Elbow definitely not.
That's mad if that's true.
More of her.
Just give me like 2 seconds, man. I'm making my house right now.
P, I like what you said. You're like clues are emergent. Yeah, you don't know like when they're going to happen.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it, Snack, and
that's a positive topic.
That's the way I look at it, and I make no bones about visiting Gem Pandas. I am the antagonist there, but I get to say what I can say.
I'm sorry. Can we move away from Gem Pandas?
Listen, Paul, stop jumping in. Hey, Paul, stop. This is a 24-hour 7. We can move away from it briefly, but don't, or not briefly, momentarily, but don't become an end the minute something's mentioned. Just stop.
Are you watching this?
What's going on?
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking about gym pandas. Again.
Jesus, Paul, are you drinking again, bud?
I am. And you know what? I fucking love it.
Yeah, but I mean, fucking hell, though. What is it? Coming up to 2 o'clock.
Well, it's not all about me. It's all about you.
Yeah, but then you can't come in and decide what isn't and isn't talked about or what is and isn't acceptable. When, of course, we'll just go back in momentarily with all the crew here, just go back to the same conversations that have been had continuously over the past. No worries.
Right. So, Elbow, sorry. Elbow TV was making a new conversation. And I was hoping against hope.
Okay, off you go.
Just find it ironic or hypocritical, maybe, if you want to call it. I don't know what the right word is, but anyways, yeah. What do you got? What else you got? No one had any ideas on that giant thing?
Yeah, Jeremy, don't slip that in and not expect a response. I already told you, man.
What in?
There's certain things that you can't.
You're a fucking hypocrite.
This is a flat Earth forum. The other place is a ball Earth forum. Do you understand the distinction, man?
Pete.
All I'm saying is everyone that sits here and complains for the past year, hanging out with the Globers. We shouldn't let the Globers here, and then goes and hangs out with them all the fucking time. It's hypocritical.
The only reason why I'm here is because it's 24/7.
Right, Jeremy, do you have to just repeat what you have to say? I gave you already a distinction between the two forums. This is a flat Earth-centered forum. Right? Now, you have actors coming in, and they're continually playing their parts, right? Rehash, they go over to Gem Pandas. Gem Pandas is a ball Earth forum. You are the enemy as a flat Earther going in there. So there's a different arrangement to play. You know that every one of those people are actors inside there. So I go in there for different reasons. Now do you understand me? It's not hypocritical.
I don't want people throwing their religion down my throat. Now, I understand if you have a religion, that's fine, and if it works for you, that's great. The reason why I came here was I thought that this might be something else. But if you keep talking about yourself, you're just it's boring, dude.
Who are you talking to, Paul?
Sorry. Dude.
You're talking to me?
No, just the server in general.
Yeah, well, we've been through all of this before. We've been through all of it. It's just another place to talk, right?
I like this place, right? This place is pretty fucking. It's right. I don't enjoy people taking. You're making up, bro.
I think you're rambling, Paul. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
It
you're
feels like
making
you're
up,
talking to
bro.
someone else.
No,
It's
I
like
am.
you're talking to someone else, or you're talking to chat, or you're answering some other issue. I don't know.
Holy shit. Okay.
Anyway, yeah. Forget about it.
Yes, let's just forget about it.
Moving on.
Yeah, Jeremy, you're a little sly fella in the background. You're always a little sly fella in the background. I gave him my reasons, right? You're more harsh to me as a moderator here. And who the fuck are you? A new fella on the scene.
I know I'm brand new. Yeah, I'm brand new, P. I just got here.
Yeah, new enough fella. You came along with Brandon, as far as I can tell. You took some sort of senior role where you had the ability to moderate and to shut people down. No worries.
You always say I just came in when Brandon started, but I was in Gems for like 2 years before that.
But it's not 10 years you've been here, Jeremy.
No, Jeremy.
I was in Gems for 2 years before Brandon's.
But you should have been here for 10 or 20.
20, right? Yeah.
How did you stick that?
You're not a newbie after you've been in this for more than 6 months.
Basically.
After 6 months, if you've done the circuit on the echo chamber servers and then moved on to the challenge servers, if you've done that 6 months of that, then you're a veteran.
I'm sorry.
You are not a veteran at 6 months.
Where
No.
Where are they?
That's ridiculous.
I'd say like it maybe a year, 2 years.
In 2 years, yeah, because you're
Jeremy, how the fuck do you stick that, bro?
Sorry, what was that? What'd you say, P-Mac?
How did you stick that?
How did I what?
Stick it.
Snake eye. He said, "How did you get your snake eye?"
No, I said, I didn't say snake eye. I said, how the fuck did you stick it? I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding, bro.
Yeah, don't even get the kidding.
Jesus, Paul, you're giving us drunk Irish men a bad name.
Everyone knows what you're saying. You're drunker than John Bernard right now. Relax, P-Mac.
Holy shit. Call the doctor.
Do not resuscitate.
Oh, DNR, huh?
DNR.
Jesus.
True story. DNR.
You must have hit the fucking top shelf there because you were semi-coherent and then suddenly you just went.
Yeah, it's funny how I go in and out. It's funny how I do this.
It hits you quicker, yeah. Maybe if you go out to the air, you breathe in, suddenly you're drunker than what you ever thought. Huh.
Right, so next topic. Not about me or my drunkenness, but about how the fuck did Jeremy go 2 years in Jim Banners? What the fuck, bro?
Because I have more willpower than you guys, and I'm. Yeah, never mind.
No, that's a good start.
Hey, Jeremy, on your inflatable buildings.
That shit is dope, right?
It's dope, but like I think about it, like would I want to live in one of those? I think they're really cool looking, but like as far as me maintaining it or doing anything to it, I don't know how the hell. I'm not a cabinet worker, and to try and be a schlock cabinet worker like I am, and trying to fit cabinets on those walls and stuff like that, I don't know how the hell I would do it.
Oh, you're a cabinet worker? I never would.
Yeah, that does seem tough to fit stuff into that. I hear that, but it is cheaper, more efficient. Weather, it's
definitely weather resistant and long lasting.
Fireproof weather, winds. It was resistant to high winds and hurricanes, shit like that.
Yeah, it's not fireproof. Everything inside gets gutted, and you all die in a furnace, but the building still stands.
Yeah. At least you won't have to rebuild the house.
Yeah, that's true. Although, like other things that like come in concern, like let's say you did have a fire and the walls got hot enough to damage the wiring and plumbing. What the hell do you do then? How do you recover from that? You have to knock the whole thing down at great expense to start over again and reinflate a new building.
Did they have all the They had all the plumbing and wiring inside the walls.
Well, where did they put them? It could be in the floor or it could be in the walls. It's got to be somewhere. Or you could have it on the outside, maybe tracking around the room, but
conduits and shit up, yeah.
So you just have a conduit running through the middle of your room. I mean, you could do that, but it does break the beauty of the building.
The main part is, see, you're worried about how shit looks, trying to keep up with the Kardashians. The main focus of that was efficiency.
There's a certain amount of look, but I mean, you want a certain look for yourself, right? You can have functional. You could just put conduits around. I mean, hell, I'd love to have conduit around because it's easier to fit instead of trying to go in walls and run a ceiling fan through the, cutting open the ceiling.
I'm actually intrigued now. Jeremy, what brought you to the other side?
TBI.
TBI.
What other side?
Well, okay, I'm actually intrigued now. So you spent 2 years on Gem Panda server.
You say you're drinking tea now, Paul. That's the spirit. Yeah, drink a bit more tea.
It was like about 2 years, maybe a year and a half.
What made you change?
Change what?
Your perspective on yours.
I was a flat earther in Gems.
Oh, you were? Oh, sorry. Right. Okay.
Again, I went up against them guys every day for 2 years straight, like 12 hours a day.
Why did you do that yourself?
Nice. You don't get nice from sitting around. You don't get as nice as I am from sitting around having circle jerks all day. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Jeremy's not lying. It would be like Jeremy against 6 Globers over there every day for like almost 2 years, man. It was crazy. To the point where they ended up just like making him a mod, you know.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Fuck us.
That's a good one.
That guy's
That's right. I was a mod at the end there.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a fucking good one.
But then Jeremy became a jerk. They became all heated after
Screaming. I did. I started screaming at people. I was being mean. We are products of our environment, right?
Yep.
I don't know. Most people treated you pretty squarely when you were actually a nice guy. There were people who would periodically call you a dumbass, but yeah, that was more. It wasn't vitriol. It was just like, come on, get your head out of your ass.
It went good for the first year and some change, but yeah, towards the end there, it did get crazy.
Then you took a page out of Nathan Oakley's book.
And they call you out from time to time and say, hey, listen, see the guy here, this guy here, he's a mod, right? He believes flat Earth.
You like having mod status then, Jeremy. You like having mod status and sort of deliberating what to do. To people deciding what's acceptable, what isn't acceptable. I see, yeah, I see.
I don't like having mod status. It's a hassle, Pete. I don't want to have to supervise grown adults.
All right, give me a mod power.
Where were you
give me a
in
mod
the early
power.
days? That's why I never heard of you till what you call Brandon came along. But where were you in the early doors? Like, when did you become a flat earther?
Somebody offered me a mod one day, way back in the 90s for a game, and I went, nah, fuck it. It's too much work. Why would you do that to yourself?
Well, actually, it depends on what you want to do. I mean, a lot of people take their mod powers and just use them to get themselves out of jail. And periodically, when the room goes entirely insane, they might pipe in. You know, there's different levels of modding. You can get in there, really get in there and do modding the right way. That's a job.
Jeremy says,
I think I had mod powers once over in Gem Pandas, and I told him not to give them to me. And he gave me mod powers, and I banned all the globe earthers. I banned them all.
Really?
All in timeout.
Good shot, Pete.
The only time I've ever had moderator, no wrenches on flat Earth. No one has the right to tell anyone what to speak about, what way to speak about what. But yeah, it's just emergent organization here, Discord. The rules will change. The moderators then will enforce the rules, and the individual just become more and more muted, I should think, when you stray away from guidelines. It's quite boring, actually. I'm actually bored, and that's the one thing I say about Gem Pandas. I wouldn't be there unless I could fucking speak openly and freely. I wouldn't be there unless because there's no other place. There's no other place I've been on that I can speak openly and freely, and that includes most of the flat Earth. I'm banned of all the flat Earth places for speaking openly and freely. So yeah, that's a different.
No, it's not because you speak openly and freely. It's because you listen. Let's not. Does anyone have anything real to talk about?
You were going to say something. Let me say something. Tell them the truth.
Let me say something, Jeremy. I've been listening to this and trying to hold back, but I can't take it anymore. These dudes that go on Gems, these ballers, right? One of them is in here. The other one is Brian Mabbott. The other one is that kid from Australia. What's his name? Anyways, they go in there. Every time I hear them in there, they go in there. These guys are pissing all over them, literally pissing all over them. telling them how stupid they are, how dumb they are, how idiots they are. And they're sitting there and laughing and telling them their life story, like how they did their day, how he repaired his car. You're a bunch of buffoons, man. A bunch of fucking buffoons. Yeah.
That's why I was screaming at him at the end and shit and getting very hostile.
Are you talking about Merle, the kid from Australia?
Yes, he's one of them. Merle, Pete, and Brian. Bunch of buffoons. They're in there and they're insulting them constantly insulting them. And they're there telling, yeah, I fixed my car today. I went down the road. You
just
bunch
talking
of
shit
fucking
again,
idiots.
SC Montreal. You're talking shit. You're actually
You're the
saying
biggest
nothing.
fool. You're the biggest fool of
Hey,
them all.
SC Montreal. You're actually not. You're not saying anything.
He's not lying. That's exactly what happened.
He's
Merle's not saying anything.
They treat Pete like shit over there, but he keeps going back. It's the weirdest
Yeah,
thing.
bro, yeah. It's sad. Sad. You're a sad person, man.
Yeah, so 1 second. First of all, SC Montreal, you said nothing at all, actually, bud. And the more I listen to you, the more I realize you actually say nothing. Second of all, I'm well respected there, in a sense. Yes,
You're
I am the
respected.
biggest. I am the biggest. Hang on, please. Yes, I'm the biggest. I'm the biggest joke over there, in a sense. But remember, I can handle my own against anyone, even a collective amount of those people. They're all in it together against me. So I'm not unaware of the circumstance or situation there.
Yeah, you're being peed on and you think it's raining. Simple.
That's just rhetoric, man. That's saying nothing at all. Anyone
That's
knows anything.
fact.
If anyone knows anything who's ever visited there, I do the peeing on. You were in there the other evening with Bev and Emma. I made a show of you. I made a show of both sides. You, Bev, and Emma, and also Jem Panda's side. You're clueless.
Moyak, tell him you're in there. You're one of the boys. Tell him what you think of him. Tell him what the guys in there think of him. Please, do him a favor.
It seems that what they think of him is pretty much what's thought about him even among their community.
Yeah, you hear that, Pete? You hear that? They think
so now, okay, so now you're reverting to liars like Moyak to ask them what they think of me. So therefore, because you know they're liars, if they think bad of me, maybe I should be thought good of. Maybe.
Yeah, but let's not pick on
strange topic. You just don't see you're a fool, Pete. That's all.
You just can't. No, you can't follow my.
Let's talk about something else. We're kind of getting up.
Brain, SC Montreal.
Yeah.
You blame me for it then. That's okay though.
If you don't see it, it's your problem.
Well, that's fine. I'm there. I'm dying.
So
there.
moving on.
Don't worry.
Moving on away from this. Whatever the fuck is going on here, EastEnders, fucking some kind of fucking. Moving on.
Mic check.
Please, God.
I started watching that Brian's Logic video. I think he did say we get distances. I need to rewatch. I need to actually watch it this time. I was just listening last night, but yeah, I think he said he got distances.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Hillary, I'm not lying to you. Sometimes my friends talk the biggest load of shit, and I go. This is episode of fucking EastEnders, bro.
That was in Coronation Street.
Exactly, Coronation Street. Where the fuck you on? Where you from, bro?
No, my mom watches those shows religiously.
I get. That's what I do. I go and then make it up. Can we please move on from this fucking bullshit?
Dude, why don't you have some water or coffee or something, P-Mac?
Okay.
Yo, Jeremy, you were talking about distances or something?
Yeah, Brian. Yeah, Brian's Logic made a video about celestial navigation. He said he was getting distances or something.
Who's Brian's Logic?
Some Irish, I think he's an Irish guy on FED.
It's a guy called Brian.
We're gonna see, because when you make a square 4 points, and
Told you they started with a square. Where to get the square from?
well, no, that was a different square. I'm talking about a different square.
You're talking about his diagram, no?
No, I'm talking about putting a square on the ground with an X in the middle of it, and then you could tell if it's a planar or curved surface.
All right.
He
Yeah.
was making a square in the sky up to the fucking. I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
Yeah, they're using a baller, a complete baller system to prove flat Earth. It's incredible. It's just they just don't see it somehow. I don't know. I tried telling them, but they don't listen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
When FED talks about using the sextant, using nautical navigation, right, to prove FED. Well, the book that they use, the system, the nautical miles, and all that, it's all based on a sphere Earth, and they just don't want to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, there's no arguing that. It is what it is.
I'm surprised to hear you say that, though.
Why? Because you think I always bullshit?
Yes.
You see, that's the misconception you guys have.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, if we say something, it's an automatic bullshit.
No, it's just personally my evaluation of what you say. So I think that you try and bullshit more than you try and truth.
Right. Uh-huh.
So Mullerman.
Yeah.
But in this, I'm not bullshitting, right? In this one?
No, I'm surprised you said it. I call them like I see them.
And what I said about Pete and the other two guys, I'm not bullshitting about that either.
Yeah, but I think your interpretation of it's a little. I wrote down what my interpretation is. They break social conventions, and that's why they get treated so badly. They just are constantly. They give as good as they take. Let's put it that way.
Moyak, you agree with me that they do get treated badly, right?
Of course, yes. Okay. And that's what their goal is.
There you go. So listen up, Pete. Listen up. You're hearing it from them themselves. Stop being a patsy. Stop being a clown and going over there and getting trampled on.
And I don't know if there's any coming back from Pete Mabbitt and Jin's behavior. Like, over there, I don't think that they ever would get a fair shot. But I've seen lots of people come in who are treated. If you behave nicely over there, if you behave nicely over there, you get treated nicely.
No, don't include Jin in there. Jin gives you guys more than you give him. The rest of them just sit back and take it like little pooches and laugh. Yeah, I had a good day today. How about you? You stupid idiot. Oh, thank you. Did you do your garden? Oh, you moron. Oh, yeah, I had supper. That's what happens.
They just come in to preach. There's no give and take in any of those people's arguments. Actually, Pete is the most give and take. He will actually feign conversation, but it'll always drift back to Aristarchus or Tree of Life or something like that.
Aristarchus.
Why would anybody want to come and talk with you guys? Maybe half an hour, something like that, hit and run like I do. But why would you want to stay in that cesspit?
I think the guys like Space Pope took about 2 years to get converted back to the globe. And he was very polite at the time. He entertained, but I thought he gave the most deep thought into the answers being given him. He would still come back and say, well, what about this? What about this? But he actually would listen to each
individual
point being made.
Yes, I understand your point, but I don't agree with it. No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it.
Look, they're in a server where the owner himself has told me that flat earthers deserve to be ridiculed, made fun of. That's part of the server. That's his raison d'etre, as they say, reason of being.
Raison d'etre. Yeah, raison d'etre.
Yeah. And you have clowns like Pete and Brian and the other idiot, amongst other ones, and they go in there and they befriend these people. And these people continuously, every single minute, put them down, treat them like idiots. And then they are laughing. Yeah, I had a good day. How about you? It's
Well,
sickening.
the reason that they're in there, though, for the most part, they would be over here, but they get kicked out over here because they break social conventions and you guys actually want to have a conversation. They don't want to have a real conversation. They want to tell their stories.
Exactly. Well, finally, we hear the truth.
Exactly.
Nice.
So they get to tell their stories over there pretty much uninterrupted. Okay, let me rephrase that. Not uninterrupted, but they get to talk for great periods of time.
Yeah, we don't let them talk here. Well, not let them. They get booted because they say dumb things or nobody takes them serious. And they go over there and they play the jester. They let them talk, but meanwhile, they're laughing at them. It's sickening to watch, man.
But you're misunderstanding their goal. Their goal, Pete's goal, is not to convert anybody. It is to tell his stories. That's what his goal is.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
You're probably right.
He'll tell his stories to anybody, even though they're pissing on him.
I think he tells his story to rocks periodically. He'll go out in the forest and start talking to the trees.
In a way, I'm frustrated, but in a way, I feel sorry for Pete. And I don't like people getting bullied. Honestly, I have this reaction that I have to defend. I don't know why from childhood. So this is partly me telling Pete he's an idiot, but partly me telling Pete, come on, man, what's wrong with you?
Okay. Right. Can we move off of the subject of Pete? And can we move on? What do you think? So one proof, bruh. One proof of gravity. One proof of fucking curvature. How's that going for you? Human beings will be human beings, right? And they love the drama and all this fucking shit, right? But the main point is, what's happening? Can you, if somebody gives me one proof of flat Earth, I'm back to fucking Star Trek, bro. I'm gone.
Okay, 24-hour sun in Antarctica, done.
No, it's a wee bit less than that.
No, actually, it is 24 hours with the sun never going up an inch and never going down an inch for months at a time. On a daily basis, it increments by a degree or so.
Yeah, a degree. Eh?
But it is running like if you go right to the South Pole, which we've got some video of, it is staying at the same elevation. Like let's say it'll be at 23 degrees all day, and then the next day it'll be 24 degrees all day, and next day it'll be 25 degrees all day.
The same thing moving away from you at incremental speeds will give you the same result. You understand that, right?
I didn't understand the words.
How do I say this in fucking glow-burst terms? How do I say it?
No, the problem I'm having is you're a little bit slurry and disjointed, so I'm having trouble following the sentence structure that you're using.
I'm sorry. I'm a wee bit drunk.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. Look, man.
I'm going to say more than a wee bit. You're plastered, dude.
No, possibly.
Try and do a cartwheel.
Well, fuck. Hey, I just did it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I did. You believe me?
No, I didn't hear you huff and puff when you did it.
I got a photo. I got a photo. I honestly believe the things I say. I do. 1, 2, 3.
When I say like the 24-hour sun, I mean there are some arguments out there who claim that these observations aren't really happening, but they are something that for a reasonable amount of money could be validated.
Okay, yeah. Like the South Pole is really far away, and the sun is moving away. I mean, it's the same thing, bro. It's exactly the same thing.
I don't know what you're saying. What's the same thing?
Well, if you're living in the Southern Pole,
yeah,
and the sun is moving across the sky, and it does something. Yeah, but
it does the same thing as you would see at the North Pole. But the question is, how does it do that?
It doesn't. But that's the thing. It doesn't do the same thing at the North Pole.
Oh, it absolutely. I got
Yeah.
video of it, so I don't know. You could argue the video is not true.
Okay.
But that is something that you would have to show evidence that that you've proven it wrong at that point.
Moloch, here's the thing. How did somebody come up with that?
How did somebody come up with that?
With you know what? There's a fucking ball.
From that, how do you get to a ball? All you eliminate there is let's say you eliminate one major model, which is a flat surface with a sun circling over that surface. That is absolutely eliminated by
motion, yeah.
Yeah, so you now know that it's not that the model with the sun circling a central point on a flat disk or a flat plane that is impossible or totally improbable.
Do you also understand that the sun is moving at the same time?
Yes, I just said that the sun moving on a plane around a circle central point, that becomes impossible, especially like when you accept other things like that. The tropics are north of the South Pole.
What did you say?
The tropics are north of the South Pole.
You said what? Impossible.
Oh, that the sun could circle me at the South Pole.
Fucking positive. Okay.
That would be enough for me to eliminate that model. You could assert other models. But, at this point, that one is completely debunked. And one that does work is the sphere does work with that model.
Okay, right. Fine. You believe what you believe. Okay. Motion. Any proof of motion?
Yes.
There is, yeah, because of go ahead.
Foucault's pendulum would be the one I would use.
Who put Foucault's pendulum in motion?
It's not the actual swinging that's the issue; it's the precession.
I'm sorry. Did you just hang it there and it started moving?
No.
No.
The way the physics of what's happening there is you have something in motion on a curved with a curved motion involved. So basically, when I release that on a flat Earth, one would expect when you release that pendulum, if you release it in a nice, perfectly straight fashion, it should just swing back and forth. And that would be the end of it. But you get precession, which actually correlates also to your location in keeping with the geometry of a globe.
Right. So you just hang a ball and they started moving?
Okay, yeah, you're not listening.
Right. No, I'm sorry. I think I am. Did they just hang a ball and they started moving?
I've said it 3 times. I've given you the answer to that 3 times. You're not listening.
Okay. Give it to me one more time.
It is not. The ball is released. It swings back and forth. The interest is not in the fact that it swings back and forth. It is in the precession. The precession is the key piece of information.
How is the ball in motion?
I think I just said so.
No,
you initiate the motion.
Hello. Sorry, what? Sorry, say that again.
You initiate the motion.
Thank you very much.
That doesn't answer why it processes.
Well, there's absolutely no fucking reason why you should say that Foucault pendulum proves flat Earth, because you have to initiate.
Precession.
Yes, you have to initiate the motion.
The precession is the reason.
The precession. Right. Do you think they just hang a ball there and everything was precession?
No, the precession is what does matter.
Right.
It is really pointless to talk to you. I'm going to bow myself out. This is silly.
You won, P-Mac. You left. You outdone him.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. They always do that.
It's funny to see how the old skateboard paradox triggers all the ballers to high hell.
I'm just
a simple little skateboard, a simple little bridge turned the community upside down.
No, he's going to go back, right, and figure out
Thanks, guys.
the ball of motion. And this motherfucker on a fucking 24/7 Discord server or Geo server, what set the ball in motion? And he can't figure it out. I asked him a simple question: what set the ball in motion?
Tell him that I explained. See if you can understand what I said.
All right, you're back. Good.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking to you. I'm asking somebody else to try and get the point across to you, because you've been answered several times and you're not able to respond to that answer.
I'm sorry. Precession? You think I don't understand precession?
Well, you keep on going back to how did the ball start moving?
Well, how did it?
That has been asked and answered.
Right. Go ahead. Do it one more time.
This should be, I guess, attempt number 6. All right, attempt number 6. You start the ball in motion. You allow it to swing in a straight vector.
Sorry,
and when you release it,
sorry,
it goes
I'm sorry.
directly opposing it.
You started the ball in motion. Not the Earth, not the pendulum, not the fucking motion of the Earth.
That's not why you do Foucault's pendulum. Are you slow?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to bed, but why would the ball just start swinging on its own?
Exactly. That's not something that's claimed by the
I don't understand the point of this, because he put the ball in of course, balls aren't just fucking flying around all over the place.
Well, I suppose the whole point is if gravity is a real thing, and if balls on the ball's motion, if you don't touch the ball and you don't set it in motion, there's no motion. I mean, I don't know how much clearer I could be about this.
All right, here, let me give you this as an example.
Go ahead.
If I had a tape measure, I have a tape measure in my room. Until I place it on something and physically move it over to the object to measure it, that is not a useful tool. You have to take it and do something with that tape measure in order for it to happen. So with a Foucault's pendulum, you have to do something with the Foucault's pendulum in order to indicate the motion, in order to measure.
But isn't the whole point of Foucault's pendulum that the Earth is in motion, and it will do it all by itself?
The whole point of Foucault's pendulum is using the physical idea that if I was to release a pendulum and let it swing, it should swing in a straight line back and forth repeatedly, over and over again. But it should not precess unless there is a motion behind that. Then it will precess.
Oh, bro, are you listening to yourself?
Yes.
If there is no motion, if nobody touches the balls, two shiny big fucking balls, nobody touches it, nothing happens. Unless you fucking put that thing in motion.
It's just silly.
No, it's not silly. It's the fucking fundamental point of what we're talking about. Are you stupid?
I don't know if this is the alcohol talking or what, but dude, you're not following the concept, and I can't continue. I'll talk to anybody else about it, but not you.
I don't
No,
even
no, that's not
understand. Why
alcohol.
would
That's
the,
Paul. That's Paul Cohol from Northern Ireland.
I don't even understand it. Why the ball? Of course, the ball is not going to move unless you swing it.
Yeah. So the whole point of focus pendulum, right, is that the Earth is in motion, so it must move because the Earth is in motion. But nobody, what started the?
No, it doesn't move because the Earth is in motion. It moves because we swing it.
Exactly. He said it like multiple times. I had to touch it. I had to move it. I had to make. He said it multiple times. Did anybody fucking hear that?
I don't get your point about him swinging the ball. What's the problem with that?
Okay. The whole point. I'll say this slowly. The whole point about focus pendulum is that it was set in motion by the swing of the Earth. But
No, absolutely
no
not.
one ever
I'm sorry.
said that. No one ever said that it started because the Earth is rotating. Balls start swinging because you swing them. You got to put a force into it.
That's my point.
Now, technically, there
No
should
point.
be,
You have
but
no
I don't
point.
know what the number should be. But depending on where you are on Earth, the vector of up and down should be different. Like you should be able to see that plumb is not up and down. However, your reference that you have is the combination of both gravity and the centrifugal force. So your perception of where up and down will be slightly askew. I don't know how you would find a perfect, true up to compare it to. You'd have to use stars or something.
I'm kind of losing IQ points here as I talk to you. I'm sorry to say that,
You pickled those a while ago.
I know I sound pretty dumb, right? And I may have a wheel on rung on me, but I am losing IQ points here. What put the fucking focal pendulum in motion?
Absolutely irrelevant to the test.
Well, what? It's irrelevant.
Yes, it's absolutely irrelevant to the test.
So your best proof of globe Earth is a pendulum moving.
No.
But you have no idea how it started.
No, that's not the point of Foucault's pendulum. You don't understand what Foucault's pendulum purpose is.
Okay.
The goey backy forthy is not the interesting motion.
What is Foucault's pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum is a pendulum that, when swung, it goes back and forth and processes. The interesting part of Foucault's pendulum is the procession.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Yeah, due to the motion of the Earth, right? What put that thing in motion? I don't know. You find it funny.
Dude, does the globe say that it's supposed to start swinging automatically? I don't understand. Yes. Pendulums won't swing unless you swing them. What is the point?
Well, the point is that they say that the reason why it exists is because it proves the Earth is in motion. But they have no idea what started it.
They know what started it. They know they had to swing it.
Nobody questions that, dude.
How you?
All right, I'm going to give one more try because this is fun. All right, if I take a pendulum and I start it on the equator and I swing it back and forth, it will do something. It will swing back and forth and not process. So
Let me ask
I
you a
put it in motion. Now, when I put it in motion, note it goes back and forth and does not move off of that axis at all. Now, I move up to the 45-degree point on Earth and I swing it back and forth. Now it starts to process. Same activity. So there's something different between me swinging at the equator and what happens when it happens at 45 degree north and what happens at 45 degrees south. Now that difference between swinging back and forth repeatedly and what happens at the 45-degree marks is the interesting part, not the movie part.
What do you call a pendulum that stopped moving, Moyak? That's at rest.
A plumb bob.
Thank you. That's it. That's how you kill this argument right there.
I don't see how that
plumb
killed
bob. That's all you need, guys.
What did that prove or disprove?
You got a plumb bob.
Okay,
You swing it around. You swing it around. It's no longer a plumb bob. You're playing games.
What does it matter? Like if I take a hammer and I put it on a string and make it use it as a pendulum, it's a pendulum. And if it stops, it's a hammer on a string. What is your point?
Maybe I'm wrong, but I understand that a lot of people think that because the focus plane started swinging, therefore globe Earth.
No, only the flat Earth mischaracterizes it like that. Nobody on the globe Earth that I've ever heard has said anything even close to what you said.
Right, so they say that it's moving because the Earth's moving.
No, they don't say that. What I just described to you about let's try a little game here.
I'm sorry.
When we're talking about, I just described a scenario to you. I'm at the equator, and I swing that plumb bob back and forth and make it into a pendulum. Now it's swinging back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, north, south, north, south, north, south, north, south, north, south, over and over, and nothing changes. Now we have that swing there. Now I take that same setup and I move it 3,000 miles north, and I swing it back and forth. I let it go, and it starts swinging. And now it starts to go in I think a counterclockwise rotation. Now,
why do you have to start it? Why do you have to start it swinging?
I'm asking. The question is, what is different between doing it at the equator and when you do it and it starts going clockwise?
Nothing. Zero. Absolutely nothing. It's all in your head.
If I move it down to the equator and it goes straight north, south, north, south, north, south, and I go up to the 45-degree point, it starts going counterclockwise. You're saying there's no difference?
Absolutely no difference. It's all in your head. It's the way you let go of the thing that swings. It's just swinging back and forth. That's all it's doing.
So you're saying that I intentionally impart, when I take this thing, I set it up in a gymnasium, and I tie it with a string, and I cut that string with a rope, that I'm intentionally imparting rotation, but that same exact setup done on the equator doesn't do that. So how am I influencing it, and how do I make it influence in a way that uniformly gives the same answer?
It's all in your mind. Have you went and done it? Have you brought one to the equator and seen how it works? Have you done it yourself?
I've only done it in the northern hemisphere.
So you don't know what you're talking about then? If you can't actually produce what you're saying happens.
I can use other people's findings.
Repeat it. Don't use other people's stuff. Repeat it. If it's not repeatable, then it's not real.
Well, in actuality, I think that we can go with the common thought. You would, as the person with the non-conventional thought process, has to show that I am wrong. You have to go to the equator and actually demonstrate.
No, hold on. I don't have to show anything.
Evidence that says that it
doesn't work like that.
I haven't to show anything because you haven't shown anything for me to disagree with in the first place.
Exactly.
I'm asking you to present something.
I can show you the evidence.
I disagree with the fact that you're speaking as if it is when it isn't.
Well, that's cute.
It's not cute. It is the reality. You're speaking of something that you have no confirmation of.
Oh no, I have confirmation. Lots of people.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You have an assertion that it might.
No, you have anecdotes. You don't have confirmation.
No, I have.
For me to confirm that the car advertised is as described, I have to go and witness the car and examine the car.
This is why people in the flat Earth get yelled
So if you're going to use a word like confirm, accept the fact that there's parameters with that word. Yep. So you haven't confirmed it.
I have not personally confirmed it.
You haven't confirmed it at all. This isn't something that you can confirm by equation or whatnot.
You
by watching a video. I'm not asserting anything. No,
hold on.
Hold on.
If you say I'm asserting that, then you're asserting that there isn't any other possible avenue for anything other than the way you said it. So who's one asserting now? It's you again, and asserting without confirmation. It's folly. It's folly, and you understand that, and that's why you keep interjecting.
Are you going to have a conversation? You're just going to babble, because I will leave.
Yeah, leave then.
Okay. Have a good one, Jeremy. If they want to have a echo chamber, they can.
That's how easy it is to get rid of you, Moya. You're getting soft. What's
Well,
going
no,
on?
it's a rude behavior, and I don't really like the rude behavior, and I will start cursing at him because he's being a dick.
What rude
Just
behavior?
leave then.
I mean, you come from gems. You have thicker skin than that, Moya. Come on, man.
Sorry for the echo.
No, I don't have thicker skin than that. I can respond in gems. I can't respond in here.
Okay, let me ask you a question, right? You have this thing on a rope that swings back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Now, we call that a plumb bob when it's stationary, right? So if your Earth is spinning, causing motion, right? Shouldn't it, at least when it's stationary, shouldn't it cause some sort of motion? Like, isn't that logical?
And that I tried to describe that before. Yeah, you would have. There's no reference that you could use since the forces are combined. Your gravitational vector and your centrifugal force vector will combine into a new vector. So what you would have is a plumb bob that's slightly out of plumb if you looked at it from some kind of an outside reference point. It wouldn't point directly at the center of the Earth. It would point slightly off of that. Now, the only way you can verify that would be to take it and compare it to a star or something, some external reference. And I don't think that you guys would accept that. So I can't use that as evidence.
I don't think that's even ever. That's not provable.
Why do you think
that
we would not
unprovable.
accept it? Why do you think we would not accept it?
Because you don't accept things as simple as that people have seen plumb bobs swinging, called pendulums, if the equator goes straight, and elsewhere they follow a pattern as you go north that indicates their latitude, and south that indicates their longitude.
Right? You're
Did
saying.
that answer my question, or is he just?
I just answered your question.
I don't see how it did. Could you repeat?
So, Moyak, if you had a plumb bob and it's just stationary,
yes,
should it not move at some point?
No, it would be like the sum of all the forces. So basically, you have let's just for a moment speak about this in a physics terms, and not argue whether gravity is real or not. You have a force, the Downity force. Then you have another force, which is the centrifugal force, which is slightly askew from that. So when you sum those two together, you'll get a little bit less gravity on it, or a little bit more as you move away from the equator. The item will become slightly lighter, and the direction of up and down will vary slightly. The only way to verify that would be to look outside the source and at stars and stuff, and you could show that it's not plumb.
And how do you determine that you're looking outside the source in the first place?
That's what I said. You won't accept it, so I can't do that. How would I?
Why do you think people won't accept that?
That's a lot of kit to explain what I said, though.
It's slightly askew. That's the simple answer.
Can you not in your ability to think outside of your opinion see why it's not acceptable to certain people, or to anyone who's just using reason?
What you're asking me to accept is that everybody who has said that pendulums on the equator do not precess is lying.
No. Let me clarify. What I'm talking about is you're invoking the outside the source verification.
That's just a method of verification, and I'm saying
and you're saying we won't accept it. You're saying we won't accept it, and I'm asking you, can you not see from outside of your opinion why that's a reasonable thing to not accept?
Oh no, I'll tell you, it'd be a pain in the ass to measure, and it'd require precision and assumptions. Yeah, that'd be a challenge.
Not even the details. The last word you said, the assumptions. It's that you're expecting other people to accept something that's ultimately assumption based.
No,
Which is fine if that's up for debate, and that that okay, this could be like a theory or whatever. But that's not how it's presented. It's founded on assumptions. It needs assumptions. But we're gonna talk it. But hold on, let me finish the sentence. But we're gonna talk about it, and we're gonna present it in an assertion manner. That's the issue. That's why people keep going back and forth with this thing, because you want to see it in one way, and just. I know I said I was going to finish the sentence, but you see it in one way.
Will you ever?
But refuse to acknowledge the fact that there's so much assumptions built into the whole presentation. I'm done.
Are you done yet?
Yeah, I said I'm done.
Good, thank you. No, you didn't. But the point was that was a question that was requested by your side. The people asking, should not the plumb bob move in the globe Earth scenario? And no, it should not. It would just assume a new vector. That is where I went a little bit further and said you would, in order to verify that, you would have to look at an outside source. And that's not the point. The Foucault's pendulum demonstrates precession. At the equator, it does not demonstrate precession. At the poles, or as you approach the poles, it goes to almost a 24-hour precession. You know, where in 24 hours,
is that the only possible thing that it can demonstrate?
Is there a standard length to Foucault's pendulum?
No. No, you can do it at relatively short distances, but the measurements become more challenging because it's basically only moving a tiny bit, and like
there's a correct like length to weight ratio.
Fuck me, why? More challenging way? Based on different lengths, why? What are you talking about?
Just to move the weight of the rope over it's suspended by. It's like a magic trick, you know. Well, anyway, you can. It's a terrible magic trick. It must be engineered. It must be engineered in order to function.
It's a magic trick that doesn't work unless you obviously set it up.
A stationary plumb bob requires no adaptation in this regard, but a pendulum has to be in some regard like tuned to function correctly. Like,
okay, do you have any evidence whatsoever to that effect? Because as far as I understand it, the longer the length, the better.
Right.
However, that does not mean it does not imply tuning. Because that would imply that the change would increase as I increase the length of the line, or decrease as I decrease the length of the line.
I understand.
Only thing that changes in that is the amount of time that it swings. So hence the amount of time for how much measurement you can make.
There's a lot to pendulums, but like, you know, for the meter, right? That's a length of a pendulum that equals a like that's a 2-second pendulum.
Right.
So right. So in that way, it has a periodicity that would be different if you change the length of the string. And so I'm saying it must in some way relate to the periodicity of the pendulum as it moves.
Only duration. Right. Basically, Plus, I could use the mechanical method of introducing energy to it continuously, but then you guys question whether I'm introducing motion with that, I can see that.
You literally are.
You're introducing linear motion, straight motion. You're not introducing precession. You could engineer it with a clockwork mechanism to do it.
Right. And then you have like
what is typically done, and you can simulate it. Or I'm sorry, you can bypass that just by having a much heavier weight on a longer string.
It's a system though. It's a system of things that are put together to make it work. And even the length of the string is going to have a tonality to it, you know. So it's got its own vibrational kind of like cycle that's going to go on with it.
Well, I don't know. You go 30 feet with it, you go 60 feet with it. It still processes the same. It just goes for longer. So you get more precession in that it ran for an hour as opposed to only 15 minutes with a 10-meter long rope.
I don't want to shoehorn anything into this. It's just pendulums are a system of things to make them work. I mean,
what system? What is the system? Length only. The only thing that length does is increase duration.
Like a pendulum. Well, whatever. It's a moot point.
Yeah, I'd like to see them try this with a 2-string pendulum.
With a what?
A 2-string pendulum.
A 2-stroke pendulum?
2-string. Sorry. I'm not
2-string.
Yeah, there are those too. I mean, they're
You mean 2 pendulums right next to each other? What do you mean?
Double pendulum.
No, a weight suspended by two strings or ropes.
On like a triangle, like going out to 2 different pivot points.
Well, to parallel points, but yeah.
2 parallel. Okay. The way I see
like
that,
like a Newton's cradle, but just not a triangle. No. Like a Newton's cradle, just one, and instead of out at an angle, they're just up above, parallel.
Oh, okay. That's going to keep any precession from happening.
If you allow it, that if there was anything that was acting outside of it, that it would actually impart precession. You design it in such a way that if there was some other force, like for instance someone shaking a table or whatever, then it would persist. But otherwise, you would eliminate any of the tonalities and such that the other guy was alluding to.
I still don't follow your test. I'm trying to.
I'm sure other people do, but the best way to do it is just try it.
Any flat earther want to support him on his 2-string test and explain it to me in a different way?
What are you saying in the end there? This is Coriolis force that's causing this precession.
Bro, how many times do we have to teach you how to tie your own shoes?
Okay, so you don't know the answer either. Okay, that's cool. So you have no idea what the fuck he's talking about, and you're just being belligerent.
But aren't you saying this Coriolis force at the end of the day? It's so you have a fictitious example of a fictitious force. It's fine.
I have a fictitious. I have a concrete measurement of something happening.
Wait, so prove gravity.
No, not talking about gravity. I'm talking about
you have to control the
you
variables.
Can eliminate gravity's
for anything to be viable.
Wait, but
you haven't eliminated any other possibility.
I'm sorry. What?
What you're doing is doing conjecture.
I can eliminate gravity's entirely from the
argument. But I don't think it's fair for you that you keep coming back and getting destroyed like this.
That's cute, but you haven't said anything that destroys me, so have a good day.
No, we're not destroying him as an individual. We're destroying his arguments. Him as an individual.
What you've described essentially 2 strings going to a ball, which reduces the ability or restricts the ability of that ball to one axis of motion. So what is the point of your test?
No,
you eliminated the ability for it to do anything along the lines of what.
No, you're not eliminating it. You're putting together a case that if there was something outside the motion that you've initiated of the pendulum swing that could affect it, that's the thing that will affect it, not the unique aspects of the pendulum swing itself. Because the points that other people were getting to and PMAC was trying to get to, but in his state, I know what he's talking about, but he wasn't able to articulate it, I don't think, the way he desires. He's about that you've initiated movement, so there's already energy in the system. The system isn't going to be perfect. You've allowed for precession, so any imperfections or whatever you want to, frequencies, resonance, tonality, it doesn't matter the terms, we can go into it. That's there, and you haven't eliminated them. So you then go, well, blah, 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 this and that must be the Earth is moving. But if you eliminate the possibilities for any other thing to cause the precession, but you allow that there could be precession if something outside of the system was causing it, then you go and do the test. If you get the results that you're expecting, then maybe what you're thinking in your mind about the Earth could be true.
But then if it doesn't, you have to then accept the possibility that you were wrong in the beginning.
But with your description of your test that you're doing, like if let's just say that wind was causing it, that for example, in my structure, there's an air conditioning duct somewhere in there that's blowing on this ball. So I put the second string on there, and now the ball goes straight back and forth. That did show that it was able to stop the wind, or sorry, to nullify the effects of the wind. But it didn't prove that there wasn't a force happening. Like that would happen on a merry-go-round also. If I had a merry-go-round with my pendulum swinging, and I put that double string on there, that precession will stop as well. So you're adding that second
This is like
string.
a weird straw man to a
It is.
Well, no, you're
a perfectly acceptable demonstration that you could actually go and do for yourself. Something like wind in the room or whatever would be something that you would have to control anyway, because if you're taking your experiment or your test seriously, you would want to eliminate anything that's going to cause
Right.
either doubt or whatever. So
Right, but
you would clearly
you're-
deal with that ahead of time, and you can double check it. Like this is something you can actually do for yourself with not that much effort, very cheaply, and you can go and confirm. You can get a table that's slightly rotating. You can go and fine tune it to go, okay, let's scale down the supposed idea of what I see the Earth as. You know, insert whatever your worldview is, and then go, okay, let's do an approximation. Let's simulate that, and know that. And then we go, okay, when this thing isn't on, the made up like mechanical rotation of the undersurface or whatever, this thing just does its pendulum swing, no precession. But when I turn this thing on, there is precession. So then you can go, okay, well now I've made this device so that if this happens, cool. And then you eliminate any wind, you put it in a chamber, you put whatever, all these things, just tick every box, be very thorough about it. You can do this in a day. It's not that hard.
Well, I think that they have.
Maybe not a day if you want to be ultra specific, but you can at least get the ground going in a day. Well, I mean, he deafened himself. I guess he's done. Anyway, for the ones who understand what I'm talking about, why don't you do it as well? Can't wait for the Globers to do it.
I have one more question.
For who?
Where'd you go? More man.
I think he gave up because I kept talking. Either that, or he has something to do.
Oh, I give
What's
up.
your question, though? Ask it.
I
Anyway.
don't have one actually. I was just joking. You kind of described me in a nutshell there, bro. I
Say
can't.
again?
You described me in a nutshell. I was trying to alliterate something about balls and hanging balls, but I couldn't put it into motion unless I touched. You have to touch it, man. You have to make that thing move.
That's what I was trying to explain. Because after a while, at first, I just assumed, because I came in middle through your conversation with him, I just assumed you were doing your normal thing in a stupor. But then I was like, hold on, it's a good point. Like, should there not be at least some precession or something if this thing was moving? Because if it was just a normal plumb bob, like SC was talking about and whatever, if a truck drove past, the plumb bob would move. So if something as minor as that can cause it to move, then how on earth does the whole foundation
That's my
that
point.
the system is sitting on, how would that not initiate something, especially at a large scale that some of these Foucault pendulums are made at? So clearly, yeah, I think your point has foundation. It's just you're not expressing it in a way that
I agree.
isn't necessarily obvious.
I agree. I tried. I tried. In simple terms, you cannot put something into motion unless you fucking touch it or you give it energy. So these people believe that the reason why somehow focus pendulum is proof of the globe, but how did it start?
Listen, guys. Listen.
The big
If
fucking
the
red
if
ball.
the listen, if the pendulum doesn't start moving on its own, and you have to touch it, that means the thing it's attached to isn't moving. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
There's some logic right there.
You see, this is something you could test out on a. You could do a few little like rough scaled down tests. If you, what are they called, merry-go-rounds or whatever you call them in the States. Those things.
I just can't believe we have to keep explaining this shit to adults. Anyway, keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah, but ignore the children addressed it as adults. So in playgrounds in the UK, I'm not sure what it's like in the States, but you got these just circular things children just swing around on. Obviously they move too fast if you just swing them, and they don't just continually move. But if you were to set up maybe like a motor or something, just to get a continuous, small, relatively small motion. So you could, I don't know how you would work it out, but let's say if you cared enough, you would scale it down. You could scale it down to spin at the supposed speed that the Earth is spinning at, right? So you do that, and then you set up your little pendulum thing on there, and you just don't initiate any movement. There's no way that thing's not gonna have some kind of swing develop in it after a while. Well, that's what I would guess. And I'm sure. Wait, where's that guy who's got too much time on his hands who does simulations? The young one. Has he been around? You know the Glober guy who does Jeremy, what's his name? The one that you call Morty or something like that. Mate, you lot are slow.
So if I was to tell you guys, drop, what would you think?
How many press ups you want me to do? Drop and give me 20.
Good one. How about drop and elevation? What would you think?
That you're going down a hill or you're falling down the stairs?
Yeah. You know, that easy concept is very hard for people to understand. Just look at the live stream text one.
Oh wait, don't make me do that, man. There's a reason I don't look at it. Oh no, what are they saying? I'm not seeing anything.
Well, somehow they think that they can have drop, or some of them think they can have constant elevation on their mythical Earth and have no drop.
Yeah, but these are the same people that think if they call their cat a dog, then it's a dog. I got no time for that. They just pretend magicians.
Good point. Yeah, good point.
And they just play with words, and man, it's a waste of time. This is why Scripture says don't entertain fools, and then also it says deal with fools with their own way of being fools. I mean, I'm paraphrasing Proverbs, but you're in this kind of paradox when you're dealing with foolish people.
That's the Quran, huh?
You have to either completely ignore them, or if you deal with them, don't deal with them with wisdom. Deal with them the same way that they behave. So if they're being piss takes, then just take the piss with them. I'm pretty sure that's what the scripture's indicating. But I would err on the side of just not engaging with them, because they're a waste of time.
That is a fact. Yes, well said.
And that includes oneself as well. Like, if you're being an idiot, just don't engage with yourself. Slow your roll.
Maybe. Sometimes.
No, all you need to do, PMAC, is drink more water, that's all.
No, I think it's more vodka and Coke.
Learn to love water. You know, if you choose to love something, however unlovable it might be to begin with, you will fall in love with it. So if you choose to love, if you choose to love water again, then you can give up your unhealthy obsession with the other stuff.
Yeah, I love the water.
It's all about perspective, you know. Don't try and stop doing the nonsense. Start doing the good stuff.
No, you're right. You're right. Elijah, you're right.
Of course I am. Anyway, I figure that's a better way to deal with you than to just shout you down. Because you're not interrupting as much.
I respond far better to constructive criticism.
Yeah.
Yep, I do.
I mean, and if it takes a while, you can just water down your drinks with water.
You stop down that water.
So like, he's like, I'm gonna have a double whiskey, but put like a liter of water in there first.
Oh, yeah, probably would. I was just trying to figure out how they talk about pendulums and focals and all kinds of things, and just what made it move, and they couldn't answer. And but it's because of what?
Sorry?
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying something.
No, maybe I've got earphones.
I need
maybe,
more water.
Maybe I'm echoing. Carry on. I think I've got bleed through my audio.
Yes, yeah, that's probably what it is. We have a bleed through. So good luck. Good luck. It's funny how they all disappear when somebody talks perfect fucking sense, eh?
Of course, they get triggered. They have nothing. All they have is insults. Just look at the text. That's all they have. Insults, trying to make you feel that your arguments are wrong, or they have nothing. No counter argument. Because you know what? There isn't any.
That you're right.
How are you going to argue water? How are you going to argue geometry? How are you going to argue these things? You can't. Every time you open your mouth and you talk to me about water, you're made to look like a fool. And you know it. So all you have is just dumb remarks. That's all you have. You know your water doesn't drop or hump. You know 2 drops can't make a hump. Right?
Yeah, but 2 wrongs can make a left, right?
Exactly. So they have nothing
Or is it a
but
right?
just, criticism of no sense.
Hey, I got an idea and a question. You know the guys who measure earthquakes and stuff. Is it seismometers?
Yeah.
Is that what they're called? Yeah. Doesn't the proposition of the argument with the Foucault pendulum, doesn't that pose a lot of issues with what they're doing and how they measure all this seismic activity, and even more so the traditional methods that were used? Are you understanding what I'm saying, or do I have to elaborate?
Yeah. Go on.
Well, because of the principles of it, right? They're there to measure movement, like actual movement, undeniable movement, and then to classify it in terms of scale. I think they use a logarithmic scale, right? So, at least from a fundamental point of view, fundamental level, if the proposition that they're saying with the Foucault pendulum was true, then these guys wouldn't really have a reliable system, and there'd be something really wrong with it.
Bro, all their things of the pendulum, they're on mechanical things that are swung mechanically. It has to be kept swinging. I mean, eyes to see. She did like hours and hours, countless of hours watching these machines, and all of them are magnetically or motorized.
Yeah,
It's a
I mean that
sham.
doesn't surprise me. But you can still
Yeah,
do even without doing that. You can still destroy the argument just from the kind of stuff that we were discussing before he gave up.
absolutely.
There's another thing. If these people want to keep arguing and whatever, like I think maybe this is the first time I've heard anyone propose something that they could actually go and test, right? So let's eliminate any possibility of excuse from a flat earther's point of view and make it a two string pendulum. That's a good idea. Here's another idea. You could do a 1-string pendulum or a 2-string pendulum, however you like. I would suggest 2. But instead of it being just housed to whatever the join is that they choose to use for pendulums, you could
Bro, that's a good idea. I'd like to
hold,
see 3 of them side by side.
hold on. You could have the connection. You could have the connection on a what are they called? My brain just went blank. What's
Bro,
that thing
you
where,
have a good idea here.
Hold on.
I'm willing to bet.
I need
Bro,
a word.
listen.
I need you to help me find a word. I just went blank. A bearing. Okay. So you have a ring bearing, right? So if there was precession, you would have a ring bearing that would allow that to happen, and then that would eliminate it being just swing from whatever the. I think it's just harmonics that causes this precession. If what they're saying was, and they weren't making those machines and faking it, like if this stuff does happen, I think it's harmonics and imperfections in the way they designed it, right? So if you have 2 things and you've eliminated that, so you eliminate that, you put it on a bearing, then you're going to see some very interesting things.
They do have them on. Well, they don't have them. I don't think they're on. I'm not so sure, but that's irrelevant. Listen, you are onto something here. Has this ever been done? Let's say 2 or 3 pendulums side by side and show the same precession. I'm willing to bet money that if you put 3 of them side by side at the same time, release them at the same time, they will not show the same. I'm willing to bet money on that.
I don't know. That's not even what I was suggesting, but yeah, it makes sense to have confirmation. Hey, did you know though? I'm not sure if this would happen with pendulums, but with metronomes, if you have a whole bunch of metronomes and you set them off all out of phase, they will go. Assuming, no, they have enough. Yeah, because they go on for ages, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I've seen that like done on a cylinder where they're all like on one plank and you've got like 4 of them together. But I think it's just that because they're all on the same relative plane moving over the cylinder that they kind of line up like that. But
I mean,
sorry.
I'd have to. I don't know whether it's necessarily.
I was thinking of that
complete-
earlier. So
I don't know if it's true because I haven't done it for myself. But I've seen the whole. It's a long, boring video, really. But they all come back into phase. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
It doesn't necessarily have to do anything. But when you mention multiple things and comparing them, just kind of the harmonics of it all is interesting.
Yeah, but you got to understand that test that they did, if I remember correctly, it has to do with the table picking up the motion, right? So if you put them on a solid thing, that won't happen.
Okay, I'd have
It's
to.
because the sway of the table, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But that really has hardly anything to do with this.
Yeah, but I get bored with destroying the nonsense arguments. The ideas are more interesting to me. Because there's other information that can be acquired. Real information. Because obviously you can dismiss the rotation of the Earth like that. But what else could you learn by doing experiments with multiple pendulums and parallel double string ones? You could get some interesting information, I'm sure.
The information you get is the thing swings back and forth until it stops swinging.
Yeah, I'm talking about like autistic type information. You know, the intricacies that other people don't care about. there is another thing, but I don't know how to articulate it clearly. So if you understand, cool. If not, apologies. But what he was proposing in his argument, it begs the question, right? So it's broken from that point of view, because you're begging the question that, oh, this precession would only happen if the Earth is moving. So destroying that, because begging the question is for losers. There clearly is something else going on, assuming they're not rigging it like you suggested and other people have seemed to have proven, right? Let's assume for a moment that there's a legitimate precession that's happened. How do we explain it? I would think that if you were to do energy calculations, you would find that there's some loss that's not being accounted for, and it's or not being calculated correctly. I don't know exactly. Again, I'm not sure how to articulate it, but that's probably why it's doing precession. Because if you insert, let's just simplify, if you insert a joule, a single joule or 10 joules, a nice round number, you would expect the pendulum to do a certain thing, and then there would be certain losses due to friction, etc., and all the other little variables. If you were to calculate all those properly, you should have a specific end to that swing, right? The completion of the cycle. If there's precession, and you've only inputted a certain amount, then the end would be sooner than if there wasn't precession. Are you following me, Essie?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
So I don't know how I'd go about calculating that, and I don't think anybody would enjoy it very much. But if what they're saying is actually true, and it's not some nonsense fake device, then it's probably just they're not accounting for where all the energy's going, and that some of it's being lost because of imperfections through the...
Yeah, sure, but I want to see, first of all, it being proved. Like, I wonder, has anybody done multiple pendulums at the same time? Has anybody ever thought of that besides me and you? Ballers, is there a multiple pendulum side-by-side test anywhere? That is the question of the day.
They're crying because people talk on a voice channel. Can you imagine?
No, but seriously, ballers, that's the question. Has there ever been done multiple pendulum tests, one next to the other? Ever?
He's definitely misunderstanding. But again, you're listening, but you're not listening. Why waste my time? Have you read what he's typed in chat?
You see, that's the difference between us and them, meaning ballers and non-ballers, right? We ask the questions, we ask the tough questions, and they just fall for anything. Notice the silence? Everyone's thinking now, shit, man, does Essie have a point here? Has there ever been multiple pendulum tests? And if not, why? And why did he's the one that thought of this? This has never been thought of before? What the hell, man?
Essie, you're the first person to ever have a thought.
How crazy is that, bro? How crazy is that?
I don't know. Probably as crazy as wasting our time trying to explain things to people who don't want to learn.
Yeah, well, we're here learning stuff, so I don't know about them. I learn stuff every day. Did you hear yesterday when we were talking about a new type of energy? Well, over 100 years old, but were you here when we're talking about ether flow?
I wasn't here, no. What was the discussion? Ether flow, you say?
Yeah, this is quite amazing, actually. I was researching the ether, and I found out that Tesla did some experiments, and he was able to... Yeah. You want to hear about it?
Yeah, sorry. It's just he said some as if he made me think he just did a little bit.
No, he did a lot, bro. Yeah, this is like revolutionary stuff.
Yeah,
I'll give you.
talked about some of this stuff before, but carry on.
I doubt you heard about this one. I'll give you a quick rundown. He called it ether flow. So Tesla found out that when he ran a current, electromagnetic current, through a magnet, a powerful magnet, he noticed that there was two streams. One was a stream of electrons, which looked like sparkish bluish, but on the other side, he noticed like a white stream. Now, this is a different kind of energy. It's not electromagnetic energy. He called it ether flow.
I think in the end he called it radiant energy, but yeah.
That's right. That's right. He called it radiant energy as well. Correct. Now, a lot of people are not aware that it's completely different from electromagnetic energy, and it has properties that are really strange.
Yeah,
For example, it has a pushing force.
Mm-hmm. It's pressure.
So
he described it as, he said, I don't know what this is, but it acts as a fluid under pressure.
something like that. Yeah. Oh, so you've heard about this? I think you're the first one that I've talked to. Nice.
Yeah, maybe it's just we haven't had these conversations at the same time. But no, I've talked about it with Witsit and people before. It's a fun topic. If you like it and you're still looking into it, there's a guy called Peter Lindemann, I believe, and he's done some cool lectures going over Tesla's old documents and his patents and kind of putting it together in a way that makes research simpler instead of you going for days looking for stuff.
Yeah. So this energy is like. Are you aware of the properties that it has? The special properties?
Yeah, it can go through basically anything. It permeates all material, and it doesn't seem to end.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's cool, as in not hot.
That's right. It's cold. That's right.
Tesla was able to make breezes. Yeah, breezes in indoor environments.
I hope you ballers are listening to this. Hope you ballers are listening to. We don't make shit up, and we don't just talk about shit, right?
So you're talking about ionic breeze?
No.
I don't know if it'd be the same thing.
This is a special kind of energy. It's not electromagnetic.
How did you define that it's not electromagnetic?
I didn't define it. Tesla did.
Okay, how did he define it's not electromagnetic? Or you just
Because it has special properties.
What are those special properties?
Well, one of them is he produces it in a tube, in a vacuum tube. And when you turn it on, when you put your hand on it, it has like a pushing force for a human. But if you put a material there, right, it draws it in. There's one for you. You ever heard that before?
I don't know, it sounds like ionic freeze to me, or ionization that's causing it.
No, it's not. It's a completely new form of energy.
So you say.
Not I say. Tesla says. Are you smarter
So he
than Tesla?
says.
You think you're...
Is it possible that Tesla's wrong? I mean, just possible.
No, not on this, because I've seen demonstrations. Once again, this is what you guys do. We present you with information. You know nothing about it, but you
Well, you
come
haven't presented any information. You've just spoken about it, so I'm asking you questions about it.
Oh, you're saying no, it's ionic. You're saying no, it doesn't work. You're not asking me. You're telling me.
I'm saying that it's in keeping with ionic, from what I understand.
No, it's not, Moyak. It's a new form of energy called ether flow, discovered by Tesla.
Well, this should be easily demonstrated. Has anybody demonstrated this and proven that it's not a conventional electromagnetic force or ionic force?
Yeah, I watched the demonstration of it yesterday, as a matter of fact.
And how did they eliminate ionic force?
Ionic force.
Ionic
What makes you think it has anything? It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
I just don't think you're in a position to actually answer whether the test is demonstrating what you think it's demonstrating. I'm not either. But
Yeah,
I'm
but
asking
yet
you, how do you know?
you're
You're taking this at somebody's word that it doesn't have a conventional explanation, that it's not conventional electromagnetic forces in play. And you have no way, no mechanism in your lexicon or your ability to make that determination. So you're just taking the guy at his word.
No, I just explained to you, and I explained to you I saw a demonstration. Now, instead of you saying, hey, yes, see, maybe you can post this so I can watch it. No, that's not what you did. What you did is you went on about ionic something or other, which you have no freaking clue about. But that's what you guys do. Instead of saying, hey, SC, what other properties? Wow, this is interesting. Or where did you hear this, man?
Twist and turn, twist and turn, twist and turn.
That's all they do.
Twist and turn. Switch, switch, switch.
Well, actually, I did ask you at least once to present the information, but
well,
you haven't done so.
My God.
You know what, Moyak? I really don't care to.
The old I don't care. Isn't that so
I talked about this.
I am so high and mighty. I am not going to present this because I am Yogi Bear.
You see how they get triggered? No, what I was going to say was we had an in-depth conversation about this yesterday. And I could care less if you, Moyak, man, think or believe whatever you want. I could care less.
See,
all right, I just want
just
in our earlier conversation with Elijah, I think it was at 10:21. I posted an image. Does this describe your test? Because that's what I'm getting from your description.
Well,
10:21. You posted what?
So we have absolutely no proof of the global Earth, but the post images.
This is a question. It is not something for you to go and drunken slur a comment about. I'm just asking if he has. Is this what he was describing? Because I could have a mistaken understanding of what he's trying to imply.
If you want to know, go on yesterday's tape. We talked
I'm not
about
asking
it
about your thing. I'm asking Elijah. You can tell because I said Elijah. And I think he was when I was talking to earlier about the two-string pendulum. And I was wondering if this describes his two-string pendulum. Okay, Elijah doesn't want to answer. Okay.
Bob. We already said this. What set your pendulum in motion? I know what set your pendulum in
Dude, that's what's in the opposing pendulum in motion.
It's a fucking Earth, I know.
You're going to ask the same thing over and over again and not listen to the answer. So it doesn't seem like there's a point to this.
What was your answer?
It's been answered 7 times, at least.
Well, you know why I didn't hear it? Because it didn't make any sense, bro.
Because you are a drunken person who is not taking in information.
Okay. I'm ready. Go.
You were ready the last 5 times I said it.
It doesn't make sense, bro.
You have a malformed understanding of what's going on, and therefore every time it's explained to you, you keep referring back to your old paradigm and trying to think through it wrong.
My paradigm. My drunken paradigm. What set the ball in motion?
That's a stupid question that has no bearing on the argument. The start of motion has nothing to do with it.
Why not?
I mean,
Elijah. Oh, you're back again. Does this describe what you said about the Foucault's pendulum, about the two-string one? So what do you mean by two-string?
I said parallel. Are those strings parallel? But anyway.
Okay, so you want them to come down on either side of the ball parallel?
Yeah, like I said, parallel.
No.
Why,
Like
but
you
why
said,
not?
parallel. I'm asking you clarifying questions because there's lots of ways that could mean. Do you want me just to put two strings next to the ball? That would be parallel. Or do you want me to come up from the edges of the ball, the left side and the right side of the ball, and go straight up?
So, bro,
why not do both?
Because I'm trying to find out what the hell you think this proves.
You ignore the question completely.
No, I haven't ignored the question. In fact, I generated a diagram based upon what you described as I heard it, and I'm trying to understand. And now I'm asking clarification questions to see, and now you say things like both. What does that mean? When you say parallel, you must have something in your mind. Does it mean going from the left side of the ball straight up and the right side of the ball straight up to the center
straight up
of the right side and left side?
Do all of the above and come back to me when you got some samples.
You're talking bullshit, bro.
I'm not talking bullshit. I'm asking questions.
You're definitely talking bullshit.
I'm curious as to why not to the earlier question.
Why not what?
What you said, and then I replied, why not?
Are you drunk?
No.
No.
Okay, hang on. Let me I'll refine the drawing a little bit and see if this is what you mean.
I'm not talking about the drawing.
You are not able to speak in clear terms, so
I'm not talking about the drawing. I'm not speaking about the drawing. I'm speaking about your conversation with PMAC.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll go back. Hello. How you doing?
His statement, because he's not talking, so I speak for him. His statement was that it's a stupid question and has nothing to do with it. When PMAC asked him,
because that's been described several times. Were you not here for that?
British people in the house. British people in the house.
That doesn't answer my question, though. I said, why not? Why is it not relevant?
Well, it has been described several times. I'm asking, were you in the room when it was described?
I'm asking you a question. Why not? Why is it not relevant?
Because the motion that you initiate into it is not going to give you a coherent, even response every time, which is... What the fuck is wrong with you? Shut your goddamn mouth!
Did you just say you initiated?
Calm down, man. What's wrong with you?
Calm down, bro.
Are you asking him what's wrong with him when you can't control yourself? You're a child. Mate, it's really not that complicated, my dude.
Yeah, they make it complicated, mate, because that's just their way. They
cool, but let me finish my sentence. It's not complicated. PMAC's being maybe a little obstreperous, but it's funny because he's asking you a really basic question. He's presenting a really basic idea, and you're just dismissing it because it goes against your presentation, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't start the motion, then there would never be precession. So the cause for the precession ultimately is because you started the motion.
Mm-hmm.
No, the cause of the precession, which changes based upon where you are. If I release this at the equator, which you will argue that I have not personally done, God damn it, you're just incapable of fucking shut your mouth for 10 seconds. What the fuck? I stay quiet and listen to you babble on, repeating the same thing over and over again, and then I try and speak for 3 words, and I'm interrupted by your insane ass. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah, let him speak, guys. Let him speak. Don't give him excuses. Let him speak.
Again, no. He's the one that's the issue. He's asking what's wrong with people while shouting out like a nutter. Mate, isn't PMAC the drunk one?
Over you every time you spoke. How would you react?
Isn't PMAC the drunk one?
Can you talk over you every time you speak?
You could try.
Yeah, well, I can. I mean, it's very easy to do. It's not difficult.
PMAC, aren't you the drunk one? I thought you're the one who's supposed to not be able to control yourself.
This is not a problem.
Yeah,
Elijah, if you don't let him talk, we can't hear the dumb shit he's gonna say, bro.
it just shows that the one with the problem is you.
You just don't listen.
No, I'm listening.
I mean, I could just send some inane thing in the middle of your conversation every time.
I'm listening.
Why not? Why shouldn't I just talk right now?
Still haven't addressed any of the points.
Every time you go and speak, I'll just talk over you. I mean, why not?
Are you really upset about the question? Are you really upset?
Why not?
Because it doesn't help make it's a toxic environment that doesn't enable conversation.
I'm sorry. I love you, bro. Tell me more. It's not toxic at all. It's not toxic. I'm asking you a simple fucking question.
Right now, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Elijah and his constant interruptions.
Yeah, it's just deflection.
And it's just really annoying when people do that.
It's annoying, but it's deflection.
There's no reason why anybody should do this every time somebody speaks.
No reason to lose your shit, bro.
I mean, sometimes there's reasons. Like if someone's about to get run over by a car,
But
and
it's not a reason right now. So I mean, why are we saying?
Yeah, but if you're about to get run over by a car and you're having a conversation, I'm going to interrupt you and go, "Oi, my dude, there's a car behind you. You're going to get run over." That's a legitimate reason to interrupt someone.
Point, and it just, really obnoxious.
Are you really done?
And you are rude people who are not capable of.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's perfectly.
He's not done.
He's fine.
If he was done, he'd be done, but he's not done.
So you've drawn two fucking turds. One perpendicular and one vertical. Is that yeah? Is that your best comeback? Can I ask you something? You want to hear this?
All right, Elijah, is this more like what you're describing?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, that has the same exact problem as the one with the wide angles. It is restricting the motion in one direction. So it will, of course, go in that one direction, even on the merry-go-round.
Yeah, but do you remember the other part that I said?
No, I was fixated on trying to understand what your test was.
Well, it wasn't just a one-element test, was it? So
but it's sophomoric in that it's sophomoric in that you're not able to
the other part
come up with a test.
The other part was to design it in such a way that you would allow precession to happen, but that it would happen only if it was outside from the initial input of energy of the pendulum swing that you start.
That's actually part of the test.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah, but hold on tight, yeah? Thereby confirming that if the precession does come, that it comes from outside the system. Now, with that, you would have to do some other controls to eliminate any things that aren't the supposed, rotation of the Earth, right? So once you've done that and you're satisfied and it's up to snuff, as it were, then you can proceed. Yeah, I'm going to finish, but when I'm finished, obviously. Then you can perhaps have some indication that there is something causing motion outside the system, and that may be to do with the Earth.
What controls are missing?
But
pendulum, single string pendulum. What controls are missing? Because what they do with the typical setup is they set it up. They pull a second string to pull the mass back with, the pendulum itself back with. Then they allow it to settle into the vector of, towards, one central axis. So it's not going to swing. You're not putting any impetus to the left or right. Then they cut the string with a candle and release it, so that the direction of release is not really in contention for how it processes.
It's in
Then these are done typically in relatively controlled environments with no random airflows and stuff of any significance, and yet they yield a very uniform value that you can determine latitude from.
No, see, you can conjecture latitude. No, wait, hold on. Maybe I'm misphrasing that. Continue.
Okay, you can calculate your latitude from the precession of your pendulum. I mean, this is not something that's really in contention.
Yeah. Well, seeing as your whole argument is that the precession comes because the Earth is moving, that is what's in contention. So if you're dealing with other stuff, then that's a different question, I suppose.
Well, you might be correct in that I haven't controlled for all things that may exist. There is a possibility that there's a stream of unicorns crashing into the ball going one direction and the other direction to keep it processing in a uniform direction. That is possible, but at this point, you would have to come up with a hypothetical and frame that out and start to test for that. But right now, the answer that does seem to answer that is the geometry of the Earth and the velocities of the Earth would
these
answer
are
the
presupposed,
question, would answer the question. And the way that you test to see if your hypothesis is correct is you do it at multiple locations, and you determine if it yields your latitude accurately, then that is a very likely answer.
Right. So this is an experiment you're conducting, a scientific one, yeah?
Demonstration, I would say, more than experiment.
But you
It becomes an experiment, I guess, when you have a
hypothesis.
It becomes an experiment. Okay, it's an experiment. When
Okay,
you
so
when
you
you
have
take
a big
the
issue then.
hypothetical situation of if I was on a spinning ball, I would have centrifugal forces acting on an object. And I would then clarify that by saying, at a given latitude, I would expect to see X degrees per hour or per minute of
That's
change.
a mistake.
Now, if I expect that and I test that and it comes up true, and then I test it at multiple locations, and it keeps on coming back true, that is leads you to or supports your hypothesis for the moment.
That's cool, but if you expect it, that's one thing. But it's whether the hypothesis would expect that, not your own conjecture, I suppose.
Well, the hypothesis expects it, and
No, it doesn't.
when you go and you actually test it, you test it by going to the different latitudes and validating. Why is
No, it
that not
doesn't.
valid?
No, because your hypothesis is that if I'm on a ball spinning at such
Yes.
and such,
Yep.
then I mean, again, that doesn't even come into the correct realms of a hypothesis, but we can play with that later. Then there would be precession.
All right,
You would
English fella.
Hold on.
Sorry
No,
to
don't.
apologize. No. Hear me out.
Shush.
The
Yeah, I'll hear you out when I'm finished speaking.
But the
So,
procession is really there.
I'll
down
hear you
to
out. I'll hear you out when I'm finished speaking. Don't make me repeat myself. So Mayok, or Mayok, however you pronounce it. For that to be an experiment and you to be doing it the right way, you'd have to control the variable that you're trying to prove is the cause, right? So tell me exactly how you control for rotation of presupposed Earth.
I go to different locations on the presupposed Earth, and I have expectations I have expectations that are generated from that.
That's
And
your
if those
expectation, but that's
expectations
not
are
the
met,
that's not the
then that
experiment.
supports
That's
your
not the
hypothesis.
experimental method that you've invoked, right?
That is an experimental method.
No,
and
it's not.
It is. You got to tell me what's wrong with it.
You're not controlling it.
I am controlling with it by moving my location. Yes, I am.
No, you're not. That is completely false.
That puts me into a new environment with new new forces invoked.
No,
And
all
if
you're doing is getting.
If my hypothetical
All
is
you're
correct,
doing is
if my
agreeing with
hypothetical-
yourself.
No, I'm not. I have a
Yes, you
it's
are.
falsified. If I move to that
no.
location, I get a an answer that does not match. If it suddenly moves around twice as fast as I move up north, or twice as slow as I'm expecting, then my hypothesis is proven wrong.
No, because even if that was the case, which, by the way, per our conversation earlier, you still have to confirm. But even if that was the case, it doesn't prove anything, because the way you set up the hypothesis and the experiment forces you, because you're not able to do it the way you want to do it. You have to do it according to the experimental rules. Forces you to control the variable, which is, in your case, the rotation of the Earth. How are you going to control that? This isn't like heat. This isn't like heat where you can just remove the candle. Tell me how you're going to remove the rotation of the Earth from the situation to confirm that when it's not there, this precession doesn't happen.
Why is it not confirmation when I move my position to a new location, and all the vectors associated with that new location come to the correct answer?
Yeah, that's not the control variable to begin with. Science doesn't require superhuman feats. The variable he's controlling, so that means we don't have to stop the Earth's rotation and test what happens. The variable that he's controlling is his location by the latitude.
You make a good point. I should have said manipulate. But regardless, it's that variable that you have to deal with. So the correct word was manipulate. Jace is bringing up a
It's
good point.
dependent. It's the dependent variable.
Right, but the
dependent on
the point still stands. You're not manipulating it by just moving to a different location.
So
It doesn't suffice. Go ahead, Realm. I've finished my point. It stands.
I won't interrupt you again. I actually truly respect the way that you dealt with that. Thank you. If you change the value of time per day, you can stop the daily precession of the stars. You might see them spin once, but they'll land at exactly the same place as they were the day before. Then you've taken away the rotating reference frame, but they don't do that. But they used to do that. And then that stopped in the convention of 1884, 88. Why did we jump from celestial time to solar time?
I'm sorry. Does this have anything to do with pendulums, or are we changing topics?
Well, you're talking about precession, so your observations are in reference to what you're doing on the ground. So if you're measuring what you're doing on the ground to the stars, but your measure of the stars is wrong because you're doing 24 on the ground and 23.9344 in the sky. Your celestial grid is not in 24 hours, it's in 23.9344. So you're always going to have an error, surely. And then
What error? What error is the pendulum making?
Well, that difference in time, what, 4 minutes? So that 4
Because
minutes.
the pendulum runs for I don't know, for one that we set up in the gym, runs for about 15 minutes.
Listen, their pendulum, right? What causes the pendulum to be, they've got a magnet that holds it for.
No, not in this setup. I'm talking about a gymnasium with a fucking rope.
It holds
and a bowling ball.
It holds the wire, right, or whatever like that, temporarily, and lets go of it. Now, if something's going towards you dead straight, it's going to go back dead straight. If you go to me, right now, if I was a magnet pulling on that, I'll pull on it dead straight. If I was slightly to the side, then it's always going to fucking move in one direction because that's
what magnet?
Set up, mate. It's fucking set up.
There's no setup magnet here. We're doing this. We've gone to a gymnasium. We've gotten a bowling ball and a piece of wire. We've gone to the 30-foot ceiling and we tied that thing to a little spinning gimbal up top, a free spinning, low friction gimbal. Now I take the bowling ball, I release it, and it swings backwards and forwards. But it doesn't just swing backwards and forwards. It actually precesses in keeping with my latitude. Where's the magnet? No magnet.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
You confirm that without a shadow of a doubt.
Yes.
And can other people?
Yes.
Do the same, and can it be
Yes,
confirmed
I've seen it
multiple
I've seen it
times in the
reproduced
same
thousands of
location?
times. Yes, in every place you do it, it yields your latitude.
Does it yield latitude, or do people conjecture it and make it work?
It yields latitude when you run it, assuming a ball of this dimensions in question. It yields your latitude, dimensions and speeds. It yields an answer that can be derived.
Assuming something that isn't correct, you get the answer that you want.
Assuming a uniform thing that was defined for other reasons, and the implications of that are what we expect in physics of a moving object.
Well, if it wasn't correct,
this is
if it
a
wasn't
lot of
correct. Hang on, bud. If it wasn't correct, you wouldn't be able to yield your location. That doesn't make any sense. If you're doing things wrong, you shouldn't be getting accurate location. It says logic, bro. If I do the equation wrong,
it's
I'm gonna get
provably
the
wrong.
answer.
It's provably wrong.
Go ahead, prove it wrong. I have
What?
yet
That the Earth has the dimensions that the globals claim?
Sure.
Okay, you do realize you just put burden of proof on yourself, right?
No, you're the one claiming it's wrong. Provide the evidence.
Yeah, well, for me to claim something is wrong, I'd have to claim against something that's been presented. Present me the measurement of the Earth.
Well, Moyak was talking about Foucault's pendulum and getting your location from that. Is that you're now moving on to the dimension about the life of the Earth because you can't come to grips with the fact that it gives you an accurate location, and that's a big problem for you.
But the fact that you're getting an accurate location, right, based on something that is provably wrong, doesn't help your case.
It's how if you're getting an accurate location, dude, it's not provably wrong. Do you not see the contradiction there?
There is no contradiction.
If I'm doing something wrong to get my
Look.
location, it shouldn't give me my accurate location because it's wrong. It's like double speak galore.
No, it's the method. It's the method that you're employing to come to your location. Right? That clearly is yielding you something that's accurate. But Mike is saying that it's based on something that we know to be false, and that is the supposed measurements and speed of the Earth.
When in your life have you ever done things completely wrong and got accuracy out
What
of
do you
what
mean?
you
People do that all the time.
do? That. Go ahead. Give an example.
Just
Love to hear it.
just give up any I'm choosing to do this because because somebody told me a rumor, for instance. So because of this rumor, which turns out to be complete bullshit, I'm gonna walk down this way. Oh, and you just happen across the correct thing or the thing that you're looking for. The two can be mutually exclusive, right? But your reasoning could be based on some bullshit that you didn't know was bullshit, but you come up with the result you wanted. Congratulations, but on reflection you realize, oh, my reasoning for doing this was stupid.
Yeah, but we're not talking
in error.
social
I'm just
interaction.
giving
We're
you
talking
an
about
example. I'm giving you an example.
Yeah.
How are you measuring? How are you measuring?
It's a.
This
it's
is
a
what comes
red
into
herring.
question. It's not a red herring.
It's a
'cause
red
This is what.
herring.
No, this
It's
is
got
what comes
nothing
into
to
question.
do with the actual topic.
This is
but
what comes into question. How are
I
you
gotta
measuring?
go, so
How are
I'll
you
let
measuring?
Moyak handle
Yeah,
this.
We know.
Talking nonstop, fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, he just babbles.
Yeah, you'd have to pay attention. So how do you
No, I was
know?
paying
How do you know that the
attention, you
Earth
were
is?
talking
How do you
nonstop.
know? Jeremy, hold your tongue. How do you know, Mayok, that the Earth is the measurements that you're claiming it to be?
Those assumptions in place yielding the proper answer, I think, is a good indication that it is the size and shape and velocity in question.
No, it's not. It's just
Okay.
it's just a convenient way to bolster your position.
I would
But it's not.
agree
It
if
doesn't.
Foucault's
It doesn't
pendulum.
prove anything.
I would agree if Foucault's pendulum was just determined. If everything was derived to come up with the answer, but the answer was.
Of course it is.
Would you shut the fuck up?
Why can't you calm down? Of course it
Because
is.
you're interrupting again. You want me to start that again? Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah, let him
Yeah,
finish.
go ahead.
Start. Go ahead, Moya.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so I even forgot where I was. The size and shape of the Earth are assumptions in this that we're trying to prove using standard physics of bodies in motion. There's a formula that comes up, and you can derive that if I was at this location moving this fast, I would experience these forces. It was not derived for Newton. It was not derived to only be used with Foucault's pendulum. It is a straight up derivation from physics. So the fact that it coincides with that and gives the same answer, I think, is very indicative of the shape and speed of the Earth.
No.
Yeah.
No, you're drawing conclusions from things. I want to know how you confirmed the first thing first, before we get on to the other third, fourth, and fifth things. How did you confirm the size of the Earth? How did you confirm that the Earth that you have supposedly measured is spinning?
Because there are implications of the size, shape, and speed of the Earth rotating.
When did I ask you for a because answer? I asked you for a how.
By
when?
utilizing the size, shape, and velocity of Earth and applying the implications of that in physics.
Are you
Bodies in motion.
hard of hearing? I asked
no,
you how you
rephrased that.
measured
I
them in the
rephrased that
first
for you.
place.
I rephrased you that for
I
you.
asked you how you measured it in the first place.
Don't need to.
Hold on. If you don't need to, then I don't need to pay attention to anything that comes after the fact.
If I wanted to, I could start and derive a very close approximation for how big the Earth is just with Foucault's pendulum.
Which is exactly one of the main reasons why your whole position is bunk.
Because I could.
Because it's circular reasoning.
I could exclusively.
It's circular reasoning. It's just confirming your question that you've been begging the whole night or evening or morning, whatever. It doesn't prove anything.
It proves that in and of itself would not prove it, but I could derive it and come up with a good approximation for the size of the Earth. Then I can go through and I can take measurements. How far does that mountain drop off in the distance? Oh, you know what? That corresponds with that number. Hey, how much do the stars shift when I move 69 miles? Oh, that matches that. How much does this little stick in the ground change its shadow? You add all these things together and you come to one inescapable conclusion that the Earth is a sphere of the size in question.
So doing all the things that you plan to do because you're trying to prove your assumption, your conclusion is that your assumption is correct. Of course you're going to confirm what you've already decided to confirm ahead of time.
No!
Yes!
I'm not confirming it.
Stop pretending. This is an affirming the consequence. This is just bullshit.
Every one of those options had the ability to fail. They did not fail. They everything continues to point towards a globe Earth. Whether it be Etmos effect, whether it be you going to the South Pole and looking at the sun traverse the horizon, never varying in elevation, going around behind you.
Oh, you got proof of that as well, yeah?
Observably above in between the tropics. And somehow that sun magically fucking goes around, never raising in elevation, never dropping in elevation, around behind you. There are 1,000 different ways that this confirms itself. Why are you so thick that you can't understand that?
So your ad homs aside, you haven't actually confirmed anything. It's just assumptions. It's reading into observations to conclude what you've already decided is the case.
All right.
And by the way, what you mentioned about the South Pole, we know that's bullshit. You've never been there. No one's been there. There isn't a South Pole.
That's a bold assertion. Go ahead.
Where's your evidence? You just said a very detailed observation. You just said a very detailed observation.
Please go ahead.
I said you haven't been there. Have you been
said
there?
That. Okay, now go ahead. Prove that.
Have you been there?
Oh, have I been there? No, I've spoken to some people.
Okay, so stop acting as if you know what you're talking about. Then number one.
Okay, but no,
Number two, your detailed description of the observation.
Jeremy,
has that actually been observed? He tapped out again. SE, you want to talk about Tesla again?
What's up?
You want to talk about Tesla again? He gave up.
Tesla, yeah. Well, no, these guys are not ready for this, bro. It's too much for them. They can't handle this. It's 130-year technology. It's too much for them.
He's gone for good, so we might be able to discuss without his nonsense interjections. I ain't discussing a fun topic or something like that. Just destroy him on his own, whatever. No, sorry, misphrasing. Destroy his arguments on his own presentation. There you go.
Yeah, they have nothing. Once you question them.
Look up Peter Lindemann. and then there's a book. Are you into reading, or does that take you too much time?
No, I like reading.
Okay, so give me a second. You know, it might be faster just to get the video. So he okay, maybe I spelled his name wrong.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go back to that focal pendulum briefly.
Yeah.
You go check in their locations. They've got these places all around the world. The ratios of their length and the fucking height of these things and stuff are all different. But the interesting thing is that the focal pendulum needs momentum, and the momentum comes from a magnetic pull temporarily. Yeah. So if you didn't have any momentum, you started off, and then naturally it would just end up in the center, wouldn't it? So you need something that can catch it temporarily and let it go. Now, if that hits the magnet and doesn't stop moving, and when it lets go, it's naturally going to go in the momentum it was naturally doing in the first place. So the point is that the focal pendulum should logically be something like a meter long and timed at a second. And anything other than that, I would say, is bullshit. Because your gravitational fucking, there's all sorts of shit going on, you know what I mean? But because this magnet catches the wire temporarily, if it doesn't stop, what's stopping it from going in the opposite direction and going forward one, going back one, going forward one, going back one? It naturally needs a momentum of an inertia, a natural, you know?
Is that actually how they do it? They use magnets?
It's something to do with a magnet.
These guys are losers. I mean, I purposely didn't even address much of the legitimacy of what they're actually doing, because I know that he hasn't done it himself, so it's just a waste of time, right? Because you can because by the way, you can destroy this on its face, because the whole premise of the quote experiment is bunk and faulty, right? They're not doing what they need to satisfy the requirements of an experimentation.
If they put the focal pendulum on the magnetic equator or the magnetic agonic prime meridian lines, would they get the same effect? Because if it was
Probably
different,
not.
Wait, is the magnetic equator the same as the regular equator?
it's the subdivision between the two magnetic poles. The one that moves in the north a hell of a lot more than the one in the south. I don't think the one in the south moves at all. I think
there's an issue with that realm because of magnetic declination.
That's weird.
It's not even clear. Like if you look at it on the way that the maps, the way people think maps are presented, then there's something wrong, right?
It's nothing to do with declination. Nothing to do. It's the magnetic field. I'm not talking about declination at all. But our coordinates do change, do they not? If I'm standing here, this GP, is my coordinates going to change over time? I would think not, right? But but apart from that, if they were to do the focal pendulum on any of the prime magnetic lines going across or up and down on the Earth, which is very easy to find where those lines are, and if it doesn't work on there, then obviously there's interference. If it works everywhere, great. But there have been many a test that said that there would be an indifference when the sun and the moon aligned. Therefore there is something else going on that's more an ethereal effect as opposed to a physical effect. Because if it changes when something in our observation has lined up and therefore something is changing, whatever, why does that make a difference on the focal pendulum and blah, 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 blah. The whole thing I started off with is that to keep momentum, what's stopping it from going back and forth and oscillating like, what's stopping it doing that? It needs something, and naturally
start.
Yeah, I mean, even the wire you're using, the wire shouldn't be a wire. It should just be a shaft that can't twist at all. You know, things like that. You need to eliminate the variables
That's
to
what I was
get
telling them.
exactly. It's if like you say, if you know the answer to something, then you can formulate any method you want to get to that answer using the information available. Easy as. And like I say, with this precision and all that bullshit, everything goes eastwards. If you look at the magnetic, sorry.
So does the Foucault pendulum, does it show your latitude? Can you correlate your latitude? If you change latitude, does the precession change? And if you change the precession, can you calculate your latitude? Does it?
No.
Is there a relationship?
They put them in museums.
Wait, say that again?
They're a joke and they put them in museums. They're not a serious instrument.
So there is no correlation between latitude and precession.
Yeah,
No, yeah. See, that's the thing that I was getting at. That's just conjecture. Like it's let me take their word. Let me take their word on it.
So
it's a carefully crafted exposition of bullshit, really.
So if there's actual video that shows the relationship, would that be legitimate?
Nice
one. Hey,
one.
Extremistus, I have a
Video?
question for you.
Who's producing the video?
Real quick, right? So if we had some type of object that was in still water and we moved that object, you would see physical effects on that object, right? Forces would come into play due to the fact that it's moving through the water, right?
Okay.
Now, if we took that object and we made it stationary and the water was flowing, would the effects be the same as if the object was moving through stationary water?
Possibly. I mean, it depends on the forces. The forces, I don't really know that answer. I would say probably.
So yeah, this is just kind of a thought experiment as to, okay, we live on this earth and we can see possible effects due to the movement of the earth or possible effects due to the movement of the medium in which the earth is residing. Would you say it's both are plausible?
Got a work call I got to join. I'll pick it up later.
All I'm saying is it would be difficult to differentiate between the two if there being, if there is a movement of something like, I don't know, the ether over the stationary earth.
Right.
It would also affect things like, I don't know, light.
Yeah, that's the other issue I have with
Ring
this.
laser gyros, things like that. Yeah.
They present it as if it's the only way that this happens is because bum bum bum. It's like, well, hold on, maybe you've just devised a really good way of telling yourself where you already know you are. Which, I mean, I'm kind of taking the piss with that, but that's maybe what they've made. And if that's legitimate, then cool. They've done an accurate way to determine where they are. Okay. The question would then be, why does this determine where I am? Maybe this is a way, like you're saying, to do with and also what Realm was talking about. This is a positioning system, but the positioning system is not dependent on, we're on a spinning ball. No, it's the other factors.
Yeah, it's like,
or the whole thing is bullshit. But it's the fact that they present it as if it can only happen if rotation and because of rotation and because it agrees with everything else. Therefore, we're correct. But hold on, we haven't actually proven that it's rotating. We haven't actually proven that what is rotating is a ball, etc., etc. It's nonsense.
Right. I mean, the same effects could be felt if there was a medium that was flowing over the surface of the earth, and the flow of that medium could be measured by certain devices to say, the flow goes this way here. It's faster here. It's slower there. Right. And then we could determine the flow around us. And then we could map that out and say, well, since we know this is the way that the flow is.
So
It's
in the
not that
Pacific,
difficult.
It appears that we don't have any measurements or we don't have any focal pendulums between Japan and the Americas. So if we thought that,
Don't tell anyone.
I know. So if hardly, a good 2/3 of the world is telling one story, and we don't know the story of the other side of the world, it's like, how would we know?
Yeah,
So
see, what I want to... Sorry to cut you off, but it's something I wanted to say earlier. I want to see somebody do this where the people who are operating the system don't actually know where they are. So they set up like a double blind. Maybe on in international waters, for instance, on some kind of craft. Because if you go, all right, I'm gonna put you in a random location, set up your bullshit pendulum, or sorry, your Foucault pendulum, and then tell me where you are. If they can do that, then maybe the points that they were making earlier so emphatically, they might have some legitimacy. But still,
Not even necessarily.
Yeah, but still, all that does is go, okay, so you've made a device to tell you where you are. You still haven't proven the other thing that you're claiming disproves.
Right,
because I think it's interesting.
The thing about these claims, right, whether it be the Foucault's pendulum or like Sagnac effect being used to claim that there's motion to the Earth, that is the big thing about the Michelson-Morley, which was set up to detect the orbital motion of the Earth around the Sun that is required for the model, which was not detected, right? So sidereal rotation, the things that we observe, the stars moving in the sky, the deviation of ring laser gyroscopes and the like, right? These can all happen with a flow across a stationary Earth.
But
Now, if you wanted to get
I'd
a
agree.
secondary motion, right, like an orbital motion, not just a spin, but an orbit around the sun, you should be able to detect that as well within a similar type apparatus. This is why Michelson-Morley was set up, and it got a null result. So there's no detection of this orbital motion, which would be a requirement for the alleged spinning and orbiting globe Earth.
All the planets and everything except for the stars go east. It's easily provable. So there's a reference frame we're not considering because the time that we're using is a bit all over the place. So if we adjust our time, we can actually force our observation on a daily basis to go in the opposite direction. Going through, and so they're all traveling east, but they're all within the field, and the field is moving west. Therefore, you can segregate that, and you can see the order of everything, and then everything aligns. What, in 759 years or something?
What if they did all of this with completely... I know you can't eliminate things being affected by electrostatics, etc. But something that's non-reactive to the majority of the influences that you might be talking about. Because maybe it's that. Maybe that's part of what's going on. Because they use a wire, right?
Well, this is the thing, right? There also is a claim of like a Coriolis effect, right? Which would be this deviation of a moving object.
Oh, don't get me... Yeah, carry on. That's such a dumb idea.
So this would be a similar type concept as the Foucault's pendulum, right?
I think so. Yeah, no, fundamentally. They like to obscure it, but fundamentally, yes. It's
But if it's
this thing we're on is moving. So okay.
But if it's an outside force that is affecting the object, not a movement or a deviation of the ground below it, you would have a similar type of effect, right?
You might have to repeat that.
If it's an outside force, right? Like a flow of something across the surface. Think of my rock in the stream type example, right? So if the rock is stationary, if the rock is stationary and you have a stream flowing across it or swirling around the top of it, and an object is removed from the surface, a little piece of the rock is broken off, and it starts to move in a direction in the force in which it was dislodged, it would have a deviation the same way that it would if there was a movement of the earth, right? So the biggest question is what can we do to definitively determine or at least eliminate the possibility of one of these two factors?
Right. And that's why you brought up, I can't remember the thing, but the one that got a null result. Was it Michelson and Morley, you said?
Yes, to me that would be probably the best way to do it, because within the spinning globe model, there is also this idea of heliocentrism, where there is a orbit of the Earth around the sun. So there's another movement that should be able to be detected. The Michelson-Morley experiment had the ability to detect that, and it did not.
One second. I'm reading this dissertation.
And if you notice, the standard response typically, it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction when you bring up Michelson-Morley and you ask what was the premise of Michelson-Morley. And most people, for some reason, say, well, it was to prove that there was an ether and it got a null result, therefore there's no ether. Which in reality, what was trying to be measured was light in different directions, right? To see if that could substantiate the orbit of the Earth around the sun. And it got a null result.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I'm a bit distracted, but it's interesting that you brought up the Coriolis earlier, because surely the easiest way to deal with this is just go, let's talk to a real sniper who shoots real people in the head. End of story. Or just go and do the shot for yourself, and you'll see that this thing is a nonsense. It doesn't happen the way they say it happens. Nothing. There's nothing to it. And to just be even more obnoxious, because ultimately patience with stupidity is foolishness, in my opinion. The fundamental of all of this is the measurement. There is no measurement that they can confirm. We know this, they know this, or at least the ones who've been here long enough know that really what they're saying is dog shit. So everything else that they say after the fact, when relating to proving this model that they cling to, is bunk, because its foundation is non-existent. You get me? Like, because we can have these discussions and they're useful when, in the way we're doing them, right? I think, because you can start, expanding the way you approach things and talking about the real intricacies of the Earth. But other than that, it's a waste of time, because it just goes back to them propping up their worldview.
Yeah, I mean, the claim of snipers is rocky at best, right? There's so many factors that come into play when you're shooting over long distance, right? The rifling of the barrel of the gun, so you have spin to the bullet, so you have spin drift, you have windage, you have all kinds of stuff that comes into play, right? Factors that need to be taken into account. One thing I don't have on my scope of my rifle is a Coriolis adjustment. It's not there.
Not needed. Basic training. Ignore everything you heard on TV. We're doing real things. If you miss, you're in trouble. Yeah. Plus with what you were saying about the variables, they keep setting up these presenting things and setting things up with so many other variables and other causes for these different things, and they mirror them, I think, intentionally, and I'm sure Whitsitt would probably agree. This is like one of his favorite subjects. They mirror and kind of invert all this stuff with the ether and this electrostatics and all these effects that we've been discussing, and that Essie and I were kind of probably going to go down at some point in the conversation. They mirror them to their worldview, so that so these things, oh look, it lines up with the observations, it lines up with this, but the conclusion that they attach to it is completely fake. So it has the appearance of, oh, this is a justified thing to believe or to think, but it's all obfuscation. Because if it was just blatant, like, oh, because if they were really just gonna lie, like straight up, just, oh, I'm gonna tell you straight up lies, they would do something different, right? But the aim is not to completely, well, the aim of deception is for it to be believable. So you don't just go tell someone something absurd unless they're completely retarded.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is like you said, a complete inversion or a transformation, right? From one to another. Same way that, in my
sphere
opinion,
and a circle are similar.
Right.
They have similarities. So it's a very
even
convenient thing to go, oh, go ahead, sorry, my bad.
Oh, I was just going to say, even with something like observations that we have, well, we see the world through spherical lenses. We see a planar world through spherical lenses. Their claim is that we see a spherical world through a planar type view. It's just the exact opposite. It's a flip-flop.
Right, and that's why it works so well.
Yeah.
Because if they had real balls, and I know they don't, because they don't. And I think the one I'm speaking to knows what that means. It's none of the people in the room. It's the chief liar. He would have just presented something like, okay, you live on a banana, etc., right? And just build up the lore of the banana universe. But that's not the aim, right? The aim isn't to just brazenly present falsehood. The aim is to present falsehood that is tantalizing and believable to those who want to be lied to. Because as much as you want to be lied to, right, as a mankind, it's a bit hard to buy something. Like let's say your aim is like, yeah, I just want to believe whatever, right? But somebody's telling you something that's just completely absurd, completely contradicts everything you experience. It's not going to work. You're going to be like, I can't sit in this movie, or I can't sit in this team anymore. I can't play this game because it's not functioning. It's like, this alcohol doesn't taste right, kind of thing. Wake up, PMAC. So anyway, it's just sophisticated manipulation.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. I think it's I think I can simplify it because I've been saying a lot. I think simplify it. The difference is a child will just straight up lie because they're innocent and go, yeah, no, I didn't eat the chocolate, and they got chocolate all over their mouth. Congratulations. But when they're actually trying to deceive and they want it to work, then they're going to go, okay, let me present something that smells like the truth, if not sniffed at too long. But yeah, I'd rather talk about Tesla's experimentations. It's way more fun. Or would you call them tests? What's your view on that, Napalm?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'd rather talk about Tesla's experimentations, but some of them are demonstrations, presentations, or tests, because experimentation would invoke certain parameters. And not everything he did would have involved that, because he was just trying to get effects, basically.
I think it was. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think he was like most people that tend to discover things. I think he was somewhat of a tinkerer, but he also had conceptual ideas. I don't think it was just 100% willy-nilly, his tinkering, right? And I don't know, there's a lot of
willy-nilly preaching to the choir.
there's a lot of mystery around a lot of what he was doing, whether all of his patents are complete, right? There's things missing if there's replications. Seems to be a decent amount of claims, and a lot of the conceptual stuff seems to be plausible. I think Eric Dollard was really starting to
study the sun,
garner an understanding and do some more tests or experiments, whatever you want to call it, with some of the ideas that Tesla had. I just think he was way underfunded, so he didn't have the ability to really fully
and it's not
throw
easy.
all of his time into, if he had I feel like if somebody like Eric Dollard had an unlimited budget
And a better control of who he got involved with.
himself.
Yeah. It's like, that's the thing. Tesla suffered as well, right? He was to a point a bit naive dealing with these small hats.
Well, I think
because he was single-minded, right?
Well, most people that have these genius type brains, right? They're almost incompatible with the average person within society, right? It's kind of the idea of like, what's the point of being a sane person in an insane world, right? Like you become the insane person. And I feel like that's kind of what most of these people deal with. They're looked at as like crazy crackpot, weird scientists. You know what I'm saying? Like we have a kind of an archetype of this within our society, right? The crazy scientist doing all these crazy things. And
you
I think
have the same with the prophets in the scriptures, right? Everything they said was usually a rebuke or something that other people. Hold on, the echo. Didn't want to hear.
Sorry, bro.
Matt, can you fix that, please?
Sorry. Am I what?
No, you're echoing. Like
what?
Instantly. Yeah.
How are you now?
All right.
Let's not talk about the prophets, please. No God, no Jesus, no prophets, please.
Is it hurting the drink? Is it stressing?
No, it's actually hurting my brain.
Okay, we'll just shut your brain off for a second. I'm only making a quick point.
No, you're right. I'll shut up.
I'm only making a quick point. So they would get targeted, right? They'd get put to death because they were saying things that were true that people don't want to hear. Like someone comes and tells you, yeah, what you're doing is bad, and you're gonna get judged for it. If you're in a position of power, it's gonna strike a chord. And Tesla did that with what he was doing, because you had all these industries, right? He wasn't necessarily a prophet, but what he was doing was he was seeking truth, and that truth went against the powers at the time. And the easy thing to understand is, okay, if all these guys are making money and have a good control system using this one system, and he's spending all his energy developing a better, cleaner, safer, all these good things, right, system, then it makes sense that the competition is going to try and stifle him.
Yeah, it's like if everything is based off this idea of combustion or explosive ways to produce energy, and you come in and you're like, nah, let's work on implosive energy, right? It's going to be a little bit safer, a lot cleaner. We might actually garner more power from it, less input, but you have a vested interest in the explosive power. You're gonna try to be sure that the implosive power never comes to market.
Yeah, and it's because of the approach. Because his approach was betterment of mankind. Their approach was, well, what can I do? What can I take? What, just me. It's the selfish thing. So, I guess the easiest generalization is he's doing what's natural, which is abundance. So the natural order of things is you put a seed in the ground and you yield forth multiples of what you put into it, right?
Well,
but if you
but selfish.
But if you look at the way the world has developed itself, especially now, there's no abundance. There's no abundance in the way industry works. It's we take from you and we give to you just enough so that we can get away with it, and that you'll come back and we'll take from you again next month.
Yeah, exactly.
But having said that, I mean, it's a difficult battle to fight. But in the end, generosity and an abundance approach to life actually works in your favor. So it might seem difficult at the time, but I don't know. Maybe you can think about it, Napalm, in terms of personal relation type of thing. Like if you put like genuine energy out, and you might not always get it back from everyone. You might not always be treated the right way, because people are people, right? But you end up getting back way more than you ever intended to, because you never really wanted anything. You're just trying to do the good thing, right?
Well, my life, right? Yep. And yeah, half
and I don't like the example of Scrooge much, because it's an old hat thing, but it makes a good point that, like, when he was a miser and all that, it's a nasty way to live. Who enjoys that? But the generous rich man,
my dad. Yeah,
people like that.
My dad loves it.
Yeah, okay, you're getting a bit belligerent now, PMAC.
Oh, sorry, no, I'm sorry. I meant that. But okay.
So people like that when people are generous, and it ends up becoming like a revolving wheel, as it were. Like the more generous you are, the more generous you can be. And now sometimes if your motives get skewed, that can mess with it, but it's better like that. And regardless of his faults, someone like Tesla, I think his desire for seeking truth and doing good for mankind has borne fruit, because he's spoken of by the people who know what they're talking about, at least, with much respect. And he's long since passed. And even though people haven't fully understood what he was doing, which I don't blame him, it's not easy, he's still responsible for a lot of the things that have made people's lives easier and such and such. So I'm sure it wasn't the way he wanted it, but he still has borne a lot of fruit.
This technology, this new energy of which I was speaking about, it was suppressed for a couple of reasons. One, it was wireless, and JP Morgan had a vested interest in wires, and he bought all the companies. And two, that this energy was going to be distributed freely throughout the world. And I haven't even touched on the properties that it has, that most people had no clue about. So this is why the technology was suppressed by JP Morgan, amongst others. Just so you could understand how much power this guy had, anything with general in front of it is a JP Morgan enterprise. General Electric, General Motors, right? Unimaginable power and
It's
wealth.
also the government. The government's also USDA and the general too. General Mills and all that. Yeah.
All that is JP Morgan. Everything with general in front of it, it belongs to, well, used to, he's dead, of course, but yeah.
Well, it's the government now.
You sure he's dead?
Maybe the government was backing his stuff to help. You know what I mean? Like he was like one of the regulators.
No, he'd be the government.
No, I don't think you can be the government. I think you can help it along a lot. You can be a part of it.
Not in and of itself, but the idea of what the government is run by people like him. It's like in England, like you have the government sitting down, having their debates, blah blah blah, passing their laws, but they're not the ones actually in charge. They're not the ones telling them what to debate and allowing them to pass the laws. It's the royal house, etc., etc., and other such families. They do what they're told. So, I mean, it's even in the States, it's funny because some of it's just bare obvious, right? With the lobbying. If you have enough influence and power, you can make a complete industry change to your benefit. So who's the government then? If at one point these rules are against you, and then after you doing a few things and talking to a few people and moving a few coins around, now these laws are suddenly in your favor. Well, it's not the ones who change the laws, it's you who's the one who's really in charge. It's you the one who has the power.
You hit the nail on the head. One of the few people I've heard say that, the lobbying. That's how they control you, your government. Enterprise through lobbying, that's how they do it. That's the noose around all of our necks. Well done, Elijah.
I think it's because the people who have, I mean, it's folly on multiple levels at this point, right? Because the system, at least in the States, was set up almost as perfectly as it could be in a man-made idea, right? To have actual freedom, but people squandered it because they didn't stick to what was true. Because one of the fundamentals is, like, if you're going to be a judge, or if you're going to make, sorry about the beat, if you're going to make decisions, you're not supposed to be able to be swayed because he has a nice shirt on, or because he's got dirty shoes, or because he gave you flipping money. Like, if that's not a judge, that's a degenerate. So if your job is to pass laws and make things and regulate industry, yet you can be bought, you're not a regulator, you're a crookster.
Right. It's like a bid. Yeah. How much are you going to bid to get me to do what you want?
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I mean, I know people get triggered by the creator thing, but like, you're created beings, so deal with it. Get triggered in your own time. The creator sets that down as a precedent. Like, look, I will not be swayed. I don't care who you are.
Stop.
If you behave in a certain way, you're going to be dealt with in a certain way.
Stop. Please stop.
And by the way, if you lot were honest with yourself, this is how you know you should be. Like, if somebody was to step incorrectly to you or your wife or your children in public, you would react to their behavior. But if you're a coward and you're not honest, and they step to you in a way that you would normally go, no, that's unacceptable, but they're dressed nicely, or they have influence, then you're now changing. Hold on, PMAC, you're taking a piss. I'm talking. Then you're now changing your behavior.
Stop talking.
You're swaying yourself because of something else. So you're not sticking to your convictions. You're being a waste. So deep down, people know that this is the right way to do. They feel sick when they can't stand up for their convictions just because somebody is a certain way, or they're scared of the repercussions.
That's great. Okay. The reason why I came in from another server is they started preaching. I can't stand that, bro. That's fair enough. If you believe in one thing, that's fair enough. You can. Michael Boyarig, but no,
Man,
no, bro.
you're not very coherent or even audible.
Right. Okay. Right. Am I coming? Hello. Hello.
What do you want?
For people not to talk about religion or God or whatever they think God is.
Why do you want that to be the case?
Well, I'm not satanic or anything, right? Right? I believe there is a God, but I don't.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Why do you want that to be the case?
Why do I want to be the case?
Why do you want people not to talk about it?
Because it upsets me.
Why does it upset you?
Okay, good question. Because there's, yeah, I don't even know, right? I don't know.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
You can't? Can you hear me now?
Yes, kind of.
Hello.
You were saying why it upsets you.
Oh, yeah, hey, you're a fucking sneaky bastard. I don't believe that Discord is a place for somebody to impose a religion upon other people or the way they think. All right, I like you know you tried, good luck, but it's not the place.
Why is it not the place?
Right, because you okay. Why is it not the place? Good question. So what is there? If there's life and there's things and there's shit and there's God and there's what I mean, why would you
What the fuck?
wait why would you try and impose your religion upon me?
Who said I was doing that? I asked
Well,
you why. I asked you why. I
let me
asked
guess.
you why
Let me guess.
Discord
Let
is
me
not the
guess.
place.
Let me guess. Let me guess. Are you a Muslim?
No. What's that got to do with the discussion?
Are you not Islamic?
No.
You're not.
No.
What the hell are you?
Maybe you should ask questions instead of jumping to conclusions. Why is it not appropriate?
Well, I'm answering questions.
Why is Discord not the place?
Well, in the Flower server, where people are trying to figure out shit, right, and where we come from and all there, I don't think it's appropriate.
You don't think it's appropriate. Does your thoughts?
Yeah.
Hold on. Does your thoughts on the matter dictate whether people can and cannot speak about things?
No, you're right. You're right. You are completely right. I'm sorry. I'll just disappear into the background here. I'll go back into Hitch.
Okay. So I don't
Yeah,
know who
I was
else.
just,
You
I
go
was
ahead.
just going to say, one sec. I was just going to say, this is Earth Awakening. It's not 24/7, so, and also worth pointing out that figuring out who you are is way more important than the second most important question, where you are. Who you are is way more important, in my opinion. Everybody's got their own journey, I guess.
I heard you guys speaking about judges. It would be nice if they were all blindfolded and all they heard was plaintiff and defendant and no names.
That's the point. Maybe that's one of the things they should have put in the Constitution.
You
Although
see
I'm
the
pretty
judge
sure
with
the Constitution shouldn't have even had judges, right?
You see the judge, the lady with the balances in her hands, right? And she's blindfolded. So why aren't all judges blindfolded or blind?
Because they're not legitimate. But also, this goes back to the point I was making earlier. It's because people have allowed themselves to let these people make these decisions, and because they don't stick to their own convictions, like the example I gave of an occurrence that might happen in the street. Because if they actually stuck to what they were supposed to do, they wouldn't have allowed these people to set up the systems that they did set up. They wouldn't tacitly agree to things that are immoral, like the legal system that is. Well, how would you describe? Well, like maritime law and all that rubbish, right? I don't want to just get into that boring discussion about law right now. So that's why you lot have that. It shouldn't even be the case. Like, there's no reason within the Constitution for someone to be standing in a court defending themselves because they were driving a car. Wait, traveling in a vehicle without a license. Excuse me. And I know that's like trying to maybe instigate by saying that, but it's a good example of, hold on, why are you here? Why is this happening? It shouldn't be happening. And this goes to one of the fundamental verses, I think, in this general topic of, truth and searching truth. My people suffer for lack of knowledge.
Who
So
said that?
I think
That's
so.
one. So who said that?
Eliza's
said
not
that?
for hire.
Oh, he just said it. That's right.
No, I said. Who said it? I was checking your question. No, the script. It's in the scriptures. Go ahead, North.
So you got that tag that says not for hire.
Wait. Oh, me? No, mate. I don't play any games of any sort. I'm just me. But no, I think I know what you're talking about. I live in a different country, dude. I have different things to deal with. It's been a while. Not clued up on all your lingos. But
Mongo, what?
where were we going? Napalm, was it you that I was talking with? Because these side quests with PMAC get get our points off kilter.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm trying to remember before I had to ask so many questions to PMAC who I was speaking with.
I don't know. The spirits seem to come out when certain things are talked about.
Fuck me.
But yeah, we were talking previously. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So back to the Tesla stuff.
I'm sorry. What just happened?
The Tesla stuff is interesting to me for multiple reasons.
Okay.
But what I found interesting was realizing that he actually ended up doing a lot of, well, at least a portion of what he was searching into and developing was regarding health and healing and just making things better. Because that's his whole worldview was, how do I make things better for people, betterment of mankind. So one of the effects that he was able to, well, I don't know. Actually, it was a bunch of effects, but one of the things he was able to do. So, Essie, this will be of interest to you if you haven't got there yet in your research. With the impulse generation and all this radiant energy, if he got to a high enough frequency of impulses, he could get into the realm of healing or therapeutic effects. So people with conditions would come and visit him and use his machines to get relief from various conditions.
Well done. Not only that, they found that in a certain pulse rate, it could kill germs. So in other words, imagine a machine.
Or whatever they really are.
Yeah, allegedly.
Probably parasites, but yeah, continue. I don't want to just find the germ thing.
Yeah, in a certain pulse rate, he found out that it kills germs. And have a couple of these machines in a city, if there's an outbreak of influenza or whatever, and just kill it. Imagine the implications of what happened now, which I won't mention.
You could stop plagues. Like real plagues, not make-believe plagues. That's different.
Exactly.
Right? Make-believe plagues, they require some next-level tech. But yeah.
So I was this a few days ago, and they were all laughing at me, poo-pooing me, all the balls, that is. Yeah, they had no clue of this whatsoever, but they figured they would just, make fun of it. That's what they do.
That's because they're lazy. But all this isn't even that new. This is kind of old. I think like one of this, at least whatever the Chinese system is called, I don't remember the name, but is it Ayurvedic system, which is like an Indian or the Indian region. It
Oh,
came
this
from
is
there.
all new. This is nothing to do with that. This is actual energy.
Wait, I
Actual
haven't finished. I haven't finished. So they have these different, I don't know what you call them, like modalities for like frequency stuff. So if you had an ailment in a certain location, they could use tuning forks and stuff like that to either detect where the issue was, and then they could counter that, and they could get it back into alignment, or at least if at least get somewhere with it, depending on severity, etc. So the core, like with what you're talking about with the germs and stuff, the core of this resonance and all of that stuff, it's not new. None of this is new, but it appears new. And I think the way Tesla spoke about the stuff that he dealt with was good, because a lot of other people have this weird attitude of pride, I think, would be the best way to describe it. But every time he said it's like, I discovered it. And I think he spoke maybe in a different way, but he always made it clear that he was finding out what was already there. He never went to that level of pride of, oh, I'm inventing something new. So I'm just discovering what was hidden or had been hidden. And a lot of the stuff you read later is he was acquainted with these ancient books anyway. And I think what he did is he cut through a lot of the mystic bullshit, because unfortunately a lot of this stuff is attached with stuff that is not good, and it's too much occultic nonsense. But he was like, all right, let me deal with something that I can actually understand and present as undefinable, undeniable. Because when you get up on stage and you got lightning coming through your body and you're doing all these demonstrations, and then you can give it to someone else and they can do it, then there's going to be a big issue, and that person then goes, I don't believe you. So how do you not believe me? It's right there in front of your face.
So what I was going to say was, this is hardly new technology. He came up with this in 1890 something, if I'm not mistaken. So this is hardly new. Did I come through there? Because I had a phone call.
Yeah, you were quiet, but I could hear you.
It was faint, but sort of we heard you. I'm about 1890.
Yeah, this radiant energy, this ether flow energy that he discovered was in the 1800s, to be clear. This is not new.
Yeah. Did you ever read about or listen to when he first discovered the first effects? He was like, oh, hold on, what the hell is this, right? And he went searching the literature for similar examples. He only found 2 of them, and I might butcher the story, so forgive me. But if you look at the video, you will that I sent you, he mentions it. But one of the examples was they were doing some experimentation with some kind of power generation, some kind of capacitance or something. But they happened to be in this building that was all brickwork, and then they had a bunch of tubing, copper tubing everywhere. So anyway, the way the building was set up, I think, and what they were doing was what led to this. And what ended up happening is they'd they'd saturated with radiant energy everything. So when they went to touch the metal knob to open the door, boom, spark. And this happened in the whole flipping room. And then there was another type example in a laboratory, and it took them a while to figure it out, because there was something that happened on a different floor and it affected something that was down below. And this was one of the other effects that he was trying to get his head around at the beginning, which was it's going through insulator material. So the effect would pass. He would put glass, he would put copper sheets, and he would still feel the effect of the impulse.
Yeah,
So,
because he found out that he was able to, through the pulses, make it go through or interact with just about any material. That was another characteristic of this ether flow. Through the pulsation, you can either make it interact with material or go through one material and interact with another one. Yeah,
right.
crazy. Yeah.
I think the thing that I thought was interesting was in his early stages, he did something with submerging it in oil so that he could confirm to himself that what he was doing was actually generating something, taking something from somewhere else and kind of pushing it through. Because one of his conclusions or speculations in the early stages, which I'm pretty sure he basically confirmed, was that what he was dealing with was something either lighter than hydrogen or some form of hydrogen that was like in its like a higher state or a smaller state, or whatever you want to call it. And he mentioned Mendeleev, because Mendeleev actually proposed this. I still have to find the documentation with that. It's hard to find stuff for the Mendeleev's side of it. But when Mendeleev was developing the periodic table, he was
Yes.
he was studying the harmonics, right? So it's his understanding of the harmonics that allowed him to leave all the gaps for the things that had yet to be found. So he knew that, okay, this and this and this, and he had set up something in his system or in his understanding that he hadn't confirmed at his point, but it's that, yeah, there's something lighter than hydrogen. And the reason this is important to do with the oil and then doing the nails in oil and having that gas coming out from the nail, so that he could confirm it wasn't something that like an off gassing of the nail, like you would get in a different effect. He was able to get to he was able to confirm that, yeah, this thing ether, this thing whatever you want to call it, it's some kind of fluid or medium that can just pass through anything.
Gas.
Yeah, I mean,
they thought it was a gas. Yeah.
I think gas isn't like oversimplified, but yeah, basically, like I was saying, the earlier thing is I need to find the quote, but he's like, I don't exactly know what electricity is, but it seems to act as a fluid under pressure. And when you understand that, it's like it gets to another level, and then you realize, hold on, if people approach fluid dynamics with this understanding, and they realize what they were actually dealing with, could get so much further in understanding and application.
I believe that totally. Like, I'll even go as far to say as fire is fluid, right? Like, everything is a stage of fluid under pressure, just like you just said. Pressure and water, basically. I mean, in simple terms. That's our entire existence. And then you get some frequency mixed in there with, electrical impulse and thermal energy inputs and outputs. You get our cycles in our system.
And then you think about this with regards to some of the stuff you see in scripture, and you're like, okay, maybe this is how an angel can pass through a wall.
Exactly.
This is how fire can sit on top of a bush and not burn it.
Well, the very existence, right? Genesis, he spoke us into existence. That's basically frequency. And water or fluid seemed to be the medium that existed before all things, right? So I think this fluid is a superfluid. So water, anything that pertains to where we live is based on superfluid stages of it.
Absolutely. That's another intriguing thing to look into. Superfluid.
I think that is what they're talking about. I think that's ether. That's the medium that we're in. I mean, that's what I feel. You see the post that I posted? Superfluid is superfluids are unique in another way because they have infinite thermal conductivity. Like, just think about that, right? Like, just that one thing. And then superfluids also frictionless and can be perpetual motion, but just this infinite thermal conductivity. Good luck on, getting anything else to be anywhere near that. Special, right? I think that's the medium that we deal with.
Absolutely. No viscosity whatsoever, right? Can't explain the gas, what happens when it goes up. A lot of things can be explained by this. Absolutely, bro.
Defies known physics. It just defies what physics they go by right now.
Yep.
Well, see, and that's a funny thing to say because this is the fundamental of everything. So their physics relies on this, and they just don't get it.
They don't even know the beginning, right? They don't even the baseline that they go by is the little they know about thermodynamics, and then they input everything else around that. Craziness. It's illogical. But
Yeah,
they teach it.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, but they teach that, right? As fact, truth. It's weird.
Yeah, and they're actually this goes into a thing that I think is important when you're talking about how this might connect to, quote, the spiritual realm or whatever. It's that this is all here. There is no other dimension. But the people that you're talking about and what they teach, they present, and also the people who believe but have been led astray or are just confused or whatever, right? They also believe that the spiritual it operates in here, but it's its own dimension. But that's not right. And the reason they think that is because of things like the globe and whatever. But when you actually go, hold on, no. It's all operating within creation. It's just how it manifests and whether you can or cannot perceive it. And when you have that understanding, it makes things a lot better to deal with. It's like, okay, I get it. The angels and all these things, they are there. I just don't have the equipment to view it. And you would think that would be easy for people to understand, given that they can't see at night, but they flip on their infrared camera and suddenly they can see stuff. So you would think they say, okay, why wouldn't that also be the case with something like the spiritual? Just that the equipment still either hasn't been made or maybe it just can't be made. Like maybe you just can't view the ether ever unless whatever's going on with it and whatever these spirit beings are, like, allow the manifestation to be visible, which is what I would propose. Hopefully that was understandable.
I mean, depending on what day it is, I don't know whether this guy's real or not. Sometimes I think, oh, he's definitely real. He's got that hydro dam. He's got all this paperwork. Go look for a picture of him. I mean, there's few. There's Tesla. There's the few when he's an old guy. The one where he's leaning on his hand, we see a lot. But there's not that many pictures, is there?
He's too busy working, man. So you modern selfie degenerates. Like, why do you need a photo?
No, I get that. I know.
Yeah, I'm playing a little bit, but
yeah, I know. You're right though.
How many pictures do you think were not available as well? Because I don't know if you've ever read much of his biographies. Not Otto, obviously. He wrote some books about himself, but not much. But the people who studied his life, there was a period in time when he was weirdly social, right? He operated in some of the high realms of society, and he was an immaculate individual, perfect gentleman, as it were. But that was only for a certain time. There was a time that obviously disgrace and ridicule and all the stuff he was dealing with, and he was an obsessive who couldn't help but just work and neglect sleep. So And that was even when he was socializing. So when he stopped socializing. So you can imagine that there would be periods of time where no one's going to snap a photo. And remember when he was alive? When did the cameras come into being? You know?
I mean, I think he died in the mid-40s, so I don't know
Right.
if that's a good excuse.
No, but I'm talking about like how you like who's having cameras throughout his life. These things are not cheap things.
Do you
There
think
was
he
a
didn't have any
time in his
kids?
life. There was a time in his life when he was socializing, when he was regarded in high esteem, that women would line up in the lobby of his hotel every day just so they can get his attention, apparently.
Yeah,
Okay?
he was
So the
intentionally
fact that he was
celibate,
crazy
so he
and
crushed
pigeons
them
and
all.
all that, that's just insane, bro. The guy was a gentleman, and he was very sought after by women and by scientists until he wanted to give his stuff away for free.
The pigeon stuff was when he died, though. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's like when you're that old, especially when you've already chosen to be celibate, when you were younger and everyone wanted a bit of the action. It becomes even less relevant when you're old and about to die.
No, but this idea that he was a madman and crazy and all, that's not true.
Oh, he was totally mad, but that's not a bad thing.
Are you saying he made a conscious choice not to have kids, or just?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he wrote about it somewhere, but he's not even just not have kids. He didn't have sex according to reports, at least. Whether you believe that or not is a different story. But he said that it was his way of being able to focus on his work. And it's true. There's certain things that just can't be achieved if you've got, that energy going out of you on a regular basis. To put it, as politely as you can.
Yeah, I recognise I can be overly skeptical.
No, that's fine. Skepticism is right. But yeah, that's the way he chose to do it. He I think he even put it in one of his interviews. It's just it wasn't his thing. He was never a dickhead about it, because obviously, imagine how many people. Oh, I shouldn't be so rude, but he wasn't rude about it. Because you can imagine it would be difficult for certain women to be rejected like that. And nowadays that would be fun. You'd just take the mick. But no, he just did it properly because it was his way of going, look, I sleep maybe 2 hours a day. And he had this weird way, I can't remember what the method is called. They have a term for it these days, but he wouldn't even sleep in one portion. He would do the small blocks of sleep. Just do little scheduled naps or something. It's a method that certain high flying people like to input, but you can't do it for very long. It causes problems. But yeah, it's just a way to be super hyper productive.
Well, that's a picture I've never seen on him before.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what made it funny, because he would be socializing and having dinner with these and correspondence with these, what we would call dime pieces these days. But no one ever got to taste the fruit.
He became a millionaire at one point in his life.
It can't have been for very long.
Yeah, because he signed away his royalties as a goodwill gesture. Not a very smart businessman. Yeah.
That's why I mentioned. I think some of those decisions were naive because his focus was so myopic, which is not always a bad thing, but causes issues. But yeah, if he got what he deserved from what he created, he would be extremely wealthy. And his estate would have been massive, but no, they shafted him left to right. There's a book that goes into a good amount of detail about that. It's a pretty well done biography. The Life and Times. Oh, I think it's like the life and times of Tesla the Wizard or something like that. Just look up Tesla Wizard biography. You'll find it. It's pretty decent. And
I've been looking into him a lot lately, past couple of weeks, as a matter of fact.
One of the reasons this biography is good is because it was written by the son of his uncle, I think. Anyway, it's written by a relative who had maybe a better understanding, and did decent research. So it's not like a fluff piece, or it's not just like a one-sided. It's a very detailed. It doesn't go into all the stuff that maybe we talk about, but it goes into a lot of the minutiae of both the financial dealings and also the technical side.
Yeah, as smart as he was in technology, that's how dumb he was in business. Well, not dumb. He just didn't care. He wasn't in it for the money. He wasn't thinking about money.
He was to some degree, but there's lessons, there's skills that people are gifted with, and
Would you sign over $1 million in royalties in the 20s? It's probably worth, I don't know, 100 million now. Would you sign over to anybody 100 million of your dollars?
I can't put myself in those shoes. I don't know. I might say yes, and then in reality I'd do no, or vice versa.
You know the answer. You definitely know the answer.
Yeah, but I can't put myself in his shoes.
No,
that's what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Because you'd see it differently. For instance, the story with Edison. Like, he takes Edison at his word because he's a G, and that's how he operates. So, well, if you say it must, you're gonna stick to it because you're a man. And then Edison just goes, "Oh, you don't understand American humor." It's like, excuse me.
Yeah, he stiffed it.
See, my
Exactly.
reaction would probably, especially at his age, because he was young at the time. My reaction probably would have been, "Oh, you wanna get physical," and I'd just go and beat the guy to death or something like that. Maybe that's an overreaction, but I'm just kind of making the point that kind of like, if I was believing that somebody would just stick to their word like Tesla would, and then I get shafted like that, I'd react a certain way. But Tesla just went and said, "All right, I see you," and I think ultimately, regardless of all the stuff that happened later on, his what's the word for just not stopping and just focusing on the subject? Whatever that word is. His focus ended up bearing more fruit, and okay, he got shafted so many times, but he still did all that stuff. He still achieved what he wanted to a high degree, considering what he wanted to do was change the whole world.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm going in. I want to talk to you about some other of the technology that you might not be aware of. Give me a second.
What, the UFOs?
No.
Do. Yeah, so I was right. It's Wizard, The Life and Times of Nikola Tesla. That's the book, if you want to read it. It's a good read, in my opinion.
So Essie's point about him allegedly not taking $1 million either, like in royalties or payment or whatever, $1 million back in the 20s, right? Right. So that'd be like taking $100 million today, something like that. Whatever.
Way more.
What do you think that says about Tesla himself, because I feel like there's many different ways that you can interpret somebody who's basically turning down a shit ton of money, even though his work is being utilized by the people who are offering him the money.
Honestly, I'd have to go and read the account and get some context before I come to any conclusion.
Yeah,
Because
I
I
wonder
know
if it's something where he.
I've read a lot of stuff about some of the decisions and some of the way he got shafted and stuff, but that specific reference, I'm not too familiar with it, so I'd have to double check. But he could say a few things. It could say, yeah, he was naive, or maybe he had ulterior motives, or maybe he was more confident that things would go his way at the time.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
So the story goes like this.
Do you
I
have a
forget which
reference?
company it was. There was a certain company. Was it JP or the other dude? I forget which one it was. Westinghouse. I don't know. I can't remember.
Westinghouse, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the company was in trouble, money wise, and he just offered his 100 million. Like, no worries. Go ahead. Cheers. That's how the story goes. He just donated his shares to
okay.
help the company.
So in that case, that's completely different from what I thought you were talking about. I'd say that it might seem like a naive decision, but he was doing it out of generosity. So
yeah, exactly.
So that's just somebody doing good. Now, if someone doesn't repay the good, oh well, the creator's watching.
Yeah, what I'm saying is he didn't take advantage of his patents. He didn't produce anything. He didn't, when he had the money, he could have started making generators, selling them, whatever, right? He was not a businessman. He was consumed in his studies and his experiments.
Yeah, because if he was a businessman, then he never would have done all the things that he did. I think
Exactly.
that's the point, right? If you're calling costs something, then who cares? You just got to stick to the calling. And I think because of that, even though he wanted to and he was capable of it, some of the things that are important to life kind of got waylaid because they went against what he was trying to achieve. And especially because if you read what we've been speaking about, the radiant energy, if you read the way he describes it, he counts everything else he did before that as if it was trash.
Exactly.
I don't remember the term he used. So all that money, all that business he didn't give an absolute monkeys once he found this other stuff because he was completely awed and enamored with the implications of it, and he just went deep dived into that.
Yeah, ether flow, radiant energy. Yeah, exactly. If you want to discuss some of the special effects that I'm not sure you may have heard of.
I'm probably familiar with most of them, but please, I like to discuss it anyway.
Well, it's new to me. I found that out a little while ago, and I was like, first of all, this radiant energy. Are you aware of when he would throw a switch, right, to power something? Then he would close the switch. Do you know what he found? Like, really amazing when he did that? Like, in other words, power on, power off.
The switch would close, reopen itself or reclose itself, whatever.
No. What happened was, it's amazing. I still can't believe it. I have to see it to believe this one. Apparently, this radiant energy, this ether flow energy, when, let's say you would light a light bulb, turn it on, then you would shut the switch off, the light bulb would have stayed illuminated for another 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that's normal.
Without any power. In other words, you turn on a light, you turn off the switch, the light stays on for another 15, 20 minutes. Crazy, right?
Mm-hmm. What's your primary Where have you been looking to get your information mainly?
Everywhere, bro. Everywhere and anywhere.
Alright. Have you seen the video I sent you?
No, I was out. I'm gonna have a look at it. I'm not sure if I
Okay.
seen this one.
It's in the DMs, so you don't have
Oh,
to.
it's in my DM. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. It's a long one, so it's like when you get time.
I'll give you another tidbit of this radiant energy that blew my mind. Remember, you were talking about the brick building when they turned on the machine was affecting other floors and stuff. Remember, you were talking about that. Was it you?
Yeah. So whatever they did, there was something that happened to a piece of equipment, and they were trying to work out what happened, and then they figured out that a few floors above or whatever, someone was conducting a different experiment, and then it went through the floors, and that floor was an insulated floor, so like that shouldn't have happened. So that all they did is write about it. They didn't really understand it, but Tesla looked at it and understood that that was the radiant energy, because and this little effect that they did, like by happenstance, caused it. And that's the thing. Those two. Another thing that I should have mentioned earlier. Those two occurrences that he found in the literature when he went to try and see if other people had found this. Those things were mistakes. Basically, the effects weren't intended. He was, at least according to him and according to what he had access to information-wise, he was the only person who was able to, at the time, produce it on purpose and consistently, etc. But please
Yeah,
continue.
of course. Yeah. You know how he found it accidentally?
What, the other people?
No. Do you know how Nikola Tesla discovered this ether flow energy?
Oh, I can't remember what he was doing.
No worries. I'll tell
No,
you.
wait, I remember. He started off trying to prove or trying to understand the the Hertz stuff, Hertz experiments. He went with the intention to prove that, or to understand that. So he started on that, and he found that what Hertz did wasn't real. He was like, hold on. So everyone had accepted Hertz's experiment, but he proved that experiment was false, and the results weren't obtainable the way Hertz said it. And then he went down his rabbit trail. So what happened after that, I can't remember, but it's in the video that I sent you. So
yeah, I don't know exactly what led him down the path, but I know that when he actually started doing the experiments, he introduced a current, electromagnetic current, through a magnet, a strong magnet. And that's when he realized that he saw like a flow of energy or whatever, a stream. Let's say the sparks of the electrons were on one side, which were blue, but then he noticed another stream of white, which he called ether flow. This was when he first realized this, apparently.
Ether.
Electricity through a strong.
I just remember something. So when I think maybe it was Napalm or Raki or someone was talking about the patents and stuff. What he did, which made some of that stuff difficult, is he used terms that other people defined in a, let's say, conventional manner that we have today. But he had a completely different definition for some of the terms he did. Some of the terms he used. So this is one aspect. So when you read his patents, they're worded in a very specific way. So he's encoding it on purpose. And if you don't have the working definitions according to him, then you're not actually going to understand how the patent plays out properly. And then another thing is he left pieces missing and implied, and he overly intentionally kind of obfuscated what he was putting in his patents for one pretty good reason, which was because of all the opposition he was facing. Somebody's tagging me with stuff. Cool. Anyway, that's something I wanted to mention, but
Yeah, so let me get back to the building, the thing that I was saying. Another effect that they found when they turned this thing on and it started producing this radiant energy. The amazing thing they found out that the longer it was on, the more the energy would, in other words, it would radiate around the bulb, around the thing that was causing it, and it would grow and grow and grow. You understand what I'm saying? Like picture something making a glow, and that glow, which she called radiant energy, ether flow, would just increase and increase and increase as the machine was turned on longer and longer.
Yeah, there's a multitude of effects, and I think the thing that's the coolest is the deeper he got into his testing and his study of the subject was that he was able to control them and direct the effects by being able to consistently produce these high frequency impulses to the different ranges. And what's interesting is, you know, the photos that you have of him like posing next to that big wired wheel, whatever it's called, and the sparks that are coming from his apparatus. Those sparks were not able to be captured in a single shot. Those were long exposure shots. Because of the nature of this radiant stuff. Yeah, because of the nature of it, he had to do long exposure shots. So there's some interesting things to think about with regards to that.
Well, people have mistaken the, that ball with the sparks. They have mistaken that for this radiant energy. That's not it. That's something totally different. People.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. What you see, what people are doing now with the Tesla coil.
Yeah, that's what that refers back to the pattern discussion.
Yeah, but that's not the radiant energy.
Because they're not setting it up correctly.
Exactly.
If they knew how to read his patterns properly, and they knew how to recreate it, which is not easy, even if you do know, by the way. Because like whoever was talking about Dollard earlier, he did it, but it's tricky. Especially this many years after the fact. In his photos when he's using the ball, whatever, the Tesla coil stuff, that is radiant energy. But when because he's just sitting there unprotected, ungrounded, no problem. It's touching him, it's going through, it's all cool. And he's taking those long exposure photos because he needs to actually be able to capture the effect. When people do the other stuff, they have to be in Faraday cages, like those metal suits and all that. Because otherwise they're fried because they're not using the same electricity or the same.
That's right. This radiant energy is harmless to a person. Yeah.
So, and that's part of why I don't quite understand why he did some of the things he did. When he went on his parades and his demonstrations, he was showing it, but he was still keeping it kind of secret because everyone else kind of thought it was AC. So he was intentionally hiding what he was doing. And this allowed Edison to do some of the stuff Edison did, which was like, kill the elephant, all that rubbish. So there were some things that he did which was like, okay, you're proving your point, but you're also obscuring your point. Same with the patents, which I kind of get because I like to maybe be elusive sometimes for fun. But I'm kind of curious as to his reasoning, but he never seems to indicate that, or at least I haven't found it yet.
Well, I can speak to that. It came a point in his life where he stopped talking. He stopped telling people what he was doing related to his experiments because he knew Edison and Westinghouse and all these dudes were going to use it. So he was leaking information through the media on his own terms, apparently.
Yeah, but he still proved
So
that he
Elijah,
still proved that he was just too good at it, because he was literally standing there holding a bulb in one hand, touching the spark in another hand, the bulb lighting up, and he wasn't dying. If that was AC, he would be dead. Especially with the voltages and stuff he was using.
Elijah, sir,
Go ahead.
I tagged you in an image. I would like to hear your thoughts.
You might
It's
like
an
to hear my thoughts, but that's just not possible. I don't think you have the equipment to hear my thoughts.
don't you see the hole in the North Pole?
Isn't that like a grammatically incorrect question?
No.
It's obviously a modified picture if it has longitude and latitude lines on it. Those aren't actually physically on Earth, right?
No, sir, that's not modified.
So there's latitude and longitude lines up near the
No,
north?
that was the filter it was taken through.
Who knows? It just looks like a painting.
You see this famous thing that he built? This thing produced ether flow. But guess what? It got
burned
burned
it
down. Yeah.
See, I reckon if we make a whole bunch of them, we can play Call of Duty with 0 lag.
Probably.
You heard what he wrote, right?
Have you guys read the patent about ether flow radiant energy? I did post it in text.
Right. He posted the patent. Whereabouts?
22 after the hour, if you guys are interested. It's for a device to receive the radiant ether flow energy.
Yeah. He claims he made one. That's right. Directly out of the air. That one?
He's not the only one.
Yeah, I think he was even collecting like radiant energy from the sun.
Yeah, and the space apparently. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, so he's not the only one that did that, and there's something interesting. I think I had a discussion on this server with someone. He or whoever it was probably him. One of the systems was like this tuned little, I don't know, like a cigarette box or a cigar box, something small like that. I can't remember, but it was able to produce to produce this energy flow during the day, and even at night as well. But interestingly enough, at night it didn't drop, but it went down to maybe 60% compared to the day.
Yeah, because
that raises some interesting questions with regards to why and what that means.
Well, he said why. Because
he?
the energy was coming from space and from the sun. Both produced, like, that's why. So in the daytime there would be more.
Fair enough.
But just the fact that it would work at night meant that it had nothing to do with solar, like the kind of energy we're thinking.
I imagine that means that the moon is probably responsible for taking some of that away. Because the moon has this interesting effect of, I mean, the crude understanding and description of it is that it makes shadows warmer than being in direct moonlight. But I think it's easier to use the somewhat archaic point of view to get your head around it. If the moon is a woman and the sun is a man, right? The man would be the one giving, the moon would be the one receiving. So the energy direction in that would be that it would go to the moon, but it would come out from the sun.
Well, sir, the sun and the moon both appear to us as circles. The circle
That's got nothing to do with
No,
what I'm saying.
sir, the circle represents feminine energy. The square represents masculine energy.
I don't care.
You care about nothing.
No, I don't care about what you just said.
And the plus represents positive charge and the minus represents negative charge. Therefore, all ions are either pluses or minuses.
Yeah,
Well,
and silence represents wisdom.
so clearly you have none.
I hope you understand the irony of that.
So what do you guys make of this new technology we're talking about? Forget about circles. Ballers, what do you think?
Oh, don't ask them. Don't ruin the discussion.
What new technology are you referring to, sir?
I'm not going to explain it all over again. We were talking about it for days now. You haven't heard of this Tesla ether
Are
flow
you
energy?
talking about Chat GPT? Have you heard of this new artificial intelligence? It's a new artificial intelligence that tells you the Earth is a globe. How peculiar.
Oh, a
What is
nice change
wrong
of
with this
topic.
guy?
Very nicely done.
Hey, what kind of substances do you take?
I take Adderall.
Yeah, why don't you stop that? Or if you do that with your microphone off. So trying to have a discussion. A discussion requires cognition. Functioning above 5%.
My apologies, sir.
Oh, so what I was going to mention to you earlier, Essie, is in this... I should have the PDF, but in that video I sent to you, he details some of the things you need to understand, regards what I said about the terminology that Tesla used and how he defined certain words. There's a book written by a guy with a very obscure name, but he details a lot of that out, and it's worth reading for the studies that you're gonna do, I'm assuming, if you continue down this research path. I can get you the download, but I can't remember where it is, so just bear with me.
Sure. Any info on the subject, I'm eager for. Absolutely. What kills me is this technology has been around for over 100 years, and nobody has talked about it. I've heard countless of lectures, physicists on everything from black holes to quantum. I haven't heard one mention of this, not one.
You talking about Tesla? You talking about Tesla's energy?
Yep.
I mean, isn't that accounted for? Like if that patent I was talking about yesterday, isn't that just radiant radio waves that he's talking about capturing?
No, this is a new form of energy. Well, new in the sense of it's not electromagnetic. New in the sense that nobody has talked about it before I brought it up a week ago or so, whatever.
People
And
have
with all
talked
these
about it.
people with this ether stuff, you think we would have heard about it by now.
Yeah.
Jeremy, are you teasing him?
He's right.
I'm not joking. Everyone's talking about ether this,
Sound like
ether
you're
that.
taking the piss of him.
Why are you talking over me, bro? Everyone's been talking about this ether shit for fucking years now. This is the first time I've heard of this fucking white light Tesla thing.
How is this the first time? We've spoken about it so many
you've heard
times
about
in
it
the
before?
past. Yes, me and Witsit and other
With the
people
magnet?
have,
it's been
have talked
talked
about this a lot.
Never heard about it.
Here's the thing. The problem with most of the ether discussion is it comes down to an argument with people who are steadfast in the belief that the idea of the ether doesn't exist, period. right? So it's this back and forth about what is it, 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 constantly, right?
Yeah,
Well,
and how is it that you talked about?
There's various different effects of the ether, right, that we see,
the
one of
ether
which would be electromagnetic propagation, right? And illumination, what we perceive as visible light, that's an effect of this ether. And there's a bunch of different effects, right? But most of the conversation as of late has been solely based on, does it exist, does it not exist, what inherently is it, and the explanations around it. But
well,
definitely I've had
ether
discussions about the radiant.
is represented by the fifth Platonic solid, the dodecahedron.
Yo,
Cool story.
shut
All
up.
I'm saying is we've been talking about this ether thing for a long time now, and I've never heard anyone talk about this magnet with the white light like SC's talking about.
That's either because you hadn't been present, or maybe you just.
Bro, I'm here
didn't
12
catch
hours
it.
a day. I'm here 12 hours a day, dude.
Yeah, we're
Unless,
here.
unless it's been on another server. We've talked about this a lot. Because every time Witzit's mentioned it, this can go on to a big discussion. But like, was it Napalm just said? A lot of the issue is that dealing with people on the side of the real Earth still having an issue with this because it triggers their pet projects, let's say, maybe. I mean, obviously, some people it triggers them because it goes against their own name.
Maybe you've talked about this with Witsit, and maybe you've mentioned that word, but I've talked with Witsit about this, and he didn't know the details about this. So I don't know where you think you've talked about this with Witsit, but
Dude, no one's ever talked
you
about
must be
this. He's
mistaken.
fucking
Yeah,
lying.
yeah.
I hate
How am
calling
I-
people out about
How am I
lying,
lying?
but Jesus Christ.
How am I lying?
That's just the biggest liar I know. I don't even know why he's here.
Shut your mouth, you loser.
USC.
I hate calling people out about lying.
Wait, hold on.
Why you guys make
Hold
me
on.
do this?
Hold on. Kosho, I think I've spoken about this with you. Do you remember these conversations?
Yeah,
'Cause
people talk about their idea of ether all the time. When I
yeah, but about the
when I had-
experimentations that he did about the oil.
when I
and
had
that?
was like into Tesla and stuff. I mean, my brother built a Tesla coil. I learned all about the stuff that he had developed and even theorized about. And this idea about some other energy that he's capturing, it's just non-existent in my understanding. So if you guys have a new idea of some energy he was capturing, then you could share it. This would be
Did
new.
Tesla solely work with just what has been labeled as a Tesla coil?
No.
Okay.
What kind of question is that?
So, Kosho, I'll explain it to you briefly if you want. Tesla experimenting with electromagnetic electricity. He put a current through a strong magnetic field. And to his surprise, he found two streams, for lack of a better word. One was the electrons, which had like a bluish kind of a stream. And on another side, he noticed a white flow of energy, which he never seen before. Nobody ever has witnessed that before besides him, right? And he called that ether flow. And this energy has very remarkable properties, unlike electricity, unlike electromagnetic energy. In a brief, small explanation.
Are you sure this wasn't just a because he'd made many different like valves, many different sort of engines. I
Yeah,
remember
we
one
know
of the
his
first engines
valves
he
and
made
his
was a what do you call that? Hydro pump.
He had
that
pumps,
used-
the Tesla pumps, and yeah.
Yeah, but there was a hydro one that used alternating current to, and we actually had several components in it that made like a output of energy that was almost consistent. Like it was a consistent stream no matter how no matter how the input was, like the magnitude of the input. So
You're
it's like
talking about the pump. You're talking about his pump. Is
well,
that
it
what
was
you're
an engine. No, it was used for motor, right? But it was used like so. It's like there you could have a variable amount of, let's say, like a steam energy, and no matter what, it would have the same output each time.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking. A regulator. Yeah. It was a regulator. No matter how much power was put in, it would keep the RPMs the same. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
this is
right. Yeah.
yeah. No, this is not it, Coach.
No,
I
yeah,
found,
no, but
I
that's what
found
I'm
the
saying
book.
is it possible that what you're talking about, it could just be known under something more realized now? So I'd have to, you'd have to maybe specifically like name the test or something like that. Otherwise, it's kind of it's like which it's like how are you supposed to find that test if there's not like a specific name for it or something it was attributed to other than just ether flow?
Yeah, there's been tests. Dollard has done tests, and so has some other. I forgot their names. These two guys. I'll find the video and post it. You'll blow your mind. It'll show a light bulb, a regular light bulb, and another one producing the ether flow. If I can find that video, it'll convince you. It'll blow your mind. So not only is this call it whatever energy different, but it produces a push force to a human hand.
Do you know any application that he used it for? Like I said, that'd be probably the best way to find.
Yeah, bro, the big tower that he built that got burned down. That was it. That was the main thing that he was going to show the world, but they burned it down, bro.
Those were just to transmit energy.
Yeah, it would transmit this ether flow, like picture of it like Wi-Fi, for lack of a better term, right? You have electricity in the air, wirelessly, which you can make your TV work, your blender, whatever, your car, anything. Just take it out of the sky.
Yeah, but those just first of all, those are just transmitting energy. They're not
you have
like
a transmitter.
It's not meant to just like give you free energy. It's just a way to transmit energy to, some place that wants to receive the energy.
Take the word free out if that triggers you, right? He had
Well,
an
I was saying the
apparatus.
energy in those towers, the energy still has to come from somewhere. That was just a tool. Like the whole patent was just a tool to transmit energy.
Yeah, okay, but you're missing the point here. It's not just any kind of energy. I repeat, it's wireless, harmless to human energy, which you can take out of thin air. You can power your home, everything without wires. Are you
And you said
tracking?
this was a current? This was a current that produced a push?
Yeah. To a human, when you put your hand next to the thing that produced it, you would feel a push.
Is
But
that
if you
what
would put
normal
any
electricity does? A normal electric current, will it give you a push?
No, not at all. No push, no pull, nothing. Because I seen a test next to a light bulb, and when he put it next to this other one, you see, well, you couldn't. I couldn't guarantee the push thing because he just showed his arm there. But when you
Get the
put a
links.
matter to it, it's a pull. It's different. It's freaky, man. Yeah, you got to see it. If I find the video, I'll post it.
Yeah, when you get a moment, do a link dump.
Yeah. So check this out now. So it had a push to a human. If you put your hand to it, you would feel a push. But if you put a metal to it or any other stuff, it would have a pull. It would pull it in. And
And
literally,
this is what Tesla said the ether was this?
yeah, this is
white
Tesla
light?
stuff. Yeah, bro.
And you guys all heard of this shit before SE started talking about it a few days ago.
I can't say all of them, but I've discussed it with people before. I'm sure Napalm knows because of a discussion me and Napalm just had a few minutes ago. Everyone else is pretty silent. It's just you, me, and Rakia and Napalm.
Doesn't matter who knows, who doesn't know, who brought it out. It's when something is brought out, it should be discussed. You know, it doesn't matter who brought it out. Today was me.
We gotta
Tomorrow,
know. We gotta know who to give the credit for on this. You're getting 100% credit for this one.
Give it to Tesla. Who cares?
Right.
Dip.
Tesla figured it out.
Credits for losers.
There's been so many over the years, so many different discussions and, you know, things that have been discussed regarding the ether and Tesla and what may or may not be possible with some of the things that he's talked about and invented. I think it would be, you know, it's great that as he has started looking into the ether and he's found this ether flow radiant energy that he's speaking of, and I'm wondering if it's possible for us to do a simple experiment with this to see if we get similar results. If there's somebody within the community that has the capability of doing
Duplicate that, yeah,
now
hell
you're
yeah,
talking.
bro.
I can tell you how to do it.
Because at the end of the day, it's not about how long it's been talked about it or who brought it up, or, you know, even like, I think if Tesla was alive, he would probably claim it's not even he himself who has anything to do with this energy, but just possibly stumbled upon it. So yeah, maybe going forward, if there is an idea here that may change energy distribution, maybe we should see if we could experiment with on a small scale, see if we can get similar results and see what we could do to scale from that point forward.
Just make sure you've got an escape plan when the Cadillac comes up and the Men in Black turn up.
Exactly.
Yo, SE, have you heard of a guy called Edwin Gray?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Look him up as well. It's in the video, but he's one of the guys who, after Tesla, but before Dollard, I think, was one of the guys who actually did some experimentation, did some tests or whatever you want to call them.
Well, Tesla himself attributes, I forget what name he said, man. It's this guy that did the periodic table, and he discovered something.
Mendeleev.
It could have been him, yeah. He discovered something before the noble gases, right? And
we were talking about it earlier. It's the harmonic stuff.
Yeah, that stuff, Tesla got an idea that the ether might be a gas, but I think later he abandoned that idea.
I don't know if he ever abandoned it, but it makes a lot of sense because of I think the reason he went there was because of the fact that he was feeling these effects through things that are supposed to be insulating. So through glass, through copper, these how am I feeling this effect? Why is this thing punching me in the chest? Like, what's going on? And then if you go to what Mendeleev talks about, and you're like, hold on a minute, maybe there's something that is smaller than hydrogen or whatever, and can pass through any material. And so, oh wait, maybe this is the building block of creation. I mean, that's my comment, but you get the point.
Yeah, it's really fascinating, this thing.
I think Edwin Gray stuff might be cool to. So anyway, I've sent you the links and the book as well. So the book is a good thing to further research, but also to understand some of the terms. I think the guy in the video describes it as a Rosetta Stone, if you know what that is.
There's these two guys that build the experiment, and when I find the video, I'll send it to you guys. You're gonna blow your mind.
SE, were you thinking of, was it Walter Russell that may have? No? Okay.
No, it's these two guys. They actually build the apparatus. They build the apparatus. They explain how they build it. It's they show the coils. They show everything that was done as the Tesla said. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find
You
it.
got a
This is gonna
video of somebody
blow.
repeating this?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Seriously though, we got to know who to give credit to this. So, I mean, it's right as of right now, SC's getting 100% credit.
I'll give you credit for being such an obnoxious individual. How about that?
Thank you. Also, Coach, I may need your help on something later.
Yeah, you need a lot of help.
Brian said we're getting what?
Who said what?
I don't think he caught that.
Are you
There
talking
it is,
shit?
guys. Jeremy, tip of the steer. Tip of the steer stuff, bro. Tip of the spear. Here we go.
That guy looks like the tip of a penis.
I think this is the one. I'm pretty sure.
You know who that is, right, Kosha?
Yeah, I've seen him in other videos. I think. Let me take a closer look.
Oh yeah, Eric Dollard. Yep.
Have you ever
Okay,
seen
yeah,
the
it's the
video?
guy, yeah.
Have you ever seen the old VHS video of him and another guy going around, kind of all around the old RCA installment where Marconi was doing some work in California near Bolimas, and they're kind of going all around the site. They were also in the video tapping into kind of the earth to get radio waves and stuff like that. Have you seen that one?
Actually, yeah, I've seen both of those. Yeah, and the second one, it's where he's got the he has the wire that's connected to the ground, right? It's like he's got the elevated wire. I don't know if
For Jeremy.
he has like in his backyard or in some outdoors area.
So Jeremy, watch this now. After this video, everybody's gonna become an expert on this. Watch.
Video.
Dollars, that is.
Why don't you share your
Man, the
screen
way
and play
you know
it?
the way you're saying that, the tone of voice makes it sound like you're setting us up for a joke.
Yeah,
No.
Watch it
Coach
together right now.
Coach already an expert on it.
But me? On this stuff?
Dice Low. Hold on, was that Dice Low?
Yo.
Did
Did
no
you
one
know
wants to
about
be an
this
expert on
white
this
ether
stuff.
light?
No,
Did you know about
other
this white
than what
ether light?
other than what SC's brought to my attention, no. I mean, that's all I've heard about it.
And you're a fanatic with this ether stuff, so.
Well, that's the word of an honest man right there. You just let an honest man talk. Dice low.
And Dice Low's the ether fanatic.
Man, everyone's an ether fanatic in this place. Come on.
I'm not really that big on it until now. SC sparked
Yeah,
some
we
interest
don't
in
count you.
it.
So I'll lay another piece of technology on you guys. Tesla back then had a walkie-talkie that he was able to communicate 20 miles without, I repeat, without an antenna.
Boom.
And 4.
And 4, Roger.
You said there was no antenna. How were they receiving messages?
Glad you asked that question. I was waiting. Vacuum tubes.
Is it vacuum tubes?
Vacuum tubes, brother. Yeah.
What would they do with the vacuum tubes?
Receive the energy.
He would tube some vacuum.
Were the vacuum tubes 20 miles away, or was it walkie-talkie? The vacuum tubes were in these walkie-talkies.
Both receiver and transmitter did not use antennas, if I remember correctly. Both used vacuum tube technology to transmit and to receive.
What would a signal be without modulation, Kosho?
Well, I mean, you could have. It wouldn't be a signal.
Are you sure about that?
It'd just be noise.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have it encoded in any kind of way, what kind of signal is that?
Wheeler did a video on this probably a couple months back. It was pretty good.
Wait, SE, have you heard of a guy called Gerard Morin or Moran? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Bro, I'm bad with names. I forget even the big names.
He's one of your kind. He's from your country.
He's from Canada?
Yeah. I'll find
Crazy
his
Canada.
I'll find his channel.
He's from Canada.
Canada.
No, Canada. I gotta give Canada props. They have the best border defense that money can buy.
Yeah, right.
It's called America.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I thought you were gonna say Trudeau. Who the hell would want to go in there with him?
No, border defense.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
unguarded border
why would
in the
you?
world.
Why would you bother going in if Trudeau's the president or prime minister, whatever? Anyway.
Bro, Americans used to have the easiest border. I used to go to the border. Where you going, sir? New York shop. Have a good day. But on my way back, I would get the third degree. They would pull me over in my own country, check the car. It's like ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't like that no more. Yeah, you used to be able to slide through easy peasy. Now it's a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I'd like to see this the walkie-talkie thing you were talking about. Sounds interesting. I want to see how that worked.
Yeah, check it out. I don't bullshit, bro. Everything that I've told you, I've read somewhere or seen in a video.
Well, if you can share it at some point.
That one I don't remember where the hell I saw it. But if I find it, I'll send it to you for sure.
Speaking of Tesla, did you hear about that? In California, this dude like drove his family off the cliff in a Tesla. So they say he did it on purpose. He flew like off a cliff, but they all survived. There was kids in the car, and they didn't even get hurt.
2 kids and his wife.
They all survived? How big was the cliff?
It's fucking huge. It's called Devil's fucking Drop or something like that. It's like a huge cliff, famous cliff over there.
Yeah, there was a video last night, High Impact Clicks, also known as the YouTube channel by the name of, what's his name? Here's the Deal YouTube channel. He did a video on it yesterday. I haven't seen the video yet, but I heard of it from him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I was watching the whole thing, I was just trying to figure out how they knew he did it on purpose, but I guess the cops got some information. Who knows how? But the whole thing seemed like, I was like, dude, what if Elon Musk just fucking paid this dude to fly off the cliff and then like place his family in the car after the fact? And then it's all like a huge ad for Tesla.
I'd buy that considering what's happened recently with the autopilot failures in different countries.
Well,
right.
he did it on purpose.
It strikes me funny that you would lead with he intentionally drove off of a cliff, right? Because driving off of the cliff, first of all, how would you know it's intentional unless he admitted that it was an intentional?
Right. That's why I watched a whole bunch of clips.
So that gives you the part of the story where it's not the automatic driver that did it. That's just fine. It was the stupid human. Stupid human decided to drive off a cliff. But our car is so great, the whole entire family survived. It's like the best marketing ever.
Yeah, I know. The only thing I could come up with is like maybe the wife said something after they were in the hospital, but I don't know.
Notice how we went from Tesla the man, Tesla the car driving off a cliff. Nice one,
Real
Coach.
quick on the cars, real quick. Yeah. This is part of Coach's plan. On the automation of the cars, though, it doesn't surprise me that they might try to sabotage that, because if that shit works good and it's all smooth sailing and we get rid of car accidents and the oil alone is huge, let alone all the trickle down effects from, no more speeding tickets, no more DUIs, no more. It's like, that's a lot of money if you get rid of car crashes, you're going to crash the economy.
Okay, man, I don't know about that. Oh shit! Hold on, let me see.
What are you talking about,
dude? You will crash the. Do you know how much money is involved in car accidents?
You know what you just did?
That's a broken window.
You flipped that upside down and did a 180 on that. That's just backwards reasoning.
Look up the broken window fallacy.
No, this isn't that. I know what that is. Dude, 5 million Americans make money driving.
Maybe you need to revisit it.
What's going to happen to the economy if you take those jobs away? This isn't the broken window fallacy. They're literally taking jobs away.
Taking jobs away from people that drive on the road, right?
But people that drive on the road, people that everyone involved in anything to do with a car accident after that happens, the tow truck driver, the car repair guy selling new car, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
How about just oil? Like, if you convert everything to electric, yeah, I could see that crashing the economy. Car crashes.
It's just bad tech. They can't seem to get it right yet. People have been getting in accidents, and these things are stupid, and they can't even be protected. Like early on in all this, like there was flipping bunch of hackers who proved that stuff is hackable. So no, that argument is nonsense because they're still gonna do it. They haven't got it right yet, and I'm pretty sure they probably do have it right, but maybe they're just biding their time.
You're missing Jeremy's point. You're missing his point. It's called built-in obsolescence.
Yeah,
if
but I
things
never
were to last, our whole economy would go. Our whole economy is based on that.
Planned obsolescence. Yeah, I don't ever really like the argument of if we eliminate X, we're going to eliminate people who do X, Y, Z, A, B, C jobs related to X. Therefore, we would see some huge ripple effect within the economy. I mean, that just frees up more people to do other things. I don't think it's necessarily this argument could have been laid out in the 1920s as well, right?
I was talking
with what?
If we automate
usefulness,
if we automate with the computer,
sorry,
what secretaries did for hours and hours, those women would no longer have jobs. Therefore, the economy would crash if we implemented word processing systems and email.
Real quick, I was doing a job yesterday for this lady, and she's a project manager for Warner Brothers Studios, and she said that last year or the year before, can't remember, they laid off a few billion people with a B. Compared to Jeremy's 5 million, I think that's a pretty significant difference.
Wait,
who laid off a few billion?
Are you serious?
Yeah, they got satellites worldwide, and she said that they laid off a few billion people.
A few billion people?
That's what she said. That's what she told me.
My partner's walking up. Stupid. That's not even.
Didn't that lady say yesterday that
I
Warner Brothers
believe you,
Studios laid off a few billion people with a B? Yeah, that's what she said.
Are you making the joke or was she making the joke? Do you not see how funny that is?
No, she was being honest, dude.
She might have
She probably meant to say million because
she said billion with a B. Yeah,
how many billion people are there on Earth?
There's 8 billion people supposedly.
Okay, so how does even one company fire 1 billion people or lay off 1 billion?
It doesn't happen. We know it's not true. So the difference between a secretary, or a computer knocking out a secretary and the automated cars knocking out drivers is the computer didn't actually do anything in the real world, like to answer the phone and type stuff into the computer. I mean, it was a typing mechanism. Like with the driving thing, a human drives the car. And in this new world where it's automatic and the car drives the car, you don't need the human anymore.
Yeah, but most of the reason people get into cars is to take the human from one place to the other. So even if the human isn't driving the car, the human's still in the car.
Okay.
So someone has to choose.
What? Choose what?
Someone has to choose whether they want that to happen or not.
I don't know.
I think that lady probably misspoke because even a company with 1 million people is a huge company. I mean, I work for a company that is in over 150 countries. We're in every major city in the world. We don't even come close to 1 million employees. So to say Warner Brothers has 1 billion that they can lay off.
Oh, she definitely misspoke. Yeah, she definitely misspoke.
I mean, it's understandable.
See what I'm saying with the secretary and the computer and the car and the driver? Like, it's not really.
What? Go back? I wasn't. paying attention. You were replying
You're
to
saying,
me?
dude, if you have the car, if you have 5 million Americans driving for pay, and you now invent this new system where the car doesn't need a driver, so you don't have to pay the driver anymore.
Yeah.
What's 5
Yeah.
million? What's 5 million compared to?
That's a huge chunk. That is a huge chunk of the
350?
employed people.
Yeah, but you're looking at it from the standpoint
What
of
percentage is that?
Hold on just a second. You're looking at it from the standpoint of today, these people are employed. Tomorrow, we flip the switch. They've all been replaced by automated vehicles. Now they're all unemployed. That's not going to happen. I mean, it could be in 10 years, maybe they all get replaced, right? So you have 500,000 people displaced from a driving job every single year. That just
Yeah, it
frees
might
up
happen slowly.
labor for other portions of the industry or economy. Like this is the same argument always against automation. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of automation. I think we're going in the wrong direction, but the argument doesn't stand that the whole system collapses due to automation.
But that's not even his argument, Jeremy. Isn't
In
your
the wrong direction. Can I get 5 minutes with Napalm real quick?
Yeah, good.
Why do you think we're going in the wrong direction? I think automation is great. We should be automating everything. I don't want to do nothing. Second of all, yeah, it won't happen overnight, but that's just the 5 million drivers alone is just a small part of the thing that's going to happen. Where I don't know if you know how much is involved when a car accident happens, or speeding tickets, or DUIs. Like there's tons of shit that's going to get knocked out of the box with this.
Okay. Yeah. To what end, though, is my point. Because I think the trend that I see or seems to be obvious to me, but isn't really talked about within societies as we're constantly automating, is that there are side effects psychologically that take place with people as we become more and more lazy and or dependent on these automations in our life.
Yeah, no doubt. I hear that.
I think
You
there's
hear what I'm saying
psychological impacts, depression, these things that we're over medicated for, that are symptoms of a system that's broken to begin with and isn't really heading in the right direction, at least in my opinion.
I hear that. You hear what I'm saying, though, with this trickle down effect of what happens, what would come from the automation of cars, self-driving cars. You get to 5 million workers. Now you get anyone that's involved in anything to do with DUIs, DWIs, they're gone. There's no more of those because all the cars are driving themselves. Anything to do with no more speeding tickets, no more traffic violations, period. No one's just getting out of their lane, speeding, nothing. Hold on
what's
one
your
second,
argument?
Elijah. One second, Elijah. There's also another thing with car accidents. That's fucking huge, dude. There's 16,000 car accidents in America. This could be the broken window fallacy thing you were talking about earlier. However, it doesn't change the fact that if those 16,000 car accidents get knocked down to a couple hundred or something, or maybe zero, who knows? But that's a lot of money and a lot of jobs that people do for those car accidents.
Sure. Yeah, and that just like I said previously, it frees up people to be able to put their labor into other things, right? It does, just because you're eliminating what somebody does for a job, and this is why I mentioned like the secretaries, right? The amount of people that had to be employed to physically key on typewriters, ink onto paper, back even in, let's say, the 40s, right? If you automate that, and all those people are those quote unquote jobs of people that are just typists are eliminated, that just frees up that labor to move to somewhere else within the economy.
But then they just
I
get a
don't
new
think that's
thing.
a good argument, is what I'm saying.
And they just get a new thing to type on, though. Like, we still have secretaries now. Instead of typing on a typewriter, they type on a computer. And yeah, shit has been knocked out in the past.
Well,
Like,
no.
okay, the guy.
Here's the thing: they didn't just get a new thing to type on. It's literally like, say, when we're in World War I or World War II, and you have ladies that are sitting in rooms full of typewriters, and they're typing out these letters for parents for dead soldiers, missing in action, statuses, all this kind of stuff, right? They're typing up all these letters that need to be mailed out all over the country. It's a standard form that they're having to continually type over and over and over again.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Putting different names here, different names there. That can easily be automated. I can do 1 million of those in about
like 5 minutes.
5
I know.
seconds right now.
Yeah,
5
I
seconds.
know.
I can hit one button, direct it to a fucking spreadsheet through an Alteryx workflow, and have it spit out everything at the end and email it for me in less than 15 seconds.
I hear you. Go ahead, Elijah. He's been dying to get. Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to get you to your argument, though. Like, what's your fundamental point with presenting that all of these things that will affect if all of a sudden everything's automated?
The economy will crash because it's not only secretaries, aka drivers, we're talking about. You know, if that's like the analogy kind of thing. There's way more to it.
And because the economy will crash, are you saying that all these vested interests are causing this stuff to not succeed and have problems?
I mean, what kind of vested interest do you think the oil company has to not want this to happen?
Is that your argument? Is that what you're proposing?
I mean, that's my idea. I'm not.
Okay.
That's what I say. I think there would be a vested there would be a vested interest in a lot of different groups to make this automated car thing not happen. Yeah.
I could agree that there would be vested interest that wouldn't like it, but that they're actively going against it, I would disagree for a few reasons. Number one, your argument that it wouldn't fail. I think that the economy would fail. I think Napalm's done enough to say that doesn't really hold water. But that these vested interests are the ones that are pushing this kind of automation, this globalist, this what do you call it, transhumanism, all these different agendas that we discuss, right? They're the ones pushing it in the first place.
They fund both sides so they don't lose.
Yeah, it's a game. And the other thing is, for it to happen, it has to work. For it to work, it has to be tested. And for it to be accepted, people have to choose it. Because you can't all of a sudden just force people to drive automatic cars. Or to drive cars that are automated with
Yeah, I do hear people say, "Oh, I'd never get in a self-driving car." But when it comes down to it, I think most Americans would rather have the car just drive for themselves. I mean, I drove to Florida recently. If I could have had a self-driving car for that would have been fucking awesome.
Of course, dude. Remember I told you I tested my car on the freeway with my eyes closed for a minute?
How did that go?
You drove to Florida and you didn't even hit me up to have a beer, Jeremy. I'm disappointed.
Well, it was a family vacation. I was with the family and shit.
Yeah, I go to family-friendly bars. It's okay.
I mean, there was a lot of people I didn't hit up, bro. We were super busy. We went to Disney World.
I'm just messing with you, dude.
I'll give you another example. The whole thing that something like this could destroy or crash the economy, or however you phrased it. There's no historical precedent for any type of technology like that.
The Industrial Revolution.
That never
It didn't crash the economy. It didn't crash the economy, yes, but a lot of people they cut the work week because of that, didn't they? Then we used to work like 50, 60 hours. Now it's 40. If anything,
people are lazy. That's not the point, though, is it?
It's not.
But seriously, that's not the point, because you're saying that it would crash, like everything come crashing down. But the only things that have ever done that have been these little monkeys playing with the stocks and that, with the Great Depression, etc.
It's the currency manipulation.
Yeah, it was never some wonderful invention or some nefarious invention that ever caused that level of collapse as you're indicating. Because anything like that always takes time to implement, and the transition from the old to the new requires people to be, the labor, etc. So there's always this ebb and flow all the time, At any given moment, there's an ebb and flow from something old to something new, or something old to something updated, etc., etc. There's too many
And
variables to make a statement like that.
I
yeah,
hear
and
you.
a
I'm
lot
just
of
saying. What's up, Are you good? Go ahead, Napalm.
no, I was just going to say, like, if you look historically, innovations, automations, and things like the Industrial Revolution did the exact opposite of what you were claiming that, you know, these innovations would do. They actually spurred on the economy, and they helped the economy grow.
Yeah, but I
Right?
know it did, yes, but it knocked down the work week to where people weren't working as much. And now with this is almost.
But that was
I don't know.
You want people to work
that was a
more.
concerted agenda, and that was by design over the course of a rather lengthy period of time, and it involved the education system.
I don't want people to work more. I want everything to be automated.
I think people should work more, but that's a different discussion. Like there's 6 days to work, right, in a week.
People
And
can
not
work
that
more
shit
if you
to us.
want to. I
But
work.
I ain't gonna force them to. But one comment that you made, Napalm, made me think. Yeah, like all this innovation, whether you think it's good or not, is a different question, right? Is given to people who would never ever have something to do except maybe beg for change. Is giving them something to do. Like some of these people, and I'm not necessarily targeting everyone in these positions, but some of these menial jobs that have been invented because of like modern technology and stuff. Like these people couldn't function anywhere else. Like they're just punching buttons or whatever. So it's I think it's a bit of both.
Look,
but to be honest, everyone should go back to working with their hands. Making stuff, building stuff.
I think we need to have everything automated. Buildings, they're doing 3D printing buildings now, bro. I'm fucking pumped. We need to make everything automated so we can fucking chill and do our thing and think about more, do science.
What's your thing?
Just whatever you want to do. If you like to do art, or you want to do science, or you want to fuck with the white ether light from Tesla, whatever.
That's work, and that's the thing. People think like people get it all twisted. It's like if you choose to labor, or you're only able to labor, okay. But whether it's that or creating something, everyone is designed to do. That is the definition of work. Now, if that doing gives you back enough substance to be able to live, cool. If it doesn't, then maybe you need to do something else. But there isn't this notion that you're suggesting, and I know maybe it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but that you want everything to be done.
There are 16,000 car accidents in America every day. Do you know how much money?
You're like a broken You're like a broken record. That's not even what we're talking about right now. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about your desire for everything to be done for you, so that you can do your own thing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Your own thing
doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
You get the tedious, monotonous stuff done for you by just slave machines, and you're free to do. I mean, we've been doing this for 100 years, 200 years or so, but it's still happening. Yeah, you're free to do more, creative stuff.
As long as things break down, everything
is work
cool.
Not creative? When the brickies
planned obsolescence, right, Essie? Yeah.
Did you not hear me talk there, buddy?
When the bricky or the carpenter's putting together your house, how is that not creative?
Oh no, that's not what I said. I said
I'm not talking
as
to you.
As long as things break down, everything is cool. Right?
Unless you have the machines fixing the stuff.
Yeah, then
that whole planned obsolescence thing is coming to an end with this age of automation. There's no reason once they're giving out universal benefit, UBI and shit like that, like there's no reason to keep making things so they keep breaking like that. I feel like there's a paradigm shift coming, and it's going to happen.
How much are those machines going to cost you?
Yeah, I think that's backwards reasoning. Everything requires maintenance. There's nothing in the world, in anything that man has made, that doesn't require some level of maintenance.
Well, to even get the machinery you're speaking of, if you're talking about buying this machinery that's going to do all this work for you and make it more efficient, do you have the money to buy all these machines, or is it going to be like major corporations that have the machines and you're jobless? How's it going to be?
I mean, I envision it like, yeah, the average human's gonna be able to buy. I mean, like, look at a Tesla with the automatic driving thing. You know, that's within a average American's financial grasp.
So a car. Now, are we speaking of just cars, or are we speaking of other things?
A car, a Roomba vacuum, a dishwasher, a washing machine. You know, shit that automates stuff for you.
And so
Laziness.
what are we going to do? Become like couch potatoes, or are you
I mean,
going to
that's
actually
what you want
produce
to
the
do.
product? Are you
That's
actually
what
going
you
to
want to
produce
do.
the
I'm gonna.
product?
Some people will probably become couch potatoes. That's not my lifestyle. I mean, I'm sure it's some people's. I'll be taking my kids to the park, enjoying life, maybe trying to put electricity to magnets and get the white ether out of it. You know, who knows?
Okay, and then when your kids are grown up, what are they gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Whatever the fuck
Entertainment.
they want, bro. That's the whole purpose of this, is so we can do whatever we want and not be held down by these mundane tasks of folding laundry and
What do you
driving
mean
the
live?
car places.
You mean living life and taking responsibility for your life?
No, there's a lot of like take an artist for example, somebody or a programmer for example, anybody who's made like artwork for a movie, like a CGI movie or whatever. It's a lot of monotonous work, and if
It's
all
not producing anything.
automated, you'd have more free time to explore. Uh, a different. You make movies quicker, make art quicker, rather than spending so much time working on the monotonous.
Well,
That's
yeah, but
entertainment, bro. That's
all that
entertainment.
allows you to do is do more work. It doesn't. You still have to work.
Yeah.
This idea that to get rid of it is just laziness and stupidity.
To buy a
It's about getting rid
machine
of work.
that's going to make guys, can I get in for just a second? To buy a machine that's going to make your work more efficient, you're going to have to work to buy the machine. And as far as the entertainment goes, like the artwork and the movies, and I'm going to take my kids to the park, as far as the entertainment and family time, I mean, other than that and working on Tesla white light, I mean, things to further the efficiency, what are you producing? What are you actually producing?
Yeah, to even have the children in the first place, you got to get to work, even if it's just for two minutes.
All right, what was your question, North?
Yeah, what are you producing?
I mean,
So
maybe
yeah,
I'm gonna.
that's a good point that North is making, and I'll use an example. You talked about a Roomba vacuum, right? So that doesn't fully encapsulate and do the job of what a human does when they vacuum, right? So you still have to put forth some effort into it, right? And how much did this vacuum cost you? Let's say it cost $400. How many hours do you have to work to acquire that $400? And how many hours have you been putting in to vacuuming? And how many hours have you been reduced by the Roomba before it meets its age of planned obsolescence, and you're basically having to replace it typically about 4 or 5 years later?
I'm gonna tell you right now, I had a Roomba that lasted about 7-8 years, so they're very good when it comes to planned obsolescence in that way. But yeah, they are like.
They have lawnmowers that can literally go to their charging port and plug themselves in, and like literally need no assistance whatsoever. And then they have GPS.
Yeah, and
about its position and everything.
That lawnmower is a good example, right? Because here's the thing: it might save you a little bit of time overall in cutting the grass, but what it doesn't do is edge between your grass and the concrete, and it doesn't trim along your fence line. It doesn't fully replace the job. It just reduces it slightly. And what is the cost? Those things are super expensive.
When I had the Roomba, yes, you still did need to vacuum it. Didn't get around the edges good. I did have an old model though, and they're probably better now. The point is, don't you want all your time freed up so that you can do fun stuff or whatever you want to do?
Yeah, like commuting.
Doesn't that sound dope?
But here's the thing: these automations cost money, right? And in order to afford the automations, I have to work. It's not like Like we have automations that replace so many things over time. You just don't think about it happening, right? And these automations free up a little bit of time, but it's not like any of them are going to get us to the point where we literally don't have to work. Like we have to work to afford the automations to make our lives better. You still
Until we
continue
have
to work. If anything, we work
It's
more
a
now than we did previously.
Until we have, that would be true until we have like iRobot or Rosie the Jetson robots coming along, and then we're good.
Hey Jeremy, let me give you an example about your grass and a lawnmower. Why not just have some goats or sheep or cows, and something you can have for a food source and to do the cleaning up and to spend family time with. And so
right.
we need to get back to the natural way of living instead of trying to build a bunch of machines to just actually do all the work for us as we sit back and become the cows. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't remember the grass ever asking to be cut.
Have you guys ever heard?
You're trying to make efficient something that never needed to be done in the first place.
If I don't cut my grass, go ahead, Essie.
Have you guys ever heard of the movie The Man with the White Suit?
Never heard of it.
Watch it; it'll blow your mind. It explains everything of obsolescence, planned obsolescence. Right? The guy invents a suit that's indestructible. Now, the chain of events that happens after that will explain everything. Yeah.
That was mad.
That will blow your mind, this movie.
This one's set in England, right? And then there's... Oh, I don't want to ruin it.
Once we get those Will Smith, Rosie the Jetson, robots running around that can actually go out in the real world and mine the materials, and then they bring it to the factory where there's other robots building the Roombas and whatever the fuck. Then we got it made once that happens. I mean, as of right now, yeah, we still got to do stuff and here and there, and we got to do stuff to get the stuff. But once that happens, it's a wrap. Then we'll have all.
Who's gonna fix the Roombas, Jeremy? Who's gonna fix the Roombas when they break?
The Rosie the Jetson robot fixes the fucking. We have machines fixing the machine.
Jeremy's just perpetually unserious and then pretends.
What if Rosie comes and chokes you, man? What if she gets hacked by someone who wants to take your life? You know what I mean? Instead of going to go pick up Jeremy's head and pull it off of his shoulders. You know what I mean?
Isn't that the plot from that Will Smith movie with the robots?
Yeah. So why you want to go there, man?
I mean, I don't want to go there. I just.
Well, I mean, that's possible, right? It's possible, right?
Anything's possible. Somebody could hack your car. Somebody could snipe you from a building. I mean, whatever. I don't know.
You know what else?
You're saying it's going to be like
to be content.
You're
saying
it's going to be like the Terminator. Are you saying it's going to be like the Terminator, where the rise of the machines? That could happen. I mean, I'm not saying.
I'm saying it's going to be the rise of the people who are tech savvy, right? So the people who can hack systems and who have murder and hate in their heart, this is what they're going to do, right? I mean,
it's possible, yeah.
It's obvious to me.
And kill people.
Not only possible. Seems like that's the plan.
Everything that we use is reliant on every other thing. So any industry you're in, you wouldn't survive if it wasn't for the other industry next to you. So if things don't break, our whole society breaks down if things don't break.
But I told you that's coming to a change, though. That can't. First of all, that's not even sustainable or realistic in any way, shape, or form. This planned obsolescence thing that we do. Also, I mean, pretty soon, like I said, once the automation hits, there's not going to be a really need to do, operate like that.
Roboting heavily.
What's going to be the point when
you're cutting out?
They're just giving.
Jeremy, you're cutting out.
The automation's so good that next to
It's been hacked. Try again, Jeremy. Your words
Can't
kept
get a
dropping.
phone to work and you think things are gonna automate, huh?
Well, that's I mean, we made a phone call on the moon 60 years ago. I don't know why I can't make a phone call in my neighborhood, but yeah. The
So
planned
you're-
obsolescence thing is just not
There you go.
sustainable, I don't think.
I don't think anything mankind does is self-sustainable.
If you think about it, it's a pyramid scheme that our whole society is based on.
The thing is, they get away with that planned obsolescence by saying, "Oh, it's just capitalism. They're just trying to make as much profit as they can, so they build the things as cheaply as they can." And it's
Meanwhile, your great grandparents' antiques are still working just fine. Look, it's a waste of time to try and make your life more convenient. It's better just to enjoy the life that you have.
right, no, dude, washing machines,
Be
washers and
content.
dryers, right?
Be content.
I know, but think if we had that mindset this whole time, we'd still be in the woods,
And
killing deer and shit.
yeah, that would be fun.
And we
right?
wouldn't be talking. We
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
be talking.
have you ever
There'd be no
noticed how
internet.
happy those? Have you ever noticed how happy people who live those kind of lifestyles are?
Listen, the
They-
shit can go sideways with the whole automation and the robots and shit. I hear that. I understand that. I'm a fan of the Ted Kaczynski's manifesto. All right. The point is, I think that it could be good for us.
Sure.
Look at the washing machine and dryer. How many man hours that saved over the course of since it's been invented? It's got to be in the zillions.
Right. So
Zillions of man hours.
you got zillions of idle hours.
What do you think's more healthy, Jeremy? Living in the country and taking care of animals and the land, or living in the city, having a washing machine, air condition, PlayStation, all these luxury, what people call luxuries, or more efficient way of living. Who do you think's more healthier? What place is better for you?
It's probably a better mind state and better for you physically to be out in the woods and shit. Yeah, I would agree with that.
If you can ever get tailored clothing or tailored shoes, you will know that there's no way anything of the automated variety will ever be able to produce something as good as that.
I want to go back to what North
never
was
needs repair. Nobody except
what
the
North was
experts
touching
repair it.
upon, right? So the more people get squeezed into a city, the more we automate everything, the more we're withdrawn from having a direct relation to providing for ourselves and our family our needs. When I say needs, that's very specific. If we are able to simply acquire and automate our needs, then that frees up time for or frees up something within our mindset that we still have this insatiable desire to provide and fulfill the needs in life, but our needs are provided very simply. So then we start to fill that hole with wants, and then our wants start to increase. And our wants are something that can never really be satisfied. Our needs can be satisfied. So when our wants are never satisfied, we become psychologically, we
That is a
feel like,
mentally unhealthy place. Yeah.
yes, we feel like we are not accomplishing enough. And psychologically, this takes its toll. We see higher rates of depression with people in the cities. And I feel like, you always wonder why the celebrities and these rich people are committing suicide and, completely drowning their life away in substance abuse. It's because regardless of the money, right, there's still a hole that needs to be filled.
I'm not a fan of packing everyone into a city. Like I don't know if that's the best way to go about things.
Even something as basic as just eating a meal, they've ruined that. Well, not everyone has allowed themselves to be ruined by it. But that's like, why does that have to be fast? Why do you have to put your food in a microwave and have it now? Like, the whole point of the meal was sit down and fellowship, get to know, share times with family, friends, loved ones, etc., or meet new people, whatever. That's like, who cares if that takes 3 hours? That's a fun 3 hours. That's an enjoyable 3 hours.
We're so busy.
these
I'm so busy
perspectives.
folding laundry. I'm so busy folding laundry, doing mowing the lawn, vacuuming my carpet, washing my clothes in a rack by the river that I don't have time to do that 3-hour meal anymore.
Why are you folding
That's
laundry and doing all these things?
bullshit. No, that is absolute bullshit. Since when?
I just want to say that's beta male shit right there.
Since when does a family, like even a large family, who's got a lot of dirty people, a lot of dirty socks, dirty mud-filled trousers from the boys sliding around in the mud. Since when have they not found the time to do all the chores, say yes sir, no sir to their dad, and then come and sit down as a giant family and have a long meal and discuss, life, etc.?
I'm just saying, if my day's filled up with these mundane tasks, it doesn't leave a lot of time for other
What do you
shit,
mean? How long does it take to sweep a floor? Like, this is the height of laziness and stupidity. This argument.
It just takes time. No, the sweeping of the floor, yeah, that takes time. It takes a few minutes. Then it takes a few minutes to vacuum. Then it takes a.
So?
What most people, and this has been my experience, man. Most young people who grow up in the somewhat country, they want to move to the city, and this all comes with age and being selfish, and just wanting to enjoy and being entertained. They move to the city, and then they have to live and work in the city, and then they retire and move to the country because they really want to be in the country. So most men will they'll spend all their lives and their money and all these things to acquire this efficient life, and then they'll spend all that money that they made trying to gain back their youth. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of backwards, man. That's really all I got to say about it. It's kind of backwards.
Yeah, didn't Picasso say something like that about his artwork? It took him a lifetime to learn how to paint like a kid again. Something like that.
It's human nature, right?
I mean,
blondes want to be brunettes. Brunettes want to be blondes. Skinny people want to be bigger. Bigger people want to be skinny. That's the way it is.
No, I don't think a healthy blonde or a healthy brunette ever wants to be anything other than they are. It's when you're unhealthy, then you want to be something else.
Nah, you want what you don't have. That's what it is.
That's if you're unhealthy in your mind and your body. If you're content and you're healthy in your mind and your body, why the flip would you want anything else?
Then why is the curling iron for women invented? Why do women with straight hair want to
because if you give women an idea and a direction, she's gonna go down it.
No, bro, we're vain. We want what we don't have.
No, this is manipulation of people. If you choose to be content, this requires discipline. If you choose to be content and you're healthy, there's no reason to want anything else. If you got your shit together, if you got your shit together, no, I mean I have, sorry, yeah.
Communism, right? The ideal utopia where everybody gets everything, everybody works equally, the same.
That's not what I'm talking about. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Being content. No, I'm not. Being content is a choice. If you're as a man, right, are disciplined, you do your job, you get to whatever your skill set is, you acquire a family, you acquire the provisions, you're fed, your wife is respecting you, your children respecting you, everyone's smiling, you have lovely meals, all this stuff that is the necessities, whatever. Why would you need or want anything else?
I agree with you,
if you
and
see,
I'm on
the
board
value
with you.
in it, if you see the value in it and you're content, which by the way requires choice and a certain behavior that is positive, let's say lawful behavior in the eyes of the creator, then you don't, there's nothing else. And even
Yeah,
if you
but
did desire something, that thing you desired, probably in line with the rest of it, and is a good thing to desire. Like, oh, I want more children. Boom. Or I want to build this thing. Go and build it. But all these other nonsenses, like desiring something that isn't even in line with your nature, like you were talking about earlier, that's only when you're not doing the right thing. When your brain is broken, your heart is broken.
You have to almost become the prodigal son. Are we the prodigal son?
What's up? He's
Elijah?
back.
Are we? Do you have to always become the prodigal son? Is this the point of life? Is coming to understand that what we once place value in is now worthless, and then coming back to the true value, as you say, family values, just personal values, personal relationship with Creator, etc. Is this what we have to be, the prodigal son? You have to depart in order to come back, right?
I've got a verse for you. 1 sec.
Just asking.
No, carry on.
I was just interjecting a comment, but you please carry on.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to find a verse. Yo, North, 1 Timothy 6:6.
What does that
There
say?
you go.
Read it out, please.
Well, in this version it says, "Godliness with contentment is great gain." But the versions
I like
may
that.
differ.
I like that, bud.
you see all this content stuff and Bible stuff and let's hug trees and all that. That's been tried before. Doesn't work.
Are you sure?
Have
you ever tried to live? Have you ever tried to live righteously?
Oh man,
and
look
be
at this
content?
Trigger City.
I
Have you
actually
ever
just
let
hugged the
somebody
tree. Would
finish
you
a
believe?
sentence?
I literally hugged the tree about 5 minutes ago in the rain as I was coming home. I literally did.
Good on you. You felt Mother Nature. But listen to what I was going to say. This hug the tree stuff, everybody lives along equally, has been tried, right? Human nature doesn't allow it. It's as simple as that.
We'll cut down the tree, is it?
There'll always be greedy people that want more. That's why communism broke down. Everybody worked at the farm, right? But
That's
what
why
happened was
communism
but
broke down.
I already addressed that. I said that's because they're broken, because they're not doing the right thing.
No.
Exactly.
I get
No,
it.
that's not it.
I'm not disregarding the fact that this is part of being in the flesh and that. I get that. But it's kind of the premise that was presented. It's like they always inherently want that. No, I don't think so.
You didn't let me finish
I have never desired to want any other hair color than the color that I was given. I've never looked at my eyes in the mirror and gone, "Oh, I wish they were next door neighbor's color or whatever." You know what I mean? Like that's never come across into my mind. Maybe it's because
bold fucking lie what you just said right now. Sorry.
No, it's not.
Not only
Never
did you
wished you had a
interrupt me
bigger dick.
in the last
Never
sentence,
wished you
you
had
just
enough
said a
spots and
bold
dimples.
fucking lie.
It's not a lie.
You never wished you got the girl that your mate got, or you never envious of other people's attributes. You never wished you were better looking. You never wished you were taller. What?
I never mentioned those things. I mentioned a couple of things that are true, and then I'm being called a liar without any reference or any proof.
Well, I didn't.
But
call you a liar
that's
there.
regardless. I'm just saying.
You never
to
wish
say-
you were smarter.
He said,
"Oh, I certainly wish I'm wiser." I think that's something that. Yeah, but see that.
You should hug trees more.
Oh my days with the over talking. But wishing that you're wiser is a good thing. Wishing that you're wiser isn't wishing that you had different color hair than what you were given. That's weird.
No,
like, there's something unhealthy. There's something unhealthy about that.
Won't do. You can't let you finish
And
a sentence.
I grant you, some people have that unhealthy thing in them, but
That's
that's not
you.
something that everyone has.
Well, one second. I'm bald, right? I'm actually considered bald. I keep my hair sort of short. I wear a beard as well. I look okay.
Yeah, it's
grand.
probably
I
easier, right?
But have you a full head of hair, or if you're balding, do you never wish that you didn't lose your hair in this spot, or you weren't getting older in some way that was manifesting?
no one's really addressing what SE was saying. So I'm sorry, SE. What I heard you say was, people have tried these things, and what we have in reality is people want to take other people's things, and they're greedy, and all these things. And I understand that part. And what I would say, that's because righteous men don't stand up and do something about it. So it's a lack of righteousness, and that's what I would respond to. People taking other people's things when people are just trying to live in harmony.
Yet God,
Absolutely, yeah. For sure.
yet but God threw us into the realm of the devil. What a task to throw an innocent child into. And if this is the nature of this realm, how is the individual supposed to fight against it? What's your solution, SC Montreal? Okay, I get what you're saying. Hugging trees doesn't work. The peace, love, and happiness approach is just going to get all your shit taken away and you suffering the loss. But what's the alternative? And by the way, I literally did hug a tree. I just have a relationship with a tree going back a while, and I didn't walk that way in a while, so I just literally gave it a big hug, heart to heart, and 3 seconds or whatever, and just walked on. Literally true in the rain.
So you
What's
hugged the
that?
tree for
Is that-
3 seconds, did you know?
Is that where you stash your little pot of gold?
Hey, the pot of gold is the sun, bud, but no, that's just a little story. It's true. It's a tree across from the hospital where my son was born, actually, coincidentally enough. But that's beside the point. Beside the point. That was just, by the way, yeah, I hugged the tree tonight, but I didn't expect anything. It was just, that's between me and the tree. But SC Montreal, what is the course of action then? Do we take up arms? And how do we sort of define a collective then? We can't act as an individual alone. You'll get nowhere. So what's the solution?
Look, Pete, I'm not a messiah. I'm just saying that these things have been tried before and failed because, like, take the communism thing. Everybody worked at the farm equally, but when man doesn't have an incentive to work, everybody got lazy, right?
That's not what
And the owner of the
communism was,
farm,
though.
certain girls would give him the sweet eye, and he would give that girl a little bit more butter that day, or you understand? And the whole system collapses.
What are you talking about?
That's the design of the system.
More
SE.
butter.
Yeah, everybody.
You're comparing communism to just being righteous. There's no comparison at all.
Who's righteous, bro? Show me somebody that's righteous. Go on.
You ever read the scriptures?
Oh, please, come on. We're talking about reality now and how society would work and
Yeah, and
shouldn't work.
I'm talking about reality too.
How do you define righteous?
Yeah, how do you define? Like, tell me, show me religious people of religion that lived in harmony together and didn't war. And go ahead, show me that.
Well, SE, without the word right or righteous, how would we define it without scripture or the written word? And it's like the word good. I mean, it's all these words come from a place in the language in which we communicate with one another. These words have a origin, right? And so if they have an origin, then there's meaning behind that, and I'm sure you agree with that. So, I mean, there's a right and wrong, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. But we're talking about now how humans can live in harmony, and we're talking about communism.
Well,
right?
If they all lived in righteousness, or if they all done right things, right to themselves and to one another, I mean, it's right for me to make a kill or to kill someone who is coming to, murder the family or steal the food and do all these things. That's right. That's right behavior. That's righteous. And so what I said earlier was, of course, we have people who are going to be greedy because they live in unrighteousness. They live in a bad way. They don't live in the right way or the righteous way of the origin of all things, right? So they're living in contrary to that. So what we have to do is get rid of those people. Righteous men have to stand up and eventually get rid of them. And that's what we're going to see play out in the very end. That's what I believe.
I'll stand by you on that one, bro. Yeah, count me in for sure.
Are you a righteous man, SC Montreal?
I don't think so. No.
Well, you're no good then. You'll have to work on that, and then you'll be able to sign up.
Well, you think you're a righteous man? You think you're a righteous man?
He's a recruiter for the righteous.
Hey.
Check.
Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean? there's no one good except God. But in terms of righteousness, that's a sort of a frame of mind that you're in at the minute. We've all sinned, but do you carry yourself in a righteous manner in all encounters you have with others and with yourself, and
Well,
especially
that's a
with the
different question.
Creator?
Yes. Then I will answer yes. I try to be
Okay,
quote
that'll
unquote
do.
righteous. Yeah, but
That'll
am I
do.
righteous? I don't think so.
Who are you going to wait to judge, Jesse Montreal? Who are you going to wait to judge? Sure, the best person to judge your unrighteousness is yourself, and therefore, because you know of that, you will work on it to become more righteous and leave the unrighteousness behind.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
want to
of
say we're
course.
talking about communism, right? Communism is the exact opposite of the Bible, because what is the first thing that the communists do? Right? They attack the farmers, right? And they get rid of the churches. So no food, no community, right? So the Bible is technically the opposite of communism. Thanks.
Okay, show me a community in history that has ever lived like that and prospered.
Live like what?
Not
The
history. Who's
righteous
history?
manner and the righteous manner in which you guys feel that. Like, I don't want to attack
There's
religious
so
people.
many examples, even in modern history. Like when people,
who's
when
history?
revivals have swept through nations and or locations, and they shut down the whorehouses and all that stuff. It might not. It might not be perfect, but you know, like you say,
The Amish don't
people
have the World
die,
Bank.
etc.
The Amish don't have hospitals and the IMF banking system.
Yeah, and they're not
Right.
even doing it perfectly. And look at that. That's a good. I was gonna get there, but yeah, let's do that. Like poke holes in the Amish. What are the Amish responsible for?
They don't have any babes.
Any what?
Like babes, like women that you like looking at.
You sure about
That's just because you don't
women
have the right
so-
you don't have the right spectacles for
I got you wrong.
their kind of flavor.
Yeah, he likes the kind of woman that's like, wearing clay on her face and all sorts of bat shit and stuff, and has fake breasts and possibly, the old-fashioned women like with a uterus. You could find those in the Amish. You can find the old-fashioned, women with a uterus at the Amish place, right? If you go out in, Hollywood or San Francisco, you might find the new kind of woman without a uterus.
Yeah, the Amish are a great example also because of the discussion we were having earlier about working and stuff and planned obsolescence and all this stuff. Like, look what they do. Like they're not afraid to work. They're not trying to make their life convenient. Where's their crime rate? They deal with their crime themselves. They deal with it. They kick the people out if they don't abide by the rules.
Where would we be? Give me 2 seconds, please, guys. Check this out. When the righteous rule, there is tyranny. When the wicked rule, there is peace. Sun Tzu, wise man indeed.
No, that's an inversion of the truth. And if you can't see that, you're a mug.
Yeah, hang on though.
With maybe 5 handles.
Did you Google?
That's so obviously backwards.
I think it goes.
So you're smarter than Sun Tzu, huh? Yeah, uh-huh.
Yes, I'm definitely smart.
I mean, you're either reading it wrong.
He can't lift a finger.
You're either reading it wrong or Sun Tzu's a degenerate.
There are different proverbs that say, like, cursed be the people whose kings and princes are like young children and they drink in the morning and things like this. There's proverbs like that also, and many men have different.
Yeah, but
Excuse
hang
me.
on.
Excuse me.
Let
No, no, no.
Montreal, if you don't mind.
Pete, hold on.
Essie Montreal, go through that specific proverb and tell us what you think it means.
It means.
Well, it was me that posted it. How you doing? It was me that posted it actually. Meaning the righteous, meaning that when you're righteous, it gives you that feeling of that you're better. I fucking wrote it though. It was me. It was me that wrote it. So I'll tell you.
Why
I'll
was
tell
he
you.
reading your message? You're in here. What's his interpretation?
Oh, so Sun Tzu didn't say it.
I'm sorry, guys. I was speaking
Sun
before.
Tzu did say it. Sun Tzu.
So
But you
I would
have
like
to understand what righteous means and what wicked means. That's all.
Essie Montreal.
Anyway, let Essie. Sorry, Essie. I'll let you.
They're very rude to you. You wrote it. Please explain it. What's wrong with you guys, man? Let at least.
You're reading someone else's messages out. Can you just give your interpretation of what the quote means? Yes or no?
Pete, instead of trying to have another conversation, please let me finish what I was saying. Can I please just finish what I was
Apologies.
saying?
Sorry, bud. Essie Montreal came in with that, in fairness.
So So what I was going to say to SC was, and you guys can discuss this proverb after this. I was going to ask, where would we be? We have you yourself, and we have others who admit to being unrighteous and doing unrighteous behavior. So where would we be if everyone was unrighteous? And just think about this. I mean, most of the believers, right, who believe in the book and the written word and the Creator, they believe at one time there was so much evil in men's hearts and in their minds continually that's the reason the earth was flooded, and we have evidence of the earth flooding. So that's what I would say to you. Where would we be without righteous people? And as far as going to righteous leaders, I would say a lot of people talk about self-righteous leaders, but if you have a right leader who is doing things righteously and right, then you're not going to have problems. That's just
You're not
obvious.
going to have a leader.
Okay, let me answer that. First of all, when I was asked if I was righteous, I answered no, being humble, because I don't think I'm perfect. I strive to be righteous, but I know I'm not. And any one of you here that says that they are, I'll call you a liar straight to your face.
Okay,
I
one
was
second.
trying to be
Please.
humble.
No one said that they were. No one said that they were. But we tried to be. We strive to be. But here's the thing, SC Montreal. Why did you come in with the quote from Ali B then? So what did you say that righteous leaders leads to, what is it, misery or war or something like that, and unrighteous leaders leads to peace or something?
I'll tell you, because it's been my experience, those that call themselves righteous are the meanest motherfuckers on the planet, excuse my language, done more harm than anybody. Example, the Pope, the Crusades. You know the saying, kill them all and let God sort them out? That was a Pope saying, my friend. So that's why I speak the way I do.
How is that righteousness, though? That's
self-righteous.
degenerate behavior.
That's self-righteousness.
He's supposed to be the most righteous of them all, no?
No, not according to the book, not according to the written word. SC, this is the problem. This is the problem. SC,
I mean, you guys are hypocrites, man. Seriously.
Nobody is a hypocrite when we don't agree with the Pope, because it's not in agreement with the written word. The Pope is not the vicar of Messiah or Christ, as people call him. He's not the vicar. He is not in the place of Messiah. According to the written text that people believe in, he is not the vicar. He is not in place of Messiah. He does not have the authority to do any of the things he says he does. So he is self-righteous according to the text, SE. If you read the text, you would understand that. And nobody is being a hypocrite telling you that.
Peter, hang on a second. Peter is the father of the church. Peter is the rock. And Peter denied Christ 3 times.
Shut up! Now, I agree with what you said, Elijah. 100%, bro. Okay? The point is, this man that seems to be righteous, that claims, and you say he's not, and I agree with you, he's the guy that calls the shots. Do you understand that? So
he's not the guy
regardless
that
of
calls
what
the
you
shots.
think,
Let's see Montreal again.
Jesus, fuck you, Pete. I ain't talking anymore.
SE, it was me you were speaking to, not Elisha, but I was the one who said the Pope is self-righteous, and according to the text itself, he is not the vicar or the in place of Messiah. He doesn't have the authority he says he has. What we have is like a cult, man. That's what that is. So when you see all these different sects of Christianity, you have one book, one truth, one spirit, one God. When you have all these things according to the book, there can only be one who's right. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about right and wrong. We're talking about righteousness and unrighteousness. So he doesn't.
Messiah,
He's not.
Jesus said, "As I am, so are you, and more." So yeah, let's apply the same principles throughout. We were talking about a story and interpretation offered to us as well.
Why you keep interrupting people?
Via these controlling powers.
Why do you keep interrupting people?
Can I speak, please, without even?
No, you can't. Because you're interrupting other people.
Elijah, let me finish my sentence, please.
I didn't insult you. I said, no, you can't. Stop speaking over people.
No, once again, Elijah,
Peter,
let me finish my
stop
sentence. And then
speaking over people. No, you're not going to finish a sentence that you started on top of someone else's sentence.
Tell me what to do. I don't respect your...
The reason SE muted himself is because you kept throwing in your 2 cents in the middle of someone else's discussion. They're having a back and forth because you're interrupting his conversation with another man. You keep bringing up scripture in the middle of other people's conversation. You're not... You're not
SE
using
muted
your
himself
sound.
because he got a few difficult questions and he bows out as usual. That's SE.
No,
He
no.
quoted Ali B in a comment and he didn't understand.
Are you gonna shut
core
up?
of the comment.
Are you gonna shut up?
Listen, bud, you're trying to paint me in a
Are
bad
you
light
gonna
now
shut
and
up?
get me muted, aren't you? Don't you talk when I'm
No.
talking, Elijah.
I'm telling you that your comments in the middle of other people's discussions is just rude. If you want to talk, that's fine. If you want to reply to someone, that's fine. But just talking over someone and someone who's so polite that when someone just makes a sound, he's going to shut himself up.
Talking, man.
You're taking advantage of other people's politeness, and it ruins the flow of conversation.
You're talking over me now, and you just have to say nothing.
I'm not talking over you. I'm doing something that no one else here seems to do, which is take care of the room. So shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth and let the other man finish. When North Star is finished, he makes it very clear when he's finished, and he doesn't speak much. So do yourself a favor and wait. And if you're in any doubt, just ask.
He came to the
ask
end
to
of his
speak.
expression. Stop talking to me like this, man. Stop talking to me like this. Continue on.
If you can't accept reproof, that's your problem. But you're taking the piss.
I thought you were at the end of your sentiment. SC conveniently bowed out. He's going on mute because he can't stand Pete. Continue, please, North, if you want.
Okay, so just to clear it up for both of you guys, Pete, you kind of did interrupt me, and you threw in that Peter was the first of the church, you know. So I would say to that, you know, yeah, I would respond to you, but I was having the conversation with SC. But I would only tell you, go back and read that again, because a lot of people say that, but he didn't build the church on Peter. It was upon the statement Peter had made. And so I would read that over again, and that's been in contention for many years. So go ahead, SC, if you're still there, SC, I would like, you know, some response or some kind of dialogue. Sorry.
Bro, I respect you a lot, but with Pete in the room, we won't be able to have this conversation. So let's reserve it for another time. I'm really interested in this. Seriously.
Continue on, please. I'll go on mute.
No,
yeah,
you
I
won't.
would like to say something if you're not going to continue. So the whole thing with Rome does what Rome does. Rome does what Rome has been doing for thousands of years. And for someone to blame the followers of the Messiah for the actions of Rome, in my opinion, is the pin the tail and the donkey fallacy, especially if these followers of Messiah are true Protestants and protest against the doings of the church, right? So the church isn't the ecclesiastica, in my opinion. There's a separation. There has been for at least 500 years, and probably before this. We know that there was many inquisitions where people were translating the book into their own native languages, and the church was burning people at the stake with the book wrapped around their chest. So I do see a total separation between the ecclesiastica, or the followers of the Messiah, and the Catholic Church. Just my opinion. Thanks.
Very good, which was sort of the point I was making. But please continue, SC Montreal, and don't be so thin-skinned. Apologies, North. I thought you were getting to the end of your point, which you made, but yeah, it is an open conversation as well. There's lots of opinions around.
Now, your hate for me is too strong, Pete. You got to put some hate in your back pocket.
I don't hate you, man.
There's
but I'll tell
no
you this,
way that I can have a conversation with you. If you see, you don't even let me finish the sentence, yeah.
You just said a provocative comment like your hate for me makes you hard to stand, and you have to finish a sentence. That's my fault. What I was going to say was, the last time I was talking to you politely, I ended up getting muted for 4 fucking days when we're simply going, and I missed my whole point because we were simply going a flat earther, in inverted commas, we're flat earthers. You say, no, I'm a true earther. Then we went on about a stationary earth and how water, you started talking about meniscus, but how generally water is flat. So in that sense, you were a flat earther against a spinning ball earther, and I got muted for 4 days for that. For 4 fucking days.
You see, you blame me for you getting muted. You're something's wrong with you, bro.
No, okay, so once something's wrong with me.
Obviously, come on. Anyway, these trivial conversations about the past are a waste of time.
Hang on, shut up, Elijah. it's easy to see these things in a different light. SC Montreal, when the spirit that I was inquiring was a good, honest spirit, and then I get punished for it because why? Because you have difficulty answering simple questions. Is that my fault?
What questions, bro? You're triggered. You seem to everything I say for the past month or so. I don't know what the hell's up your butt, but every time I speak, you come in and you start. I see this, I see that. What's your problem, man? You got a problem? Put it
You
out.
know we
Let's
have a
hear it.
problem. You know we have a problem going back years, but it's sort of on and off thing. But when you're
Are
pushed
you
on an
are you
issue,
a
why
woman?
don't you answer honestly then? We're all trying to figure out what the fuck is happening here. And
Mate,
like
you offended him in a dream 10 years ago, and now, like your
Hang
wife,
on,
he's
please.
never gonna let it
Whoever's
go.
talking there, stop
Pathetic.
talking.
This is pathetic behavior.
Unsavvy one, stop talking. The one who's so fucking pompous that he names himself after a prophet.
What
Yeah.
are you talking about?
Stop
It's my
talking,
name.
man. Stop talking then.
What's
You're
pomposity
talking
got
under
to
me,
do with
and I
putting my
can't hear
name
you.
in text?
You're talking under me, and I can't hear you.
I'm
So I
not
know you're
talking
interrupting.
under
But where's
you.
your
I'm
politeness
talking
now?
to you.
Where's your
You
righteous-
directed a comment. You directed a comment at me, and I'm responding.
Where's your well? Why didn't you let me finish then what I was saying, and then you respond?
What
That
are you
would be
talking
the
about?
righteous
You
thing
made
to
a
do.
comment.
That would
I
be the normal
responded.
thing to do.
You made a comment. I responded. What's your problem?
I didn't hear one word you said.
Well, yeah, that's your problem then.
But I was talking. You understand why I didn't hear one word, because I was talking, right?
No.
No.
Anyway,
You
why
seem to be
you
smart when
acting
like
why
to
you
be.
acting like
you
a
seem to be
chick?
dumb as shit when you want to be as well. That's funny. Oh, I forgot you're
cool
British. You're a British
story.
person. You got to beware of the British and the stiff upper lip.
Cool story. Anyway, why are you so offended by SE? Like,
I'm not offended, but just by SE's going on mute and what he's had to say about me, hating on him, don't hate on him. But I already got muted, so you're encouraging some sort of feeling or sway against me, which is offensive to me.
no,
When I'm not
Pete.
trying to be offensive
Pete.
to anyone.
Pete, you're not using critical thinking here. Who is the one who gets muted on a regular basis?
Me.
Okay, so who's the one who has something to some part to play in that? At least some part to play in that.
Well, others more so. Than
Okay,
me,
see,
really.
and this is the point. You are so quick to point at everyone else when the common denominator is you. You're the one getting muted. I can speak. I can be belligerent. I can be I can be belligerent.
Exactly.
I
He
can
hasn't
be
even looked at
calm.
9/11.
I can antagonize people. I can be cooperative with people. I don't get muted as much as you. So it's got nothing to do.
yeah,
It's
but
got
you
nothing
get
to do
yourself
with.
freely
It's
and
got
openly.
nothing to do with other people, because I can do the same kinds of behavior, but I pick and choose my moments. The fact that you get muted that many times is quite clearly a you problem. If you're not willing to accept that and address that, it's going to keep happening, and you're going to keep complaining about it, and nothing's going to change. So
what do you want
use
me to do?
critical
So what-
thinking.
what
Address
you
that.
want- Stop your
Address
fucking
that.
lecturing me, man. Stop your lecturing me.
See?
Now,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, okay,
So
because
just to
I
let
get
you
muted.
guys know.
Yeah, but once
All right,
again,
go
you
ahead.
keep talking.
Go
You
ahead.
keep talking.
Go
I
ahead.
can't respond when you're throwing all this shit at me. When I said generally it's other people, I gave a perfect example the last time, and myself, Jeremy, and SC Montreal were talking. The whole thing got hung up then on this flat Earth designation as opposed to spinning ball Earth, where SC Montreal made it difficult. I got muted for 4 fucking days. Now, I
So
did
what?
nothing wrong because my major point was missed. I didn't even want. I was making a greater point. This was only a basic level thing. Got hung up in it. So what am I supposed to do? Change my ways? I won't get muted again. I'll be more humble, sir. I'll be a humble Irish man, Mr. British man, with all the money. I'll be a humble Irish man. What can I do? Will I fetch your call? How do you fancy me daughter? Will I send her up to you, sir?
I don't want anything from you. I'm just presenting you with some logic that clearly you're the common denominator in this. If everyone else was to blame, then that would be obvious. But it's quite clearly that it goes down to you, and your unwillingness to accept that is why it's going to continue to happen.
Okay, I appreciate that point of view is in place. I will make an equivalence to you, right? Which said how he was treated by Nathan Oakley on Nathan Oakley. So did you hear it? Did you hear how Witsit was treated? And Witsit, I've never heard a fucking harsh word from the man's mouth. I've never heard a curse against anyone. I've heard him being a bit hepped up, but I've never heard him say anything that was offensive to anyone or that was deliberately malicious or anything like that. Now, have you heard Nathan Oakley how Witsit was treated on Nathan Oakley's? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm aware of it. I haven't heard it directly, but I'm aware of it. But
Right.
do you realize that
Well,
that
he
is
was
not an
muted.
analogy? Do you realize that's not an analogy to your situation?
So you answer the question. You're aware of it. You haven't heard it. So therefore, okay, you're aware of it. Now he was muted. Does that mean that he is the villain? Does that mean that he is the villain?
No, and let me explain why. Right? You're trying to make it as if it's a comparison to you. It's not a comparison to your situation. For one very good reason. That doesn't happen to Witsit everywhere. It happens to Witsit with people and in locations specific to those people. And the common denominator in those cases is either that guy who muted him on that occasion, or in the debates when certain people are given favorable treatment ahead of Witsit because they're more favorable to the globe argument or whatever. But it's not Witsit. It's not his behavior, because when he's in a different environment, among people who don't necessarily have antagonism or positive towards him, it's more free flowing. But with you, hold on. Again, the common denominator is those people and their behavior. But with you, you get muted wherever you go. You get treated like this nearly everywhere. And you get treated like that. You get treated like this, whether it's a conversation with SE, whether it's a conversation with me, whether it's a conversation with someone else. The amount of people that you have confrontations with or conversations with, and you end up getting muted. Clearly, it's not them. It's you, because it's not always the same moderator. It's not always the same person. It's not always the same person muting.
Hang on, please.
Hey guys, let me step in for just a second as a moderator. Just to let you know, 99% of the time, people getting muted in this server is due to over talking. It's not based on what you're arguing about, what side of the argument you're on. It's based on over talking. And usually it's after verbal warnings have been at least issued, like, hey, please stop over talking each other. And then it continues, right? So not allowing people space to finish what they're saying and just interjecting. And not just interjecting to be like, straw man, let's talk about that. It's interjecting with a full, complete 4 sentences that you're not letting up on, right? So it's blatant over talking. That's typically what people get muted for in here. And that is solely based on the person who is doing it. Like, perfect example, last night, Zanuck overtalks me all the time. I overtalk back to him. Geo steps in to verbally moderate. If I would have been muted by Geo for my overtalking of Zanuck, who was overtalking me to begin with, I would understand the moderation because I understand that I am overtalking somebody. It's just the way that it is. It has nothing to do with people specifically. It's the actions, not the argumentation.
That's fair
Go
enough,
ahead, sorry.
We respond to that by saying that's fair enough, but Zanuck will come in and be the same Zanuck tomorrow as he was yesterday. It's irrelevant to him. To any man with an honest fucking heart and a passionate fucking filled soul, right? Well, then we take all of this seriously at every moment, and then we react accordingly to every conversation that's been had. I don't want to just repeat conversations. When I know I'm talking to people who are actors or playing the part, what am I supposed to do? I go along to a certain degree, but after a certain point, you have to lose your patience because you know that they're just coming back in to do the same thing as they did before. So there's a problem, it's a fine balance that needs to be achieved for the success of any interactive forum like this, I should think.
Yeah, there's some people's over talking or diversion that is motivated by intentionally derailing the conversation. Yeah. And then there's some people who I think legitimately want to have a conversation, but just can't help themselves from constantly over talking. You might fit in that latter category.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough, bud. But I'll tell you something for nothing. I wasn't surprised to find out that SC Montreal is part of the Bev crew. Bev is not a flat earther. No, he's not. He won't commit. He won't commit, even though it's just a vague term. It's a separation between the spinning ball earther and a stationary and whatever expanded surface. So yeah, I wasn't surprised.
See, he can't keep my name out of his mouth, right? I'm part of the Bev crew
name,
now.
John. I know your
Well,
name
here's
is John Malkovich.
This is sounding far too female for a discussion that was about righteousness.
So you guys
Here's
are
the
all part
thing,
of the Geo crew now. You're all geomites, geotypes,
no,
according
no.
to Pete.
Well, yeah,
I never
Pete,
said
you're
anything
kind
about
of
Bev.
doing
You
this
appeared
whole.
over in Gem Panda as part of the Bev crew. Bev, you and Emma.
You know what? Let's just rename him to I'm the victim and move on with it.
No victim here.
Good idea.
I don't claim any victim status. No one has offended or hurted me.
Then stop behaving like a woman.
But you're
What's
also
a woman?
putting
What are
forth
you
this
doing
fight.
here? What are you offending women for? If I was a tranny, would you say stop behaving like a tranny? You wouldn't do that because it's not politically correct.
The hell? It's got nothing to do with what I'm saying. You're behaving
Don't be diminishing women.
You're behaving in a manner that's female, and the worst of it. At least they've got an excuse. What's your excuse, man?
What do you mean by that?
So
SE
is
excuse me.
so SE's triggered you once or twice.
How
Get
have I-
over
SE has
it.
done nothing to me. How have I behaved in a manner that's female then? When I was just
Hey,
making
Pete,
my
are you a
You're
gem ring?
whining and moaning and nagging and pouring the blame on everyone else. You're not taking direction.
So
You're
don't know
supposed to
anything
give yourself direction. You're supposed to lead yourself. You're supposed to control yourself. You're supposed to be able to take rebuke from someone, especially someone who's a moderator in a room like this, and go, oh, actually, maybe he's got a point. Oh, actually, maybe I should stop making excuses for the fact that I keep getting muted.
Fuck a moderator. What do I give a fuck about a moderator? What do
Exactly.
If I'm talking to someone
Exactly.
and someone says something to me. What
Exactly.
the heck? What are you talking about? You're all just people
Exactly.
here, bud.
This is your problem.
Pete, if you don't give a fuck about a moderator, then don't
Just
get
leave.
offended when you get moderated. I'm just saying.
No, that's fair enough. I don't mind being moderated when I need to be moderated. I know certain moderation is required, but we have to understand the nature of this arena as well. And that's why I asked about Witsit, Elijah, because I have been moderated, I have been muted on so many different forums, Flat Earth especially. I only lasted fucking a day on 24/7 QEs because I talked about Ether. Same thing with Nathan. I was moderated and muted to fuck because what? I was just trying to have a fucking conversation.
You don't know how to have conversations, man.
I know better than anyone else how to have a conversation, bud. I also
you
know better
don't.
than anyone else that we need to be ourselves.
Okay, yes, you can be yourselves, but being yourself doesn't always work when there's other people in the room. If you want to be yourself by yourself. I'm not telling you to be anything. I'm not telling you to be anything other than who you are. But your behavior and your idiosyncrasies are not something that everyone else desires or is willing to put up with.
You just gave me inspiration for a new Dodoism, idiosyncrasies. Very good. Thank you for that.
Cool.
See?
Yeah, but the poignant point is lost on you because you're so in your own head. And maybe Napalm is probably right. You're just not able to help yourself.
No, this is maybe a cult of personalities. Maybe you don't like my personality. I've heard Witsit. I've heard new perspective. I'm talking now, man. I'm talking now.
Yeah.
I've heard people talk for
That's all you
hours
do.
on end. I've heard you waffle on about your. I'm not waffle on. I don't mean to disrespect you, man. I like what you have to say for a lot of stuff, but you are allowed to express your own personal, deeply held beliefs, which is no way of proving in a sense, but it's just your conjecture, openly and freely for ages. When I talk, I get fucking shut down almost immediately, all the time.
You know, other people disagree with me. Like even SE doesn't like what I say sometimes about religion or whatever. But somehow, it doesn't cause him or other people to go like, bro, you're taking the mick, you're ruining the conversation. He will give his opposing point of view after I'm done. We might overstep each other here and there, but we don't get into this whatever you do. And I think you just can't help yourself, which is unfortunate. But see, you do this stuff, and you throw out these things that pop into your head.
Yeah,
but
stop
you
judging me and let's move on.
Listen,
Stop judging me and let's move on. What do you think of
Ether? I'm not judging
What do you think of Ether, bud?
I'm
So if
talking
you
to
were Nathan Oakley's, you started talking about Ether, just your opinions on it, your thoughts on it, coming away from Spinning Ball Earth. What do you think of Ether? You'd be knocked down. You'd be shut down completely immediately. What do you think of Ether in general? I know what SC Montreal thinks about
I
it.
think many things, but quite frankly, at this juncture, I cannot be bothered to talk about it.
That's a general view.
With you. I think it's there. It's real. Whatever you want to call it, it is. And it's the fundamental. It's the fundamental of life. But other than that, I ain't going into it.
Get muted to fuck over Nathan Oakley's and Quantum Eraser's
So
channel.
what? So what? We're not there. We're here. I'm talking to you right now. You want to talk about ether? Maybe we can have a discussion. But do you know how to have a discussion?
Yes,
Do you know what comes next?
Yes, I do.
What comes next?
Me responding to you because you responded last. Now off you go again. That was my response.
Okay, but back to the actual conversation. If you actually want to try this, right? Maybe you can learn something.
Yeah.
So I said that I think it is real. It's the fundamental building block of life. And maybe I'll add one more thing. I think it's something like what Mendeleev and Tesla talked about with this. It's like the higher level, the all permeating gas that's above hydrogen. Oh, I need to mute one sec.
Nice one. I like it. It's a different setting, isn't it?
Now what comes next in this conversation?
I'll tell you. I will possibly help you in a sense. The only progress we can make is by looking back. That's what I think. So now when we look at ether in a revived sense, the only sense that ever was, and we understand that the spinning ball Earth is fabricated, more so though it's metaphor. Now we look at luminiferous ether, right? Now we look back on what they said, or what is said luminiferous ether was, and because we realize that everything is inverted, twisted on its head, now we get to the real ether. So something that's in motion and something that is confined as an all-prevalent medium through which everything persists. Very good. Very good. That's actually very good.
Well, at least that was somewhat coherent and to the discussion. But you know what part of the problem is that you do that, and you do that in the middle of a conversation that other people have. And not even when they're having it with you. Or if they're having it with you, you do that, but you do that adjacent, really, really farly adjacent, completely separated from what they're talking about. And that's what gets people annoyed. And then they try and rail you in because they want to talk coherently, and they don't always have the patience because they're trying to do something. There's like a task at hand. There's a topic that's been laid down. And then you do this, and then you get belligerent almost instantly.
No, I appreciate that.
And then the over talking happens, and then boom. And then when someone has the patience enough to talk to you like this, you might be willing to accept it, but all of a sudden, the next day, the day after that, it comes back around. So the only issue,
listen,
you are who you are, and it's my problem whether I enjoy it or not.
Okay, listen.
But the main issue I would have is that you claiming victim is the biggest
I'm not
loser.
victim.
Yeah, but you have. This is the
Let me
biggest
respond,
loser
please.
move.
I'm not claiming victim.
It makes you look bad.
I'm muted everywhere for lots of reasons, but I do appreciate your comment. I do appreciate that this is a very unnatural sort of setting as well, and I ask everyone to appreciate that we're all across the earth here in different time zones. So here it's like what time is it? 17:22. 1922, so 22 minutes past 7 p.m. in Ireland, in Limerick City here. I've had a few beers, a few smokes on the go. So yeah, there's a different sort of setting. We're in different time zones. So there's a different mood, maybe prevalent throughout the different time zones that you have to take into account as well. But I do appreciate what you're saying. It is a 24/7 forum, though, and lots of different conversations come and go.
Well, it's not idiosyncratic then. If you've had a few drinks and a few smokes, we know what the cause is.
Well, I'm still Campus Mentis. I'm still capable. I can still hold me own.
See, you should just go back to hugging trees. Trees don't have any problem with you chit-chatting all day long. Go ahead.
We are trees, bud, but that's a different matter. I just told that story because it was a matter of fact. I wouldn't have ever said it to any of you, but only that it just happened and I hadn't hugged a tree.
Some people are just meant to live in caves. What can I say?
Caves. Plato's cave.
Caves with big stones at the front of them so that they can't escape.
You know what a stone is, man? Tell me what the philosopher's stone is.
See, really, he can't help himself, Nathan. But at least he's not interrupting people at this point.
Tell me what the Philosopher's Stone really is, bud. And obviously we know philosophy doesn't involve anything material. We are delving into the mind of God in a sense. So what is the Philosopher's Stone? Come on, Elijah, you're a prophet. Come on, bud. You're savvy. You're not just a normal prophet, you're a savvy prophet.
Who said I'm
I'm
a
kidding.
prophet?
I don't mean to be joking there at your expense or anything. I'd be interested.
No, you're
to hear you.
joking at your own ignorance. Who said I'm a prophet?
Elijah was a prophet. Why wasn't Elijah a prophet? Proper prophet.
Yeah, but who said I was that one?
I'm sure you're not Elijah. I'm sure you're not savvy, but you choose that name for reasons.
Because it's my name.
I'm Elijah of the savvy family.
Oh, what little
I'm an
you
Uncle
know.
Jimmy Savvy.
You know, there's this proverb. Or actually, no. Yeah, I'm sure there's a proverb about it. But Job has basically rebuked and understood that he shouldn't speak about things that he didn't know. And I would suggest that you should probably do the same.
Oh, I have stuff to say about the Book of Job, and I think that Lord God is asking us ourselves the questions. Can you answer the questions posed by Lord God to Job that Job couldn't answer? Remember, he was a man in the desert. He had limited technological abilities and primitive mindset.
Some things require foundational
Can I finish, please? I was almost finished.
Mate, you almost finished just rambling about nothing, man.
So I didn't think it was you. I definitely didn't think it was you who was interrupting me. So as you mentioned, Job, I think we are charged with answering Lord God questions. How far have you come?
Look, you missed a pertinent point. This is your issue. But hey, you're under the influence, and you're affected by the rain and the trees. So I can't put all the blame on you.
Once again, you put me on the defensive. So if I was having a drink in a pub, you're going to say, even though I'm perfectly coherent, perfectly fucking sober, perfectly straight up, you're going to say, oh, this guy, you don't be listening to anything he says.
Would you rather I don't give you the benefit of the doubt and I just keep poking at the fact that you don't know how to converse and you don't know how to get the point? That's quite clear.
I made the point. You mentioned the Book of Job.
Do you even know why I mentioned the Book of Job?
See, now we're after going on. So, okay.
Yeah, see, if you can't follow the string, then
I can't follow it. That's why I asked you. But now you have to remind me.
I have to remind you.
But you keep interrupting my train of thought, man.
No, your train of thought is on 10 different tracks at once. You need to focus, or you need to go by yourself and go on all those 10 tracks to your heart's content.
Now I remember that no man has any ability to answer the questions that God poses.
But why did I mention that? Why did I mention what's mentioned in Job and what's a proverb about not talking about what you don't understand?
In reference to me, surely. In reference to me, my insistence.
Why? Why specifically do you think?
Because you've been talking about my inability to converse.
No. I'll help you, but I'll help you. I don't know why I'm having this much patience with you. But I'll help you. It's because you're speaking about my name, making comments about my name, jumping to conclusions, because you don't know what you're talking about. But instead of just telling you you're talking out your ass, I'm suggesting that you speak wisdom. Yeah, that's what you were talking about, and this is the problem.
I know one thing for a fact. That you weren't
interrupting. Now you're interrupting.
Yes, and now I remember, though. I had no idea.
You only remember because I told you, man.
I gotta interrupt you guys
for a second.
Go
ahead, Kosher.
Yeah, there was a guy called Numpty Noah. Do you guys know this guy? I don't think he's really a numpty, but he goes by Numpty Noah. And he had came into the a different server, and he was very impressed by some Glober argument. And he was asking for answers on it. Nobody gave a valid answer. But I hadn't looked into this until after you brought it up. But do you guys know that Tonga, there was a Tonga explosion volcano last year?
Great. Yeah, Moyak. That's Moyak's speciality.
Yeah, Moyak was there. He was talking about it as well. And actually, I was there when the event happened, and Moyak was talking about it then as well. So, regardless, though, I thought what was interesting. There's a YouTube channel. I forget what it was called, but what the guy did was he took like there was a pressure spike in all these different stations, like meteorology stations all over the world, based on that eruption. And so he measured them basically, and mapped them out on a globe, and it seemed to have made sense to have the distances,
Oh.
but it didn't make sense on the AE map. And I just
You should have just told us this from the get-go. You want to get back to the globe.
Well, no, I'm
Yeah,
just
I gathered
I
it
just
from
wanted
the
to ask you
get-go,
guys if
Elijah. I'm wiser than you.
I want to ask you guys if you'd heard about this, or if you had.
No, I haven't. But if you could provide a link of something.
I prefer the YouTube channel, yeah. But the point is simply that the pressure spikes were noted at certain stations, and when you map those stations with the speed of sound, it matches the globe, but not really the AE map. Not that anybody adheres to that map, but just seeing if
I
there's
would,
a,
I would just say that that's probably very convenient, and somewhere along the line, someone's put the maths in their favor to conclude what they already have decided ahead of time.
You're spot on, Elijah, in your answer. That's what Mayak did. He came in the scene and he goes, "Has everyone heard about this Tongan explosion?" And then we all certainly heard about it. But now he says how it proves the globe Earth via the propagation of the sound waves or the shock waves. Very good. You're spot on, Elijah.
Hey, Crypto, I feel like bullying you for a second, or maybe an hour. You want to speak with Pete?
No, I can go on mute here, but if people are
No, I want Crypto to converse with you.
I want to address the thing. So he modeled it on a globe with the data from the real life explosions from the volcano. And I would like to point out that
say that again, please.
He modeled it on a globe from the data from the real life explosion from the volcano. Right?
Okay, so he just made it fit.
Right. So that's kind of like the Imperial College, where the guy said, this many people are going to die. And then we actually had a pretty good experiment, right? Because what was the country? Was it Sweden? It was one of those nice German countries that didn't follow the guidelines. And it turned out that model was like completely outrageous, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're kind of weary of computer models at this point and how it refers to reality. So anytime you guys want to, model this and model that, I don't see it any different than, modeling with clay, going, look, this is an actual baseball. This represents reality. Like, no, that's a hump of clay, right? You modeled it, great, and everything, but has nothing to do with reality. A baseball is much more intricately designed, and no matter how careful you make your model, how do you know it has anything to do with reality other than a reference that, it was based off of a true story from the data that we collected? Yeah, I've seen those movies where they're based off the true story, and then you actually look up the actual events, totally fucking different. So it's your model is not based, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, I'm not sure. Go ahead, Peter.
How long is the video?
I was just going to say, actually, Hank, the model is based on a true story because the whole fucking model is a lie, and the only way to develop the lie is via the known truth. So yeah, off you go, Kosho.
Well, the model's actually the kind of the least, the smallest character in this whole thing, because it's actually the event itself, and so he uses a website called Weather Underground, which has like a collection of different independent weather stations that you can collect the data from, and he collected the data from like 30 or so stations. I did the same thing with like 20 or so stations, just to see if it, because I think Brian had said that when he checked some of the data, it didn't fit. So I wanted to see if it, the data actually fit, or if it's just this guy saying it in the video. But regardless, it's like the distances, once you account for their actually like longitude and latitude, and the longitude and latitude of the volcano, and then you measure that distance on a globe, and you measure the speed of sound, it actually fit perfectly, almost like a couple minutes here or there. That could be down to the records. So yeah, I was just curious just to hear what might be some flat Earth explanations, like based on maybe it's a different model, maybe what you said, Hank.
I don't think it bears explaining, because if so this eruption happened on a verifiably level and stationary plane, and then someone says that because this happened, therefore the verifiably stationary and level plane is actually not level and stationary. That's just an absurd claim. Like,
Yeah,
that's how I would deal with it at the sorry to interrupt, but that's how I do it. At the fundamental level, the claim is just preposterous.
I would think, Coach, showed that when you emphasize the speed of sound. So just to make it clear for the people listening, I've already heard this. I actually considered it and had to chat with the guy. Maybe it was his own video, if he's a member of Gem Pandas. But when you talk about the speed of sound, so you have the volcano erupting on a remote Pacific island, and you have receiving points of information strewn throughout the Earth, and they receive what? A sound wave emitting from epicenter at a certain time from the activation at a certain location in relation to the activation. Is that the ultimate, or is that the basis of
No.
it?
So they have some of these stations. They have constant barometric pressure, detectors, readers, and they have the data that they've collected available. And so you can just look and see that there's for some of the places, especially the closer ones, it'll be like a constant or maybe like a slope of some kind, and then an obvious spike, and it's marking those obvious spikes by the assumption that they're caused by that eruption. Turns out when you make that assumption, it actually fits. It fits to be moving at the speed of sound away from that volcano.
Would there be any dissipation of the energy wave as it went away from the epicenter? Would there be any dissipation? So yeah.
Yeah, there was. Yeah. If you go too far away, or in some locations, either
Less than
depending on
speed
the
of sound.
detectors or depending on the distance, there may not be an obvious spike. Yeah.
Right, but what you said essentially is that we took this data that we gathered from all these stations, and we applied it to the globe Earth model, and it worked good. But we applied it to yeah, it works perfect. But when we applied it to the azimuthal equidistant projection of the globe, it didn't work so good. Therefore, you flat earthers need to explain that. It's your globe projected on an azimuthal equidistant map. I would like to see an AE map with the incident, the volcano, as the center, right where the North Pole region is in the AE map. I would like to see an AE map like that, right, and the data like that. And I'd imagine that would fit pretty good to reality.
Well, you should try to adjust it to match with the seismic stuff, because it's like those lands they're out of proportion in the equidistant.
That's what I was going to say, Snack. That's what I was going to say. I think the Earth's confines are elliptical, defined by what's going on in the sky. So if you just
He's
stretch
trying
out,
to steal my thunder, guys. All right, forget it. I'm gonna go make burgers.
Snack, off we go. Go on, bud. Go on.
Oh.
Pete, you're always stealing everyone's thunder, my man.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Just manipulate what you got there and do what Hank said. Put the Tonga at the epicenter of it's just a vague or general Gleason's map representation. Now stretch it out and make it work. I think you can do it, Corf, show better than anyone else could do it.
Yeah, but the guy who did this, he did it with the azimuthal equidistant map where the North Pole's at the center. And that may not be the flat Earth model, but I certainly do not think that the flat Earth model is where the Tonga volcano is at the North Pole or at the center of this flat Earth. So I just feel like doing that would kind of...
That wasn't my claim.
That's not what
that wasn't my claim. That's not what I was saying.
I know you're not saying that, but that's what I'm saying. I think because you're not saying it, because you don't think that it is the way that the flat Earth is, it would kind of be a waste of energy to do that.
How do you think, Kosho? Mind as great as yours. Have you applied your great thinking to stationary surface, flat Earth by expansion? Have you applied your mind to that possibility? Because I've never heard your developed thoughts. I've only ever heard your developed thoughts on defense of the ball Earth model, and how you'll justify, or at least in potential, every offering that you have to put forth. Have you developed the flat Earth stationary first, flat Earth then model 20 degree, making everything different? Love to see it.
Well, I can try to make sense of this one. If it were flat, let's see. Actually, no, I can't. So let me see if let me think about it for a little bit. See if I can see how this would work out on the flat plane. Hold on.
Assuming the measurements and the timings are all correct and verifiable.
Yeah.
All this shows is that one map is wrong and one projection seems to be lining up, but that doesn't mean that projection or that map, even though it might be represented in this case in a sphere or a spherical manner, doesn't mean that that's actually what the surface is.
Right.
It doesn't pertain to the here and now and the reality of it, which is why I made my earlier comment of, okay, cool story. It's verifiably level and stationary. So just because someone says something doesn't make it so. Yeah. However it's presented, even if it's presented in a very coherent and palatable manner.
Oh yeah, that's true. That it could. That's kind of my point. Is like I'm trying to think of how it would work on a flat map. It's true. It does work on the globe with the times that it reached it and everything. So if there is a way for it to work on a flat plane, I'm thinking of ways like Pete challenged me to come up with a way where that would work, and maybe
but this is based on the assumption that the timings and everything that they're presenting is actually
Does
genuine.
the globe even comport with itself? Like if there's like, well, I mean, if Greenland is deformed in size or whatever, or right, of for projection, right, you need something rational. So you're probably got to use that diamond sinusoidal map.
Hey, Kosho, Snack, I got something for him to try out. Kosho, do this. Post it in chat here. So just take note. Just take note of the continents. Take note of the continental land masses and assume that they're all appropriately scaled. Now, forget about Antarctica as well as a different scale. But now try place the continents around this epicenter at the north and try get the appropriate results according to two things, right? Flat stationary Earth is laid out in a grid-like coordinate system. You have a barrier of certain contour as well. So this has to be detailed in a spherical coordinate system. So mix and match of both. You have to take that. But take that map, which is the Oculus mosaic found on the floor of Chambers Street subway station beneath 9/11 Twin Towers fame, the WTC Center.
Peter, I'm not going to do that. You just interrupted Snacks again. Peter, that was a ridiculous thing to interrupt with. Alaska is closer to fucking South Africa than South America is on your fucking ridiculous thing you posted.
It's a jigsaw puzzle here. You got to put the pieces in place around the north center. Look at the concentric elliptical lines. We have all of the what do you call it, meridians laid out here. At the center we have the equatorial barrier. Then so we have all the lines laid out here. This applies to the sky, the lines. The land then applies to the earth. You got to put the pieces together in appropriate order. I bet you can do it better than anyone else.
Now match it with the back of a $2 bill. It's like national treasure, Kosho. We're gonna win this.
Hey, Snack, why are you making fun of this, bud? Especially
why did you just cut me off with all that?
It's associated with 9/11. It's called the Oculus mosaic. If it's the simplest jigsaw puzzle piece on earth, there's only fucking 6 pieces.
Right. Are you sure that there's not an Aristarchus fault line somewhere that we can talk about as well? Throw that in the mix.
Snack, I'm on point here. Kosho's looking for representation to figure out how Tonga propagation worked, right? And I just gave. He said he hasn't been able to do it. He gave up very quickly. I guess he's waiting for someone else to do it. I'm telling him if he wants to do it now, use that map. Use that layout.
I don't remember what Snacks said before you interrupted him.
Please go on.
I got a diagnosis to make. I'm diagnosing Pete with pareidolia.
It's not pareidolia. It's a fucking series of clues, Hank. That's the only way we can come to the truth, man. That's what I'm saying about the ball earth lie. Or
You're being
ether.
incredibly
It's only
selfish,
by
dude.
all the ball earth does is take the truth and twist it.
Could it be Coriola?
Write that down, Dan.
That's a
Big in
new
the center of the world.
pareidolia.
Coriola.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Hank. Pareidolia.
That wasn't me.
That's the mock, dude.
You said no, but he said pareidolia.
But dude, Pete, you're being incredibly selfish, dude.
Pareidolia is a dodoism.
You're like taking everybody's point away from them and then making no point at all.
Up Cold Show, you come in here to be controversial by bringing up an issue that was talked about before, and you have nothing yourself to say about a possible flat earth solution, only how it works perfectly on the ball. So know your place, bud.
Pete, all we're asking you to do is govern yourself, Pete. That's all we're asking you to do.
All right, bud.
The only reason I brought this up was to fucking take the conversation away from where you were bringing it. But that's another story, dude. I'm not going to entertain this, okay?
I mean,
I appreciate your input. I'm going to look into the map.
Yeah, Pete, settle down.
Don't worry about it, Snack. I understand the energies here that are sort of against me, but don't worry about
Forget
that.
it.
I'll get it away shortly.
Crazy
We're
places.
not against you, right? See, we're all actually pro-government, right? Even some of the flat earthers, right? We want everyone to govern themselves. What we don't want is for people to have to be governed from the outside. And I understand why you rail against it so much.
Right.
But
It's
if you're the one
pro-dodo versus the anti-dodo proletariat. Am I right, Hank? And then, we don't need to be moderating in that.
Back to the future.
Snack, I do got to say, I really appreciate it when you got heavy-handed in Free Chan, because some asshole would come in Free Chan and just start fucking taking over the show, and Snack would just be so subtle with his attacks. And it just exposed the guy. And after he was exposed, after Snack allowed the guy to ruin his own reputation, then he destroyed him. I love Snack.
Snack is unique, I think, definitely. There's je ne sais quoi to him. You like that, Snack?
Are we still talking about the volcano? I wanted to listen to the video without audio.
Can I just say one thing here? The thing is, right, we've all of us here, flat earthers especially, ball earthers fucking 10 times fold, we've all had the same conversations again and again and again and again. I think what's more valuable now more than any other time is sort of an emergent, I use that word again, but emergent sort of bearing in mind that we don't know what's coming next. We don't know, so let it flow, and who knows where it goes. That's, it has to be better.
If we let it flow with you, it goes
reset.
absolutely nowhere for far
And hang
too
on,
long.
Elijah, it has to be better than going back to fucking Reset with Chirality or Zanuck coming in, or Kosho here. Perfect example, a reset. Another reset, and let's go back to that again.
Anyway.
So, the volcano.
It's presented in such a way that it's just too vague. It's not very accurate, I wouldn't say. But
what do they say about volcanoes in the Bible,
regardless,
Elijah?
it doesn't. What?
Volcanoes in the Bible?
What about them?
I don't know about volcanoes in the Bible. I'm just asking. You seem to.
Word said they were God's nipples. God's nipples. I don't know where.
Is that really?
I
don't know.
You know what? Anyway, Kosho is clearly weak. It
Too
doesn't
many of
prove
them,
anything
really.
either way. If anything, what it could do is just help people trying to make a map more accurate from a playing point of view. Is just to shift and adjust. So actually, they could use events like this to go, oh, okay, this position is not right in relation to the map, and let's make it more accurate.
If that were possible, then there would be a map with a uniform scale across it, with accurate positioning of all the continental landmasses. I've yet to see that.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
it's 'cause you can't make a perfect map.
but you could make adjustments to like severe inaccuracies with something like this. But the other thing that comes
It wouldn't be
into play.
necessary if Earth is flat. It'd be one-to-one representation. a uniform scale on a
Wait a
flat
minute.
piece of paper or something.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that there's perfect maps for the globe?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Right, and you don't need to add like 95% of the universe to make that model work?
No.
Or map of the Earth?
No?
95% of
Can
the
you tell-
universe?
Yeah, can you tell me how much of the universe is made of dark matter and dark energy, please, sir?
Where is the
non-sequitur.
volcano?
I don't know.
Well, hang on.
Related to the topic.
You don't
I
have
want
a
to know
model,
if
guys.
What's the Hamiltonian, Kenneth?
I want to know if South America is 9 times bigger than Greenland because it's the same size on my map.
Okay, so get a globe, get any globe, get Google Earth, get Google Maps, the globe, and take the
Yeah.
distances as they look on those models and where it's actually a globe. The distances are correct and the sizes are correct, unless it's a incorrectly made globe. But the ones that are made correctly, like Google Earth, for example, the distances and the sizes will be accurate. At least.
So Google Earth is accurate. Is it accurate in the North Pole also, where there's this ocean?
Yeah.
There's no fucking ice up there, bro. Look at the Google
Do you
map.
realize?
Where's Santa Claus on a boat?
Depends on the season.
Do you realize that though
No,
it's presented,
it's always ocean.
though it's presented to
there's
you
Arctic
as
ice.
do you realize that though it's presented to you as a globe,
What was?
the Google Earth map, that projection that you're seeing isn't actually a spherical model. It's
Sure
a
looks like it.
flipping planar model that's just being wrapped and presented in a spherical way. Because
If that's
all
the
the
case, then it wouldn't have a uniform scale across it, but it does.
What are you talking about?
Like the scale is not variable depending on the latitude.
How do you
Like, for
confirm it
example,
has a uniform scale across it? From that point
You're not paying
How do we
attention.
confirm that?
The data that's actually taken to produce the map is taken in the real world on the real axis.
one small part
And
of
then
the globe at a time.
And then it's
Right,
adulterated, and manipulated. And it works because it's been accurately done with much effort, much money, much surveillance, all this stuff.
Then
And
there
all
would be
they have
distortion
to
at the
all
top
they have
level if they did that
all they have
due
to
to the
do
adulteration.
all they have to
But there
do
is none.
is present it to you in a way that makes you believe that what it's presenting is real. It's
So if
simple.
that's
It's
inaccurate,
simple.
Is this
then
the
what's the
simple
argument
flat
where?
game.
Wait,
It's
is
a
this the
simple
argument where
game.
the
When you
volcanoes prove the sphere? Is this that argument?
It's related to that, yes.
Because how do we confirm the times on those? How do we confirm the times on those sensors? How do we confirm that?
Exactly.
How do we know
that's
not
one
just
of the-
telling us
that's
a
one
story?
That's one of the points I raised earlier. Like assuming that this is accurate and that it's been used accurately.
We can't confirm those times, so it's basically just an article written by some guy.
How would you confirm a measurement taken by someone else?
Exactly. You can't confirm it. That's what I'm saying. Can you
Right.
confirm it?
So in this case, these are all independent stations, and they collect them in various different ways.
Exactly.
So,
They're
so the
independent.
alternative.
They probably don't even talk to each other. Some guy collected the data and made an article.
Roderick, hold on, man.
Yeah,
The alternative to them being just raw, collections of the pressure and the other data, the alternative to that would be that somebody went in and placed this spike in all these different graphs for other people's data, and all these independent graphs specifically where it would match the sound.
It seems like it was nothing at all kosher in terms of influence. It was just a mere ripple in a local island. So you're using something that was just a minor blip on a greater scale to justify or to prove a point or something. It's
And what is the device they use, Kosho, to detect the spike?
Well, they're all different. Like I said, they're various different ones. Some of them have the details on their page. Some of them don't.
So wait,
but
if they're all
independent.
different, then this is a bunk test anyway.
Oh.
Because the methodologies could influence how and when they're going to receive something.
No, the methodology is not going to change what the timing for the pressure that they're getting. All they're doing is measuring the pressure at these local times and recording.
That's why I asked you so they're measuring pressure. That's consistent, yes.
Yeah, the ones that
the furthest away station. Osho, what's the furthest away station you referenced?
Shut up, Pete. Talking and trying to actually get information here. So what, other than pressure, is there anything else?
Temperatures, Yeah, I mean, a whole gamut of weather data.
But specifically the spikes, that bit of data is all just pressure.
Yeah, that's just the pressure reading for that
Ah.
for that specific time.
Okay, so what if it's just that what they're measuring? No, what if that the point of speed of sound being consistent from point A to B, from point A to C, etc., or whatever the origin point to all the different points? What if that's different? Like the path that it takes is going to be a different speed because of the material.
That's exactly what I said.
Oh my days!
Peter,
because of the
stop.
material that it's. Yeah, Pete. Now you're taking piss.
Oh, no,
because of the direction because of the stuff that it's going through, right?
Uh-huh.
Can I respond to that?
Please,
What
yeah,
affects the speed of sound in air?
Yeah, but why is it? That's what I'm saying. Why is it always going to be air? That's what I'm trying to ascertain.
No,
the details.
you're
speed of sound
proposing that it's a
varies.
variable. Okay,
It's
good,
not a constant.
Good point. Let's see how much you know. Let's see if that's actually true. What is the function to determine the speed of sound? What variables are in it?
The atmosphere.
That's not specific enough. You got to tell me more. What
Okay,
about the
so
atmosphere?
the pressure.
Nope, that's wrong. It's independent of pressure.
So you're telling me if I have a vacuum with no pressure, you'll be able to
Density
hear
of
the
the
sound?
medium. The density of the medium the sound travels through.
Not really. No. If we're talking about
Density,
gas, no, it's
pressure.
not a
Yeah,
function of
it's
density.
the density, bro.
Well, don't just
Yeah,
interrupt
isn't
me
density
by
pressure?
restating your claim, because I'm going to prove you're wrong and make you look stupid if you do that. Show me the equation that shows density is in the variables for speed of sound in air.
Yeah, if you put a clock that has an alarm ringing and you put it in a vacuum, you can't hear the sound. So how fast is it traveling?
Oh, I thought you just said the speed of sound. That's what the speed of sound determines on the density of the medium it's traveling through. Like if you try to make sound travel through a lead pipe or a wooden dowel or something, it'll be different.
That's through solids, and it's not the density. It's actually the modulus.
Yeah, I didn't know you were
the
talking about
elastic
air.
modulus. We're talking about
Well, he's gonna make
gases.
us look
And so what
stupid.
is the
That's
equation
one
for
thing,
calculating
yeah.
speed of sound in a gas? Does anybody know it? Okay, it's radical KRT. So K is a constant, R is a constant, and T is the temperature of the gas. That's it. It doesn't have anything to do with the density.
What's the K stand for?
Hang on,
Our
temperature and
constant?
density are related, bud. So you're incorrect
No. So
there.
here we go. So getting to the point, how much would it vary the speed of sound in the atmosphere?
Temperature and density are related, bud. You know that.
It's like the Stefan Boltzmann constant or something.
PV is equal to N or T. We know these equations, bud. But
That's
your
irrelevant.
temperature
It's irrelevant. Nope. We're not doing irrelevant things. Sorry.
No, it's not. You said
Okay,
it's
so now we're
depending
talking
on
about how much the speed of sound
temperature
can
of
vary.
the gas that the sound is transmitting through. Okay.
It's
Well, how about we
at
look
this
it up?
point that he gets muted and then complains for the next 5 days.
So PV equals N or T, universal equation in terms of gas dynamics. So yes, temperature does have an effect on density, or does have an equivalence or play to on density. Absolutely. Big Gambino.
I mean, if the air gets less dense.
I mean to interrupt.
Pete, relax, Pete. If the air gets less dense, doesn't it affect the speed of sound through it?
Not if it's at the same temperature. Counterintuitive, you're right. It's interesting. I had to think about it the first time I saw it.
I thought you were going to embarrass us, and we embarrassed you.
Okay, relax.
I'm still waiting for that part.
Dude, Pete's gonna make people leave the room, dude. Just letting you know that. But just to, because what you're saying is true, but really the point about the speed of sound being variable and that making it a problem or whatever. The point is that after it's all said and done, and you look to see when these spikes happened based on the location, the variance of the model of the globe, like where it would be on a globe, is very, very little. Like it's within minutes in some cases, which could just be, collecting the data issue more than anything else. But so you can rule that out. Like you can already rule out the case of the speed of sound.
Now you have to
Okay, but does any of this curve the flat water?
Show. You have to now build a new flat Earth model, understanding that everything in flat Earth is different from everything in ball Earth, everything. Now show us the comparison. Show us the best of your abilities. Come on, bud. Fucking hell.
Pete, you were talking about gas law earlier. You know that you can have very, very low density air that's very, very cold. We're talking about ideal gas law and containers. We're not talking.
These laws are all bollocks, bud. They're all bollocks. They don't work on a flat Earth.
The speed of sound's bollocks too. I think the equation was just posted.
But here's, I think we go into weeds. The point will get lost because the
obviously
point is
the whole discussion from its offset is the weeds because it's a nonsense argument because it doesn't prove anything.
The point is that the volcano erupted. If you use the speed of sound, it just so happens that at all these locations where there was a spike, those locations would have gotten that spike at distances that comport to the globe if they were traveling at the speed of sound and through the atmosphere. So the speed of sound being correcting the use here is verified by the fact that it matched the globe. Otherwise, that would just be a really weird coincidence, that it was wrong, but also happened to be.
Also, the issue here automatically is that at the epicenter, this is what I asked you, and I actually dealt with all of these questions that you're dwelling on now. Can I finish, please? I asked him actually initially, that's why I asked you, what was the furthest station that you're getting data from the epicenter? Because, of course, if we have this emanation from an epicenter and it's traveling through the air, right, then there is going to be a diminishment. Dissipation of the core energy, so the furthest away sounding station will receive a different rate.
Peter, it was in Italy.
So if we can't confirm these times exactly, it's just some guy writing an article.
Yes, exactly.
The data is available. The data is available online. The guy did some. All he did was go and collect data. All he did was collect the data himself. All he did was collect the data himself, and then I did the same thing just to see if the data, if I picked some random places, if the data would match, and then it did. So this is random places.
Map did you use?
Would you have to know? Hang on a second, would you have to know how fast sound travels from one mountain to the next?
No, you don't have to know how fast sound travels. I tested it using the speed of sound in the air. But the only thing I'm checking, Godric, is
Godric, stop it.
You gotta shut the hell up, dude. The only thing that I'm checking, Godric, is these random stations around that day and seeing if there's a spike, and then noting what time that spike was taken, and then doing the calculation to determine how long after the eruption it was that time represents.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Hang on, no. Show us the calculation, Coach. Show us the calculation you made. You said you did.
You know what? Watch the video clearly and see the fact that it's been presented in a disingenuous or foolish manner. Because the way he's presented it on the globe is very detailed. It has the point of origins and the progressive rings of the shockwave at its intersections with the different locations. But the way he's doing it with the FE model, regardless of whether that map is acceptable or not, right? He's not even doing that the same way. So his methodology for saying, "Oh, it's here and it's there and they're not the same times," it's not even accurate to his whole video. So it's inconsistent, disingenuous. And the other thing is, you're not taking into account how the shockwaves would function on something that's enclosed, and that likely that enclosure. Sorry to do that, Larry. I'll be quick. And likely that enclosure is going to affect the way the shockwave is going to propagate. I'm done.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that, bro. Yeah. Also, Kosho said that they were collected with different methods. So how do we know there's consistency if there was different methods in collecting the data? So all you got to do is when these people present an argument, find the fraud, find the fallacy, and expose it.
Right, and here's my point, Kosho.
Pete, your point's not your points.
1 second, Kosho. You heard me talking, bud.
Their points are gonna get lost in your bullshit, dude.
Hey, Kosho, you heard me talking, bud, and then you can come in and you can answer maybe. Okay, go ahead. Answer the two objections raised so far. Go ahead.
Thanks for the waste of time, Pete. What Hank just said, or what Larry just said, All right, about the different methods. The different methods are not really relevant. All that matters is, are they collecting pressure readings? Because the method to collect pressure readings is not going to change the fact that they're just collecting constant pressure readings and time, having timestamps for it. It's not going to change if they do that using a mercury, barometer versus one with the sensor, like an electric one. It's not going to make a difference. They're just collecting the pressure readings for that time
Okay.
and recording it. So I don't know why that would.
What about Hank's point? What about Hank's point then?
What's Hank's
No,
point?
that was my point. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
what
Address Elisha.
about Elijah's point? Elijah made
What Elijah said about them not being fair, the way they presented each of the models. What he did with the circles would make sense on the globe because it actually matched those circles. There wouldn't be any circles to match on the flat model, but then that was what he was showing, was that they're sort of
Okay.
yeah. Well, he's showing that they're sort of like out of place, like way out of place, and
Okay.
like where a timing like
hold on. One objection to that. He's not showing that they're out of place. He's stating that they're out of place, and all he's doing is giving you crosses. He's just leading you down a garden path with this one. But when the moment he gets to the globe one, he's actually presenting something, because when he presents it, it's in agreement with him.
Okay.
So you don't actually know for sure. And by the way, I'm not backing this map up whether it's good or not. That's separate from the point. It's the fact that it's not presented equally. It's disingenuous.
Well, I mean, he puts timestamps on the map, so it's like
he puts timestamps on the map. He doesn't indicate the location clearly, and he hasn't done any other thing. He's just presented those timestamps and said that, and then he's gone around and just told you that this is what you should expect.
Okay.
That's why I should show the work code.
It's a waste of time. And again, I mean, to belabor the point that everyone has heard too many times, how on earth does this make anything else about reality change all of a sudden?
Okay.
How does this make the level water unlevel? How does this make the fact that there is no rotation suddenly start rotating?
Okay, Elijah. Okay.
No one's talking to you, Pete. No one's talking to you.
Can I make my point now for Kosho, because he did respond to both of your other points. Kosho, my question, so I didn't think about this more. Where are the P wave and S wave results from this volcanic eruption? And the point about the volcano as well, whether it's flat or round, whatever it is, it's happening in reality. Most of that energy would be generate upwards. So you would have that epicentral sort of axis, and then you'd have the sort of reactionary sort of waves passing through the atmosphere as well. Obviously, the further you get away from that, the less effect it will have on the atmosphere or the pressure of the atmosphere. So where are the P wave and S wave results? Are they available?
Yeah, so there's not a neat way to present this with circles like it did on the globe, because if he did, it would just be a bunch of random circles that had no relationship to each other. But I think it's fine what he did, just placing them on the map and seeing that he can't make those circles. So some of them are way out of place, and they don't overlap in the same way.
Okay, 1 second, please. You never told me as well the distance to the furthest away station that you're considering in your greater anyway, so there are earthquake stations strewn throughout Tonga, earthquake prone zone. So if you're talking about the whole what do you call that, the circle of fire in around the volcanic zones, about let me finish, in around Japan, the circle of fire, whatever that's called. So you have all of these different stations. Will they not register more immediate and less debatable registering on their equipment to say that there has been this movement beneath the surface of the earth, and we've registered it? Now we know the distance from all of these equations, and now we can calculate exactly where the epicenter was. Is there any such results, and why don't you quote them if there is?
Yeah, Pete, these pressure data will give you the epicenter of where it happened at, if you use a globe model, and that's the whole point. Is that the globe model it maps correctly?
That's pressure in the atmosphere, Kosho.
Peter.
Yeah. Yes. You're not
Shut the
answering my
hell up,
question.
Pete.
Okay,
Please.
but Coach, you're not answering my question. That's pressure in the atmosphere, which is prone. The further you're away from it, the more the energy will dissipate through the collective air surround. Right now, with the fucking P&S waves, you will get a more consistent result, an immediate result. Known relative locations are obviously in play. So, is there any results from that? Why don't you answer?
P and S waves are much more indirect than this, dude. What the hell are you talking about? It'd be more immediate results. There's places where they wouldn't get, you have to actually map out the core of the Earth, right, to show where the gaps are going to be. It's a much more indirect. It's a much more indirect reading than just collecting the distance that the sound is traveling to, which is on the surface.
It's the exact opposite. People I heard, is this true? When Krakatoa blew, the effects were felt in England, across the world, just in terms of the atmosphere. But at ground level, the shaking was felt for hundreds, if not thousands of miles. Now, if you're telling me that this is a less accurate way of picking up any readings from a massive explosion beneath ground, hundreds of thousands of miles away, and the atmosphere pressure readings is more reliable, I'm going to say you're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. In both models, flat Earth or globe Earth model, you're fucking crazy.
Well, instead of saying you're crazy, I'm just going to say that's a straw man from the get, because I don't believe that anyone these days are claiming that the AE map is nothing more than a projected globe onto a flat surface. And anyone who's claiming to be a flat earther and claiming the disk in space or the AE map is their model, I think that's kind of retarded.
I go along with Eliza.
Peter, before you fucking respond,
I go along with Eliza on this,
Peter,
and the globe
Peter,
never
fucking
existed, so
dude.
it's already built on the flat Earth layout.
Peter, you're talking in between every fucking person, dude.
Shut your mouth, man! Shut your fucking mouth! I was answering Hank, and I was going along with Elijah. The globe never existed, Kosho.
Pete, your memory is failing you. It wasn't but half an hour ago that we were discussing your nonsense and the way you interact with people. Stop being an idiot. When it was just you and me, I could be patient with you, but right now there's no patience. Just shut up.
Anyway.
Shut up. Yeah,
I'm
leave.
about to leave.
Bye. Go.
Eliza, I'm about to leave. I was making coherent points.
No.
I'm about to leave, bud.
Don't let the door hit you on your way out there, Petey.
Pete, just participate in a fair way. That's what you gotta do, man.
That's fine. I will say.
Okay, but let me. Hank just said something, right? You said something with the AE model. I know you want to say something about it too, but I just want to be clear that this guy who made this video, I'm sure he used it because he had no better choice. Nobody presented with him a better flat Earth map or whatever. For me, I'm not even when I did it, I didn't even worry about the AE map. I just wanted to see if it matched on the globe. So I mean, it's not really a part of my argument. I guess my only argument about the flat Earth would be that they're requesting maybe some sort of map where it does work or where it does fit that data, if any at all. But and also, I want to say that Whitsitt did present something last night. I don't think he was declaring he agrees with the AE map or whatever. But we were talking about the ISS, and he showed these maps that had how the ISS path on the AE map looks like it's what do you say, like a torus, I don't know, some torus effect or something like that. So it sounded like he was advocating it, but I can't be sure. I don't want to strawman him.
She's saying nothing. Right. So, where's your efforts, Kosho bud? Where's your fucking efforts, man?
Yo, shut up and leave already.
Yeah, but
okay. So you said that he didn't have anything else but a straw man fallacy to work with. So if all you got is fallacies, then I guess that's all you got.
Well, I mean, all he's doing is showing that it doesn't work.
It works perfectly. Why would
it doesn't work on this model, but I don't think that he's binding you guys to this. Like I said, I'm not going to speak for the guy who made a video, but for me, I mean, I'm open to somebody presenting a model where it does work. But I'm not claiming, okay, you guys are all saying it's AE map and it doesn't work, so therefore flat Earth, it doesn't work.
Kosho, you owe me $100 grand, bud. You owe me $100 grand, Kosho.
Peter, you're just trying to fucking trigger me now, dude, because you owe me $100 grand.
You owe me $100 grand. I just thought about it. You took up the bet. One of the only men to take up the bet. Let's get back to that again. And I'm fucking serious now this time. Anyway, let's get back to.
Shut up and go.
I'm going to leave it there. But in the meantime,
leave the room.
Elijah, I agree with lots
Vacate
of
the
what you
room.
said, Elijah. I actually agree with you. I think you have a mind that sees beyond what is presented, and we understand there's many different layers.
Don't care.
Yes,
Just
let
leave.
me just say this. I will say that the Gleason's map is said to be a representation of the globe Earth flattened out, but the globe never existed. So therefore, that Gleason's map is built ultimately on the layout of the flat Earth, how everything appears in relation over this stationary plane surface as the best we can reckon.
Okay. For the
Very
sake
good.
of this guy's video and my argument about the volcano, let's just assume that these random stations, these independent stations, actually these are actual data that they received. Which I mean, I'm fine with assuming that because I can't see you. Anyways, but so let's assume that is correct data, and let's assume that the Earth is flat then, so that it is a flat plane. It's still there should be some way for us to come up with the layout of the land based on data like this, right?
That's what I mentioned earlier, right? I'd agree with. So that could be good. You could at least have, for the known points, assuming there aren't any other variables that are going to change the way, or change significantly the way the time difference, these things will receive the spike. Then you could go, okay, this is a known distance from this to that.
Right. Actually, I mean, I suppose I could kind of make some sort of, like you said, like with the circles, like instead of taking either of the maps and seeing if they fit on there. I mean, I have 20 distances. I could just make the center and then just make these different stations to be at the distances that they're recorded at, like bigger and bigger circles, and playing around with them and seeing if there's a way to put them in the right position.
Press the circles,
ellipticize them. We would have to work with assumptions to try and build a more accurate map, so let's just accept that for now. What I'd suggest is, with all the known locations, you just pin them all on a basic just an ocean, for instance, if you're gonna do it all nice and colourful.
And just as I go, Elijah.
Oh, shut up! No, don't say nothing.
Shut the fuck up, man! You paused there.
I paused as a comma. Do you know what a comma is?
I'm just about to go.
Fuck's sake, no! You're not about to do anything. I haven't finished.
Hey, both of you, hold on a second. Pete, man, you got to let people speak. It seems as though you're just waiting for a pause, no matter who's speaking, to interject. People on both sides are unhappy with the way that you are handling yourself in the room. Kind of take a step back, maybe take a 10-minute break, and allow the conversation to transpire.
Thank you. I'm actually
going. Just a verbal warning before you get muted, bud.
Okay.
Right, so Kosho, you pin. Kosho, you pin. No, you're not responding in the middle of my sentence. And this is a long sentence, and when I'm done, I'll say I'm done, and I'll pass it to Kosho, not to you. Shut up. Anyway, Kosho, with all the cities, you pin them as known locations, but before you develop the rest of the map, because you only have those known locations on the continents and the islands that they are, right? What I suggest from there is you then do the other known distances, based on the readings, that is, and then from those known locations, you then do distances from their location to other known locations within their islands, their land masses, or whatever, and then you can start getting more data points, and then you can, with the coastlines and stuff, it would be laborious a bit, but I think that's a good way to develop a more accurate level map. What do you think?
No, yeah. Actually, I think it wouldn't be too difficult because the way I have the data, at least my data, is I already have the distances listed in order, so I could just make bigger and bigger radius, and then just stick them on a circle, and just kind of just rotate those circles, appropriately. Let me see.
Yeah, but I'm talking. So I'm not just talking about the known points, but I'm talking about what the land masses would actually be, because it might be that some land masses have to get adjusted if you're going to develop. I'm talking about like developing a whole map, but maybe that's not what you were meaning.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna like I said, like I have like France, Australia, what is this, Portland, and places like this. I think that if I do actually what Hank had or Larry had suggested about having like an AE map with the volcano at the center, and just making, like I said, bigger and bigger circles depending on these distance. Then trying to rotate those circles so that they actually make sense with how these points are in relationship to each other, seeing if there's any way that it can fit. Because it's possible if it fits and it makes sense, then this might be it might turn out to be a more accurate AE map. But regardless, I'm very suspicious. I mean, I doubt very much that it will. I mean, I what I suspect is I'll find big holes or things that don't fit, but I'll go ahead and do it first before I make any assumptions.
Okay. Well, yeah, let us know. I think it'll be fun. See,
Yeah, I know exactly what I need from you, Kosho. Kosho, I know exactly what I need from you now with these GPs. I need 4 of them, all equidistant apart. So all the sides can you get me a giant square basically with 4 where the 4 sides are all the same length of GPs at the same time?
Yes, that's what I did for you the other fucking day.
Send it to me. DM me.
What's a GP? What are you talking about?
What a dope. Dude, you told me to do this the other day and I did. I gave you the number, the distance, now you're asking for it.
No, I don't need a distance. I just need the GPs that are all equidistant apart and all the observers will see all the stars. DM that to me, will you? I need that.
Oh my god.
Come on, don't you remember the conversation earlier, Kosho? He wants everything to be automated and done for him.
Keep jumping through hoops, Kosho. Keep doing it.
No, this is progressing somewhere where this is all building up to a monumental moment that we're all going to be able to observe.
You've been saying that about so many different things that we still haven't.
Dude, I've never said that sentence before.
Monumental moment. Yep.
Okay, maybe not that specific phrasing, but you've been talking about, this going somewhere, and isn't it a different topic every month?
I take all my
Jeremy,
stuff to the extreme.
Jeremy, you did that before. Remember what was the other topic? You
Never
said
did this
monumental. Revolutionary. We've just got new knowledge that's going to revolutionize the entire way we understand something. What was that? Coriolis or something?
Yeah, and it's that kind of phrasing that makes me think, Jeremy, that you're just taking the piss all the time. Like you're playing a spoof character. That's how I read you, especially with the way you speak. Sounds like you're smiling all the time.
Sometimes I am smiling. I'm smiling now because we're going to put the celestial navigation thing to bed. If Kosho can ever do something.
Jesus Christ, dude. First of all, you're on our side with celestial navigation all of a sudden, dude. You're the one.
Like a weird form of sarcasm.
He thinks that it proves. He thinks that it doesn't.
I'm not on anyone's side. I'm on the side of truth.
Oh, that's our side.
Which would be our side, Jeremy?
Welcome to the globe.
Are we waiting for something?
Jeremy's revolutionary concepts. He's made some revolutions. He's writing them down. He's gonna present them right now in a 1 hour long presentation.
We might be here a little while. Yeah. Pull up a chair.
No, I'm bringing it. I'm bringing it to Oakley first of all.
Second of all, are you guys in speaking terms?
I mean, I'm not mad at him. I don't think he even knows who I am. I did talk to him once a long time ago.
Okay, I gotta ask, why in the fuck would you ever bring anything to Oakland?
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
Because we're gonna get to the bottom of this right away, straight away.
How does
Did you ever hear?
Ooh,
How
let's
is he
focus on
capable of getting to the bottom of
personalities
anything?
instead of the information.
Did you ever
How
hear
is
that?
Jeremy?
Go ahead,
How is Nathan qualified to get to the bottom of anything?
Ooh, let's focus on personalities instead of the information.
He doesn't even know how to convert meters to kilometers. He's not going to help you, Jeremy.
He made a simple mistake.
You think entropy is the cause of things moving?
Who cares what Nathan Oakley says? He's not here.
No, but Jeremy, did you ever hear the episode when Whitsitt and Nathan Thompson went on there, and Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley just gave him the stick?
So you think non-dropping is going to turn the Earth into a globe?
I remember when Whitsitt went on his show, and Whitsitt kept trying to tell him about electrostatics as a result of the downward acceleration, and Nathan Oakley kept saying, there is no downward acceleration.
Oh, things fall down and go boom boom, right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
That was about 8
fall down and
times
go boom,
over
boom.
20 minutes, yes.
That was a good one. Actually, Whitsitt was actually on the right side of the coin there. You know, things have a bias, and even though he said it was due to electrostatics, he was definitely on the right track. But those guys just blew him up in the show.
That's what I'm saying. Jeremy goes there with the right shit, and Nathan's going to treat Jeremy just like he treated like Whitsitt, like he treats the rest of the
Bev was on there, Angles, recently, and then I think SC was on there last week, and I mean, Nathan Oakley just kind of yelled and cursed and screamed at him for, whatever.
And then you got Quantum Racer with that sextant discussion and the admiral, the general.
Yeah, as long as the Globers are dominating the conversation, we won't talk about the Earth's lack of curvature.
I wasn't talking or anything. No big deal.
No, you're not. So where's the curvature?
Measured with the sextant.
Shows it.
We'll go back to the topic if that's okay.
Curvature. If you get 1 degree variation with every 60 mile you travel, that's
When did you measure that curvature?
Thanks for talking over me again. Did it twice.
Fuck you,
I try to speak
Xanax.
as quickly as
When did you get
possible,
that
and you still
curvature?
found a way to get words in there over me. Good
Bro,
job.
you don't deserve to be heard.
Why is
ever.
that? Why don't I deserve to be heard? Tell me.
Your personality alone, but also that you defend.
And your personality is better than mine in which way?
Because I'm on.
You're obnoxious. You're an asshole.
Yes, absolutely. If you find
Okay, so your
I'll go away.
personality doesn't belong here either. Then
Did you find that curvature, or do you want to focus on personality?
I found the curvature.
Where's
Which
the
way should I
curvature?
slice it up and serve it to you?
Where is it at?
In the form of the sextant showing
Do
the
you have
60
location on
mile per
Earth
1 degree
where I can
deviation,
find this?
in the form of
Where's the
horizon drop with altitude, with the Foucault
Where's
pendulum.
that at? Here, watch
we can go
Gambino
on
say
and
it's
on and
the
on.
salt flats.
Where do you want to do? Where do you want to start?
Where's the hold on? Are the salt flats evidence of Earth curvature? Ready, go.
Yes, they are.
Yep. Showed you in
No
the video.
shit. Oof.
Is that the best you have? No shit.
Is that
Can
the
do
best
better?
you have? No, I'm asking.
I gave you the best I had.
So do you
Horizon
have the
drop with
coordinates on Earth where I can find Earth's curvature?
Earth. Just go on an airplane and look at the horizon drop with altitude.
Where are those coordinates?
And you get time to get in
Anywhere.
the plane. Go up. Just go up and look.
Mate,
Doesn't
if
have
there
to be
was a
specific
third
coordinates.
option, any stranger listening would rather take the third option, be it banana or cube Earth. You lot are pathetic sometimes.
So anyway, curvature.
Yes.
I just told you.
Where is it located?
We just
What
told you. How many
country?
times do you have to
What
hear
city?
it?
Where
Go
can I
up.
find it?
Go up. Go up and look.
Hey,
Go look at the
that's
horizon. when you go
ambiguous,
up.
dude. That's not evidence.
That is evidence. Absolutely evidence.
That's
It's
a hand
mathematical
wave
proof.
dismissal. A little
It's
blanket.
mathemat- it's
Ooh, the
mathematical
curvature
proof.
is everywhere, dummy.
Dude, you're obnoxious. You don't deserve to be in here because you're obnoxious. You even said you were. I said you're
No,
an asshole.
you-
Yeah, I am.
you lot are
But why do you
bedfellows.
belong
You
here?
enjoy it.
I'm
You
being kind of
deserve
cool
it.
to you. You're being a jerk.
Dude, as
You
a
lot
human
enjoy
being,
each
you
other's
deserve to be
company. Stop
fucked with.
pretending.
Let's get a room.
You deserve to
You
be
and me.
fucked with because you haven't given us curvature and
Hey,
you keep coming
watch
here
your mouth,
against
tough guy.
us.
I'll come after you and give you
My
a
mouth?
nuggie.
What are you gonna do, Mom?
I'll come after you and give you a noogie. That's what I'll do. Put you over my lap and give you a nice little spank with my hold paddle. Leave little marks in your ass.
You wouldn't want to try, partner. But let's get back to the curvature.
Why? We already
You know,
settled
like
it.
the little red spots in
You
your
can't
butt.
get back to something that there isn't.
Well, that's true.
We showed you though. We showed
Just
you it
leave it.
completely. You just pretend
evidence.
you don't see
If they
it.
want to be deluded, that's their choice.
I gave you the
Just
evidence.
leave it, man.
Go up
It's
in
a waste
altitude,
of
see the
time.
horizon drop. Look at the Foucault pendulum showing rotation and curvature, by the way.
True, they are
And you
paid to
can look at
parrot.
half a dozen other things that are very simple that you can do yourself without any special tools.
I just wish that I could come in here and have you Globers be honest once. Shit.
We are being honest. These
Maybe
are
next.
things you can see without special tools and indicate evidence, very strong evidence, by the way, repeatable, predictable, measurable evidence that the Earth is curved. Now, you may just say it's not evidence you like, but it is evidence. Just like you can bring evidence. Oh, look at the black swan. The Earth is flat. Okay. On which day?
The Earth fluctuates between flat and globe according to the black swan. That's an interesting conclusion from them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you got a 50-50 shot of which it really is. So your position is only at best 50-50.
Transformer Earth.
Less than that, though, because there's more days of it showing it curved than flat based on that observation. But even if we give it 50-50, why do you pick one or the other?
Got to cherry pick the flurf.
Cherry pick the flurf.
Oh, good. Sensei's gone. I guess he gave up. I mean, how many times can you just pretend you didn't see something and ask the same question? That's
I
got to
know,
get
right?
boring after a while.
No, they don't get bored. That's for sure. They are definitely continuously entertained.
He's here just to like get a rise out of you, so don't let him.
I know I fall victim to that and succumb every single
Just
time.
talk down to him like a child that he is. That's what irritates them the most because they don't have like any satisfaction in being right. They've given up on that, so they find satisfaction in being irritating.
Makes sense.
And now he's going to troll text chat more.
I know, right? Hey, watch him
Just-
convict me because I got it back to work.
He wanted to see curvature, and I showed him that Bonneville salt flat video, the big zoom in where you can clearly see it.
Right.
And all he does now is say, no, it's, well, first he said it was manipulated, and then he said, oh no, there was a hill. He kept like changing his response, and now he says, you think that's curvature? And that's all he can say. Nothing more.
Right. Just bring
don't
the
understand.
evidence.
I don't understand the delusion that makes people behave that way. That's the most like puzzling part about all this.
It's yeah, you know, it's funny that there's so many. It'd be one thing if it was like isolated little islands of this, but so many of them come into this forum, this arena, and have all these very similar characteristics. And that's what's fascinating about being here. It's like, where did this come from? Why are they doing it? And what are they looking to achieve?
I always thought people like behaved in a way when they realized they were wrong, they would admit it and move on from there and be reasonable and change their mind and learn. But I found out that there are people who are fine just being wrong and saying wrong things over and over.
Well, I think because it becomes so outrageous, and there's so many other people that suddenly are saying the same thing, this outrageous, these concepts or understanding. So they latch onto it because they're different, and it makes them feel special because nobody else in the world feels like they do. This small group, still a group, so there's that camaraderie, but it's small enough where they can feel so different and so special compared to the rest of the world who are all wrong, and that gives them like some kind of value. That's just a guess. It's an idea I've thought of for a while. But I'm puzzled because how do they come into these arenas and all kind of say and act the same way? It's very bizarre. Like where does it come from in the background that makes them act like this? And it's cross continents too, right? They're all doing the same thing in the same way. England, United States, South Africa, Australia, Asia.
I'm almost convinced that they're all just pretending and they just have this act just to irritate people because that's what they like to do. There's some satisfaction in that.
You are so damn full of yourself. It's gross. You're so dishonest.
You keep
It's
on
really,
saying
really
that.
biggish.
You know, I was waiting for you to jump in and say that because you said that yesterday.
Yeah,
too.
try to be honest once, man. There's
We are
things that don't make
honest.
sense on both
I'm
sides.
being
You
honest. Why
guys
do you
are a
think I'm
joke.
lying? Why do
You're
you
a
think I'm
joke, and I
lying?
can't talk right now, but I want you to know you're a joke.
All right. Thank you for that. And when you come back
Thanks
and
for
talk,
the
to me,
opinion.
ask me, I'm wondering why you think
I
I'm
wonder
lying.
what doesn't make sense on the globe side.
Big
I'd
Gambino,
love
you
to hear
got
that.
wrecked last night on the GPS stuff. You were whispering like a little girl. Chill.
When the debate is lost, the loser resorts to slander.
Remember, Bear, we were talking
What
about.
do you think you two are doing right now? It's so gross, dude.
I'm just
We're
here like
puzzled.
curious about people's behavior, and we're discussing it.
Yeah, well, discuss mine then, bitch.
Okay.
That right
Did I
there.
call you a
We're
name?
talking about that right there. That response is
You
what we're
sound
talking
triggered
about.
because I think
You're
because
sitting
you know
and
you're
talking
wrong.
trash on all flat earthers right now, and you think you're cool
Yeah.
as hell, wondering what makes them think this. Oh, I don't know. All the stuff that doesn't make any sense on your model, bro.
Like
Name
what?
one.
You grab one thing, and
Like
you
what?
think that it covers all the holes, bro.
Okay,
I
so
don't
one thing doesn't
think
make
I've
sense
seen
on your
one.
model. If I was just let's throw it back in your lab. One thing doesn't make sense in your model. I would think that why does the horizon drop with altitude? Why do you think that happens? We don't have to really get into it. I'm just curious. Why do you think that? Wouldn't that be like, that's kind of weird? Because if it is flat, it would rise to high level, but it doesn't.
Why do they always go
That it-
quiet when it gets down to brass tacks?
Right.
I'm watching my premature infant. All right, I can't
No
talk right
problem.
now.
No problem.
You guys were so
I'm not
gross.
going
I
to be a
had to
jerk
step
to you.
up and say something.
We're not going to
I'm
be a
sorry,
jerk to you.
man.
We're not going to say you ran away, although you kind of did, but it's okay because it seemed like it was pretty timely that we asked a question that you wouldn't answer in any way, shape, or form. But isn't there things that are kind of weird about your model that we see that is kind of obvious? Does that make you think?
It only takes one falsification to dismantle a model.
Yeah, Zach, you don't listen. I said there's things on both sides that don't make sense. But keep
Okay.
going, bro. You're really
Okay.
reeling me
Well,
in
that's
here.
good. We're
And
making
it's
progress.
annoying.
Don't you think there's more things that don't make sense on your model than ours?
Hey,
For example,
hey,
last night we were talking about the
No,
satellite.
not at all.
No one,
There's way more that don't make
can I
sense
make
on
a point
yours.
real quick? I'll give you a
No,
quick.
I gotta go. Bye.
Well, you can listen, can't you? You can just listen enough to say anything. We're talking about the satellite, and when you said, and I think it was a new perspective that you can go up into the Kármán line, and suddenly you're released, and you're going to float there. And he just didn't get. We're going to fall right back down for all the reasons we talked about. But then we talked about the geosynchronous satellites, and they're 22,000 miles away. And why do they stay up there? Well, because they're rotating and centrifugal counteracts centripetal force, and that concept just eluded him. It just didn't make any sense because he didn't understand the basic mechanics of these concepts.
It is kind of advanced. I mean, think about the first time you find out why the moon faces us all the time. You have to like kind of do like a little model in your head.
It didn't elude me. I was trying to go down a path that we couldn't even get to. I was trying to establish where the point didn't pass. Yeah, I'm operating last minute, but I don't have to.
You didn't seem to understand that something that was a helium balloon or anything that was
No,
any
I
common line or
understood it.
any
I understood it
why did
completely.
you fight me on something falling like a rock at the Kármán line,
You're through
above the Kármán line,
strawman
even below the line?
clovers as much as you do.
Danny, did I fight you about that? I said, is there a possibility of having something that could be lighter, that could be acquired above a specific point that would give us more elevation? You wanted to go back to it. I don't think you understand the concept of the fact that the wave would be too much, so it would bring us back down. I was trying to figure out a way, where is our top point of the buoyant force, right? Based on the parameters that we currently have now.
Right. And I
And
think
is
I was
there
very
limitations that can be broken? So we never even got past that point because all you wanted to do was talk down to the institute of straw man instead of
no,
us
I didn't talk
actually
to you.
having a constructive
I was really trying to help you
I
understand. I
gotta
really
go.
wasn't.
I'm running equipment. I'm
Okay,
not
all
trying
right.
to run
Just so you
away.
know that I
I'm
wasn't trying to talk. I wasn't trying to talk down to you. I was just trying to give information to you. I really was. Actually, I told that to you earlier in that conversation. That you can't make anything lighter than what's up there because there's nothing up there. So that makes no sense for something to be lighter than nothing because it's already nothing. So
Lighter
how
than a
can it be lighter than
vacuum?
nothing? Yeah, he thought you could make something light enough in the vacuum so that it would float. And I just got done telling him in detail how buoyancy works and how it's just whatever you're displacing, whatever it is. Even if there's a couple molecules here and there or atoms here and
It
there,
kind of obfuscates the
whatever's been
gravity.
displaced,
No,
you have to be you got to be lighter than that. That's all I.
My
That's all I
point, it wasn't that I thought we could get something lighter than nothing. It was a point of where can we have this buoyancy to where, like, okay, if I pull a ping pong ball down below the water, it's obviously going to go up and it's going to get to a point where it floats on top of the water. Is there some type of separation or some type of point where we could have the ability to traverse within the atmosphere that is some upper limit that is navigable in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah, and I was very deep.
Water.
And I was very detailed in saying, all you need to do is tell me the air density at that altitude and the size of the object you want, or the weight of the weight of the object you want me to lift. And that weight of the object will tell me how much of that air or atmosphere you'd have to displace for it to float. And so we can very easily calculate where that point will be based on the weight of the object. So had a huge capsule, right? A lot of weight. He was gave about 128,000 feet based on this volume of the object that was above him, the balloon, that told that said displaced enough air that was equal to the weight of that particular craft at 128,000 feet. If you want to go higher, make it a little bigger. But eventually you get to the point where there's not enough air there to create this force. And where does that happen? It's not exact, but you can get a pretty good approximation about telling me how heavy the object is. Like, you want to lift a ping pong ball up? You want to lift a man up or a capsule? And we can figure out what we would need to do, how high you could go as a max. Because we're just trying to find the balance of the force of buoyancy and the weight. That's simple. Test.
Yes, I understand. I understand that. I was trying to get the conversation into different materials or possible materials or substances that would get us up a little bit further, right? Superfluid helium, things like this. How do those things react in those environments? And should we pursue possibly taking these materials or substances into these environments and start testing with them?
Well, if you want something that is, imaginary, that could stretch out to be the size of the state of California and had no weight in itself, like even some guy said it was made out of photons, just kind of being, kind of cute and just for the thought experiment, had no mass, but it was able to contain and also be connected to this lifting load. Yeah, you might be able to lift something, much higher than we could even conceive now. But there's nothing that doesn't have any mass that can contain pressure or even support a vacuum. Magically we make some structure that's a vacuum. How high would it go? Well, it only go to the point where then it is matched to the vacuum that is around it. So if it's got 10 to the minus 17 inside of it, and you're in 10 to the minus 17, well, you're not going to go up any higher, right?
There is one thing that makes a lot of sense in the globe model: eclipses. I wonder how that is. Doesn't make any sense on flat Earth model.
Well, it's just that picture I always post with the sunrise and sunset over Australia on the flat model. I mean, things are completely, not even close, they're opposite of where the object should be relative to that map. So many things. And again, that goes by why we ponder, like, why they're taking these positions.
I think there's an ulterior motive to it.
I can't imagine what that could be, though.
Clinging to some religious text, perhaps.
Right. It's a sense of belonging. They want to, these are a small group that are counter science, counterintuitive. I know their intuition is different than ours, but counter science, and that makes them special, and that gives them value.
How tantalizing is the prospect that you personally have uncovered something that every single scientist in history missed?
Because they're so flippin' smart. Their IQs are so high beyond ours that they've figured it out, and nobody else has a chance to put these puzzle pieces together because we've all been programmed and indoctrinated in college.
were you here when Realm was explaining how the 50 hertz electrical grid of Asia and Europe versus the 60 hertz electrical grid of North and South America basically means the second is different in North and South America versus Asia and
I
Europe?
didn't hear that one. That's pretty funny. Well, it's true. The AC motor will run at 1500 RPM when the ones in the States run at 1800 RPM synchronous speed. But something tells me that clocks aren't run on AC motors that are geared down to 1 revolution per,
Somehow he confused the hertz with the definition of the second and the meaning of the second.
Right.
And then when I pointed that out, he actually didn't backtrack. He actually continued down the path going that way. I'm like, what the heck?
You got to give it to him if he continued down a path.
That is true.
They come up with more creative and exciting retorts to every single factual thing we accept.
Somehow it went off on I can't even I don't even remember. It was weird. The direction that the conversation went from there. I mean, that's weird enough. It got even weirder.
Well, Realm is a polite, well-spoken demok.
Who is? Oh, Realm. Yeah.
Realm. Yeah, he just goes off on.
Well, did you hear?
It's actually pretty good.
Were you guys here yesterday when we were talking about the geosynchronous satellites, or geostationary satellites, and then Napalm and I were talking about it, and we talked about how basically the space elevator and how high you'd have to get, but they didn't realize it was 22,000 miles, and the reason it does this is because the Earth is round and spinning, and this change of direction, constant change of direction, allows it to have a centrifugal force that matches the centripetal force, and that all makes sense on the Earth. I mean, it all makes really perfect sense. And then Witsit comes in and goes, no, it just goes up, and then when it gets up into the upper atmosphere, there's a lot of electrostatics, and that holds it in position. And then we got on the topic of how it could actually, these things could rotate around the flat surface. Like, how can it make this turn? And that's the toroidal field. It follows the toroidal field. That's how they're making circular paths. I mean, isn't it easier just to understand the things that make sense rather than things that you're just making up on the fly? And you kind of went,
no, it's easier to make shit up.
You know what's most interesting about that? The electrostatic fundamental constant was determined after knowledge of gravity.
Yeah, that's true.
That Coulomb or the Millikan experiment relies on knowledge of gravity.
So we were talking about something.
Well, the reason you know that it's not.
So you're talking about the forces, spin, movement, right?
I can barely hear you, Napalm.
Yeah, the mic pickup is bad.
I mean, yeah, I can hear you, though. It's just
speak slower so we can actually understand it. It's kind of garbled. I'm listening if you want to try again. The interesting thing about gravity is that it instantaneously affects the motion, whereas electrostatics and magnetism only can move at the speed of light. It's another determinant factor in this argument that gets overlooked a lot.
It might be a little bit windy, but I don't have equipment running. So
sounds fine.
Okay. No, we were talking about this earlier, and I used the, I think, extremesis. When you exited stage left, I asked you if you had a rock that was stationary in a moving stream, would the forces on that rock be the same as if you had a moving rock at the same pace as the stream in a stationary body of water? Would those forces be the same?
I think I said I don't know, but I would say yes.
Well, can you say one more time to me? You said either a rock that's stationary and water moving over it, or a rock moving through the water. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the answer is no.
Yeah. Stationary rock.
Because a wind tunnel for testing an airplane is a simulation of flying.
So let's say this rock is let's say somehow suspended without movement in a stream, right? Okay. Or the same scenario, but stationary water and moving at a velocity, are those forces going to be similar?
Very similar.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the forces, the force of the water, but not all the forces.
Yeah, I guess there's a
the
normal
example,
force if
the
it's just
analogy
sitting
was
there.
comparison was the wind
Yeah.
tunnel. They can simulate
Yeah.
flight in a wind tunnel almost identically.
Right.
It scales as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So this is just kind of going back to the concepts of, well, you know, in order for a geostationary or geo whatever satellite to be able to be stationary, it has to have this movement that allows for it to be relative to the Earth stationary, but also allegedly moving in an orbit. And
Yeah, it has to have a change of direction. It has a force.
Right.
It has
So
to create some type of force.
the reason that we brought this, the reason that we were talking about this earlier is because how do you know that there is a force that is based upon movement of the object? Think in terms of like relativity, or a force that's based on movement of a medium around the object itself.
Well,
How can you prove or disprove one way or the other?
All relativity goes out the window for determining motion because we're talking about change of direction, and that is a
No, I'm
real
just
force.
thinking about reference frames, right? So okay, so change of direction as opposed to so instead of have a rock spinning in a circle around stationary water, we have water swirling around a stationary rock.
Not sure how that relates to the satellite because there's no gas.
If you're like in a whirlpool or something, and you had a string tied to the rock and the tennis ball tied to it, yeah, that tennis ball could, I guess, orbit around that sphere, that rock.
I'm just saying, not necessarily for all physical things like satellites, but in reference to things that we see like lights in the sky, all that kind of stuff. And we're talking about motion. The way that we typically deduce that the Earth is moving, the converse could also be said for some sort of substance moving across the surface, if that makes sense.
I cut out because I got a call, but the satellite wouldn't work if the Earth wasn't moving. So if we had a stationary Earth, you couldn't have a geostationary satellite unless you had a string holding it up.
Right. I agree. What I'm saying, as far as movement is concerned and forces on things.
I mean, certain forces are the same, but
the
for
reason.
example, my car moving right now, the wind force is the same as it being in a wind tunnel, but I mean, not the force of the tires on the road. So the friction is.
Yeah, that's true.
Correct.
There's no rolling friction.
But like in a frictionless environment, so say like, I don't know, a free swinging pendulum or something like that.
They have wind tunnels where the road too. They have wind tunnels where you can have the road moving and the air moving, so it's very, very similar.
Sure. But I'm saying what we try to say is proof of a moving Earth, right? So like interferometry, Sagnac effect is used sometimes to say we get a 15 degree per hour drift within these ring laser gyroscopes.
Changing direction. These are actually something is actually in sight, and over time it would be out of sight because you're actually moving the, like if I point it to you and point it to the left, right, and left of me, I'm moving the laser. So you're actually moving the target over time, and so by the time the light gets there, because of the speed of light, they know you have a fringe shift, and that's how it happens in a laser gyroscope. But going straight ahead.
Yeah, so you can move the thing. You're roboting a little bit. You can move the thing itself and get effects, or you can have it what we would consider stationary and you get a overall effect, right?
How do you have a stationary and have an overall effect?
So if we have a ring laser gyroscope that's stationary on the Earth, do you agree or disagree that there is some sort of drift that is detected?
They absolutely showed rotation, yeah, of the Earth.
No, I didn't ask if it showed rotation of the Earth. I asked if it showed a drift when appearing to be stationary on the
Well,
Earth.
that's what rotation is, the drift.
That's what I'm saying is it possible that the effects that we are trying to claim are proof for movement of the surface could very plausibly be proof for a substance or a medium that is slowly moving as well?
No.
No. Why? Why not?
Because it has to be this. It has to be the surface that changes direction because it's mounted to the surface. They are one and the same.
Yeah.
So when it changes directions, then the laser
No,
shot misses the mirror.
So this goes
Unless
back
you
to
can explain how the ether changes directions. Yeah, he's right.
So, well, maybe we could. Maybe it moves in a toroidal pattern, right? Which this happens in
No.
nature. It's proof. So let me just go back to the.
What do you think a toroid is? Obviously, I don't know what it is.
Let me just go back to my point of the rock in the water, right? So we have a rock in the water, and we have no movement to the rock, no movement to the water, and we have a device that detects movement of water. So it's detecting nothing, right? So if I move the rock in the water, it detects the rock's movement. If I move the water across the rock, it detects movement. How do we know definitively that these devices that we're using, right, which use effects of light or electromagnetic effects, right, illumination,
Talking about
how do we
a
know
rock,
that those effects are not just a movement of that in which is being illuminated?
You said we have a device that measures the movement of the water, and when it measures the movement of the rock, and you're saying we'll just use that instrument to measure whether the water is moving or the rock is moving. I mean, what's the problem?
Right. So if I put an anemometer out my window right now, it would read 100-kilometer-an-hour wind. Well, or if I went in a wind tunnel and put an anemometer in a 100-kilometer-an-hour wind, it would read the same. But we're not talking about that.
Right. So no,
Wow.
we are talking about that, man. Here's the thing. You have the device, you have it in your car,
An anemometer.
right, and you are moving and it is getting an effect. You could be stationary and something else could be moving and it would be getting the same effect. Now, if you had no idea as to which movement was taking place, how would you know within the measurement of that device which is taking place?
You are correct that we wouldn't, but we aren't talking about an anemometer measuring wind. We're talking about a Foucault's pendulum having two different precessions, whether you're north or south of the equator, aren't we?
Right. Is it possible that the movement of some sort of medium could affect the swing of a pendulum?
In a straight
Not
line?
that I can tell, no.
Okay, so if you had a pendulum and you put it in a wind tunnel, the effect of the air moving around it would not affect the movement of the pendulum?
No,
he's correct. It would make it go in a straight line unless you somehow make it swirl, but not appear to swirl or immeasurably swirl.
So wind has no enough. So I can set up a Foucault's pendulum outside in the middle of a hurricane, and it will still read the same as if the hurricane was not there.
No, it would still precess most likely, but it would also get blown to one side.
Yeah, it would precess differently, right? You would see a precession. So if I have, anyways,
it's not causing a precession. It would cause errors and inconsistency. Hold on. It would cause errors and inconsistencies in the precessions. But if you were able to plot that thing over a 24-hour period, even with the wind, you would probably be able to average out and find out what the most stable precession is, and use that value, which would be the proper one for that latitude that you were conducting the test at.
Yeah, but the wind moving over it would only push it in that direction, not twirl it.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. So if we have a constant movement from one direction to another of a medium, it would affect a precession. And if it was constant and immutable, meaning it's constant and never changing, that effect would always be.
Think about what you're saying here. We have something swinging and
hold on. Before you,
hold on.
No. I just want to let you know that I have to start up equipment, brother.
Hold
so
on.
I'm
you
gonna,
couldn't
I'm
even.
Not be talking.
Yeah, he's gonna leave.
Let you know.
He's got to go. He's got to go.
I'm not running away. You guys heard me fucking.
No,
I'll
I
start
don't
up
think you're running away. We don't take the right way, but you do have
I
to go.
stopped for that reason. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah.
No, I'm just letting you know that I'm gonna be on mute. You guys can continue
Okay,
to
that's fine.
talk.
So listen real carefully.
Please just don't try to straw man my point. Though.
I'm not going to straw man. I'm just saying, even if you had a toroidal field of wind, that still would not make the pendulum rotate properly because it's affecting its swing differently in the direction that the wind is rotating. So more effect on the outer edge and less effect on the center and more on the opposite edge. So that would also be detectable as being incorrect. We're not seeing that type of force at all. We're not seeing a force corrected by an ether wind or anything that's swirling that can make, that's what Witz always says, oh, you've got a toroidal field that's making it. No, it wouldn't work that way. It's all nonsense because we know this thing swings back and forth in a fixed plane. We know we put a pendulum on the top of a merry-go-round. It'll show the exact same precession. No different. But why does it do it differently in different latitudes? Because we have a gravitational pull. It's down toward the center, and it rotates at one revolution per day. And because of that, every point on the surface, we will see a slower change of the rotational velocity as we get to the equator, to where there's no rotational velocity whatsoever at the equator, and that's also hard to do. Yeah.
To cause precession in a Foucault's pendulum, it would have to swirl at the point of axis of every pendulum, which doesn't make any sense.
It'd have to be different for a different speed of that toroidal field at every,
depending on your
right.
But it would also have to be, again, if you and I built two Foucault's pendulums a mile apart, the swirling would have to be exactly at my pendulum and exactly at your pendulum, perhaps at different, like you said, different.
And I guess the center of the vortex of that toroidal field would have to be at the center of each pendulum.
And somehow it can affect your massive bob, but not your hair.
Right. It just. I mean, guys, man, it's getting to be ridiculous at this point. It really is.
I mean, I guess it affects convert. It's funny though. If you ever triggered to this, if you listen on mute because you can't talk, sometimes they talk and they say things that's exactly what we would say. They don't understand. They don't listen. So, it's funny. In fact, everything that Witch had said about you last night, Zanuck, he could have been saying about himself, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I always say it's a lot of projection going on.
Yeah.
But I mean,
when you come here, you do allow others to talk. It's not the suck Witch. It's not the suck Zanuck stick show.
Right. And it's fun to have a back and forth. And I want to hear other ideas, but man, it makes it very difficult with him because all the things you're saying is true. It's a lot of projection. He thinks that I'm doing the things that he's actually doing himself.
Now, one thing I didn't understand and I couldn't ask because I couldn't get a word in. Yeah, we were talking about the adjusting of the mass of the Earth, and if you had more water at the equator, it would spin faster. Is that what you said, or did I mishear?
No. I was saying that if you made any changes, we all agreed that now there was a statement I think he brought up that in a quotation that if all the ice melted from the North Pole or from Greenland, I think he said that it would slow the rotation of the Earth up. So contrary to what I said, but that's not what I was talking about. What he's saying is that all this water flies off of Greenland and fills in the ocean. Of course, the ocean has a bulge at the equator, so I guess that bulge becomes larger, and that's why it's going to make the Earth slow down, I'd imagine.
Greenland's not really that big, though, is it? I mean, it looks massive because of the Mercator projections we look at, but I mean, it's what a fifth or less the size of Antarctica, right?
Right.
I don't know the actual area.
But we the change of I think it's more about probably the interaction of the moon, maybe and the sun, maybe the moon mostly, because those distances and spins and things are slowly changing. But I do think that any kind of movement of the mass on the Earth, regardless of its ice or its, plate tectonics, you have huge masses that are under, going under other masses. What if those, if those going towards, if they're going to the center, then that would stand the logic. That would change that moment of inertia slightly.
When quote unquote science says the Earth is slowing down, they mean over vast periods of time. They don't mean it's constant slowing. It's going to have perturbations or changes, right? And
right.
It's like the stock market is going up over time, but there are times when it goes down and times when it goes up. But overall, it's going up with inflation.
That's right.
And just like how the I'll call them the deniers will say that because it's cold today, there's no such thing as climate change, right?
Right. Climate change. Whenever it's too hot, well, that's going to climate change too.
we could have the coldest day ever at a certain point in the warmest year on record. It's unlikely, but it's possible.
That's right. Well, it's interesting, back and forth, but sometimes it just gets a little bit ridiculous.
Well, I mean, if the cheerleaders would stop talking, like I had a good chat with Witsit, but the cheerleaders kept piping up and tried to poison the well.
Right. Yeah, you have to. I don't have the technique, but I mean, I should probably learn more. But then I don't think I'll get done, and I get very frustrated because the things he says over and over again, very lengthy, very wordy, very monologue. I too, but I think I'm trying to make a point. He's just trying to make up stuff as he goes, and it gets more and more, and he builds on the lie so far, and he has to support it with other non-supportable, logic, and then he gets this huge glob of nothing that makes zero sense, all based on confusion. That's
so you don't hyperbolic 3D space or whatever the fuck you talk
hyperbolic.
about.
Yeah, we're seeing in hyperbolic 3D space. We don't see in straight lines. We see in circles. We see in circles, and that's why we can't see. That's why we can't see
hyperbolic 3D.
Yeah, where does he get this shit from?
Isn't it Fiore a physicist or no?
Ken Wheeler?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Isn't it him?
Boy. Yeah, it's interesting. But then I just like
I'm
the
gonna
way
have to stop to get gas for a second, but I just got to go on mute. I won't be gone.
Yeah, good chat with you, Bob.
Well, hopefully somebody else is around.
Yeah, I'm gonna take care of something too. It's been here a few hours and nothing gets done when we're here. That's one thing. It's a waste of time, but it's also very fun.
I usually listen while I'm at work and talk while I'm driving home. So multitask.
That's the secret. You'll never ever be bored again. If you're ever waiting for a plane at the airport and stuff, that's clicking to this thing. Oh, my flight's delayed for 2 hours? No problem. We'll go talk to Witsit. It's like going into a time.
But I giggle when I'm listening to some of this stuff. So when I do that and people think I'm listening to music, they think I'm nuts.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, if you get in these arguments and you're not in a place where you can be isolated, they'll look at you like you're freaking from Mars. What are you yelling at? What's wrong with this person? Maybe we should call a doctor. This guy's in trouble. He's yelling at the sky. And then I'll ask you, what are you doing? I'm talking to flat earthers. Oh boy, yeah, definitely call the doctor.
Oh, it's just a case of cognitive dissonance. Severely.
It could be both sides arguing these kind of things. To a lot of people, be very, very funny.
I thought we changed the name to cognitive assonance yesterday.
Your mic is unintelligible.
All right, everyone, stop talking. Yo, where'd Coach go? I need my square. 4 GP, same distance apart. Oh, Mark.
So is it silent in here now? What the hell? Hey, Jeremy, are you available? Are you here in the room now that no one's talking? It's bad luck for you, dude. Brian, are you here? Looks like you are here, Brian. If it's true that you are here, Brian, I heard that you did some research on that Tonga data. You said it was wrong.
Don't worry, I'll be on break in a minute, Coco.
That's what's up. Well, I'm doing this work for Jeremy. I feel like a dumbass. I'm gonna actually quit right now. Yeah, then he leaves the room, dude, because he knows he set me on a wild goose chase for nothing, dude.
Oh, wild goose chaser, huh? Let's get him.
So that's what they do to me, dude. Well, let's see here though. Yeah, he wants me to do celestial navigation bullshit for him, and I just figured out a way better solution.
He doesn't want to do it himself.
I'm not sure he does anything himself. He's argued with the whole room earlier about how he wants to get robots to do everything for him. That's what.
Yeah, it's Wally.
Exactly, that's what he wants.
I could see that happening, actually.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to do this right now. I'm just a little bit later. But if I take the almanac, I'll just tell you the problem that he wants me to solve. He wants me to find, and I spent so much time doing it, I forgot he wanted GPs. He wanted me to find 4 GPs that you could make into a square.
Okay. Can you hear me, Kojo?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That would take a long time.
Well, no, I can write the code for it based on any single days. It's a whole thing, but yeah. What's going on, Brian? What's up?
Are you going to give them a spherical square or like a God view type of dome square, like an actual? Like if you took a square in the little kids game where they got all the shapes to put in the ball, and the square is kind of like a dome. It's got to be dome shaped to be a legitimate square. Or it could be a spherical square, but then it wouldn't quite be a square, right? And a triangle, same thing. It's got to be like a dome triangle, which is like I call a God view triangle. In other words, it's kind of inverted on a 2D plane. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good question, man. I guess I can give him any kind of square.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a spherical square.
It would
Hey,
be a
Brian,
spherical
mate.
square because it's 4 GPs on Earth.
Brian, who do those tits belong to, mate? I've been meaning to ask this for months.
My wife, bro. It's my wife 10 years ago, man.
Okay, yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool.
You got a time machine, Jerome?
Sorry, mate.
You got a
She's
time
cool.
machine?
Have I got time to see it?
No, Jesus Christ. Anyways,
Sorry,
but-
sorry, I misheard you. Sorry, mate.
No, I
Apologies.
said, do you have a time machine? Because you said it's his wife's tits, but they're from 10 years ago. You were asking whose tits they were. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yes.
matter. Brian,
sorry.
I know you were talking about the Tonga blast, the Tonga eruption, right?
Yeah, but the one that they sent me the data for, I forgot who it was. I want to say it was eggshells. It was the data from an earthquake. It wasn't Tonga. This was a while back. And let me tell you, man, I just remember going over it. I wish I remembered exactly, but it came from like somewhere I think off South America or something. It might have been Tonga, but and it just had the times in the list of the different centers, the seismic machines and the cities and shit. And like I said, it hit like Arizona before it hit Tavernier and Key West, and then it hit Key West before it hit Tavernier. If it's coming
This is what I
from
was trying to tell Peter. Yeah, is that if you use seismic data, it's not as straightforward as what we were doing. The Tonga blast, we're using the pressure, which is just the speed of sound over the surface.
Yeah.
But if you're
Yeah.
doing something with
But even
seismic
still,
data,
they refract around bodies of land, and they reverberate back and everything they hit. I mean, how could we prove anything with that either way? In my opinion, I don't. I think
the pressure or the seismic. Which one?
no, they both reverberate.
Well, no, but the pressure ones actually were pretty close to matching. I'll be honest, that I threw out some data because like it just didn't fit, and then also some of the data, it wasn't like a real good spike. It was kind of like
Right. So you agree? So I was at least legitimate in saying that there was anomalies, and I just gave up because
no. I'm saying I threw out data because it looks like the pressure reading wasn't legit enough, and it didn't match. So I was like, okay, I'll throw that one out.
It also some of them it doesn't specify the time, and you're wondering, and it doesn't say. And there's no way to tell, is this the local time? Because some of them say UTC, and some of them say local, which means it could be either. And then some of them don't say either. So
Not on this one. On this website, what's it called? Weather Underground. It was always local, and so I had to do a lot of research. Forgot the time zones for each of these fucking places. But there was a timestamp for all the data too. So all that checked out. And I have 20 data points, and I think the keys is one of them. Or that might have been one of the ones I threw out. But either way, the ones that I kept, they match the globe at least. It's pretty damning, actually. For flat Earth. I mean, I'll ask you the same thing that I asked people earlier, and that what's his name asked the other day, which is like, do you have any kind of explanation or rebuttal, I guess, like how this could work on a flat Earth, even though it doesn't. You know what I mean? I think
that one to me is a head scratcher, man. If you could map that out on a globe, it's going to be a hard one to rebut because that has nothing to do with the stars or any of that. I've been reluctant to look into it until somebody shows me something decent. because when I looked into it, it was inconclusive, man. And if you're using the same shit that I was looking at, I don't see how you're going to prove it. But that would be a hard one to me. That would be the hardest one to explain because that ain't got nothing to do with the stars. But you're going to have to probably use multiple data and just get the first shore points. To me, you're gonna or offshore stations. But I mean, how are you going to use offshore stations? Because I think it's going to be the shore points.
I picked random points over the map, and the ones that had bad data points, I just threw away. Some of them didn't even have pressure readings, so I threw those away, and I ended up with just 20. The guy who made this video, he also had about 20, 30 or something. But I just used the same method that he used and the same website, but just different locations and shit, just to see if it matched. But this video,
Let me ask you a question. Was that the one that because what you call it, the guy who's got the masters in like security, homeland security type of shit, like emergency rescue, Banjo, I think his name is Flatter Banjo, but he showed the data on one of them because I guess he had access to it, and them bitches did not cross Antarctica, bro. That's a tough one to explain for a globe, wouldn't you think?
One of the data points is in Antarctica and it matched. But you say wrap around? What do you mean, like?
Yeah, like it was in South America, in real South America. It should have hit Australia or Antarctica.
Yeah.
It should have hit Antarctica. He showed out reverberated around. It was pretty damning to the globe, but like I said, I haven't dove into that enough to really agree.
I'll tell you, all I did when I did this is I took the longitude and latitude for each of these stations, and then I did the Haversine function from the volcano to each of the stations, and that gave me a distance if it were a sphere, the distance, and I just took that distance and divided it by the speed of sound through the atmosphere, and that gave me the amount of time expected, to receive it, and all of the timestamps for the spikes were well within range, like with a couple minutes off at the most. Some of them were dead on. So it was. I mean, I was impressed. I was expecting something I did to go wrong or something, but it matched. And then there's a couple of things, like you could say the data could be fixed, or the Earth could be not an AE map, but some other map that more closely reflects the distances on the globe somehow.
Brian, how far is Australia from South America? And also, isn't Tonga closer to Australia than South America?
Yeah, it's much, much closer.
Yeah, so I don't know why you expect it to go from South America to Australia.
It's either 11,000 miles or 11,000 kilometers. I think miles would suit.
Only.
I don't know. The one he showed, it was like the waves that reverberate, that refract around land masses and as well as reverberate, and it was earthquake, whatever. I don't know if it was PRS or whatever, but it where it happened, it showed it wrapping around other land masses and hitting the ones behind it, and it didn't wrap around Antarctica and hit Australia like it would have on a globe. Is what I'm saying.
You're talking about seismic again, and not.
I guess, yeah. I'm not that studied on the whole thing, so I'm just going off what I've seen.
And you're going off a guy you claim has a master's in what?
What?
Did you say he has a master's degree?
Yeah, he's got a. I thought he said he had or some degree. I thought he said a master's in like emergency services or something, or some kind of degree.
Master's degree in emergency services.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't a master's. Maybe I'm wrong with that, but that's what's in my head. He's got a degree in I could have swore he said a master's, but maybe not. Maybe it's just some other degree. Maybe it's a
maybe Maybe he's a slave of some kind, and he was saying his master.
That's what I was
has
gonna
a degree.
say. Maybe he's got a slavers, but
His master
got a
has
degree.
You know, Brian, I don't tell you enough that I respect your because you're one of the guys that looks in this stuff and actually, attempts to do tests and all this kind of shit. Having a conversation with you sometimes can be difficult, but at least you put in the effort.
Yeah, man. Vice versa, man. I guess it's a little bit worse when there's a lot of people,
Yeah, of course, yeah. But still, but the point remains that you put in the effort, you do the research, actually, try to solve the hard problems.
Yeah, some of them, man. Some of them, I don't know why people are ignoring. Some of them, like this PNS wave, man. Seems like it could be pretty conclusive. It'd take a lot of work. To me, it'd take a lot of data, but it could be conclusive. But here, it's just weird how everything has multiple explanations. Like there's always multiple variables of causes. It's just weird the way the world works, man. When you look into shit, it's like I could argue for a flat Earth or a globe or concave for that matter. I mean, I could give you a good argument for any of them, man. But as far as like modeling and all that, we ain't nowhere near like where the globe is at. As far as
this blast,
just the way shit works and everything. But I think there's explanations for that personally. But as far as modeling and everything goes, it's going to take forever, dude. Nobody seems to even be working on making any kind of flat Earth map or model. I guess it would take a shitload of money and time, but
check it out, dude. This blast, if you like, this blast is either evidence that it more so works on a globe and it doesn't work on any flat Earth model, or you could use the data from this blast. Because I have all the distances for the locations or whatever that I have. If I put the volcano at the center and then makes bigger and bigger circles for each of these locations, I can just kind of put these locations on those circles and then kind of spin the circles around until it,
I heard how they originally did it. Actually, ancient people in Italy, they just measured volcanoes to figure out the circumference of the globe. That's what I heard.
Yeah, but if you've got something like a Mariana Trench, then surely the tremor's not going to get past that crack.
Wait, what?
If you're talking about tremors, if you were talking about tremors, then something like a trench in the ground or in the sea would stop that tremor passing through.
No, I'm not talking about tremors. I'm talking about because I agree that PNS waves it is kind of not straightforward to do, but I'm talking about sound waves from a volcano.
Oh shit, baby, my battery's up to 6.8. Climbing.
Yeah. How about that, Brian? We all.
Well, I gotta do the last.
We all shoot off a firework and measure the flat plane. That's it. Kosha's got it.
Well, I mean, it's pretty damning, though. I mean, it'd be one thing if this didn't give any results, but the fact that it gives results that match the globe is tells you that the method at least has some kind of.
If you let off a bomb or a firework or a loud bang on a convex ball, it wouldn't really do much. It wouldn't really resonate. But if you done it in a slightly concave bowl, it would resonate like hell, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the speed of sound would be consistent either way, right? It's not going to change. So the sound is going to move across the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, speed of sound. What's the proof of the speed of sound again? I can't remember.
A thunderstorm, fireworks. Did you watch fireworks on New Year's?
I mean, how do you check it?
You can watch a blast that happens right near you versus one that's happening 1,000 feet, some direction. Time to difference.
What about?
Isn't that the speed of the object? Isn't that the speed of the object, not the sound?
He's saying use your eyes to hear it.
Well, that's a comparison between the speed of sound and the speed of light is what it is. But
yeah, but what about the object speed? Are you ignoring that?
Well, no, you're making a comparison of when it explodes and when you hear it. Like how you hear you hear it after it explodes.
Yeah, reaction. So you're calling a reaction the speed of sound?
No, I'm calling the ratio between your distance from the blast and
No,
the
that's
gap between the explosion and the sound a method for
There's
determining
also
the speed of sound.
but the
there's
only
also
thing that's
thunder and
moving from
lightning.
you, yeah, but you light the fuse, then it goes away from you, right? The thing goes. So how fast is sound going compared to that thing?
No, but you're not measuring it from when you light it. You're measuring it from when it explodes.
Are you measuring sound or resistance of a reaction?
Sound.
The speed or just the reaction of. So if I get a thunderclap and I go clap, 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 just because your little ears can only hear it so much, I mean, is that the speed of it or just the I mean, is that just the reaction of?
It's not about how much you can hear. It's about comparing the light from the lightning and then the sound, then how far the gap you receive it, or with the firework when it explodes versus when you hear it. Yeah.
So you're telling me there's no sound the whole time? It's silent, and then all of a sudden you hear the sound? Is that what you think?
Absolutely. I mean, I was observing this the entire night when I was watching fireworks the other night.
There's no sound where you are, but
So
that's what I
you
was going
think
to ask.
that?
What other device are you using besides your ears? There has to be another device. They're not just saying your
Oh,
ears
hold
are
on, a
the
bottle
speed
rocket.
of sound.
A bottle rocket whistles on the way up. It goes. What about that sound? How come it's not going faster than that sound, but it's going faster than the explosion sound? Isn't that weird?
The only time you're going to have a real intuition for the difference between times is when there's an obvious explosion, and then there's an obvious gap in the sound, and that so.
Well,
Yeah.
have none of you run a 100-meter dash and been at the start?
You said run what? Wait, what did you say, Tricky?
Like if you're in a noisy car that's having to go fast like a jet, you're telling me you can't hear the jet while you're in it, and only people down there just it's silent and then it's not silent? I don't get it. Like, where did sound go?
No, the sound takes time to travel. I mean, everything takes time to travel. So it's just light's really fast.
No, the
sound
resistance.
Yeah.
No, the medium you're going through is the thing that you're counting. You're not counting sound. You're counting the carry off of the resistance of the medium you're going forward in at the rate you're going versus the rate of it causing your action or reaction to resistance. Now you might hear something, but is that really the speed of sound or is it the rate of resistance going off your jet of the medium? So the medium is what creates the sound at that point. Like, so you're calculating the speed of the medium and just the reaction of sound that it makes.
That's a good point, man.
Do we account for the Schumann resonance when we're trying to measure the resonance of something? So we're trying to measure the frequency wave of something. Do we account for the natural resonance that's already there? It's a bit like trying to play two notes together. You need to compensate for the difference.
That's a good point, and it turns out they do. It's a great question. They do account for that.
So they would have to do it in a Faraday cage or something that can eliminate the Schumann resonance.
Using just their ears?
It's so true.
I still want to find out. Using just their ears, Kosho? Like they just have ears in a Faraday cage?
Yeah, you have to take your ears off, put them in the Faraday cage, and that way the Schumann resonance isn't gonna mess up the. Listen, all of this stuff that you guys are saying, and I was gonna keep going with it, but it's not. There's none of it applies. None of this
I
stuff
feel like I asked a pretty simple question. Like, what instrument are they using to detect sound or to measure sound?
Okay.
And
well, if you're doing it just yourself, a crude way, you can do it with just your eyesight and your ears. Like if you just measure, like it's the same thing.
Is that what they did in the volcano that helps your argument? That you say helps your argument? They use just their eyes and ears?
Oh no, I'm sorry.
They
I'm
use
sorry.
the barometer and a clock.
Sorry, go ahead, Chicky.
They use the barometer and a clock.
Your volume is different or something, but yeah, I think he said what I was going to say, which is they use a barometer.
And a clock.
Yeah. They use a barometer and measure the pressure.
But you could use a sound pressure meter and an accurate stopwatch to an electric timer, actually.
Your mic's real funky right now.
Is that better?
It's better now, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Say it again, because I think we heard you, but
Did none of you guys ever run the 100-meter dash or 110-yard dash as kids? You could see it even the starter. You could see the smoke from the gun before you heard the bang.
that's true. That's another sensation. Another time you experience a sensation. That's exactly right.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's arguing that sound does seem to like take a little while to get to people. I'm saying the confirmation of the speed of sound, what was used for that.
Right.
The
In this
consistent.
case, so
Well,
this,
no,
Emma was actually
consistent
right
number.
that it's through an atmosphere, so it can be
Right.
measured with.
I thought you were done, but yeah, in this case, the speed of sound was, I guess you could say, an assumption, or like it was used as if it was consistent, just to see if it fit. So, and what was used to measure the speed of sound in these different locations, like the speed of the volcano sound, was the barometers, and to see if there was a spike. And so the check was to see, okay, when were these spikes showing up at these different locations, and does it correspond to the speed of sound on the distance the globe claims it is? And it did match that. So, if it didn't, then you could say, okay, maybe there's something wrong with the speed of sound. But since it matched it,
So that's what traveled then was sound.
In the case of that, yeah, that's the assumption, yeah, or that's the I guess that's the assumption in this case.
So
yeah.
they heard it that far away. They heard the volcano.
Well, I couldn't be sure if maybe like you can audibly hear it, but the things that are measuring the pressure in the air, like you can measure the sound wave by measuring the pressure in the air, and they all got spikes.
So just like yeah, like Democ was saying, the pressure, the resistance is all that's really being measured, and it's just that, I guess right that sound creates a pressure as well as an eruption or an implosion or explosion.
Or like sort of excitation in the pressure, because like the pressure is already there, but yeah, like a change in the pressure, some sort of well, in this case, a spike. Well, here's a cool GIF. Check this out.
But then, I mean, is it constant, or is it through different mediums, or is it what's I'm sure I could Google this if I wasn't driving. Like, how did they prove the speed of sound? I heard you're always Googling.
I reckon if the atmosphere was moist, it would carry the sound quicker, personally.
Yeah, like I said, there's probably some variations and some variables that make it so it's not constant. But since it was used as if it were constant, and it worked, that tells you that either it averaged out, or whatever the case may be, or the differences weren't that much.
Temperature and molecular mass is all that matters.
I think they should be doing a lot of their observations of anything from like the middle of the Pacific to give it a fair chance.
Oh wow, this is not even this GIF that I just posted. This is actually from a supposed satellite, GOES 17. And I guess this is probably some sort of time lapse, of course, but you can see the shockwave in that time lapse.
Okay, so if something was traveling like really fast through like a vacuum, and then all of a sudden hit like something really slow, right, to even it all out, and we just divide it by 2 and say it's the average speed of sound, that doesn't seem right.
There's no dividing by 2 in this case.
Well, when you get an average of 2 different things.
Oh no! I'm saying like if there were any differences, they were not discernible, or they canceled each other out, because I used it, and the person who made this video used it as if it were constant speed of light or speed of sound, and it worked. So
we know very accurately the speed of sound in the atmosphere.
How?
Physics.
That's it? Just physics?
It's basic laws of physics.
What did you do?
Molecular theory.
I mean, what did you
K&P
do to measure
tells
it?
you.
What is it?
Oh, you can calculate it. It's just a function of temperature and molecular mass. It's easy.
I feel like you're trolling with no answer.
I just answered your question. I don't understand. How is it measured? Oh, you can measure it like well, you ever count the number of seconds for a lightning strike to determine how far away it is?
Yeah, back to square one. So just with your eyes and sound. That's it. Just human ears and human eyes. That's it. There's no instruments.
No, I'm sure there's tons of instruments. You can set up a sound detector at a known distance from a source and trigger the source and figure out
What is
how long it takes.
a sound detector? A microphone?
Microphone could be a microphone. There's lots of ways you could do it if you really want to get like pedantic about it. I
How
mean, that's like
far
one of the
can?
easiest things.
Yeah, but what's the maximum distance you can throw sound? Like
It
how
depends on the
far?
intensity of the source.
Not how fast. How far is the speed of sound?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, how far is sound can sound travel?
Depends on the intensity of the source and whatever is blocking it.
I mean, what's the biggest thing we've ever measured? Like the furthest away.
I don't know.
Yeah. Like, could it be possible that sound only travels locally? And that's it?
No, that would defy
No?
laws of physics.
So it's that sound then is traveling forever.
No, it gets dissipated to undetectable levels eventually. It depends on the intensity of the source where that happens.
So then it's not what you just said the first time against the laws of physics.
For it to only travel locally?
It only
I guess I
travels
don't know what
locally,
you
right?
mean.
Before it dissipates. It's only within a certain area before it dissipates. So it's only a constant speed within an area, not forever. So
And then it keeps traveling at a different speed, is what you're saying?
that's it. I'm asking.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're asking.
You know, how far is the furthest sound ever been detected with a sound detector?
I don't know. That's irrelevant though, because we still know very well the speed of sound in the atmosphere. It's ordinary physics that defines it.
Interesting. So you just we don't know. I mean, it's okay. Like I said, we can Google it probably. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have Googled this before when looking up airplanes and what was it? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I have. It's somewhere in my memory, but I don't think there was much in the form of testing. Just one test and done.
No,
Now
I'm sure there's like textbooks about the whole history of determining the speed of sound in the early days of physics.
Yeah, looking at lightning and counting the seconds. I mean, as long as you can see it. I mean, is that how light works or how sound works? I mean, are they the same thing or is it what's going on? Is it just the medium? Is it how long these both take through the same medium? I mean, what's going on?
What
Different
about
medium?
sonar?
Can we change the
Submarines?
medium and get different effects?
Yes, it's the function. The function only depends on temperature and molecular mass for the speed of sound. That's it. So for air, the speed of sound is variable with altitude. That's why the first sound barrier tests were done at high altitude, because the speed of sound is lower. It's easier to break the speed of sound if it's lower. But that's irrelevant for the propagation of this wave from the volcano.
Is it
the constant speed of sound at the surface of the Earth?
being pulled down by gravity?
I don't know what gravity has to do with this yet.
I mean, if this eruption is proving the curvature, the sound is being pulled down by gravity, then
Sound has an effect on the atmosphere, but the wave is transverse to gravity. That's not relevant.
It's not relevant?
No. No.
So what?
I don't know what gravity has to do with this.
With a sphere?
With the sound. No, you're changing what you're saying.
Well, I mean, I'm not really changing I am changing what I'm saying, but I was just kind of bringing it back to the apparent point was that proof that we live on a globe is the speed of sound going around the curvature of the Earth. Therefore, the speed of sound would have to be being pulled down by gravity to follow the curvature.
I don't understand how you think you can pull down the speed of sound. That doesn't make any sense.
You got me, man. I mean, is it just a tangent point? Like it just exploded on that and then went out horizontally at a tangent to the sphere?
Propagated as a propagated around the sphere, just like the animation shows. Can you see the animation?
No.
Kosho posted it in the chat.
No. So I mean, then it's got pulled down by gravity. I don't think that's. I'm not. I think that's what you would say, not me. I don't know why I'm saying it.
It propagated outward spherically. It's just that intersects with the surface of the Earth, so you end up getting this resultant that's shown in the animation. I think the point still stands that if you try to make sense of any of this on a flat Earth map, any of them, you can't. You can't reconcile it. The timing, no matter like what ad hoc explanations about variable speed of sound you use, the timing doesn't make any sense at all. It would have to be like multiple sources that all
Yeah,
exploded at the same time.
like waves ricocheting off of banks and off of like underwater mountains and hills and going down into caverns and the way we have tides, all that stuff.
Those will all be weaker than the source, though. So if you try to make sense of this, there would have to be multiple sources of the explosion, like in all kinds of different places.
Well, I mean, I'm not really watching it or whatever, but you'd have to backwards. I guess you'd have to go back and try to validate what instruments they're using to pick these up, where those instruments are, if they're valid. If whatever they're saying are even valid, or if they're just presupposing this is what would happen if we had instruments at these places to pick up waves from a volcano. Who went out and said, let me go buy all these instruments to pick up a wave that would prove what else is this instrument used for?
Atmospheric pressure. It's
why
just
do they have
atmospheric pressure monitoring, barometric pressure for weather.
For weather
monitoring, yeah. All of them showed a spike, and the timing of all those spikes is known. The distance between them is known. It's that simple.
Yes, I mean, how did gravity pull it all down to around a curve? It pulled on the sound. I don't know.
It didn't.
Well,
it just
it didn't
propagated
happen.
along the surface.
Yeah.
Gravity has nothing to do with the wave propagation.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know too much on this silly proof thing. But, yeah. So I mean, if it's confirming known distances, I mean, I don't see what is that all it's doing is confirming known distances.
I don't know, Kosha. What was the original thought?
Oh no. No, it's not just confirming the distances. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's confirming the distances as they exist on the globe coordinates.
How would they change on a flat Earth? I mean, like, what's the difference? Like, oh, look, this is not what would happen on flat Earth.
Yeah, well, so for example, the guy who made the video, he had a AE map, and so he showed like the time frames matched like outward circles on a so if two blasts or if two spikes were experienced at the same time on if you put them on a globe, they would both be the same distance from the blast. They'd be part of a circle that was the same distance of that blast, and so that it all matched up on a globe. On a flat model, there were times that were together, like they happened at the same time, but there were they were way different distances from the volcano than one another, and there was also places in between them that got it at times sooner or later in some cases. You can watch his video. It's kind of interesting, but basically it didn't match the distances on the AE map.
So I mean, so then it must have been all south of the equator, right?
Like the ones I have, they're all over the world. The ones he got, they were all over the world.
Well, because I mean, not to be too general, but everything north of the equator or inward to the North Pole from the equator is the same on both models. Right?
It's not true, but regardless, actually, let's just go with that fact. Yeah, it's just not true. I know it seems like people keep saying like the southern hemisphere is way off on the AE map than on the globe, but even the northern hemisphere is also completely off. It's true that it's closer to reflecting it, or there's less obvious problems, but it still has major
Well, like this is
problem.
what I, like this is what I was saying. I guess this is kind of like a parallel to it, right? Like, I so somebody once upon a time that I have seen had done the math, like how far off it would, these diverging lines with this radius of a circle would be on a flat Earth. I don't have it, but it's sort of comparable to when the globe believer will say that we live on this ellipsoid, right? And then it's this far from the North Pole to the equator, and then it's this far from the South Pole to the equator, and then it's this far. This is the diameter from the equator to the center. Right? It's what is it, like 10 miles off?
It's 20 miles further from the
Yeah.
radius of the center of the Earth, but that's such a minuscule difference that in this grand scheme of things that
It's the same on an AE map with the
well,
surface,
no, but
just not the same minuscule difference.
I'll show you the picture, my man. Hold on. That's a screenshot. It has most of the data. It's got you can kind of see the timestamps. You kind of see. So the blast is in red. It says volcano, and then you can kind of see like when it reached Australia, when it reached. He's got some places in South America, and those ones in South America are some of the biggest differences because.
Yeah, it's only in the South that it's misread. I mean, this is also like the whole like if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, did it make a sound kind of thing? Like there's no stations over there. So
There's stations all over. He only collected them from certain ones. I collected them from different ones. But yeah, there's even stations in Antarctica.
yeah. Yeah, like it's not often brought up. Like I said, that once upon a time, but it was actually like a globe or somebody who just didn't care, right? Who did the math, right? They just didn't seem to really care either way. They who had done the math previously for what the difference would be, and it wasn't. It's not much in this grand scheme of a circle in this small area.
Well, I mean, if you look at his map, the one I posted, like you look at South Africa, which is the furthest from the volcano, it's got it more recent than almost everywhere in the center of that map. So it reached it sooner than it did most places in the center of the map, and seems to be the furthest from it. So that's one of the anomalies that just are obvious discrepancy.
And it reached it in the air.
Well, that's when the spike. That's when when the sound wave reached it.
Yeah.
Shock wave, whatever you want to call it.
And like Realm was saying just a minute ago, like in a bowl, right? Like in something with like a concavity cavity to it, right? Like where it had if it had edges, right? Like a bowl, right? Then the sound would travel faster and ricochet to that other side just as fast.
That's true. It would also be a little bit closer. That's true, but then that would be the claim, I guess, that we live in a concave bowl.
Well, I'm just looking at this picture that you put up there. It's a picture of water, right? Like a bowl of water with these white walls around it, like a bowl.
That's true. That's true. So this is probably not your model then, but that's what the question leads to is if it works on a flat plane, then which flat plane does it work on? Clearly, it's not this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the idea of being surrounded by ice or a dome, right? Like, I don't think we need a dome, right? But you do need containment to have like a pool or a lake, right? So I don't see an issue with that, with it having higher walls like a bowl,
like a kind of shallow context lens.
I'm saying that this is just even if it's a flat plane of water. I mean, the water's never flat; it's never not moving. There's oceans, but you have ice walls of Antarctica, like a bowl.
Right. Yeah, like a pie or something. Like a pie where the edges are ice.
Yeah.
But then again, like I said, it would match the blast would match the map that looked pretty close to this then. Also, somebody brought something up last night, and I wasn't at my mic, but it's because Witz had shown this AE map with the ISS, what looks like an AE map, and he says something about a toroidal field, toroidal, can't say it, but a torus field, and you know, if that was a claim, that would be a pretty easy claim to test, because that would be suggesting the path of the ISS is doing that, and yeah, I mean, you could easily test that. The speed is basically constant.
Well, Kosho, unfortunately, there aren't any flat maps that can map accurately going from a sphere to a flat map without any distortion, because that's not how map making works.
Right. And that's the problem. Well, that's the biggest issue there is that when all of these things do work on the globe and they cannot be translated, you know, and maintain distances and sizes, then that almost logically tells you that makes flat Earth impossible. But
yeah, well, that's exactly what it tells you, what the geometry of the thing you're mapping is.
But you know, when Numpty Noah, who he brings up good points sometimes. I mean, when I first met him, I thought that he was a Poe or something, but I think he's probably a legitimate flat earther. But regardless, he brought up he brought this problem up, and he was trying to ask flat earthers because he couldn't answer it, and I thought that was pretty honest way to approach it. But yeah, nobody had any answers, of course, and I think it's, you know, it's sort of one of those things that if you don't ever try to solve this problem, or if you just ignore it, then you're kind of just ignoring, you know, just straight up evidence. Like without any kind of explanation, it just kind of sits there, and you know.
You're talking about the map problem?
Well, yeah, this whole volcano map problem, yeah.
I hear you. Well, right, it's because it has been solved already, and it's not solvable in any way that makes sense for it being flat. Right. The solution is, if you want to take the points in reality and map them to a flat surface, you can either deal with the distortion or the distances not being preserved, or you have to navigate using some pretty complicated tensor equations, and that are part of the Jacobian between the spherical map going to the flat map. And you can't use the Haversine formula. That
Right.
is what the solution is.
Yeah, you do a lot of matrix or linear algebra.
Yeah, well, in crystallography, so right, we shoot X-rays through biological crystals like proteins and nucleic acids and stuff, and we do these kind of mappings when you go from the real 3D crystal space to the diffraction pattern, which is called the reciprocal lattice space. And you can have linear crystals, and you can have nonlinear crystals like quadratic crystals or hyperbolic crystals. Right. And if they're not linear, then you have to use these trying to get the interatomic distances, so the spacing between the atoms in the lattice. If it's not linear, then you have to use these very complicated tensor equations that follow certain symmetries of the crystal through group theory to figure out those distances. But if it is linear, you can use the simple Bragg diffraction equation, because that is the linear map from the lattice space to the real space. But if it's not linear, that doesn't work. And you have to use much more complicated equations, because that's how geometry works.
It'd be interesting to hear you and maybe somebody else, and then, you know, some of the people on the terrain theory side of it, kind of just have a conversation, because talking about doctors not really knowing a thing or two about it. It sounds like you are actually literally mapping proteins and
Yeah.
down to the cellular structure. So
Yeah. Well, it's down to the atomic structure.
Right.
Literally, a lot of the times what I'm doing is determining the active site of enzymes, so of certain proteins that we call enzymes, determining where the atoms are in space inside the protein that are performing the biological function, that are carrying out the chemical reactions. And then we bind organic molecules that we call drugs sometimes if they get passed through the FDA process and all that. We bind them to the enzyme and we see where in space which atoms are participating in those interactions and where they're occurring in space. That's like the main crux of what I do.
So would you say that you the people that do like protein folding, like computations on their computers and they're trying to solve the protein folding stuff. So would you say that you kind of work in a place that's testing those configurations, or is it just a different
Well,
aspect
what
of the
I
same
do,
thing?
yeah, what I do is slightly different. So protein folding is something that happens so when your body transcribes your DNA into mRNA that's made into a protein through translation in the ribosomes. And once that's done, the protein goes to something called the Golgi complex. And the Golgi complex in the endoplasmic reticulum, they fold the protein because the atoms in the protein, a lot of them have charges or they have polar regions. And so they have positive and negative regions. And those regions, they want to interact. So there's something like on the order of like quintillion, if not, it's probably much more than this, of different shapes that the protein can make because of those interactions form, and that's what shapes the protein. It places the atoms in specific locations in space. But your Golgi complex in the cell and the endoplasmic reticulum, they fold the protein into the shape that it's supposed to be. So they nullify some interactions and they amplify other ones so that the protein folds into the proper shape that it's meant to be to do its biological function.
Okay, so
and trying to model that out with computers or do it there's a mouse sorry, or do it in a Max, do it in a laboratory setting is very difficult to get like a natural how the body would, like a known protein shape in the body, to have that occur just through like thermodynamics in the lab or in a computer simulation. People are still working on that problem, but that's something different to what I do. I do like so when you have proteins in the body or enzymes in the body and they act on another molecule in the body and they perform a chemical reaction on it, so say they break it in half for simplicity, there's a specific location on the enzyme, because the enzyme's huge. It's a big, huge biological molecule. It's not the whole molecule that participates in the chemical reaction. It's maybe a few atoms, 10 to 100 atoms or so. And so I elucidate and that's called the active site of the enzyme. And so a lot of what I'm doing is elucidating these active sites of these enzymes and cell surface receptors and stuff when it comes to viruses and entering the cell. I'm figuring out where those interactions occur.
So it would have been somebody like who's worked sort of in your job description sort of thing that would have mapped out, like, let's say the C19 and like the spike protein or whatever, like
exactly. Yeah, I'm one of the people. Me and a few of my coworkers or classmates. We publish structures in what's called the protein data bank of the spike protein, one of the first, not the first, but one of the first structures. It was the first structure of it in something called the closed conformation. But we published that into the PDV and then later into a paper.
Okay, so like that makes your purpose make sense. Like what you're we do make sense. But what's the purpose? Why is it so important? Why is protein folding so important? Like they get so many people's computers to do it. Like what's the outcome, or like what do they use that for?
Well, it's so we can make one of the applications. There's a few applications, but it's like I said, in the lab, just by thermodynamics alone, a protein, you can have the correct, like I would be the person who would figure out the amino acid sequence in the protein and even the DNA sequence that makes that protein. And another person can have the amino acid sequence spot on, bang, 100% accurate. But the protein won't fold into the structure that it assumes in the body. It can fold in, like I said, it's like on the order of quintillions of different of folding patterns that it can fold into, and it'll just thermodynamically, it'll just randomly choose one of those. It happens by kinetics. Whichever one it chooses the fastest is the conformation it'll have. And if that's not the correct conformation for how it is, the shape for how it is in the human body, then that protein has no purpose as far as like medicine or biological uses. So if we can figure out how to make these proteins in the lab and have them fold into the proper shape in the lab, then those can be used for medicinal purposes and other kind of biological purposes. So the folding problem,
those proteins,
yeah, the folding problem is it's pretty important. And I think if someone figures out a method that's really bang on and works well, I'm sure that'll be expanded upon into more methods, and eventually it'll start to be used for things like medicines and all sorts of stuff.
Well, I saw an article. I think I only read the title, but it was like a few weeks ago, a month ago or so, that said something about how AI just solved, like it'll just increase like the amount by 30%, or like increase it by like a great number, like the amount of I guess proteins that it solved. But I gotta see exactly what that said, because I know that obviously quantum computers would be able to solve those kind of problems easily. I don't see how AI would do it as quickly as they have.
More information. You're just inputting as much information as you can into a computer, and it gives you the answer.
Well, there's two aspects of it, right? There's the modeling, the figuring out how to do computer dynamics and get it right, and people have been making strides in that with things like Coach was talking about with AI and quantum computing and supercomputers and stuff like that. But then the second, and to me the more important aspect, is once you figure out the computer dynamic modeling and how the computer's telling you to do it, translating that into the chemistry that actually works. Because like we have computer models for tons and tons of simple organic and inorganic molecules, and we know that it doesn't always work exactly how the computer says it's going to. So there's some kinks you have to work out. So once the computer modeling gets sufficient, then it's going to turn to getting the chemistry right as well is the second step.
Yeah, but once you put that information, if you get the chemistry right from that model from the computer, then you input that into the computer. Then would the AI guess it correctly?
Yeah, if you keep updating the process with what you figure out experimentally in the chemistry lab, it'll the models, the computer models will get better and better.
I just don't see that it has that I just don't see it as that amazing when people are like, "Oh, AI can guess stuff." Like, yeah, you're putting all the information into the computer. Yeah, of course it can guess. You're telling it all the things not to do and the things that you know to do. Why wouldn't it be able to guess?
I hear you. I think it's not super. I've done some physical chemistry, computer modeling with simple organic molecules and inorganic molecules, but I think it's not so much. It's the people who are programming them. It's the whole the whole elucidation of what you have to tell the computer, figuring out the proper things to tell the computer so that the computer will get it right. And
Is
that
it any
comes
different
down
than
to
like
the
a
chemist.
Is it any different than like an algorithm for a search engine, or is it just a big algorithm for a search engine? That's what I equate it to.
No, it's testing them out. Like it actually has to, it's got to go through and, with the machine learning, it goes through and it bases if it's correct or not based on the data that you gave to it. And so it's been trained on all the protein structures that have been found to be correct since we started protein folding. I think they say there's only about 170,000 known protein structures that like we figured out using just brute force computers and shit.
Yeah, well, I think what they do is they use the PDB. There's like about that number of protein structures in the protein data bank, and so they take those sequences of the amino acids in those proteins, and they basically program it. So, like, if you have a protein that has this amino acid sequence that's similar to this other protein in the PDB, it should fold in this specific way. So it's like using it as a template.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so it uses that's its training. That's what it uses as training data, and yeah, so it says out of that's how many we've solved, and it says we know of about 200 million proteins, but like you said, the combinations are far greater than that, though, right? Because there's like, can't they do like different? I forget. There's like 4 different things they can do. Like they can twist, or
Yeah, well, there's so much. It's quite complicated, but there's like a primary structure of a protein, which is just the amino acid sequence. Then there's a secondary structure, which is the initial electrostatic interactions that sequence makes, and it folds into either helixes or what's called pleated sheets. Then and those make up what's called a subunit. And then the tertiary structure is how different subunits interact with each other, the electrostatic interactions that they make. So the big subunits, how they're interacting, the shape that they make. And then there's a quaternary structure where you have the entire unit interacting with another entire unit in the interactions, the shape that's occurring there. So it's quite complicated. But I think what you're alluding to more is that we know through the genome and other studies that there's way more proteins and enzymes than we have in the PDB, and that's just comes down to our methods. Because for crystallography, you have to have the crystal, you have to have the protein in a crystal. It has to be in the solid state, and that doesn't always work for every protein. Some of them won't crystallize. So you can't do cryo-EM or crystallography on a liquid at the moment. So the proteins that we can't crystallize, we can't determine really their structure with that amount of certainty to put them in something like the PDB. So I think that's more what that's alluding to.
If you could manufacture basically any protein, like let's say they found out how to manufacture every protein that we know of, would you basically like be able to create cells from scratch?
Yeah, well, I mean, we can really do that with just the genome alone.
Yeah, but I mean,
things like stem cells just usually makes the job easier when you already have kind of like the basic structure. But the proteins don't they're a component of the cell, but they don't make cells, and they aren't the totality of the cell. They're like the workers in the cell that carry out all the chemistry that has to occur.
You still need the cell wall and this type of stuff. But that's what I mean, though, is if you basically, let's say we had like almost complete ability to make any protein. So it's like you make all the workers. Do you think that it wouldn't be that difficult from that point to like make a stem cell from scratch, or would there be like a bunch more you'd still have to solve. Because I thought, like I said, the proteins are the workers. Those are like the tiny machines that are doing all the work that people say are this complicated stuff. But the other stuff like cell walls, those are much simpler, right?
Yeah, and they're complicated in their own way, but compared to, relative to proteins, yeah, they're simpler. They're just lipids. You get lipids in a hydrophilic or water kind of media, and they basically form cell walls all by themselves just through thermodynamics.
I'm just wondering, like, because if we do have like a breakthrough with even AI, not even quantum computers, but we just get like a huge breakthrough with just kind of being able to, completely like get the instructions to structure a protein, almost any protein. It seems like the implications would be kind of, we'd be able to create cells from, or we'd be closer to creating cells from basically scratch.
Well, I mean, people have made cells, both people have made them purposely in the lab and have witnessed them form just in natural conditions in the environment already. But I think what you're getting at is like applicability, like the practicality of it. And yes, if we could have make artificial proteins and have them fold correctly, that would be one of the three aspects you would need. You'd also need the DNA code, the DNA sequence, and you would need RNA, because a huge component of what also builds structures in the cell is RNA as well. It's really something that's made of mostly RNA and a little bit of protein that really builds the important structures in the cell. It's called the ribosome, and it's what builds other proteins as well. But as far as practicality, like, I'll make it quick. Practicality, people start with stem cells because you're already like halfway there. Like,
Right.
you don't have to do the hard parts. So it just makes sense to just, we already know how to get stem cells and stuff. So it just makes sense to start there.
Right. And that was kind of my point, was like even the people who did that xenobot thing and they made those cells, I mean, they were using like frog stem cells. That's what I mean, is like, if we had the ability to just make stem cells. But I was totally forgetting the fact that RNA and DNA, even though the proteins, do the work and separate them and build them together, you still have to have the actual code. Like, there has to be, some code that you can't just tell that to the proteins to do. Like, the code has to be there.
Yeah. You need the code to build the protein. You need the DNA to code for it, and then you need the RNA to build the proteins. And even RNA contributes in doing chemical reactions as well, like proteins do, just not as much as proteins. Proteins are generally what usually does that, but RNA isn't left out of that picture either. But what you really need the RNA for is to build the proteins. It's the major component that actually puts together proteins in the cell.
Okay, yeah. I had to sit here and ask you questions about, because biology is my least. I always avoided it before, and then I got into it a couple years ago because it seems so complex. This was the reason. Like, when I first started looking into biology, that's when I started thinking, like, what if we really are the only life? Like, what if this really is the only time life was established in the universe? Like, it's likely that there's other life, but I was kind of messing around with the idea of what if it's just as likely that, it's so rare or so it's so random that, like, it's random, kind of like how it'd be very strange if it happened the same way somewhere else. I think, like, it'd be so different.
Well, two of the major breakthroughs, I guess you can call them, I don't want to really call them breakthroughs, but two of the major understandings of recent time about life is one of them is how quickly after the Earth formed that life came about. It's like remarkably fast. It's like within 500 million years of, even less than that, within like 250 million years or so of where the conditions on the surface of the Earth where that life could exist, life began. So it came about very quickly, much faster than people originally thought it took. And the second big thing I would say is the discovery that it's driven by thermodynamics, right? Like, so you have all this leftover energy or energy gradients from the formation of the solar system, Earth and stuff. And because that energy needs to be dissipated, you get these extremely complex structures that form because they're extremely well at dissipating those energy gradients. And so it's all what's been, figured out is that it's all a thermodynamic driven process.
Yeah.
And that's...
I've seen this video about like they say chemical evolution, and it was kind of showing how common like lipids formed into cell walls, like how natural of
oh yeah, instantly. You put lipids, specific types of lipids. I clarify that they have to be something that is polar lipid. Basically, you put polar lipids into water, and they'll instantly form a micelle or a lipid bilayer type of cell structure.
Immediately, we'll add like a shielding for something to have time to sort of develop, or
well, it's because they have an end. The lipid itself has an end that is extremely high energy when it's in an aqueous media. So you put the lipids in this aqueous media and the energy gradient skyrockets. So in order to dissipate that energy gradient, it forms into a micelle, a lipid bilayer cell structure, and the energy gradient almost said cells in life are extremely well at dissipating energy gradients. Extremely good at it.
Because they say that life is like a battle against entropy, but it sounds like what you're saying is like entropy is also kind of what caused life in the first place, almost.
Well, that's what people used to think. Even scientists used to think this. But like I said, what's been discovered is it's not a fight against entropy. It's the inevitable result of entropy. Because if you were to just have just molecules like gases and liquids like, CO2 and O2, oxygen, and nitrogen, N2, and things like water and alcohols and other kind of liquids, those would dissipate the energy gradient, but it would take an extremely long amount of time, much, much longer. And that's what drives those kind of molecules to form these more complex structures that can dissipate the energy much faster. And that just keeps driving them towards more and more complex structures that can dissipate the energy faster and faster.
So in your estimation, I guess, or if you were to make a prediction about the universe and life or whatever, like what would you think that it was just a very common occurrence if the conditions were, because we have very, very, very like ideal conditions, right? Like for us at least, and liquid water, like the whole everything that we have. So do you think that it's actually probably common, like life?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? I would say it can go. No, I know. I would say it can go both ways. There's some factors like the thing, like I said, that really shocked a lot of people, including myself, was just how quickly it formed after it was possible to form on the Earth. So that kind of leads me to think that probably because that's true, that if there's a wider range that it can exist in, even using other liquids like alcohols or ethers or something like that as a media instead of just water or as a replacement to water, then I would think that it probably would be common. But if it's very constrained to being similar to how it is here on Earth, then I don't think it's as common as.
I think that water because I see what you're saying with the solution thing, but I think water's different because of the freezing. Because like if every time it froze, it would kill everything in the ocean if it didn't float, like the ice, right? Like it would just fall on everything. So it's like if there was some liquid solution that wasn't water and the life was, got created or whatever, as soon as it was cold enough and it solidified, it probably would kill whatever was created. And then, I mean, that's the way I think about it, at least. But the other thing I was going to ask was, oh yeah, do you think that it happened more than once on Earth? Like you think like it could have been established, like some sort of reproducing cells, and then they didn't make it, and then it happened again? And I guess it's not really, you can't really answer that, but I mean,
Yeah, it's mostly believed now that there wasn't just one abiogenesis event. There was multiple in different locations, and so now you have multiple different protocells or probionts, whatever you want to call them, progenotes, and they're exchanging genetic material between each other the way bacteria do through horizontal gene transfer, and that's how eventually the genome came together. But during that process, some cells got genes that weren't useful, or parts of DNA that weren't useful and didn't work out, and those ones died, whereas some got genes that or parts of DNA that were extremely useful and gave them adaptations and made them better able to thrive in the environment that they were in.
Yeah.
But it's likely that the biomolecular components, like the lipids and the RNA and the proteins and carbohydrates, all formed in different locations and probably numerous times, and probably failed numerous times, because those molecules tend to break down. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hey,
What's up?
Jace, quick question for you. So you you were talking about thermodynamics and entropy, like the principles of thermodynamics and entropy, and kind of alluding to these possibly being some of the most like basic or fundamental principles of I guess our world, maybe the makeup of our world. Would you kind of agree with that? That these thermodynamic and entropic principles would be kind of the basic ideas of how our world is constructed? At its most basic level.
And I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Okay.
Can't stand in for Jace, but I can tell you, I mean, it's a second law. It's got to be pretty important.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate your opinion, Kosho, but
I'm just being a stand-in, man.
Yeah, no, I get it. I would be really interested in hearing Jace's ideas and opinions, because it seems like he was kind of alluding to that, right? At its most basic level, the building blocks of life or material or the world in which we live in seems to be thermodynamic and entropic, these two principles.
Yeah, he was saying that surprised me too, because like he said, the old idea was that we're fighting against entropy, but he's saying it's kind of the opposite. Now life kind of derives from entropy. It's interesting.
I was just gonna try to see if, in his opinion, that could be broken down even in more simplex terms, and say that everything material or life or everything we have within our existence could be even more described at a more fundamental level as pressure mediation.
Okay, I'm back. So what I was saying before, what I was getting right back in the day, and this is an inadequate view that's been largely discredited in modern science, modern biology, biochemistry, was that these complex structures are going against entropy and all that jazz, and it's, you know, somehow reversing the second law of thermodynamics and all that. But so let's the real thinking has to do starting from the solar nebula, the disk that the sun and the planet formed from. But let's skip all that because I know not everyone agrees with that. I hope everyone can agree that the sun provides energy to the earth. So as long as we can agree upon that, what the
I think that's pretty self-evident on both sides, I think, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So what the current idea is, and what's been, you know, proven with theorems and evidenced with experiments and whatnot, is that you have the sun, it's providing all this energy on the earth. Yes, the second law of thermodynamics is about increasing entropy, or increasing the microstates that systems can have, and what's called the disorder and all that. But it's not just about that. It's also about dissipating energy gradients. These systems can't increase in entropy and go to these higher entropic states with these huge energy gradients. So you have the earth, you have the sun giving the earth all this energy. So you have all this energy that has to be dissipated now. And now simple molecules like N2 and O2 and carbon dioxide and water and alcohols, ethers and stuff, they can dissipate some of that energy, but they're terrible at it and it would take forever. But when you, so through, as they start to do that, like I said, they can't do it very quickly. They're not very well at it. So the energy that they're trying to dissipate ends up going into them as a system and making them more complex. It goes into the activation energy of certain chemical reactions to form more complicated structures. And as these more complicated molecules form, they're much better at dissipating that energy. And so it's like a feedback loop. And so as the energy keeps coming in from the sun, you get more activation energy to build more complicated molecules. And in return, they can keep dissipating the energy gradient more efficiently, and it just keeps building until eventually you get really ordered structures like cells, which are extremely well at doing that.
Okay, so this establishment of something like cells or cell walls and all that arises out of the mediation of energy, right? Is that kind of what you're saying? But kind of if you can't dissipate it, allow it to join you kind of principle. You don't have the ability to dissipate all of this energy. Some of it gets absorbed. The absorption causes more complex structure, and eventually you get to the point in which you're manifesting physical structure based on principles of energy. Is that kind of?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Okay, so would you say that like my previous question, right? Like thermodynamics and entropy, these ideas or principles are kind of the fundamental guiding principles of the building blocks of what we would call the world, even life, right? Material, all this material nature is really kind of here because of these fundamental basic principles of thermodynamics, entropy.
Yeah, I would say it's half the picture. The other half is something called kinetics, which is like, to simplify, it's like, so you have molecules in a liquid and you're blasting them with all this energy, such as the sun would do. The quickest structure to form is called the kinetic structure. It's just the easiest molecule to form in a reaction. And so that's half of that's the other half of the picture. You have this balance between kinetic things and thermodynamic things, or reactions, really.
Does the thermodynamic lead to the physicality of things, and then the kinetic is kind of secondary to that, or?
Yeah, so like kinetic, so you have in a chemical reaction, if you form a kinetic product, what that means, it's just the quickest product to form, but it's also the easiest to break down. And so eventually the system will end up at the thermal. If you keep letting the reaction happen, the system will end up at the thermodynamic product eventually. It'll tend towards it. But along the way, you may get a whole bunch of kinetic products, but they'll keep breaking down. And then the thermodynamic product is the most stable one, or the one that doesn't break down.
And all of this is kind of motion, right? All of this would be in motion.
Yeah, it's in this kind of sense that we're talking about, molecules that are moving around, be it in the gas phase or liquid phase.
Yeah. Would you say it would almost be even more simply stated, or more simplex way of elucidating the principle as saying that the fundamentals, or the basic principle of reality, nature, how life comes about, how physicality takes place, would be based on pressure mediation?
Well, I don't really know what you mean by pressure mediation.
Like super simple, right? Like even in thermodynamic terms, if we're talking about like heat or energy, all of these things are kind of really varying levels of pressure and pressure differential that causes movement, and right? Or am I way off?
Even more simple. I mean, can I add on for just a second? It sounds like what you were describing is whatever can stay still the longest is the best.
All right. We're it's not really about motion. Like, yes, molecules are moving and chemical reactions happen because molecules are moving, but we're more talking about energy. The more fundamental aspect of it is the activation energy has to be there for the reaction to occur.
Is there completely static energy?
There can be between, like, positive and negative charge. Those aren't really, they're holding structure together, but not really building.
Right. The mediation between the differential is what's causing the lack of motion, right? Does that make sense?
Kind of. I would say it's more the just the positive and negative charges are interacting, and those interactions have a strength that's kind of set by a specific constant called the fine structure constant, and that sets the distance of how far away a positive and negative charge will be from each other when they come to the lowest energy state that they can be in that interaction.
Gotcha.
Dude, gotta take off for a little while.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you answering the question. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I'm good talking with you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess understand. I think I understand. According to what some other people have said, that there's a state of rest, and then it's seeking equilibrium, and then once it's removed from that state of rest, it's going to continue to seek equilibrium, and that'll be energy of movement. Going back to that still non-moving state of energy. Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, like, I always kind of wonder what is energy at complete rest. Is it pure inertia? Is it pure potential? Like, it's hard to comprehend energy at rest, if it's even possible to call something at rest energy. I don't know. It's weird.
I used to be able to comprehend it really well when I was like 11 or 12, and I would daydream in class, right? And I would see myself in this completely still state of potential energy, like a Super Saiyan. It was just going to destroy everything. Yeah, I used to be able to imagine it, but I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that or bring that up about the pressure mediation. Barrel Rider, if you're not talking, mute your mic. You're hot micing with your keyboard.
He's looking it up, typing it in.
Oh, yeah, good.
I mean, you can actually hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you
Oh,
typing.
whoa. I finally
Yeah,
got
they're
on.
waiting for
All right.
pressure mediation.
Thanks a lot.
Pressure is being mediated.
Got
No
on
problem.
what?
Nippon, what pressure is being mediated? What are you speaking about?
No, I was just I was talking with Jace. He said, I don't know if you're here when he was talking about kind of alluding to the idea of thermodynamics, like the principles of thermodynamics and entropy kind of being almost the fundamental principles that structure or order our reality and the physicality and the life aspects of our reality.
What does that
And
all mean? Can you give me the it's like 3 sentences, commas tied together? What are you really saying there?
you'd have to go back and listen to what Jace was talking about. He's pretty in
We use
depth
entropy
into
a lot in
talking about
chemistry.
how cell walls are formed based on certain proteins being like you'd have to go back and listen.
Yeah, I
to
remember. I
some
heard part of that when he was talking, but the entropy in chemistry is similar to what we talk about in other disciplines of physics, but it all boils down to the same thing. It's either a statistical significance of energy spreading out, or the statistics of certain types of combinations, and the number of possible microstates. My namesake is just that. That's the Boltzmann entropic equation, and then there's a Clausian, which is the heat energy divided by temperature in Kelvin. But all of it's about change, like what happens in change. These are not forces; these are just measurements of what happens.
Right, changes. Right.
There's measurement. Measurements of when something happens, when there's a process that happens. They said, like he mentioned a couple of times about the entropy rapidly goes up because the energy that is released in the object or the process has the materials expand so fast that something else occurred. I was listening kind of halfway when he was talking about it, but yeah, that's entropy. The rapid change of entropy is a sign that something big is happening, and that was the chemical reactions between putting the lipids and water or something else that he was talking about. But that's a property of the second law of thermodynamics. What other properties were you referring to make your point? I mean, what were you really asking?
I think Witz answers it pretty well in one of his videos. The way he teaches.
Witsit? Witsit doesn't know the first thing about entropy.
But it's even in his name. It's in his name. He gets it. He just gets it.
Yeah, that's actually kind of funny. He doesn't get it. Actually, he doesn't get it at all. Last night he said our geostationary satellites actually stay up at 22,000 miles above the Earth because of a toroidal field. So he doesn't get it. He just makes shit up.
Maybe. You never know.
Nah, it's a pretty good bet that he's just making shit up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's making it up, but he's making it up based on, I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Based on, I don't know. Because I give you a succinct reason based on things you could test with a ball of string and a baseball. And you can say, okay, this all makes sense. But when he says what he says, you can't simulate it. You can't even comprehend, or no one can comprehend the force required.
He's basing it on magnetism and electrostatics, and those are things that you can test.
No. Well, one thing we do know for sure is that electrostatics, magnetism, all these electricity, they all move at the speed of light. He would agree to that too. But one thing I haven't said to him yet, because it's
I would say the speed of light moves at magnetism.
No, they move at the speed of light. If we look at the reaction of something that electrostatic, it cannot move faster than the speed of light. We do this with fiber optics every day. We do that with electronics, with magnetic fields. When they turn on and off, it regresses and appears at the speed of light. However,
or the speed of magnetism, they're interchangeable.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing that should blow your mind and make you think twice about believing anything he says, or literally anything.
Well, it's just Google says it. Like if I were to say,
I'm going to tell you something. You interrupted before I even got to the punchline.
Oh.
So I'm going to tell you will blow your mind, that whole concept out of the water. We do things that have to do with like, for example, fictitious force of gravity.
I don't believe you that you're going to blow my mind.
They're instantaneous. When I turn off gravity by not removing a fictitious force, it happens instantaneously. It happens much faster than any magnetism or any electromagnetic field or any static electricity or any electrostatic field ever act. And that's the difference between.
When you do what happens? I didn't hear it.
I can remove a fictitious force instantly. Centrifugal force, for example. You can be in your car and you push the gas pedal, release the gas pedal, it's instant. It's faster than the speed of light. It's instantaneous. This instantaneousness is what differentiates between these type of forces, and that's how you determine which is a fictitious force or not. If it happens instantly when it's removed, then it's fictitious or proper. But things like electromagnetism and electricity and magnetism, all these only move at the speed of light. That's something to ponder, because that really differentiates what we talk about to what we think.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. That's an interesting point. I mean, it doesn't stop instantly, right? But that's just like a residual.
As soon as you remove the gas pedal, it's instant. Whenever that gas pedal is removed, boom, the force is removed. The force stops.
Right, the acceleration. Yeah.
Not if you're going down a hill.
Boom. You just blew my mind, D-Mod. I'm gonna be honest. I was like right there, but then you came in and you blew my fucking mind.
That's fucking right, baby boy. It's what I do.
But he did take me. He did take me most of the way, but I wasn't quite there. And then a hill, motherfucker. Are you kidding me? A hill? It was like a complete 180 reverse. It just blew my mind. Yeah.
You can let your foot off the gas all day down that hill. You're still gonna do 40 or 50.
Then it's going down the hill. He's going to say, "Watch, you idiots! Watch how I remove this acceleration by just simply taking my foot off the gas." We're going. Here comes a cliff. I'm like, dude, listen, it's coming. Don't worry, we're going to stop. Trust me, it's gravity. No. There's the edge. We're getting closer. Trust me, we're stopping any minute now, any second. Yeah, but I mean that does take from the point of I guess that witch that made to you, which I mean it might not have a bunch of backing to it, but to I guess imagine or speculate that you could put something in the air, spend it by electrostatics and like a midpoint or in magnetism is not. It's demonstratable. So I mean, it's not that far fetched. It's not you just pulled it from nowhere and said, "Hey, listen, I got this theory that you could take like feathers and throw them at the sky, and they're gonna like make things, fly around the world." It's not completely out of nowhere, with
It's
no
out of,
example of it.
he keep on using words to try to defend his position or make sense of it, but there's no sense to be made of it. You don't send something straight up. Common sense. Remember, observe your universe, use your eyes, use your senses. You throw a baseball, it comes back down. Things go up, they come back down. Go higher and higher and higher, they all come back down. Go all the way to the Kármán line, it still comes back down. So why does geostationary satellites stay up there hovering forever?
Well, we can't get past the Van Allen radiation belt to find out.
Don't use the schlocky flat earth misquote.
I'm
It's
just saying.
that's just funny. That just makes me laugh.
These
We
radiation belts.
satellites. We don't care about the radiation belt because we don't have people there. We don't care about them, getting radiated because they can handle the radiation. So yeah, things are 22,000 miles away. That's a long way. It's like almost 4 times the diameter of the Earth, right? And that's how far these objects are, and they have to be that far away to have the rotational velocity at that distance gives them a force, and that force is equal to the object's weight.
Yeah, you're still under the. Listen, I'm on board with you. I say it all the time. I'm on board with you on this one. You're still under the impression that, because this is how I feel about it, that if we go higher or send something higher and higher and higher into the sky, that eventually it will. I mean, in a lower and lower pressure, static, magnets, whatever, right? At some point, you can just float there, or have that object float really high up in the sky. You can call it floating or falling very, very, very
No,
slowly
you don't.
back down to Earth, whatever you want to
float.
call it. But
You fall right up, unless you're rotating around the Earth. Unless you're rotating around the
yeah,
mass, regardless of what the mass is doing, regardless of whether the Earth is stationary or in a rotational state, regardless, if you are going around that sphere relative to the sphere itself, then you are going to have a force created, because that is the definition of a centrifugal or a centripetal force.
still have hope that things can you can go high enough in less dense area,
No,
and maybe
you're in a
float
vacuum.
around.
You're in a vacuum at the Kármán line. We've flown there before. We know that you go straight down if you just go straight up to the Kármán line. There's no question about it. You take a rocket to the Kármán line, they do that all the time. They shoot things up and it falls right back down. There's no orbit. But yet, if you take off in a trajectory which gives you a tangential velocity, and that tangential velocity is something in the neighborhood of 17,000 miles an hour, you will be in orbit.
We're falling slower, maybe, with going against the
falling slower. Who's falling slower?
Somebody, maybe somebody. I mean, right. I know you're somebody. You believe we're
orbiting faster. Unless you go higher, you can go higher and go slower. Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. To get a little higher, I mean, I still have hope that maybe we can float and fly up somewhere in the sky. I think it's cool. Yeah. But you just made it clear that you're back on the page that we're not ever doing that. We're falling around. We're free falling around the Earth at
Because no
tens of
forces are acting
thousands
on
of
you.
miles an hour.
Yeah, there's no forces acting on you. You're free falling, which is interesting because we can measure the acceleration.
What was that test? What was the test that you did? You stopped something. Remember? Would you stop? See
Stop
if
an
it was the
acceleration,
fictitious force.
stop a centrifuge, or stop something, or just take your foot off the gas
Yeah.
pedal.
Yeah. How do we do
Take your
that
foot off the gas
in that
pedal.
situation?
Instantly stop. You're now in an inertial
No.
state.
How do we hit it? How do we hit this gas pedal
With your
or the
foot.
brake?
With your foot, no brake. Just either you're accelerating or you're not accelerating.
Right. So how do we get up there and then you apply your test?
For what kind of test?
The one at the Carmen or above it or just below it.
Or just shoot something up there and watch it fall back down.
Right, but what are we removing? You said remove this, independent variable. We remove this and watch the effect.
Right.
What?
As soon as you remove that force, it's in free fall.
How?
You can
Oh,
measure
that's what I'm saying. What force are we removing? The upward
put a G
force?
meter in it. Have different objects in your hand. If you're falling off the building, see if the things fall with you. Protect them from the air resistance. You can put a little, put it under your hand or something. See it fall right with you. Float.
So
You can
change
put
the
easiest
like
way, and it only happens for a little bit, because if you're falling and you're in air, you're going to reach terminal velocity within 9 seconds. So up until about second 6, it's roughly going to be 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. And acceleration can only happen if you have a force behind you, but you have no force acting on you because you're in free fall. You feel it. You can measure it. You can have a box with things in it that all would be floating: a helium balloon, a regular balloon, a rock, a piece of gold, water, slime, whatever you want in there. It all will be floating.
Okay, right. Can you vary like once you're in that terminal state?
Pardon me?
So now we're at terminal velocity. Is there anything that you can now vary?
Yeah, you can now weigh yourself. When you're terminal velocity, you can weigh yourself.
That's
on a
what.
scale.
Remember,
can't weigh yourself when
you
you're
remove something. Remember the thing was we're removing the fictitious force. Like how do we do it?
Oh, you're in a car and you give
No,
it gas.
up in this only shooting up in the air with just that. Now what can we do?
With the force by jumping out of the airplane. Once you jump, you're in free fall instantly. It's instant.
That's
Instantaneous. The instantaneousness is what differentiates these from proper forces or from electronic.
So the airplane is moving. So then the airplane moving was fictitious. It was not really moving.
What's that?
So then the airplane was not really moving. That was fictitious.
Not really moving. It's fictitious.
That's what we determined.
Before you went into free fall, you were actually moving. It's accelerating because you're following a line of geodesics, and it stops you from following that line of geodesics. So therefore, it's stopping you from the motion, and that's why you have a force acting on you.
I'm just saying, you had this blow your mind test, right? You had remember we're going to remove something, and then you can determine whether it's a fictitious force or not. So you're in an airplane.
It's instantaneous. So you're setting a scale. And you're on a ledge, like the pirate's ledge, when they blindfold you and break the ledge and have you go overboard. Anyway,
But that's not, you keep saying add. I'm saying remove.
I remove the plank. I remove the plank. That force is removed. It's instantaneous. The instantaneousness is what determines this.
Well, the removal and the instantaneousness in what you had stated. Yeah.
Yeah, the removal. You
So
remove
what
that
you're
force.
adding? You keep on adding a weight or a scale.
I can stop something. In fact, it runs into something. It's instantaneous. When
you keep on adding stuff.
Pardon me?
You keep adding stuff.
I'm not adding anything. You wanted to know the instantaneousness of the force, the fictitious force. That either is standing near a gas pedal, that's instantaneous. Removing the gas pedal, that's instantaneous. Or jumping off of a cliff, that's instantaneous.
Yeah. I'm talking about now. We're up in at the Carmen line. We're on the ISS. We're a little bit below. We're in a rocket. What can we do now? We're not on a car. We're not in a car anymore.
Yeah,
we're in the rocket.
You're at the Carmen line. You just jump off that rocket that's actually using power to hover there at the Carmen line. And once you jump out of the rocket, you fly down like an accelerator, like a stone.
Right. And that tells you that the rocket was never moving?
The rocket wasn't moving.
So what was fictitious then? The rocket?
because you had thrust, you had force, and it wasn't going anywhere.
So the thrust was fictitious.
What's that?
Then the thrust of the was fictitious.
No, the thrust was proper.
Right. I'm not really like drilling you. I'm just saying, put your test thing here to into the context of the thing in question. Yeah. Keep
You're
adding stuff,
accelerating.
but
You're accelerating, but you're not moving relative to the ground. The ground is moving up to you when you're falling.
you're just saying that. What are you're saying that? It's funny, man. But you're saying that, but it's just as simple as like, hey, man, I want to see if what's going on in this basket of apples. I have like 10 apples in it, and it's on a scale already on a scale, right?
They're
Now I'm
accelerating.
going to
That's how you
remove.
measure
Now
the
I'm going to
acceleration.
remove
They're
the
being
apple.
pressed. They're being pressed against the scale by the acceleration upward.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
all
going to remove
mass,
the apple, and then I'm going to say, okay, I removed the apple. But what was fictitious then?
the force onto the scale.
That was fictitious. It was the apple. It was the apple.
Yeah, the apple acting on the scale is a fictitious force.
Why is it fictitious? The apple is
Because you
real.
can remove it and it's instantaneous. Remove the scale, boom, instantly accelerates to the ground, which is actually in free fall, which is actually the ground accelerating up to it.
Oh, okay. And then what is the evidence that removing anything proves that it's a fictitious force? It's a centrifugal.
Any fictitious force, centrifugal, pushing, any kind of non-inertial frame, all has pseudo forces or fictitious forces acting on objects.
I don't know. Which explains this all a lot better.
Centrifuge.
I don't know.
As soon as you change the speed of a centrifuge, the force is reduced instantly.
Instantly is a strong word.
Yep, instantly. It has instantaneous. The instantaneousness of the force dictates that it is a pseudo force. Or
Is anything really instantaneous? I don't know.
This is what it is.
I mean,
I can understand that because if I try to remove magnetism, it's not instantaneous. It only moves. It actually reacts at a distance at the speed of light. Electricity also moves at the speed of light, whereas these forces happen instantaneous.
Yeah, I mean, but I would say that they're allowed to move instantaneously because of the magnetism is there, moving slower to allow it to, jump
No,
into
they don't. Any changes in the
jump into it.
magnetism will only move it if it's acting on an object. The distance. This is measurable. It's very easy to understand if you understand magnetism, or light, or electricity. They all move at the speed of light. That's the reaction time.
They all move at the same speed, right? And the way you're determining it's the speed of light is because when you remove the speed of light, it's instantaneous. Therefore, the speed of light was fictitious, and the magnetism doesn't
No.
dissipate.
Come on. No, we're
No?
not talking about light. We're talking about it moves at the speed of light. The propagation is at the speed of light.
But then when you remove the light's instantaneous, therefore it's fictitious.
No,
But when
because
you
it's not
remove the
instantaneous.
magnetism,
Not instantaneous. I turn the light off. The light that's still traveling will still travel.
but
It's not
it
instantaneous.
appears
No, you can measure it.
instantaneous.
That's why you can get a ticket by a laser gun from a cop because we know it's not.
Well, that's what I'm
If it
saying.
was
So then everything
instantaneous,
is
then we wouldn't be able to get tickets.
right.
Come
So
on.
is there a difference between instantaneous versus the speed of light? Or
Yes, instantaneous is no. Come on.
I mean, how can
Instantaneous
you
is no
prove something
time.
is moving
The light is
at a different speed?
186,000 miles per second.
Right, but how could you ever differentiate?
You measure it.
How could you
That's why they
measure
can
the
do.
difference between the maximum speed of anything? So that's the max.
Dude, come on, man. Keep up. We're keeping talking about speed of light. We measure it. We can measure how fast something will go across a room very easily with the speed of light. We know how long
So
it'll
what do
take
we?
to turn on.
So what do we
They
have?
have sensitive instruments. When they turn something on, they can measure the two-way speed of light. Now, we always talk about not knowing the one-way speed of light, but it doesn't really matter. We don't think it changes for any different reason one way or the other. The bottom line is we can definitely test the speed of light, and it is a speed of 186,000 miles a second.
But I'm just you're right. I mean, we can just say we can just
Are you just going to keep on saying,
agree on that.
Is that what you're going to do?
Well, I'm asking how would we differentiate if that's what we have is you can't see anything or measure anything without the speed of
You
light. We're
measure it.
measuring everything.
We
Right, we
actually can
measure the
measure
speed of
the
light.
light.
Yeah, but
We can have sensitive instruments that can, when you turn something on, it'll tell you how long it took from the moment you said turn on to the moment we see the light. We have photosensors that can do that.
So you're saying there
Lasers.
is something faster than the speed of light, and that's instantaneousness.
Instantaneousness is faster than the speed of light. So yes, when we do something, this action of having a force that is either there and not there, that can be instantaneous, faster than the speed of light.
So it is. I mean, is that provable in
Yes,
any
because it's
way?
instantaneous. It's instant. There's no difference between
Well, how did you measure it?
turn it
What did
off
you measure it against?
something having weight. The weight is removed as soon as the object is not supported by a plank.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it moved at 186,000 miles a second. I mean, but it's just right in that little itty bitty
It's
micro
faster.
space. How can you measure it?
There's no time. There's no time change.
You never will be able to measure that.
You can measure
you're only
that.
you're only a
I can have a
millimeter off from it
throttle.
now.
I cut the throttle. I remove the force, and the acceleration stops.
Yeah, it seems just right, just like a light seems to instantaneously turn
No,
on.
it's not like that at all. It takes time for the
Yeah,
light to propagate. Turn the
but if
light
I
off, it
put
takes time for it to receive to the other end.
but if I
You're
put
not
the light
measuring
directly,
light. You're measuring the reaction of the medium. You're talking circles here. You're just not getting it.
well, I'm just saying, you put the light on the surface of the
No,
table,
no.
and what's the difference? I mean, you're putting it, touching the table, and turning it on and trying to measure it.
As
That's
soon as you
then you're
as
saying
soon
it's
as
instantaneous.
you leave the surface of the building, push it off. It's instantaneous. The force is removed. You're now in free fall. That is
Okay, well.
instantaneousness.
Oh,
Shows
that's all right,
that is a pseudo force or a. You're saying instantaneous has a speed? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm saying that. I think. I don't know. I think I am. He's saying that he found something faster than the speed of light.
That doesn't make any sense. If the word instant is the thing you're using for whatever, how fast is instant? What that doesn't make any. That doesn't make any. Instant means even before you could even start to count. It's just what it means. In a way, instant. There's no time. Yeah, that means there's no. That means you're not counting anything. So what are you counting in a So you look at a medium, you see a reaction, and then you're counting what? The effect in the reaction, zero time. Through the medium of the medium. Shut up, DMOC. You make no sense. So use water. Let's use water. Let's use brick. Let's use sugar. Let's use steel. Let's shine light through all these mediums and see how it's instantaneous through all of them.
It doesn't look like a full moon. It looks like a pretty close to being a full moon. Like light, from the sun. Like if I were to try to so during like a lunar eclipse, during like a lunar eclipse, maybe then, right? If I were to try to check the shadow right on the ground, it matches up with the 2.3, was it 2.8 seconds or 2.3 seconds that it takes for the sunlight to bounce off the moon, or in this case for the moon to now move away from the blocking the sunlight, right? I should be able to count that 2.8 seconds or whatever it is that it takes for 28,000 mile away moon for that light to hit back onto the ground, right? I mean, and then prove how far the moon is, right? And like the moon is 238,000 miles away during that lunar eclipse when it's or during the eclipse when it's blocking out the sun. There's no light on the ground because it's blocking out the sun. Then the moon moves, and it takes 2.8 seconds for the light to hit the ground. Is that right? Or 2.3 or 1 point? I can't remember what it is anymore. And that proves it. It maybe seems like a non sequitur, but I was just curious about that. Maybe that's that at light speed of light, Blocking out the moon. It takes 8 minutes for the sun to reach us, for the sun's light to reach us.